Chapter 1, 8000. In the grand city of Jiang, within a lavish bedroom, the bed was a chaotic mess, the pristine white sheets twisted into a braid. Cheng Yan sat dazedly at the edge of the bed, gazing at the exquisite woman seated on the sofa. She was adorned in a form-fitting black knitted dress, her alabaster thighs gracefully curving with her slender waist, creating a breathtaking silhouette. Her earlobes sparkled with a delicate pink hue, and her slender, fair hands clutched her clothing tightly, betraying her inner turmoil. Once you step outside, pretend as if nothing has happened. Shen Jingshu's temples throbbed, causing her a slight headache. This was her first venture into a bar, and her troubled heart had compelled her to drink more than she intended, resulting in a moment of indulgence that led to a mistake. Lifting her gaze to the tall young man across from her, she noted his stylishly tousled hair and sharply defined jawline, his brows thick and sword-like, softened by a gentle arc at the corners of his eyes, which lent him a warm, sunny demeanor. It was precisely the type she found appealing. With this thought, Shen Jingshu felt a bit of equilibrium return her heart. Cheng Yan, hearing her words, scratched his head. It was also his first time in a bar. After graduation, the economic downturn had hit, and after working for a year, his company succumbed to pressure and collapsed in April, leaving him with unpaid wages for his final month. Struggling to find new employment, Cheng Yan sought a brief escape in the bar, but, lost in thought, he observed the woman standing up, her bag slung over her shoulder, her hips swaying sensually as she walked. Then, he watched as Shen Jingshu retrieved 1,000 yuan in cash from her purse and tossed it onto the bed. Cheng Yan, that's not a confidentiality fee. Shen Jingshu's stunning face remained expressionless. After we leave, do not speak of having met me, nor bring this incident up again. With that, she donned her black high heels, opened the door, and exited. The door remained ajar, and the sound of her heels echoed in the corridor. Cheng Yan looked down at the bloodstains and cash on the sheets, both vividly red. What on earth is happening? Cheng Yan also rose. He picked up the cash, resolving to act as if nothing had transpired. Upon checking out downstairs, he mentioned the bloodstains to the front desk, voluntarily paying 100 yuan cleaning fee before departing. The gourmet food stall system has been bound. Congratulations, you have received a new player gift pack, top-tier culinary arts treasure chest random. Would you like to open it? Cheng Yan, just disembarking from the subway, paused momentarily. Then, filled with excitement, he silently muttered open. To his astonishment, a system akin to those in novels had manifested, perhaps signifying the dawn of a new pinnacle in his life. As for operating a food stall, he was indifferent as long as it was profitable. He would figure it out. After half a year post-graduation, he had long discarded the worn-out attire reminiscent of Kong Yi. Congratulations, you have acquired top-tier fried, instant noodle culinary skills. For every portion sold, you earn 1 point. Every 100 points grants you a lottery chance, which may yield a top-tier culinary arts treasure chest random or other prizes. Hurry and set up your stall. In an instant, Cheng Yan's mind was flooded with an array of techniques for frying instant noodles, seamlessly integrating them. Though he had previously cooked instant noodles at home, he had relied solely on lao ganma for flavor. He had considered it a simple snack, unaware of the intricacies involved, including heat control, technique, ingredients, and seasonings details within details. Reflecting on his previous attempts at frying instant noodles, he grimaced at the thought, how could he have prepared them in such a manner? He had once savored those very noodles. With a surge of enthusiasm, Cheng Yan yearned to rush home and whip up a bowl of fried instant noodles to taste. Upon exiting the subway station, he found a supermarket in his residential complex stocked with an array of ingredients and seasonings. After completing his purchases, his pace quickened as he headed home. He rented a small single apartment, slightly out of the way, but relished the absence of roommates, avoiding the morning tussle for the faucet and bathroom. Once home, he promptly washed the ingredients and brought water to a boil. He cooked the noodles to an al dente state, then drained them. Next, he heated oil, added eggs followed by ham slices, scallions, and bok choy. Then he added the noodles. The aroma wafted, and the pot hissed with excitement. Cheng Yan skillfully tossed the ingredients together, adding seasonings before plating. The slightly reddened noodles glistened with oil, thick slices of ham mingling with golden scrambled eggs, while the bok choy lent a refreshing balance to the dish. Sprinkling scallions and cilantro elevated the flavor profile further. Cheng Yan retrieved a can of cola from his mini fridge. With a chopstick full of fried noodles, he savored the delightful burst of flavors. His taste buds ignited, the noodles retained their chewiness, harmonizing beautifully with the fried essence, leaving Cheng Yan utterly satisfied. The comforting embrace of carbohydrates was unparalleled. Another bite of ham and egg. The flavors were exquisite, perfectly seasoned. Delicious. Cheng Yan brimmed with confidence, convinced that this bowl of fried instant noodles would tantalize anyone who tried it. Returning home, Shen Jingshu first indulged in a refreshing shower. Observing the red marks on her skin, she rubbed her temples, donning a short-sleeved shirt and long pants to conceal the evidence. After drying her hair, she headed directly to her family's restaurant, Jiangqing Small Restaurant. This establishment had always been a top contender on the street, but shortly after Shen Jingshu took over from her parents, the chef had been poached by a newly opened restaurant named Gourmet Fragrance. It was well known how crucial a head chef was to a restaurant many patrons frequented for the unique flavors concocted by the chef. After disembarking, Shen Jingshu observed the throngs at the neighboring Gourmet Fragrance, contrasting sharply with the desolation of her own eatery. With a sigh, she lamented her predicament. The new chef was inadequate, and if solutions were not found soon, the restaurant built by her parents might falter under her watch. Mr. Zhou from the adjacent restaurant spotted Shen Jingshu and cheerfully called out, "Boss Shen." He continued, "If I were you, I'd hand over your restaurant to my family. After all, business is slow, you might get a decent price now, but if it continues like this, it won't be worth as much later. Besides, if we merge, your restaurant can continue to thrive in a different form." Shen Jingshu cast a sidelong glance at Zhou, whose smile did not reach his eyes, and wordlessly entered her restaurant. "Cece, how's the situation today?" Cece, clad in uniform at the front desk, sighed. "Sister Shen, it's nearly 11:30, and not a single private room upstairs has been booked, while we've only had 7 or 8 walk-in customers downstairs. Some regulars have flocked to Gourmet Fragrance after hearing Chef Zhao move there, abandoning our Jiangqing Small Restaurant." With concern, Cece asked, "Sister Shen, what should we do?" The thought of whether they could afford salaries next month lingered unspoken. After all, she was merely an employee with little emotional investment in the restaurant. Her primary concern was her paycheck. Shen Jingshu forced a strained smile. "It's fine, I'll find a way." Yet, what could she possibly do? Shen Jingshu felt her heart sink to the depths. Chapter 2. Why do these fried noodles smell so good? Having personally tasted his newly fried noodles, Cheng Yan's anticipation for setting up a stall grew exponentially, along with his excitement. He checked his bank account, revealing a balance of 12,000 yuan, all meticulously saved over half a year since graduation. Fortunately, he had no significant expenses otherwise. Saving money would have been quite a challenge. "I wonder if this sum is sufficient to support the stall," he pondered. To set up a stall, he certainly needed to find a larger courtyard, preferably a residential property with a yard, as it would facilitate the storage and preparation of ingredients. Additionally, he required a tricycle and needed to arrange for a canopy, as well as purchase a dual-burner gas stove, allowing him to boil and fry simultaneously. Otherwise, it would adversely affect the flavor of the instant noodles and slow down the process. Lastly, he would need to arrange for gas refills, among other tasks. There were many responsibilities ahead, but Cheng Yan remained unhurried, resolving to tackle each step methodically. He opened a map to survey his surroundings. His residence was located near the outskirts of Jiangqing, where foot traffic was relatively sparse, and most importantly, there were few educational institutions. Given that the tricycle required charging, he needed to ensure that he did not stray too far. Thus, he aimed to pinpoint a suitable location. After a few minutes, he set his sights on the northern part of the old city of Jiangqing. Following the development of the new district, the old city had gradually fallen into decline, yet it still boasted all the necessary infrastructure. Here, numerous primary and secondary schools thrived, alongside 2 universities, Jiangqing University and Jiangqing Normal University. Crucially, the limited redevelopment in the area meant that many residential properties remained, albeit aged and seldom rented, resulting in relatively low rental prices. Resolute in his decision, Cheng Yan took the subway to the old city. By afternoon, he found his funds dwindling. He initially rented a room from Aunt Lee in the old city, spending 600 on rent, along with a 600 deposit. The courtyard he rented consisted of 3 rooms, with the southern room reserved for Aunt Lee herself, which allowed him to secure such favorable pricing and conditions. Other courtyards were listed at 1,000, requiring annual payments. In the old city, there were vendors selling tricycles, and Aunt Lee recommended a particular shop. Upon visiting, he discovered a store named Dahai Vehicle Shop. The shop was situated in a residential area near the street, with a side door serving as the sales entrance. The owner, Wu Dahai, was quite well known in the area for his honesty and integrity, attracting many customers for both purchases and repairs. Cheng Yan selected a medium-sized tricycle for 5,000. Wu Dahai generously offered to cover the additional fittings, as sales of tricycles were typically tied to delivery services, stalls, or transporting children. Without such supplementary activities, sales have been lackluster. They agreed to meet at 6 in the evening to collect the vehicle. Cheng Yan returned to his previous small apartment and ordered a moving service to assist with his relocation. With few belongings and Aunt Lee lending a hand, they completed the move by 4 in the afternoon. After expressing his gratitude to Aunt Lee, Cheng Yan set out once more. His objective was straightforward: to find hygienic instant noodles. He intended to use his own seasonings for stir-frying. Thus, he sought boxed, individually packaged noodles to significantly reduce costs. After visiting numerous supermarkets and comparing products, he ultimately decided on a slightly pricier option, which excelled in ingredient quality and offered individual packaging. A box of 100 noodles was initially priced at 100, but due to his bulk purchase, the owner graciously offered them at 90. He spent 450 on 5 boxes of noodles, and the owner additionally provided a home delivery service. Next, he needed to procure fresh vegetables from the wholesale market, ensuring cleanliness and freshness. Aunt Lee assisted him in arranging for a gas refill, and after paying the deposit, he found the cost of a gas canister to be quite reasonable. At 6 in the evening, Cheng Yan looked at his small stall vehicle with a growing sense of anticipation. The canopy had already been erected atop the vehicle, with transparent plastic panels on both sides, resistant to high temperatures and easy to clean. When closed, these windows would protect the ingredients and cooking utensils from dust and contamination. Upon arrival at the site, he could easily lift the windows, providing shelter from the rain for both customers and himself. Wu Dahai had adorned the vehicle with cheerful yellow duck stickers, instantly transforming it into a stall. Cheng Yan had deliberately chosen the design, as he was keen to avoid the trendy national style that often overwhelmed young people. "Brother Cheng, the sign is ready and affixed to the back of the vehicle," Wu Dahai said with a smile. Cheng Yan approached to inspect the bright green sign positioned at the rear. After exchanging the vehicle registration documents and confirming all was in order, he pedaled the tricycle back to Aunt Lee's courtyard, parking it on one side. Aunt Lee emerged from the house, exclaiming, "Oh, you finished so quickly." Indeed. Cheng Yan wiped the sweat from his brow and began loading the gas stove from the courtyard onto the vehicle, followed by the gas canister, ensuring the connections were secure. He opened the valve, twisting the stove counterclockwise, and flames erupted. After extinguishing it, he closed the valve, fully aware of the importance of fire safety. Next, he meticulously arranged the seasonings stored in small containers, placing a large water jug, a trash bin, and various disposable paper containers and chopsticks in the storage compartment beneath the work surface. He stuffed in 2 boxes of instant noodles, leaving room for assorted vegetables. Observing Cheng Yan's fervent efforts, Aunt Lee poured him a glass of water. Since the passing of her husband 2 years prior and her daughter's marriage, she had lived alone. Watching the courtyard come alive again brought her immense joy. Cheng Yan savored a large glass of water and inquired, "Aunt Lee, are there any places nearby where one can set up a stall?" Aunt Lee thought for a moment and replied, "There's quite a crowd at the entrance of Jiangsheng Normal University in the evenings, along with a few other schools like Jiangsheng No. 2 Primary School and Jiangsheng Experimental Middle School, where traffic is heavier during school hours." Cheng Yan nodded, contemplating his plans for the next day. He intended to visit the market in the morning to procure vegetables, wash them during the late morning, and then set up a stall by noon. His preferred location was the entrance of Jiangsheng Normal University. Elementary school students typically lacked pocket money, relying on their parents' decisions, while middle school students had limited time due to classes and boarding. University students, however, had both funds and time, making them his ideal target audience. After consulting Aunt Lee regarding which market offered the freshest produce, Cheng Yan ventured out to purchase some ingredients, planning to stir-fry a few servings of noodles to test the setup. Before departing, Cheng Yan reminded Aunt Lee not to cook, urging her to sample his stir-fried noodles instead. Aunt Lee smiled in agreement, but secretly prepared a meal while he was out. To her, the very idea of fried instant noodles sounded greasy, and she preferred a lighter dish of corn porridge paired with pickled vegetables for the evening. Upon returning, Cheng Yan was amused to find the stove crackling in Aunt Lee's kitchen. He wasted no time washing the vegetables, opening the cooking cart to begin frying the noodles. Aunt Lee leaned against the kitchen doorway, her face adorned with a smile as she watched him. As she observed Cheng Yan's diligent efforts, Aunt Lee relished the lively atmosphere in the courtyard and felt a warm sense of comfort watching this young man, who could easily be her son, busily at work. As the water boiled, Cheng Yan tossed 4 blocks of noodles into the pot. Seizing the moment, he deftly cracked eggs into the mix. With his expert stir-frying skills, he was intimately familiar with this delicious dish, executing each step with the ease of someone who had prepared thousands of servings. Using a spatula, he broke apart the eggs, adding washed bok choy and chopped scallions, while the noodles cooked to perfection. He then scooped them out with a slotted spoon and transferred them to the wok. With the heat turned high, Cheng Yan tossed the ingredients, causing flames to leap from the pan and a loud sizzle to fill the air. The enticing aroma wafted through the courtyard, capturing Aunt Lee's attention. No longer content to stand by the doorway, Aunt Lee approached the cart just as Cheng Yan added the seasonings and gave the mixture a vigorous toss, intensifying the delightful fragrance. Aunt Lee's eyes widened as she watched Cheng Yan portion the stir-fried noodles into 2 plates. "Little Cheng, why does your stir-fried instant noodles smell so delectable?" she exclaimed. Chapter 3. The first day of setting up a stall. Upon hearing Aunt Lee's exclamation, Cheng Yan chuckled softly and promptly handed her a plate of fried instant noodles. The two of them gathered around the square wooden table under the warm glow of the courtyard lights to enjoy their meal. Aunt Lee, unable to contain her anticipation for the steaming plate before her, eagerly picked up a pair of chopsticks and took a mouthful. In that moment, she felt as though this was not mere fried instant noodles. It surpassed the dishes served in restaurants. The noodles were cooked to perfection, glistening after being stir-fried, complemented by ham and various other ingredients. A sublime combination. Delicious. Truly delicious. So fragrant, Aunt Lee exclaimed, emphasizing her delight by repeating the word fragrant thrice as she pointed at the noodles and praised, "Xiao Cheng, you have truly elevated these instant noodles to an extraordinary level. My daughter used to adore fried noodles, but my attempts pale in comparison." At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Aunt Lee called out for the visitor to enter, and an elderly gentleman walked in. Observing him, Aunt Lee queried with curiosity, "Old Sue? What brings you here at such a late hour?" Old Sue scanned the courtyard, noticing Cheng Yan with a hint of confusion, yet he was too preoccupied to dwell on it. "Old Lee, what have you cooked tonight? It smells divine." Aunt Lee beamed with pride. "It's my tenant, Xiao Cheng here, who prepared this fried instant noodles for me. Look at these noodles, rich yet not greasy, and they look splendid." Old Sue chuckled. "Old Lee, you should keep this a secret. How much more fragrant can these fried noodles be? Hurry, let me have a taste. Don't be stingy. Remember when my family made fried dough sticks? I shared them with you." Cheng Yan found the exchange quite amusing. Although the neighbors in the old district could sometimes stir up trivial matters, their interactions were undeniably warmer than those in residential complexes. He had heard of many residents in apartment buildings who had lived there for years without even exchanging a word with their neighbors. Aunt Lee, however, was incensed. She marched into the kitchen, retrieved a plate, and served a portion to Old Sue, only to reconsider and take back a bit. Finally, she handed him a plate containing just a single bite of fried noodles. "Here, take this. Go on, try for yourself." Old Sue, skeptical yet hopeful, took a bite, and the aroma and texture of the noodles exploded in his mouth. "So delicious," he exclaimed, rushing over to return the plate to Aunt Lee. "Old Lee, quick, give me some more. I didn't have enough." Seeing Old Sue's impatience, Aunt Lee lightly huffed, guarding her plate. "You accuse me of deceiving you. Do you believe me now? You want more? Sorry, it's all gone. I'm still hungry myself. If you're looking for a meal, I have corn porridge in the kitchen. Help yourself." Having just savored the fried noodles, Old Sue was hardly interested in corn porridge. But with Aunt Lee guarding tightly, he couldn't just snatch it away. Frustrated, he scratched his head and turned to Cheng Yan. "Young man, could you possibly fry me another portion?" Aunt Lee retorted, "Xiao Cheng is here to run a business. You expect him to serve you for free?" If you want more, go buy it from his stall tomorrow. Cheng Yan, feeling a bit embarrassed, added, the truth is, I only bought a small amount of ingredients, and now they're all used up. Even if I wanted to fry more, I have no vegetables left. If you don't mind, I can make you one with ham and eggs, but the flavor might not be quite the same. Old Sue, being a seasoned food lover, waved his hand dismissively. I only want the best. Where will you be setting up your stall tomorrow? I'll be there to buy some. Cheng Yan replied with a smile. Tomorrow at 10:30 in the morning, I'll be at the west gate of Jiangxing Normal University. Just come by then. Perfect. My son and daughter-in-law are visiting tomorrow, and I want to buy enough for everyone to try. Old Sue declared, turning to Aunt Lee. If you don't let me taste it, I'll buy my own tomorrow. And when I make fried dough sticks in the future, I want to be sharing with you. With that, Old Sue stormed out, leaving Cheng Yan in amused disbelief over how a simple plate of fried noodles had ignited neighborly banter. Aunt Lee, taking a bite of her noodles, chuckled, shout, Cheng, don't take it to heart. These neighbors are just like that. They might tease, but their hearts are in the right place. Cheng Yan sighed with relief. He would truly feel guilty if his presence caused a rift between Aunt Lee and Old Sue. After finishing their meal, Aunt Lee helped Cheng Yan tidy up the dishes, then glanced at the corn porridge in the kitchen, feeling a bit regretful. Had she known the fried noodles would be so delightful, she would have skipped cooking altogether. That night, Cheng Yan lay in bed, checking his balance on his phone. After gathering his supplies, he was left with just over 2,000. And with the need to purchase more ingredients tomorrow, he realized he must quickly recoup his costs. He woke up early the next morning at 6 o'clock to buy vegetables. Aunt Lee kindly lent him her small electric tricycle. With his exceptional frying skills, Cheng Yan could discern which vegetables would best enhance the flavor of the fried noodles. Of course, he was still a novice when it came to selecting other types of vegetables, but he knew that bok choy, tomatoes, and scallions would work wonders. He bought a substantial amount, and since bok choy was inexpensive, he spent only a few dozen yuan for a large bag. Next, he needed eggs. Each serving of fried noodles required at least one egg. Aunt Lee made a call to her egg supplier to secure a good price for him. A pound of eggs usually contains about 5 or 6. I'll take 40 pounds, Cheng Yan requested, causing the seller to smile widely. The sausages had already been purchased the previous day, top-quality ones at a mere yuan each. He bought 300 for 200 yuan. Then came the washing of the vegetables. Aunt Lee brought over a large basin and connected the hose to the tap, and together they began washing. Cheng Yan chuckled. Auntie, if you have some free time, would you mind helping me wash the vegetables? I'll pay you 50 yuan for the morning. Why should I take money for helping you? Aunt Lee chided. Cheng Yan replied, it might get busier in the future. If you don't accept payment, I won't let you help anymore. Reluctantly, Aunt Lee accepted the 50 yuan, both amused and exasperated. You rascal. If my daughter hadn't married early, I would have certainly introduced her to you, even though you're 5 years older. Don't they say that older sisters tend to take care of others? Cheng Yan was taken aback, impressed that Aunt Lee was so attuned to contemporary youth culture. By 10 o'clock in the morning, Cheng Yan and Aunt Lee loaded the vegetables onto the tricycle. He donned a duckbill cap and a mask. With increasing concerns over food hygiene, he felt it necessary to ensure that no one should suffer from his negligence. As the saying goes, do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. He was determined to pay close attention to hygiene. As he rode the electric tricycle, many passers-by glanced at him. Cheng Yan felt a bit shy, but was not embarrassed. Earning a living through his own labor was a matter of pride. At 10:15, he arrived at the west gate of Jiangxing Normal University. As he approached, he realized he had underestimated the competition. A multitude of vendors had set up stalls selling all manner of food: fried pancakes, fried noodles, skewers, stinky tofu, and jianbing guozi, egg crepes. There was an overwhelming variety. Chapter 4. The opening due to circumstances beyond his control, Cheng Yan had no choice but to park in a spot on the edge. He opened up all the windows of his newly acquired little yellow duck food cart, and the next step was to await the arrival of customers. The elderly man selling egg pancakes beside him noticed Cheng Yan's unfamiliar face and, glancing at the pristine food cart, chuckled. Young man, are you new here? What are you selling? With a smile, Cheng Yan retrieved a whiteboard from the cart and inscribed with a marker, fried instant noodles. 13 yuan per serving. Includes 1 egg and 1 sausage. Extra egg, 1, 5, extra sausage, 1, 5. The egg pancake vendor erupted in laughter. Young man, your prices are a bit steep, and your egg and sausage feel like mandatory purchases. I suggest you list a vegetarian option for 10 yuan and let them add extras if they wish. Cheng Yan replied with a grin, It's fine. I'll sell it this way. The old man shook his head. You're still too young. Don't underestimate those small differences. Some people will indeed choose not to buy from you because of it. Besides, when people go out to buy food, who would opt for fried instant noodles? If they wanted that, they could just make it at school. But he said no more, understanding that today's youth often learn the hard way. The two men fell into silence. Cheng Yan stood behind his cart, engrossed in his phone. Scattered students began to emerge for lunch, most flocking to the stalls selling grilled cold noodles and fried skewers. The elderly man's stall, being somewhat out of the way, attracted fewer customers, though a couple of people did stop by. As one student glanced at Cheng Yan's fried noodle stall, there was a hint of curiosity, but for reasons unknown, they chose not to buy. After they left, the old man chuckled at Cheng Yan. By 11:30, Cheng Yan had yet to attract any customers, while the prime spots of the school's main entrance buzzed with activity. The stalls selling fried skewers were particularly crowded, their owners beaming with delight amidst the lively atmosphere. The old man remarked, Kids these days love fried food, especially in summer when they enjoy skewers and cold drinks. Cheng Yan couldn't help but agree. The popularity of other stalls meant that students would be looking for alternatives, providing an opportunity for those situated on the periphery. Cheng Yan surveyed the other stalls. Nowadays, experts were constantly touting the potential for wealth through street vending. Yet on this street alone, there were no fewer than 10 vendors, with 3 stalls dedicated to grilled cold noodles. In an era of economic downturn, competition was fierce across all industries. Were it not for his top-tier fried noodle skills rewarded by the system, he would hesitate to enter this business. With little else to do, Cheng Yan decided to prepare his own lunch, hoping to waft some enticing aromas to draw in potential customers. With practiced ease, he tossed the instant noodles into a boiling pot, heated oil, and quickly added the ingredients. The delightful fragrance soon filled the air as he began to stir-fry the noodles. An elderly man preparing egg pancakes at the front of the stall caught a whiff of the enticing aroma and glanced over at Cheng Yan's iron wok, thinking how irresistibly fragrant the fried noodles smelled. The alluring scent momentarily distracted him. Meanwhile, a girl at the stall kept glancing at Cheng Yan's setup, but having already made her purchase, she decided to return later. Suddenly, the girl called out, Uncle, you forgot to peel the sausage. The old man was startled, realizing he had been so engrossed in Cheng Yan's cooking that he had neglected to remove the packaging from the sausage. Nearby students caught a whiff of the tantalizing fragrance. Wow, what stall is that? It smells amazing, one exclaimed. I smell it too, it's so delicious. It must be that little yellow duck stall. Hurry, there's no line over there. Before long, 3 or 4 university students found themselves standing in front of Cheng Yan's stall, their eyes wide with anticipation as they watched him cook, mesmerized by the glistening fried noodles being ladled into disposable paper bowls. One boy asked, Boss, is this fried instant noodles? Indeed, Cheng Yan replied, pulling out a pair of disposable chopsticks and gesturing to the price on the whiteboard. The boy glanced at the price, his eyes lighting up. Their school had a fried noodle stall too, offering various options, but every time they finished, the bowl would be left with a layer of grease. Without a sip of soda, it quickly became too heavy to enjoy. Boss, I'll take that freshly cooked portion, the boy exclaimed, having skipped breakfast and feeling famished. He scanned the QR code and paid the 13 yuan. Cheng Yan, amused, handed him the noodles he had just prepared. The boy, ravenous, could hardly wait to savor the flavors. The other 2 students watched eagerly, awaiting feedback. The boy took a bite with the chopsticks, paused, and then began to devour the noodles with gusto, alarming his companions. Dude, how does it taste? Don't just eat, say something. After a few more mouthfuls, he exclaimed, Boss, this fried noodle is incredible. So fragrant, yet not greasy. The noodles maintain their texture. This isn't just fried noodles. If you send me to a restaurant now, I'd refuse to go. I'm hooked. Please fry me 2 more portions to take home. This is simply too delightful. He then turned to his 2 friends. What are you waiting for? Isn't it delicious? With that, he resumed his enthusiastic feast of fried noodles. Is it really that good? It can't be a setup, can it? The others pondered before making a firm decision. Boss, fry me one portion. Boss, I'll have one too. They chimed in unison. With the business now open, Cheng Yan's face brightened with joy. He tossed 4 servings of noodles into the pot, preparing the sausages. The pot was large enough to handle 5 servings at once, so he felt no anxiety about demand exceeding supply. With his exceptional fried noodle skills, he was confident that even preparing multiple servings at once would yield perfect results. Each step felt instinctive, as effortless as 1 equaling 2. In just 3 minutes, 4 servings of fried noodles were ready. Cheng Yan handed 2 portions to the first boy and 1 to each of the other 2. The initial customer had already finished his first serving and now asked, "Boss, will you still be here in the afternoon? I plan to return for more. I'll be back around 4:30. Just come find me. But I can't guarantee I'll be in the same spot." Cheng Yan replied with a smile. "Not a problem." The boy walked away, elated, clutching his fried noodles. The 2 students exchanged glances, then opened their containers to dig in. As they tasted the noodles, their palates were engulfed by a medley of flavors: oil, noodles, and the essence of the ingredients harmonizing perfectly. They finally understood why that boy wanted to buy 2 more portions. Being young men, 1 serving was hardly sufficient. Initially planning to get fried noodles and then purchase something else, they now realized, "Boss, please fry us 2 more servings. Boss, another 2 servings for me as well." They echoed in unison. Chapter 5. My love for stir-fried instant noodles. It is undeniable that humans have an inherent inclination to gather together. It is no surprise that Nice enlisted help to stand in line. With the presence of these 3 individuals, several students approached Cheng Yan's stall. As the tantalizing aroma wafted from the pot, everyone clamored for a taste of the stir-fried instant noodles. Notifications of payments via WeChat and Alipay rang out incessantly. The elderly man selling egg pancakes next door looked on with envy, his eyes almost turning red. He mused, could these stir-fried noodles truly be that delectable? Once Cheng Yan had a moment to spare, he too would indulge in a portion. As Cheng Yan tossed the noodles in the pan, flames leapt up, evoking gasps of astonishment from the nearby university students. The scenes reminiscent of culinary shows unfolded right before their eyes at this humble stall. As each serving of noodles was neatly divided, some could hardly contain their impatience, glancing at those already savoring their bowls, and unabashedly began to dig in. One bite, and they were utterly captivated by Cheng Yan's stir-fried noodles. 1 serving simply would not suffice. "Please, another serving. Queue up for that second portion." Cheng Yan chuckled. "I just prepared your last serving. Let me get you another one. Just scan the code for payment." "Cunning." Another customer chimed in. "I want one too." "Me too, boss," called out another. The boys at the back of the line were flabbergasted, gritting their teeth. "You're not playing fair." The crowd around Cheng Yan's stall grew steadily, the spatula sparking against the iron pan. As the line lengthened, Cheng Yan thought to himself that he would need to prepare more ingredients and additional noodles this afternoon. These university students were remarkably well-mannered. Cheng Yan hardly had time to verify each payment, yet one by one, the students scanned and displayed their confirmations on their phone screens. Cheng Yan smiled and reassured them, "No worries, it's all based on trust." Among the throng, he spotted a familiar face, Mr. Su, who had a minor spat with Aunt Lee over the instant noodles the previous evening. Seeing the crowd, Mr. Su shouted from the back of the line, "Cheng, your stall is packed." After a while, it was Mr. Su's turn. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Cheng, give me 8 servings." Those behind him were stunned. "Old man, can you eat that much?" "Please, you're getting on in years. Perhaps you should eat less of those noodles. Think of your health." Mr. Su, blushing, retorted, "I'm perfectly healthy. I could eat 10 servings without a problem." Cheng Yan couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Su was indeed a spirited individual. One becomes quite sensitive about age and health as they grow older. After sending Mr. Su on his way, Cheng Yan continued to cook. Half an hour passed, and his arm grew sore from the constant stirring. Yet he had sold 50 servings, with no respite in sight. Customers either carried their bowls back to their dormitories or stood eating on the spot, their praises echoing around him. "Boss, your stir-fried noodles are simply divine. How do you make them so fragrant? If I hadn't tasted them myself, I would have thought they weren't instant noodles at all. So delicious. I must summon my friends." Some began to use their phones to rally their companions. "Come quickly. The stir-fried noodles from this little yellow duck stall by the north gate are phenomenal. Don't be late, or you'll miss out. There are so many people. Hurry, I'll save your place in line. If you call me Dad, I'll bring some back for you. Before long, students out to buy lunch were drawn in by the long line and the irresistible aroma of stir-fried noodles. They dashed over in flip-flops as if racing 100 meters. The other stall owners watched as the students flocked to Cheng Yan, their mouths agape, just as they were about to start cooking. They could only watch with envy as this crowd rushed past them. With so many customers at Cheng Yan's stall, even the elderly man selling egg pancakes benefited, as some who anticipated a long wait were left with no choice but to buy pancakes instead, all the while glancing longingly at the stir-fried noodles. How delicious they look. I must arrive earlier next time. Indeed, one's heart was with the stir-fried noodles, even while standing in line for egg pancakes. Within Jiangxing Normal University, a young man returned to his dorm carrying 4 servings of stir-fried noodles. His eagerly awaiting roommates, however, were somewhat disappointed. Wait, didn't you say you were getting skewers? Why did you bring back instant noodles? Aren't you tired of them yet? The dorm leader huffed. If you don't want any, fine. I'll eat all 4 myself. Seriously? Did you eat skewers before coming back? You greedy little brat. With a grin, the dorm leader replied, I already savored a portion of stir-fried noodles outside. If you're not eating, I'll have it all. He opened the lid, and the aromatic steam filled the room. One roommate rushed over, snatching a pair of chopsticks and leaning in close. Let me have a bite. The dorm leader teased. Didn't you say you wouldn't eat? No stealing. It's mine. After tasting a bite, the roommate immediately lunged for the remaining 3 servings. This is too delicious. The school's noodles can't compare. Dad, I love you. Please, just 1 serving. Soon, others crowded around, eager to partake. If 2 people say it's delicious, it must be true. The dorm leader reveled in the chorus of Dad, echoing from his companions, feeling utterly satisfied. Similar scenarios unfolded in other dormitories that afternoon. The little yellow duck stall outside the west gate became renowned within a short span, and those who hadn't tasted it were drawn out, longing to abandon their lunch in pursuit of a few servings of stir-fried noodles. Meanwhile, in an old residential area, Mr. Su's wife, son, daughter-in-law, and 5th-grade grandson stared incredulously at a table laden with stir-fried noodles, exchanging glances. Mr. Su's wife scolded, Old Su, you old fool, I told you to bring back something delicious, and you return with these instant noodles? Your son and daughter-in-law came all this way, and you must be losing your mind at your age. The son could hardly contain his frustration. Dad, stir-fried noodles for lunch? The daughter-in-law, reluctant to criticize her father-in-law, suggested. Dad, Zhuang is quite picky at home. You want to eat these noodles? How about we go out for a meal instead? Her proposal garnered agreement from the others. Mr. Su, however, bristled. Are you kidding? These stir-fried noodles are far superior to dining out. I waited in line for ages. Annoyed, he tore open a serving of noodles, declaring, I'm not going. If you wish to go, go on your own. With that, he took a bite, and all his grievances vanished. These stir-fried noodles are simply irresistible. After tasting this, I can't go a day without them. It feels like I've wasted a day without them. His son and daughter-in-law exchanged wry smiles, thinking their father was just being stubborn. Zhuang, seeing his grandfather enjoy the noodles so much, approached and said, Grandpa, I want some too. Mr. Su handed over a serving to Zhuang. Let us enjoy these 8 servings together. Some people just don't know how to appreciate good food. Mr. Su's wife watched on, while his son and daughter-in-law thought they could still suggest dining out later when Zhuang lost interest. Yet, Zhuang took 1 bite and was instantly captivated. Mr. Su poured a glass of juice for his grandson. Zhuang, take your time. We have plenty, no need to rush. Zhuang took a sip of juice to quench his thirst and exclaimed, Grandpa, you are too kind to me. This stir-fried instant noodles are truly delectable. I wish to savor them every day. At this moment, even his picky son echoed the sentiment. Old Su's son and daughter-in-law exchanged puzzled glances. Shall we give it a try? They suggested. Old Su retorted, Don't even think about it. This is all for Zhuang and me. Despite his words, the old man surely felt a pang of sympathy for his son and daughter-in-law, and he did not prevent them from taking some stir-fried noodles. A few moments later, the son praised, Dad, this is incredible. These stir-fried noodles are genuinely delicious. The daughter-in-law nodded in agreement. No wonder Dad, the connoisseur, has been raving about them. These noodles possess a certain charm. Only old Sue's wife stubbornly declared, "If you wish to eat, then you may. I will not partake in such oily fare." Consequently, the son and daughter-in-law exchanged glances and said, "Mom, we'll help you out." Old Sue's wife immediately became anxious. "How can you steal food from an elder?" she protested. Yet, upon seizing a portion for herself, she was swiftly conquered by the flavors of the stir-fried noodles. Observing his family, old Sue proudly stated, "See, I told you not to eat. Yet here you are, clamoring for more." "Indeed, Dad, I was mistaken. Where can I purchase these stir-fried noodles? I wish to indulge again." "Dad, I misjudged you." Zhuang tilted his head and asked, "Grandpa, will you buy me stir-fried noodles every day?" Chapter 6, all sold out, no more lines behind. Outside the campus, just past 12:30, Cheng Yan glanced at the remaining side dishes, which were already scarce. He estimated the quantity and shouted to the long queue, "I apologize, but there are only enough side dishes for 6 servings." The 3 gentlemen at the front each ordered 2 servings, leaving the others to hurry off to find food elsewhere. "I'll be setting up again at the West Gate at 4:30 this afternoon. I'll prepare more side dishes then. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience today." Instantly, a chorus of lamentations and complaints arose. "What? After queuing so long, it's all gone? Boss, Wang Shui, demand a limit of 1 portion per person. I can't bear to miss out. Boss, Lao Gama also demand this. Could someone spare me a portion? The aroma is irresistible, and I cannot eat anything else. I'll offer you an extra 5 yuan. The elderly gentleman next door was bewildered. Is it really possible to draw scalpers just for fried noodles? The boys at the front chuckled, replying, "Not a chance even for 10 yuan. At 12:35, Cheng Yan handed the last serving to a customer. His debut as a street vendor had concluded for the day. He calculated that he had sold a total of 135 servings of fried noodles, priced at 13 yuan each. After deducting labor and costs of around 3 yuan, he realized he had earned a staggering 350 yuan in just 2 hours. Such profits were truly remarkable. Yet, Cheng Yan remained grounded. His earnings were primarily due to the exceptional culinary skills bestowed by the system. Without such talent, he would merely be another street vendor, scraping by. Cheng Yan meticulously cleaned the food cart with a dishcloth and detergent. The cart was new, and maintaining cleanliness after each session, although tiring, was essential for hygiene. Accumulated grease would make cleaning increasingly daunting, and even then, it might not be completely spotless. He was adamant about upholding cleanliness. It was a matter of personal integrity. After tidying the cart, he took a small broom to sweep up the litter on the ground, disposing of it in the trash bin. He believed in leaving the place as clean, if not cleaner, than he found it. Creating trouble for others was unacceptable. This was a basic quality of a person. If no one cleaned up, the authorities would know that vendors had made a mess, affecting everyone. It was also a form of self-care. Climbing onto his tricycle, Cheng Yan felt the fatigue in his arms. Yet, the generous profits made the effort worthwhile. Was this not better than a regular job? The elderly man running an egg pancake stall watched as Cheng Yan departed, muttering enviously to himself, "He has done selling already? I was hoping to buy a serving, but he sold out so quickly. The competition is fierce." Upon returning to the rented courtyard, Cheng Yan had not even entered when he heard Aunt Lee's furious shouting. Startled, he thought of Aunt Lee as a kind and amiable person. Why was she so enraged? He hurriedly rode his bike inside. Upon entering, he found Aunt Lee berating someone, referring to them as a blood-sucking parasite, while a young woman in her 20s, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, sat in the courtyard, covering her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Upon closer inspection, Cheng Yan noticed a resemblance between the young woman and Aunt Lee. Could this be Aunt Lee's daughter, who was 5 years older than him? Suddenly, someone entered the yard. Aunt Lee's daughter quickly wiped her tears, reddening her eyes and forcing a smile. Aunt Lee ceased her tirade, turning to Cheng Yan with an embarrassed expression. "Xiao Cheng, I apologize for the scene. This is my daughter, Zhao Hui." Cheng Yan steadied his bike, hesitating to speak. Remembering how much help Aunt Lee had provided him, and considering his newfound capabilities, he asked, "Aunt Lee, what is going on?" Aunt Lee sighed. Didn't I tell you that my daughter got married some time ago? Initially, her husband treated her well, but that didn't last long. In the third year, the same year my husband passed away, they came here for mourning when they had a car accident, and her husband lost an arm. Since then, he has blamed our family for his misfortune, abusing my daughter and refusing to work, demanding that she earn money for him. She quit her teaching job to work in sales, but now, with the economy struggling, she can't make a living. He has resorted to hitting her. If it weren't for my concern for her, would I really want to rent out our little courtyard? Would I want to work as a cleaner at this age? Xiao Cheng, do you think this is our family's fault? Cheng Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. The situation was indeed convoluted. The accident during their journey was fundamentally a result of poor driving, unrelated to their destination. One couldn't say that if a friend got injured on the way to meet you, you should cover their medical expenses. Yet, he knew he could not suggest divorce. It was a delicate matter, and as an outsider, he would only invite trouble by intervening. The immediate concern was economic stability. Cheng Yan cautiously suggested, Aunt Li, do you know how to make mung bean soup? Perhaps Hui Jia could accompany me to sell it? I noticed many customers inquired about drinks while I was selling fried noodles this morning. Given the hot weather in Jiangsheng, chilled mung bean soup would surely sell well. His words were sincere. No matter how well he prepared the fried noodles, they were still greasy. And many customers had jokingly remarked that he wasn't maximizing his profits by neglecting beverages. Aunt Li was taken aback, glancing at Cheng Yan. Is that feasible? How many people would buy just chilled mung bean soup? You would earn much after a long, hard day. Cheng Yan smiled. But Hui Jia would be at my stall, and there is quite a bit of foot traffic. Aunt Li suddenly understood. Oh, right. Xiao Cheng, your fried noodles are delicious. Sales won't be a problem. She turned to her daughter, Xiao Hui. I'll make some mung bean soup today. Chill it, and you can join Xiao Cheng to sell it and see how it goes. Xiao Hui was taken aback by her mother's suggestion. Hesitating, is that all right? Should I find a job or start a tutoring class for some stability? Aunt Li replied, why not give it a try? Can you find a job immediately? You can stay with me for a few days. We'll see how it goes. I'll buy the mung beans this afternoon. Cheng Yan nodded in agreement. I also need to purchase ingredients this afternoon. Let us go together and discuss the flavor of the mung bean soup to ensure we're both satisfied before selling it. All right, Xiao Hui responded dejectedly, clearly not taking the idea to heart. Chapter 7. The spatula sparks seeing Xiao Hui in such a state. Cheng Yan chose not to pursue the matter further and casually prepared a modest meal at home. The busy morning had left him with no time to eat. This is what they mean by a healer cannot heal themselves. Does the cook not get to enjoy their own fried noodles? After informing Aunt Li, Cheng Yan seized the opportunity to take a shower. There was only one bathing area in the house, which Aunt Li had constructed herself. The midday temperature in Jiangsheng hovered around 34 degrees Celsius. Cheng Yan opted for warm water to wash away the fatigue and the lingering smell of cooking oil. Lying on the bed, Cheng Yan glanced at the system interface. He had sold over 100 servings that morning, earning himself a chance to draw a lottery. A lottery? Cheng Yan thought to himself. The spinning wheel of the system began to whirl. He focused intently on the coveted top-tier culinary treasure chest at the 12 o'clock position, rubbing his hands together in anticipation, wishing for another treasure chest to open. As the pointer gradually slowed in its descent toward 11 o'clock, it passed 12 and landed at 1 o'clock. Cheng Yan exhaled in disappointment. No wonder it was labeled a novice gift pack. This spinning wheel was indeed quite the scam. Congratulations! You have received a Fatigue Elimination Card X10. Fatigue Elimination Card eliminates a day's worth of fatigue, enhancing your physical condition for 24 hours, preventing any sense of tiredness. Cheng Yan's eyes lit up. This was indeed a valuable item. After only 2 hours of work that morning, his arms felt sore from stir-frying the noodles. While showering, he felt his hands were almost weightless, as if lifting the soap bar were an effortless task. He activated one of the fatigue elimination cards from his system backpack, and instantly, the weariness dissipated. The lactic acid that had built up in his muscles was eradicated. Cheng Yan mused that if he continued this way, the damage from intense physical activity would be completely reversed over time. He anticipated that even without the cards, his stamina would significantly improve, and he wouldn't feel exhausted after just 2 hours of work. What a remarkable item! If this were available to athletes, they would surely soar to new heights. Cheng Yan thought to himself. Feeling rejuvenated, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. After half an hour, he awoke before the alarm rang, harboring thoughts that made it difficult for him to rest soundly. In the afternoon, while purchasing ingredients, Cheng Yan also bought a large bag of mung beans for Aunt Li. To cook mung beans soup quickly, one must use a pressure cooker and experiment with sweetness and flavor. So he knew he wouldn't be able to assist Aunt Li that afternoon. Aunt Li helped him wash the various ingredients. While doing so, she suddenly recalled how Cheng Yan had used up so many ingredients that morning. "Xiao Cheng, how many servings of fried noodles can you sell in one morning?" "Just a few dozen," Cheng Yan replied with a smile. He wouldn't disclose the exact figure. It was wise to keep financial matters private. Although Aunt Li was genuinely kind, they had only known each other for a little over a day, and he preferred to keep certain details to himself. However, Aunt Li was still astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. "That is quite a lot. It's rare to see someone your age willing to humble themselves and set up a stall. Is this due to unemployment forcing your hand?" Cheng Yan's remark opened the floodgates for Zhao Hui. While preparing the vegetables, she began lamenting the current economic climate, how difficult it was to find work, and the ever-rising cost of living. It seemed that after marriage, complaints multiplied, and people became the very embodiment of what they loathed. Cheng Yan paid little heed to her words, merely smiling in agreement to avoid an awkward silence. He believed in minimizing the intake of negative energy. Too much of it could infect even the most optimistic of souls. By the time they finished preparing the ingredients, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Cheng Yan hurried to load up his cart. As he was about to leave, Aunt Li cheerfully said, "Xiao Cheng, be sure to come back after your stall closes. I want to make some mung bean soup for you to taste." Cheng Yan waved goodbye as he rode off on his tricycle, assuring her, "All right, I'll return after I finish selling." He traversed the familiar route from earlier. Arriving at his location just as it was 4:30, he noticed that there weren't as many vendors as there had been during lunchtime, as it coincided with elementary school dismissal, and parents were eager to indulge their children. Finally, he found a spot near the West Gate entrance and parked his cart. Just as he began to set up his cooking equipment, he heard someone shout, "Boss, we agreed on 4:30, and you're 37 seconds late." "Yeah, boss. Hurry up. I want 5 servings of fried noodles." "I want 3 servings." "Boss, me too. 3 servings." Cheng Yan, beaming with satisfaction, prepared his food cart, ignited the flame, and began to boil the adjacent stainless steel drum filled with water. Within a minute, the water was bubbling. He observed the growing crowd in front of his stall. Having loyal customers was delightful, even with the midday rush dissipating. His stall had become the most popular one. The vendor next to him mistakenly believed the throng was there for his grilled cold noodles, only to realize they were all waiting for Cheng Yan's fried noodles. What a marvel! How delicious could they be to entice this crowd of university students to return for more even after a midday meal? With a loud whoosh, flames erupted from the pan as Cheng Yan expertly tossed the noodles, the aroma wafting enticingly through the air. The university students displayed impeccable manners, despite the crowd. They formed an orderly line without anyone cutting in. As they watched Cheng Yan skillfully stir-fry the noodles, they couldn't help but express their admiration. Watching the little yellow duck boss fry noodles is truly a pleasure. With those skills, I could practice for 10 years and never master it. Exactly. And have you noticed? The little yellow duck boss keeps his cart exceptionally clean. All the grease from lunch has been scrubbed away. Clearly, he has someone who values hygiene. Cheng Yan had become affectionately known as the little yellow duck boss due to the design of his food cart. Hygiene had become a primary concern for everyone. Once someone mentioned it, a lively discussion ensued. To be honest, among all the stalls here, the only one I see wearing a hat and a transparent plastic mask is the little yellow duck boss. He truly pays attention to food safety. That is true. I once found a hair in a bowl of hot, dry noodles at a stall, and it made me sick. As they spoke, the customers at the front received their fried noodles. Those who had already been served walked away with their meal boxes, heads held high. Some mischievously opened their boxes to share with friends waiting in line, exclaiming, "Wow, this fried noodle smells amazing." What a pity for those who came late. Greasy yet not overly so, the dish was a feast for the senses, complemented by ham, eggs, and bok choy. One bite unleashed a burst of flavor. "Boss, speed it up. Boss, I can't wait any longer, or I'll be tempted to cry." Hey, boss, why don't you skip the packing? Those in front of us. Let us be considerate. When the boss finishes packing, we can grab our disposable chopsticks ourselves. Let us give our fellow brothers a chance. Cheng Yan couldn't help but chuckle. These university students were quite the characters. Remarkably, those at the front genuinely took the initiative to pack their own meals, understanding that today they were early. But tomorrow, who knew who would be first? Facilitating others also benefited oneself. Cheng Yan, not one to be overly fussy, pointed to the condiments. Chopped green onions, cilantro, and chili oil are all at the front. Feel free to add as you please. I want to fuss over those details. Boss, stop talking. Boss, can you take this more seriously? If the production team donkey were as slow as you, it would be in trouble. Exactly. Boss, hurry up. Chapter 8. Shun Jingshu. Don't steal my fried instant noodles, Jingshu. Do not fret too much. The change of chefs will undoubtedly lead to a loss of many regular customers. However, once the new chef captures the taste buds of new patrons, things will gradually improve. For now, just relax and enjoy your food and drink. I'm already on my way to the university to cheer you up. After hanging up the phone, Suyu, dressed in a casual shirt and jeans, made her way towards the west gate of Jiangxing Normal University. As a counselor at the university, she shared a close bond with Shun Jingshu, her classmate and confidant. Following their graduation, she pursued further studies while Jingshu returned home to manage the family business. 3 years had passed, and while Suyu had successfully remained at the university as a counselor and continued her studies, her thoughts were occupied with her friend. Approaching the west gate, a tantalizing aroma wafted into Suyu's nostrils. Upon reaching the gate, she noticed a long queue in front of a food cart featuring a small yellow duck. It appeared that no fewer than 20 people were lined up. The queue snaked along the street, while other stalls nearby were sparsely populated. The delightful scent emanated from the little yellow duck food cart, piquing Suyu's curiosity. She inquired about the cart and learned that it sold fried instant noodles. A wave of disappointment washed over her. At 27, her metabolism had slowed, and she was conscious that indulging in such oily fare could lead to unwanted weight gain. Boss, it smells heavenly. You made me weep with joy. Suyu overheard the enthusiastic praises. Just as she was about to leave, she patted the shoulder of the student in front of her. The young man, initially annoyed, turned to find a beautiful woman smiling at him, and his expression brightened instantly. What's up, classmate? Suyu, a newly appointed counselor, was unfamiliar to many students. She pointed towards the cart and asked, "Is this fried instant noodles really that good?" The young man replied earnestly, "Please remove the really and the question mark, and replace good with incredibly delicious. The fried instant noodles from the little yellow duck are extraordinarily scrumptious. So much so that it's impossible to describe just how good they are without using a foul word." Intrigued, Suyu contemplated indulging herself. Perhaps she could bring back 2 servings, one for herself and one for Jingshu. She hoped the delicious noodles would brighten her friend's spirits. At 5:30, Suyu finally reached the front of the line. Cheng Yan, the chef, observed the customer before him. With an attractive oval face adorned with a charming 4-leaf clover earring and a playful gleam in her eyes, Suyu radiated vivacity. "Hello, how many servings would you like?" "2, please," Suyu replied cheerfully, her voice bright and clear. Cheng Yan nodded, indicating the prices on the board. "Just scan to pay and wait over there to collect your order." Behind her, students eagerly exclaimed, "Boss, I want 5 servings." "Boss, I'll take 3. Cheng Yan responded with a hearty acknowledgement, beginning to prepare the fried noodles. Suyu was taken aback by the sheer amount some were ordering. "Wow, can anyone eat that much? It's so greasy. Surely 2 servings is the most anyone could manage," she thought, stealing glances at Cheng Yan. Though his duck cap obscured his hairstyle, the shadow cast over his face highlighted his clear, determined eyes. He wore a mask that accentuated his defined jawline. What a handsome young man, Suyu mused internally. With exceptional culinary skills, Cheng Yan cooked the fried noodles with rhythm and flair. Suyu found herself entranced, realizing that watching someone cook could be quite therapeutic. "Here are your 2 servings," Cheng Yan said, noticing Suyu's hesitation. He began to pack them for her. "Do you want green onions, cilantro, and chili?" "Ah." Suyu snapped back to reality. "Yes, please. I can do it myself." She hurriedly prepared the condiments, while Cheng Yan expertly packed the noodles. Once she was done, she lifted the plastic bag and glanced back at the long line, finding the scene rather amusing. After hailing a cab, Suyu headed straight to the Jiangqing restaurant, reaching her destination 20 minutes later. There, Shun Jingshu awaited her at the entrance, dressed in black slacks and a light purple long-sleeve shirt, her hair neatly styled, and high heels accentuating her stature. Her arms were crossed, and a frown lingered on her brow, reflecting her recent troubles. After exiting the car, Suyu quickly approached her friend and embraced her. "Jingshu, look what I brought you." Shin Jingshu glanced at the takeout box and chuckled softly. "My family runs a restaurant. I can pay for a meal. That's different." Suyu replied, wrapping her arms around Shun Jingshu's. Standing at 1.6 meters next to her 1.7 meter friend in heels, she resembled a small bird beside a tall tree. "I waited in line for over half an hour to get this for you. You have no idea how many people were ahead of me. Next time, I'll drag you along so you can see how much effort I put in." Shun Jingshu, with a hint of affection, said, "All right, thank you, my beautiful Su." They entered the office, and as Suyu opened the takeout box, a delightful aroma enveloped them. Jingshu's taste buds awakened, but upon seeing the fried noodles, she hesitated. "Yeah, isn't this a bit too oily for dinner? Sometimes you have to indulge." Suyu insisted, handing her a pair of chopsticks. "Quickly try it. I've heard so many students rave about these fried noodles. I'm not waiting for you. I'm diving in." With that, Suyu took a mouthful of the fried noodles. "Oh my goodness," she exclaimed, chewing with delight. "Can fried instant noodles really taste this good? Jingshu, you must try it. It's unbelievably delicious." Her enthusiasm was contagious, and Shun Jingshu initially suspected her friend was merely exaggerating. All right, I'll eat, but just a small portion. You finish the rest," she said, reluctantly agreeing. After savoring the first bite, Suyu, her mouth full, exclaimed, "This is just too good. I could eat more than one serving." Jingshu, intrigued, cautiously took a few strands of noodles and slowly tasted them. The rich oiliness mingled beautifully with the flavors of the accompanying ingredients, instantly lifting her spirits. All her worries faded away as she focused solely on enjoying the meal. "See? I told you I wasn't lying." Suyu beamed. Jingshu nodded in agreement. Indeed, this chef has remarkable skill. The noodles are perfectly cooked and not overly greasy, and the ingredients complement each other beautifully. As she stirred the noodles, revealing the bottom of the bowl, she remarked, "Look, no oil left at the bottom." This chef truly masters the art of frying instant noodles, balancing heat, oil, and noodle doneness so flawlessly. It's true. Every profession has its experts. Even fried noodles can be crafted to perfection. Just then, Suyu attempted to take some of Jingshu's noodles, prompting her to quickly protect her portion. "Hey, why are you taking mine when you have your own? You said you'd only have a small portion." Suyu pointed at the noodles Jingshu had already consumed, whispering, "Look, you've already eaten some. The rest is mine." Jingshu's face flushed crimson as she realized she had unknowingly devoured more than she intended. Having always been a bit uptight, she didn't wish to part with her delicious noodles, especially after just saying she would only have a small amount. Caught in a dilemma, Suyu noticed the blush on Jingshu's cheeks and burst into laughter. "Hurry up and eat. I promise I won't steal from you. When you have the time, we can go get some together." "All right," Jingshu conceded with a smile. Shun Jingshu let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the fried instant noodles were preserved. "I'm also quite eager to see if this stall is indeed as popular as you mentioned." Chapter 9, The Lottery. Mastering the art of Baozi, to Cheng Yan. Suyu and Shun Jingshu were merely two among the many patrons of the evening. Such was the simplicity of the matter. Even before the clock struck 7, the sky remained bright, with the sun hanging high in the southwest, its rays dazzling even as dusk approached. Cheng Yan had exhausted all his ingredients once again. When he announced that only 7 portions remained, a chorus of lamentations erupted from the crowd. It was inevitable. The demand was overwhelming. Cheng Yan smiled and declared, "I will return to set up my stall again tomorrow at 10:30. Let us not lose sight of each other." With that, he began tidying up his cart and clearing the litter from ground. This evening, he had brought an ample supply of ingredients, selling a remarkable total of 210 portions. Unlike the fatigue he felt while returning home at noon, he had utilized a fatigue-reducing card. leaving him invigorated and hardly tired. Instead, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. With a modest cost of 3 yuan per portion, excluding labor, Cheng Yan had earned a staggering 2,100 yuan that night, plus over 1,000 from the morning. His life was indeed improving. Earning over 3,000 in a single day made the notion of a conventional job seem trivial. Though his system did not directly generate wealth, it served as a fortunate boon. If he could not live a life of luxury, then establishing a modest stall could suffice to make him a prosperous man. As he rode his bicycle, humming a tune, he envisioned a brighter future. It was April 11th, and he anticipated 20 more days of business by the end of the month. If he continued to earn 3,000 daily, his total earnings for the month would exceed 60,000. What a delightful prospect! Upon arriving home, he found Aunt Li and Zhao Hui sampling a fresh batch of mung bean soup. Hearing his arrival, Aunt Li leaned out from the kitchen. "Xiao, Cheng, come quickly and taste the mung bean soup I prepared." "All right." Cheng Yan dismounted and entered the kitchen. Aunt Li had already ladled a bowl for him. The green mung bean soup appeared thick and luscious. As he took a sip, it was warm and refreshing. Though he found the sweetness somewhat lacking, Aunt Li must have intended to add sugar gradually to achieve the perfect flavor. This beverage did not require extensive technical skill. It relied on timing and effort. While Aunt Li's culinary prowess did not reach the level of a master chef, the soup was nonetheless enjoyable, albeit not astonishing. For most, this was more than adequate. There were no preservatives, just pure mung beans and white sugar, simple and clean. "What do you think?" Aunt Li looked expectantly at Cheng Yan. He smiled. "It's quite good. However, it could use a bit more sweetness." Zhao Hui nodded in agreement, noting that it was indeed a touch bland. Aunt Li promptly grabbed the sugar bag and added more to the pot, stirring it in. Cheng Yan took another sip. The subtle sweetness was now just right, not cloying, yet not too faint, complemented by the flavor of the mung beans. He nodded, satisfied. "This is perfect." Aunt Li, feeling elated, also took a sip. "Not bad. The flavor is just right." Cheng Yan suggested. "The flavor is great, but the thickness is too much. It should be a bit thinner. After all, we eat it with spoons at home, but it needs to be sippable when sold." They needed to purchase disposable cups and straws, along with a sealing machine and a large thermos. By noon, they could fill the sealed mung bean soup into the thermos, adding cold water and ice, ensuring it would stay cool for a long time even at the stall. If Hui Jie set up her stall in the morning, she could position herself near a breakfast vendor outside the elementary school, soaking the thermos in hot water, as warm drinks were preferable in the morning. "You have such a clever mind," Xiao Cheng, Aunt Li remarked, turning to her daughter. "Xiao Hui, let us go find a thermos today. Tomorrow morning, let us wake up early, boil a large pot, and you can accompany Xiao Cheng to the stall at 10:30. Zhao Hui hesitated. "Is that all right?" Aunt Li, feeling anxious, replied, "Aren't we doing all this to help you? Even if you don't want to run a stall long term, it's worth a try. Don't return home just yet, lest you face that trouble again. Stay here with your mother. If it comes to it, we can even consider divorce." "Divorce?" Zhao Hui was taken aback. "But what about our daughter? She is only 3, growing up in a single-parent household. Isn't that detrimental?" Aunt Li countered. "Is it better for her to witness her father abusing her mother? We must take a stand if we want to change our circumstances." Cheng Yan, overhearing, found himself in agreement. Many people complain about their situations, but fail to change due to fear of consequences. However, this was a matter for Aunt Li and her daughter. Cheng Yan silently carried the mung bean soup to the courtyard to enjoy his meal, choosing not to involve himself in their personal matters. After washing up, he lay down on his bed, finding it was only 9 in the evening. Cheng Yan had little in the way of entertainment. With the system now in place, his mind was consumed with thoughts of running a stall. He chuckled at himself for being so focused, yet felt grounded in his pursuits. The system presented him with 2 opportunities for a lottery draw. Cheng Yan eagerly utilized them. "Congratulations! You have received 10 cleaning solutions." Cleaning solution, a powerful agent against oil and grime. Simply spray and wipe with a cloth to instantly cleanse all stains. The system's small rewards proved quite practical. This was precisely what Cheng Yan needed. He currently used detergent and steel wool to clean his food cart. With this cleaning solution, he would save considerable effort. "Congratulations! You have received a premium culinary treasure chest, random. Upon hearing the System S announcement, Cheng Yan sprang up from his bed, excitement lighting up his face. Finally, another treasure chest had arrived. He hurriedly opened it. Congratulations! You have acquired the art of mastering Baozi. In an instant, as he opened the treasure chest, a wealth of Baozi-making techniques flooded into Cheng Yan's mind, meticulously categorized and summarized, allowing him to grasp the craft with ease. He had transformed into a Baozi maestro. With a mere thought, the techniques for crafting various Baozi appear before him. How to fill the dough, how to ensure a thin skin with generous filling, how to control the temperature and timing of steaming, and so forth. The culinary arts of the summer cuisine were indeed profound, revealing the intricacies even within a simple Baozi. Elated, Cheng Yan began to contemplate how to set up his stall. Fried noodles would not sell well in the morning, as college students rarely ate breakfast, let alone venture outside the campus to purchase it. Parents of elementary students typically discouraged their children from indulging in too much fried food, and middle schoolers were often rushed and unable to wait in long lines. The system's mastery of Baozi was perfectly timed to optimize his morning sales. Chapter 10. Zhao Hui. Is selling stalls so profitable? Cheng Yan plans to prepare soup dumplings. These dumplings are perfect for a single bite. Steamed directly on the vehicle in the morning, allowing for simultaneous selling and steaming, provided they are prepped at home. However, time is of the essence, and tomorrow morning will surely be a rush. The days ahead seem promising. After a restful sleep, Cheng Yan rises early to purchase ingredients for stir-fried noodles to sell at noon. Noticing that Zhao Hui is still asleep, he speculates that she might be reluctant to venture out alone in the morning, having previously worked as a teacher and been accustomed to an office environment. Transitioning to a stall requires some adjustment. Cheng Yan is unperturbed. As long as they are earning money, who would shy away from it? He is far more concerned about those ventures that yield no profit, which can be quite a torment at the outset. After collaborating with Aunt Li on the ingredients, Zhao Hui emerges from Aunt Li's bedroom. Cheng Yan has rented 2 rooms, one for storing non-perishable ingredients like dough and eggs, and the other for sleeping, where the mother and daughter are cramped together. At 10 o'clock, Cheng Yan begins loading items onto the small cart. Aunt Li and Zhao Hui also start preparing to load their small tricycle with a thermos and some room-temperature mung bean soup. As they prepare to leave, Zhao Hui hesitates, asking her mother if this is really okay. She glances at Cheng Yan, slightly annoyed that he casually suggested selling at a stall, knowing they might encounter many acquaintances nearby. Feeling shy, she dons a mask and hat, trying to conceal her appearance. Upon arrival, they are greeted by a row of vendors. The two choose a spot along the edge. Before even disembarking, students gather around, playfully teasing Cheng Yan. "Little yellow duck boss, why don't you just fry noodles at the cafeteria window? It would save us the trouble of running back and forth. Boss, you're a minute early today. I love it. Hurry up, I'll help you get set up. I want 4 servings. I even brought my roommate to support you." Cheng Yan welcomes their assistance, smiling as he says, "All right, I'll start frying now. Everyone, please line up. No cutting in line, or I one tea sell to you." The students cheerfully comply. Appreciating the principal boss, Cheng Yan chuckles, tossing 5 dough pieces into the boiling stainless steel pot while heating oil to prepare the ingredients. Zhao Hui is taken aback as a long queue forms in front of Cheng Yan's stall. Are students really this fond of stir-fried noodles? Everyone gathers around, oblivious to what she is selling. Zhao Hui feels a sense of relief, placing her room-temperature mung bean soup at the front of her tricycle. Just then, a student who finished buying noodles approaches and asks, "Sister, are you selling mung bean soup?" "Yes," Zhao Hui replies softly, awkwardly adding, "It's 5 yuan a cup. There's chilled soup in the thermos and room temperature in the box." The student grins, exclaiming, "Perfect. I won't have to buy cola on my way back." "Boss, I'll take 2 cups of the chilled version. If it's good, I'll come back for more." Stunned, Zhao Hui smiles as she retrieves 2 chilled cups from the thermos. The sound of 10 yuan arriving via WeChat is particularly delightful to her ears. She had calculated with her mother that the cost of 1 cup, including the straw and cup, was less than 1 yuan. In just a few seconds, she earned over 8 yuan. What job offers such rewards? Observing Cheng Yan skillfully managing the frying noodles, Zhao Hui feels a newfound admiration and gratitude for him. Cheng Yan could easily have claimed the profits from the mung bean soup. He could even purchase beverages in bulk to make a profit. Yet, he has chosen to forego that gain. In truth, Zhao Hui misunderstands. Although Cheng Yan is relinquishing profits, his intention is to develop top-tier culinary skills for beverages, thus enhancing the reputation of his stall. Once customers become accustomed to the quality of his offerings, they will eagerly return, even if he were to serve something less appealing. This is the essence of brand effect. Sister, I'd like a cup of chilled mung bean soup too. Zhao Hui snaps back to reality, hastily handing over a cup. Not every customer visiting Cheng Yan's stall will purchase from her, but compared to other stalls, her customer flow is already considerable. Payment is swift and seamless. As she sells, Zhao Hui keeps an eye on the remaining cups in the ice bucket. When half are left, she replenishes with room-temperature soup to chill further. On a hot day, mung bean soup has a natural advantage, providing a healthier and more refreshing alternative to sugary drinks. Before it even approaches 11:30, Zhao Hui notices only 2 cups left in the thermos. She has sold nearly all of her 100 cups, earning around 400 yuan in just an hour. Once again, she's astonished by the customer influx Cheng Yan has brought. After a moment's thought, she reserves 1 cup for herself and approaches Cheng Yan, seizing the opportunity while he prepares ingredients. Cheng Yan, there's 1 cup left. It's for you. Also, thank you. Cheng Yan glances at Zhao Hui. While she may not be classically beautiful, she possesses a certain allure, enhanced by her subtle makeup, making her an attractive woman. One wonders how her husband can bear to let such a beautiful wife go. No need to be polite. Anli takes good care of me. He replies, you should head back. Don't stay in the sun. I'll wait for you. Zhao Hui shakes her head, feeling that Cheng Yan is a reliable younger brother, aware of boundaries. Having helped her immensely, she closes the thermos, marking sold out on the small whiteboard, and sits by the roadside, playing on her phone while waiting for Cheng Yan. Occasionally, she glances at his back, reflecting on how Cheng Yan truly differed from the current generation, hard-working, resilient, and possessing exceptional culinary skills. Having earned 400 yuan, Cheng Yan must have made at least 800 himself that morning. Handsome, capable of earning, he is indeed a remarkable eligible bachelor. At 11:50, Suyu, meeting Shun Jingshu at Jiangxing Normal University, exclaims, oh no, we'll definitely face a long queue if we go now. I'm so sorry, Jingshu. The school called an emergency meeting and it nearly drove me mad. Let us hurry. Suyu pulls Shun Jingshu along, both women favoring high-heeled shoes. Their heels click against the pavement, and their attractive appearances, one charming and playful, the other striking and elegant, draw the attention of many students and faculty. Yet, why are these two rushing so hastily? Chapter 11. Cheng Yan bids farewell to Shunjing Shu Jiangxing Normal University does not permit vehicles that are not affiliated with the institution to enter the campus. Shunjing Shu, feeling helpless, was being dragged along by Suyu, her long legs moving swiftly. Approaching noon, Suyu successfully guided Shunjing Shu to the nearby west gate of the university. Both women panted heavily, their chests rising and falling. Suyu glanced over at the familiar little yellow duck stall, relieved to see that the queue was not long this time. Jingshu, you probably won't endure the hardships I faced yesterday, she said, slowing her pace. Shun Jingshu looked at her friend with a mix of resignation and admiration. If one were to comment on Suyu's stamina, it was hard to forget how she had struggled during college fitness tests. Yet, it was equally impressive that she could sprint in high heels for 7 minutes. The aroma of fried instant noodles wafted through the air, piquing Shun Jingshu's interest in the stall. Upon reaching the entrance, Suyu noticed students entering with boxes of fried noodles and cheerfully remarked, "Look, many people love this stall's fried noodles. Let's hurry." However, one student overheard them and sighed, "Don't bother going. The owner has sold out and is heading home. I only managed to get the last 2 portions. If you go, it will be in vain. You might as well wait until tomorrow at 10:30. With that, the student left in disappointment, having planned to share the noodles with a friend but only securing a meager 2 portions. How infuriating! 1 portion each isn't enough, exclaimed Suyu, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could they sell out so quickly? I should suggest to the school that students eat less fried noodles. Shinjing Shu felt a tinge of regret as she suggested, "Let us go to my family's restaurant instead. We could try the new dishes developed by our chef. Su sighed but relented. All right, fine. As they exited the west gate, Shunjing Shu caught a glimpse of the little yellow duck stall, where the vendor was bent over, tidying up the litter. She felt an uncanny familiarity with the figure, yet the cap obscured the person's features. Dismissing the thought, Shunjing Shu opened the car door and drove away with Suyu. Cheng Yan, what are you staring at so intently? Zhao Hui returned from disposing of trash and placed the bin in front of Cheng Yan, who was gazing towards the west gate with a puzzled expression. Cheng Yan snapped back to reality. Nothing, just thought I saw someone familiar. Familiar indeed. They knew each other quite well. Reflecting on that night and the tantalizing fragments that lingered in her memory, Cheng Yan felt a wave of heat wash over her. What brings her to Jiangxing Normal University? Is she a teacher here? The thought of the 1,000 yuan hush money made Cheng Yan chuckle. Having declared that they would not interfere with each other's lives after leaving that hotel room, she decided it was best not to dwell on it or create any trouble for either of them. Although the woman's beauty was unparalleled, Cheng Yan was no sycophant. It was clear the woman wished to avoid any entanglements. Once the area was tidy, Zhao Hui retrieved the untouched cup of mung bean soup Cheng Yan had neglected and handed it to her with a straw. Drink this to cool off. I saw you working so hard over there that sparks were flying from the spatula. You must be exhausted. After taking the soup, Cheng Yan smiled and replied, Thanks, but I can manage on my own. Oh, come on. Zhao Hui said gently. You're shy now? You call me Sister Hui every day, yet you act like I'm some stranger. Afraid of being seen without a girl confessing her feelings for you? Sister Hui, please stop teasing me, Cheng Yan said with a wry smile. I've never had a partner. I am quite shy. Zhao Hui chuckled, and they both returned home. Before they entered, the enticing aroma of food enveloped Cheng Yan, igniting her hunger. Upon entering, she was greeted by a table laden with dishes, while Aunt Lee continued to bring out more plates from the kitchen. Aunt Lee, this is quite a feast. I could smell the delicious food from outside, Cheng Yan exclaimed with delight. Aunt Lee wiped her hands on her apron and urged, You two should wash up quickly. Dinner is ready. Turning to her daughter, she asked, Zhao Hui, how did the stall fare today? Zhao Hui beamed with joy. Thanks to Cheng Yan, I sold all 100 cups and made 400 yuan. That's wonderful, Aunt Lee replied, her face lighting up, relieved that her daughter's financial troubles were alleviated. Relying solely on her part-time work to cover rent was not sustainable. The three gathered around the dining table. Cheng Yan, ravenous, devoured 2 bowls of rice along with a generous helping of dishes, causing Zhao Hui and Aunt Lee to laugh heartily. You look utterly exhausted, they remarked. After the meal, Cheng Yan exchanged greetings with the mother and daughter before retreating to her room. She wasn't particularly tired, just starving. Having used a fatigue-eliminating card that morning, she felt invigorated enough to handle 1,000 portions without weariness. Standing before the mirror, she flexed her biceps, wondering if her muscles appeared more defined and robust, though she couldn't be certain if it was merely an illusion. Lying in bed, Cheng Yan decided not to rush into using the 2 lottery chances she had acquired that day. It was said that 10 consecutive draws yielded better results, so she planned to save up for that. Reflecting on her recent experiences at the stall, she mused, the medium-sized food card is still too small. The ingredients it carries are only sufficient for around 200 portions. Once I earn some more money, I will upgrade to a larger card. Her dream was to acquire a spacious food cart with 4 wheels, akin to a small vehicle, featuring a window, ample space, and even air conditioning to ensure comfort. However, such a cart would cost no less than 20,000 yuan. Having made just over 5,000 yuan from her stall, she was close to reaching 10,000 with her savings. It was essential to take it step by step. First, a larger electric tricycle, then a 4-wheeled food cart. Cheng Yan fantasized about becoming the wealthiest in Jiangxing through her entrepreneurial endeavors, fully aware of the improbability, yet indulging in the daydream. At 2 in the afternoon, Cheng Yan rose from bed and took Aunt Lee's small tricycle to purchase ingredients and mung beans. Upon her return, Aunt Lee was surprised to see her carrying 2 bags of flour. Xiao Cheng, why did you buy more flour? We have enough at home. Cheng Yan chuckled. I usually rest in the mornings, but I plan to sell buns starting tomorrow. In the afternoon and evening, I will sell fried noodles. Once I upgrade to a bigger cart, I can sell both buns and fried noodles simultaneously. Aunt Lee laughed. You never seem to want to rest. You're always on the go. Cheng Yan smiled. I cannot let this golden opportunity slip away. After unloading the ingredients for the evening, she planned to knead the dough and prepare the fillings overnight. The next morning, she would rise early to wrap the buns, then head to Jiangxingno, to primary school to sell them, meticulously scheduling her time. Chapter 12. Behold, freshly steamed buns have just emerged from the steamer. Today, Cheng Yan set out at 4 o'clock to prepare his stall, returning precisely at 6:15. He hastily had a simple dinner. Pouring flour into his newly acquired large mixing bowl, he acknowledged that the art of kneading dough is indeed a scholarly pursuit under the guidance of exceptional culinary skills. Many people find that their steamed buns lack the whiteness and softness characteristic of those sold commercially. This is intrinsically linked to the choice of flour, the kneading process, and fermentation techniques. Aunt Lee observed Cheng Yan rolling up his sleeves and vigorously working the dough, wishing to assist him, but he politely declined her offer. Aunt Lee, why don't you have a chat with Sister Hui? I can manage this on my own. If you wish to help, could you please prepare the chives and chop the pork and tofu? On his first day making soup dumplings, Cheng Yan had prepared 3 types of fillings: tofu, pork with scallions, and chives with eggs. The pork was processed with a machine, requiring only a few chops. The tofu needed to be mashed, but the most laborious task was dealing with the chives. By 7 o'clock, with the dough well kneaded, Cheng Yan covered it with a lid and placed 2 bricks on top, setting it aside to rise naturally. In mid-April, the temperature in Jiangxing hovered around 15 degrees in the evening, which was adequate for the dough to rise. With the initial preparations complete, he proceeded to the kitchen, setting up a large wok to begin preparing the fillings. When 3 large bowls of filling were ready, Aunt Lee and Zhao Hui, drawn by the enticing aroma, exclaimed, "This smells wonderful. Xiao Cheng, I didn't realize you were such a skilled dumpling maker. Who did you learn from?" Cheng Yan touched his nose, reflecting on his upbringing in an orphanage and his subsequent independence as an adult, relying on government subsidies and scholarships to pursue his education. He had always juggled part-time jobs alongside his studies. He couldn't claim to have learned from his parents, as he had no idea where to find them. "I figured out on my own. After a while, I just learned." Aunt Lee looked puzzled. "I thought your mother taught you. By the way, why have you never mentioned your parents?" "I grew up in an orphanage," Cheng Yan replied candidly. Were it not for his circumstances, he might never have encountered this system at all. Aunt Lee and Zhao Hui fell silent, both contemplating the need to look out for Cheng Yan, a child without parents who had to fend for himself, unaware if he had enough clothing for the changing seasons. Sensing the somber atmosphere, Cheng Yan chuckled. As a child, he often stood at the orphanage gate, contemplating when his parents would come and take him home. Eventually, he stopped wondering, realizing he was doing just fine on his own. After all, one person could eat enough to sustain the family. The children from the welfare institution were not lacking in anything. The following day at 4 in the morning, the sky outside remained dark. Cheng Yan entered a storage room filled with ingredients and began to prepare the soup dumplings. Within a few minutes, Aunt Lee knocked on the door and entered, smiling. "Xiao Cheng, I will start boiling the mung bean paste and then come help you." "Great. From today onward, I will pay you 100 yuan a day. I cannot have you helping out for just 50. I want to accept that." Only rapidly, firmly. "We agreed on 50, and it will remain 50. After learning about Cheng Yan's lack of parents, she was determined not to profit from him. Having Zhao Hui assist with selling mung bean paste was already a concession. She did not wish to be a petty person who exploited kindness. Before long, Zhao Hui also arrived. The 3 of them gathered around a large cutting board. Zhao Hui was responsible for rolling the dough into strips, while Aunt Lee cut and flattened them into thin skins. Cheng Yan stood by the fillings, expertly wrapping the dumplings. He had purchased 16 bamboo steamers, each holding 10 dumplings, priced at 10 yuan per steamer. Given that pork prices sometimes rivaled the cost of vegetables, he balanced the pricing accordingly. Once all 16 steamers were prepared, Cheng Yan placed the dough and fillings on his cart, ready to steam and sell simultaneously to preserve the flavor. At 6:30, Cheng Yan and Zhao Hui made their way to the entrance of the nearby primary school. The school was closer, just a 5-minute walk away. At that moment, the vicinity was still empty, and they secured a prime location, awaiting the arrival of customers. As 7 o'clock approached, parents began to drop off their children, and the number of stalls increased. A nearby aunt smiled and remarked, "Young man, are you selling buns?" The vendors who used to sell buns here have all moved on. Nowadays, children prefer pancakes and various other snacks. You should find a spot near a large building. Working folks still enjoy buns. Cheng Yan chuckled softly, refraining from engaging her further. Zhao Hui, initially hopeful for a bustling day of sales, sighed as she observed the crowds at other stalls compared to their own. At 7:15, the foot traffic increased. Teachers heading to work glanced at the other stalls before stopping at Cheng Yan's. What fillings do your buns have? One inquired. Cheng Yan replied, we have tofu, pork with scallions, and chives with eggs. The teacher nodded. I'll take a steamer of tofu buns, please. Concerned about lingering flavors from the pork and chives, she opted for the tofu. Cheng Yan packed the buns into a plastic bag and handed her a pair of disposable chopsticks. The teacher also grabbed a cup of warm mung bean paste before hurriedly leaving. Cheng Yan noted an increase in his points. It seemed he earned 1 point for each steamer sold. With an empty steamer available, he began to wrap more buns and place them atop the stack to steam. The fire remained lit, keeping the buns warm, ensuring they wouldn't cool off. Meanwhile, the teacher hurried to the office, clutching her buns and exclaiming, oh no, I have to inspect the safety of the hallway. It's almost 7:30. I need to eat quickly. Her colleagues chuckled at her urgency. In today's world, children are precious, and teachers not only must conduct classes, but also supervise hallways to ensure children's safety, lest parents raise concerns. The female teacher settled at her desk, picked up her chopsticks, and took a bite of a bun. Oh, the aroma of the tofu surged to her senses. Delicious. She gazed at the gleaming buns in her bag, placing the half-eaten dumpling before her. The tofu, paired with the accompanying ingredients, released a vibrant sauce that nearly dripped. The tender tofu mingled with a hint of spice, a perfect match. The delicate, snow-white skin was so thin that she feared her chopsticks might break it, causing the filling to spill out. The essence of the filling seeped through the thin layer, imbuing the bun with a warm, inviting hue. Truly, the buns were an embodiment of thin skin and generous filling. The exposed dumplings radiated warmth, their fragrant aroma wafting into her nostrils. These buns are incredible, she exclaimed, devouring the remaining half in one swift motion, her palate and spirit thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 13. Thin skin, generous filling. This individual has certainly captured the attention of the parents. Mr. Liu, where did you purchase these buns? They smell so delightful. A fellow teacher, also on duty, approached Mr. Liu's desk. Looking at the few buns remaining, Mr. Liu pondered before responding, I bought them at the little yellow duck food cart right by the school gate. Would you like to try some? I'm tempted to go buy a couple more batches. They also have chive vegetarian and pork with scallions that I haven't sampled yet. The other teachers erupted into laughter, and upon tasting the buns, they were instantly invigorated. These buns are exquisite. The flavor is remarkable. They are the best soup dumplings I have ever had. Quickly, let's all go buy some. One teacher lamented, but we have to watch the students in the hallway. If we all leave, who will supervise them? The principal and parents will definitely hold us accountable if anything happens. Mr. Liu suggested, how about you keep an eye on my hallway while I step out to buy a bit more? Sure, I'll take a batch of tofu. I want the pork and scallions. Mr. Liu, please give me 3 batches of buns. I want all 3 fillings. Mr. Du, you certainly have quite the appetite. Mr. Liu quickly jotted down the orders on his phone and hurried outside the school gates. As Mr. Cheng's stall began to attract a few customers, there were parents handing snacks to their children before letting them head off to school. The foot traffic was still sparse. The lady selling pancakes next door chuckled. You see, at the elementary school gate, only the savory pancakes and stuffed pancakes sell well. Your buns are mostly forced upon the kids by their parents. Some children even refuse to eat them. Zhao Hui sighed at the stall. While her mung bean soup had some buyers, the sales were significantly lower compared to the previous day. Mr. Cheng chuckled softly. When he first started selling fried instant noodles, the crowd was also thin. But once the aroma of his buns spread through word of mouth, he feared his 16 steamers wouldn't suffice. Just then, he spotted the hurried female teacher from earlier rushing back to his stall. Upon reaching him, she smiled, Boss, I'd like 4 batches of tofu filling, 5 batches of pork with scallions, and 3 batches of chive and egg. They're all 10 yuan each, right? That totals 120. I'll transfer the money now. Sounds good. Mr. Cheng grabbed a plastic bag and began to pack the buns one by one. Once finished, he cheerfully remarked, "I'll wrap 3 pairs of chopsticks with the pork and scallion buns, 2 pairs with the tofu, and 1 pair with the chive. Additionally, here are 6 extra pairs of chopsticks. Remember this. Don't mix them up when you get to school." Mr. Liu was touched by Mr. Cheng's attentiveness and laughed. "No need for the extra 6 pairs. Those are for 4 teachers. What's there to worry about? Just take a bite, and you'll know the filling. I'm off now. Take care, and come back if you enjoy them." Mr. Liu smiled and, out of the corner of his eye, noticed Zhao Hui next door. She took the opportunity to grab 4 cups of mung bean soup. After bidding farewell to Mr. Liu, Mr. Cheng continued preparing buns to replenish the 12 batches he just sold. The lady next door exclaimed in surprise, "Incredible. You've sold so many so quickly." The cost of each batch of buns for Mr. Cheng was just over a yuan, and within this brief period, he had already earned over 100 yuan in profit, much quicker than the earnings from pancakes. The lady typically sold only 30 pancakes in the morning, which, while costly, didn't amount to as much as Mr. Cheng's sales. On average, each pancake with fillings was sold for 7 yuan, yielding just over 200 yuan in profit from 30 pancakes. By 7:30, the number of parents dropping off their children increased significantly, and other stalls began to experience peak times as well. Some anxious parents, noticing Mr. Cheng's stall was relatively quiet, inquired about the fillings and promptly purchased buns for their children. As the steamers opened before them, the translucent bun skins revealed the sumptuous fillings within, with a fragrant steam wafting into the air, enticing the parents' taste buds. Yet, while they relished the buns, it did not guarantee their children would share the same enthusiasm. One child wailed, "Mom, I don't want buns. I want savory pancakes." "Forget the savory pancakes. You must eat the buns. They're much cleaner." "What?" As the buns were offered, the parent picked up a pair of chopsticks and resignedly said, "Just try it. It's really delicious." She first fed her child a bun and then took one for herself. When she bit into the bun, the filling glistened enticingly, the pork being tender rather than a solid mass, clearly not the kind of mass-produced frozen buns. The aroma of the scallions masked the richness of the pork, and the blend of seasonings mixed with the meat was slightly hot, yet extraordinarily flavorful. "Delicious." The mother took another. The child, who had previously refused to eat, suddenly begged for another bun after tasting one. However, the mother was already too preoccupied with her own. When the child saw her devour the last bun, he burst into tears. "Wah, I want a bun." "Mom, you ate all my buns. You owe me a bun, wah." The mother smiled awkwardly and called to Mr. Cheng. "Boss, give me 2 batches of everything." Mr. Cheng glanced at his steamers. He had been continuously steaming the buns, and each batch took about 8 minutes to cook thoroughly. He quickly prepared the order for the mother and child. After sending them off, parents buying pancakes for their children witnessed the previous mother and child situation and began calling out, "Boss, give me a batch of pork." "Boss, I want a batch of chive and egg." "Tofu, please give me a batch." The lady selling pancakes looked alarmed and frowned. "I've already prepared the pancake batter. I can't refund you." One parent chuckled, "No worries, just make it. The child can eat pancakes. I'll take buns home for dinner." Mr. Cheng was busy preparing as everyone gathered around him, watching him roll out the dough thinly while generously filling the buns. "Boss, this is what we call a proper thin skin and generous filling. Your technique is impressive, rivaling my mother's." "Rivaling my mother? If your mother had your skills, I'd say it didn't come from mere practice." Mr. Cheng listened to the compliments while diligently crafting the buns. Appreciative of their admiration, he felt a responsibility to meet their expectations. One parent, having tasted a bun, gave a thumbs up. "This is fantastic. Will you be here tomorrow? I'll buy some to take home for my family." The child looked up. "Daddy, I want to eat buns too." The parent frowned. "What buns? Be good. Just eat the pancakes." The child began to cry. "I don't want pancakes anymore. I only want buns." The pancake lady's heart shattered. She never anticipated that the young man selling soup dumplings would capture not the students, but the parents. After sending off this wave of customers, it was nearly 8 o'clock. The flow of people at the school gate began to dwindle. Additionally, Mr. Cheng's steaming pace was slightly slower, even though he was continuously steaming. A sudden influx of customers would still require an 8-minute wait. Parents running late were unlikely to wait around. Zhao Hui's smile grew broader. With Mr. Cheng's stall bustling and the buns being perceived as somewhat dry. Nearly everyone opted to purchase a cup of mung bean soup as well. By the end of the morning, she had sold over 80 cups of mung bean soup. Though it may not have sold as much as yesterday, it is still morning, and I've already earned over 300 yuan. My mood for the entire day has improved. This is all thanks to Cheng Yan. Chapter 14. Hao's mother Cheng Yan glanced at the nearly empty trays. Only 6 baskets of buns remained. Upon checking his points, he noted an addition of 116 points, indicating he had sold 116 baskets of buns that morning. His chances of a lottery draw increased from 2 to 3, bringing him a step closer to a 10 consecutive draw, along with a profit exceeding 1,000. Cheng Yan smiled at Zhao Hui next door and said, "Sister Hui, let us at home by 8. The students have finished school, and we need to prepare for our trip to Jiangshi." "All right, let us hurry." Zhao Hui, who initially hesitated about setting up a stall, was now quite eager, even pondering why she hadn't tea-started earlier. Selling at a stall was indeed exhilarating. Suddenly, a black Mercedes-Benz Maybach pulled up at the school gate. Cheng Yan couldn't help but glance a little longer. After all, what man did not appreciate such a car? The driver's side door opened, revealing a young woman in a brown dress with straps, her hair pinned up with a sharp clip. In her haste, she wore no jacket, exposing her smooth shoulders and delicate collarbone. She rushed to the back seat, grabbing her son and heading toward the school. Catching sight of the bun stall, "Boss, do you have any ready?" she asked urgently. "Yes," Cheng Yan replied loudly. Upon hearing this, she hurried over with her child. A pleasant aroma wafted by as she glanced at the small whiteboard displaying the menu. "Boss, I want." "Mom, I don't want buns. I want a jianbing guozi. Hulin had one yesterday, and it was delicious. I want a bite, but she wouldn't share." The mother frowned, saying seriously, How? Look at the time. If you don't go in soon, you'll be late for class. Besides, making jianbing doesn't take long. Can we have that tomorrow?" Cheng Yan, overhearing, thought to himself, so she's indeed Hao's mother. Hao muttered, "It's not my fault you slept in." Upon hearing this, the mother appeared displeased, but she did acknowledge her tardiness today. With an awkward smile, she said, "Boss, I'll have a basket of pork and scallion." Cheng Yan promptly packaged it for her. She handed it to her son and then bought a cup of mung bean paste from Zhao Hui. Rushing with her child toward the school entrance, she visibly relaxed once she saw her son enter the building. She strolled leisurely back to Cheng Yan's stall. "Now, give me a basket of tofu and one of chives, please." Cheng Yan replied with a smile, "I'm afraid the tofu is sold out." "How about a basket of pork and a basket of tofu instead?" Hao's mother nodded. "That works." Cheng Yan prepared it for her. After acquiring a cup of mung bean paste, she wasted no time and stood beside the stall to enjoy her meal. She was beautiful, her features radiating a gentle elegance typical of a refined woman. Yet her well-maintained appearance made her appear no different from a girl in her early 20s. Her playful demeanor added charm to her conversation. Without using chopsticks, she held the bun bag to her mouth. With one bite, the juices and filling burst forth, enveloping her palate with flavor. She was taken aback and turned to Cheng Yan, swallowing before exclaiming, "These buns are exquisite, even better than those made by my family's nanny." Thankfully, she is on leave visiting her grandson. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the pleasure of these buns today. Cheng Yan smiled. "I'm glad you enjoy them. Maybe you could recommend some customers to me." "Absolutely." Hao's mother was quite chatty, her voice melodious as she continued to converse while eating. "Will you be sitting up again tomorrow?" "Yes." "Can I reserve 5 baskets?" "Sorry, I can't take reservations for this small business." Hao's mother felt disappointed. "I wonder if I can wake up early enough tomorrow to buy some. The tofu filling is already sold out today. By the way, you're quite young. What made you decide to sell buns?" "After my last company went bankrupt, I couldn't find work, so I thought about setting up a stall. I just want to earn some money." "I see." Hao's mother nodded in understanding. She took a sip of her mung bean paste, holding the remaining buns in her hand. "I must take my leave now. I'll come back for your buns tomorrow." "All right, drive safely," Cheng Yan replied as he watched her close the door of the Maybach and drive away. Zhao Hui, noticing Cheng Yan's lingering gaze on the car, chuckled. Hao's mother is indeed very beautiful. I suppose young men like you are quite fond of her type?" Cheng Yan, amused, replied, "Sister, I'm not looking at Hao's mother. I'm looking at the car." "Huh?" Zhao Hui didn't understand that for men, A car could be more appealing than a beautiful woman. She laughed. Well, you better keep up with your stall. Who knows? You might be able to buy one in the future. Cheng Yan pondered this. Currently, he earned about 6,000 a day, totaling around 180,000 a month. The cheapest Maybach, including taxes and fees, would still cost over $1 million. With some financial discipline over a year, he could indeed afford it. Moreover, as he unlocked more top-tier culinary skills, earning 10,000 in a day might not be impossible. The two returned home. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhao Hui noticed a black Volkswagen La Vida parked outside her home, and the license plate sent a shiver down her spine. The front door loomed before her like a portal to hell. Cheng Yan noticed her distress and asked, "What's wrong?" "That's my husband's car. He must have come with my father-in-law today. Ever since he lost an arm, he can't drive anymore. It's either me or my father-in-law who drives. They come to pick me up." Cheng Yan realized, "No wonder you look frightened. It seems your in-laws are here." He said solemnly, "Why don't you ride somewhere else to hide? I can head back first." Zhao Hui nodded, turning her tricycle around. Once she turned a corner and was out of sight, Cheng Yan dismounted, opened the door, and rode inside. In Aunt Lee's room, a man with an amputated arm and an elderly man with graying hair stood in the living room. Aunt Lee sat alone in a chair, her expression grim. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Hui's husband glanced into the courtyard, spotted Cheng Yan, and erupted in anger. "Mom, I'm not divorced from Zhao Hui yet. Is it appropriate for you to let another man stay here? I could sue and make Zhao Hui the one at fault." Aunt Lee, furious, rose to her feet, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? My daughter is innocent. This is just a tenant. If it weren't for your laziness, why need to rent out the house to make ends meet?" Zhao Hui's husband retorted, "Then, Mom, what about the rent? Hand it over. I'm here now." Cheng Yan, busy tidying up the food cart in the courtyard, found their conversation absurd. This man was truly insatiable, draining his wife's resources and now even trying to siphon off Aunt Lee's. Aunt Lee naturally refused to give him any money. Zhao Hui's husband then rushed out, using his remaining arm to grab Cheng Yan's. "This house belongs to my family. If you don't pay rent, you must leave. You can't stay here." Chapter 15. Competitors? "Are you out of your mind, Du Zai?" Aunt Lee, upon seeing her son-in-law leave, seized Cheng Yan and prevented him from handling the food cart. She immediately became anxious and rushed out to confront her son-in-law. Du Zai, with a stern voice, retorted, "Didn't you just say that renting out the house was to support our family? Have you changed your mind? Hurry up. Make him hand over the rent." Cheng Yan, caught by one arm and furrowing his brows, truly wished to stay out of this family quarrel. He only wanted to run his stall in peace. Yet, here was this entire mess unfolding. "Let go. Transfer the rent to me, and I will release you," Du Zai insisted, his neck stiffened and his attitude unyielding. "This is my mother-in-law's family. What can you do if I don't let you stay?" Cheng Yan nodded, realizing further discussion was futile, and he abruptly shook off Du Zai's grip. After having operated his stall for some time, he had developed considerable strength in his arms from strenuous work. In contrast, Du Zai, having grown lazy since the accident, had weakened considerably. With a swift motion, Cheng Yan managed to stagger Du Zai, who nearly fell if not for his father rushing out to catch him. Du Zai erupted in curses, and his father joined in the fray. Aunt Lee was in tears. Cheng Yan found the situation truly distressing. When he had initially rented the house, he never anticipated such complications. He was not a saint, and it was unreasonable to let this dispute hinder his business while maintaining face with Aunt Lee. Cheng Yan began contemplating moving to another rental. Previously short on funds, he now had some money saved up. While he had not changed his food cart, it was time to consider a new place to live. Moreover, with Zhao Hui back in the house, it was awkward for him, a grown man, to share a bathroom with a young woman. The noise around him was giving him a headache. Rubbing his temples, he stated, "I've paid the rent, I've signed a contract, and I currently possess 2/3 of the yard's usage rights. If you continue to cause a ruckus and disrupt my life, I will call the police." With that, Cheng Yan took out his phone. He understood that while he and his mother-in-law could argue, the police would likely take a hands-off approach to family matters. However, Cheng Yan was an outsider. Calling the police could indeed lead to his detention. Rising from the ground, Du Zai sneered. "So you have 2/3 of the yard's usage rights? Fine, Then I could just go to my mother-in-law's side, right? What? Are you going to stop me from speaking and acting? Duzai began to act shamelessly. Suddenly, two uniformed police officers entered, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Duzai looked at Cheng Yan incredulously. You called the police? Cheng Yan frowned as he glanced outside. Zhao Hui followed the two officers, her expression grim as she said, I called the police, Duzai. Do you still consider yourself a man? The officers, after listening to Zhao Hui's account, felt a headache coming on. Domestic disputes were the most challenging to handle. They first turned to Duzai and warned, Duzai, is it? I advise you, even if this is your mother-in-law's house. If she does not wish for you to enter and you force your way in, that constitutes a crime. If you continue to cause trouble, we will take you to the station. They then looked at Aunt Lee, saying, Annie, this is a family matter. Communication is key. They were back to mediating. Fortunately, with the police present, Duzai ceased his antics and attempted to drag Zhao Hui out of the yard. The officers frowned and pointed at Duzai. What are you doing? Let go. Do you dare to use violence in front of us? Duzai forced a smile, then turned to Zhao Hui with malice. Just you wait. With that, he and his father left in their car. Once the police departed, Aunt Lee and Zhao Hui sat in the yard, wiping their tears. Cheng Yan sighed, I'll go buy some ingredients. Aunt Lee wiped her eyes. I'm sorry, Xiao Cheng, for causing you trouble. That scoundrel has disrupted your business. Perhaps I should refund your rent and speak to the neighbors to see if I can get you a discount, maybe on a monthly basis. Cheng Yan shook his head. No need. After a few days of selling, I still have some money left. Paying annually is fine too. I'm truly sorry, Aunt Lee. I can't stay here any longer. Why are you apologizing? Zhao Hui forced a strained smile. You've already helped me a lot. It's us who have caused you trouble. Cheng Yan nodded and left to buy the ingredients. As soon as he stepped out, the sound of mother and daughter crying echoed in the yard. Cheng Yan felt helpless. In such family matters, no one could truly help anyone else. The best he could do was to ensure they were well taken care of during his stall hours. And since Zhao Hui was also making a decent income from her stall, she was unlikely to miss his $600 a month in rent. After purchasing the ingredients, Aunt Lee and Zhao Hui had calmed down somewhat. In a large pressure cooker in the kitchen, mung bean paste simmered, and the two women helped Cheng Yan wash and prepare the vegetables. There was little conversation among the three. Aunt Lee simply mentioned that she would help Cheng Yan find a suitable house today, as no one knew when that scoundrel Duzai would cause trouble again. At 10:30 in the morning, Cheng Yan arrived punctually at the west gate of Jiangxing Normal University, with the presence of returning customers. A line quickly formed as soon as he arrived, and the students, seeing Cheng Yan, wasted no time and lined up respectfully for their meals. Boss, I want 3 servings of fried instant noodles. Boss, I'll take 2. I'll have 5. Zhao Hui also began her operations, with Aunt Lee generously using quality ingredients. The mung beans had been soaked the night before, making them taste even better the next day. It had become a habit for students to buy fried noodles and a cup of chilled mung bean paste. At 12:20, Cheng Yan glanced down at the ingredients in his cart. Those waiting in line behind him began to look anxious. Oh no, will there be enough for me? Sure enough. The next moment, Cheng Yan announced, there's enough ingredients left for 5 servings, so those at the back don't need to wait. Ah, this is frustrating. Why are all my classes in the 3rd and 4th periods? So annoying. When will the boss implement a purchase limit? Yeah, those at the front. Save some for everyone. As the crowd began to disperse, a nearby vendor started shouting with a loudspeaker, fried instant noodles. Délicieux frites instant noodles. Just 10 yuan a serving. The crowd fell silent, turning their attention to that stall. The vendor wore a cheerful smile as he donned an apron. He had been waiting for this moment. Now that Cheng Yan's fried noodles were sold out, many students still hadn't eaten. This was his opportunity to profit. Cheng Yan chuckled at the sight. Every vendor relied on their own skills. He could not stop others from selling fried noodles, and he could only strive for excellence, relying on the flavor to keep his customers. Some students who missed out on Cheng Yan's noodles hesitated. Should we try that one over there? Chapter 16, no. It's just fried instant noodles. How could it possibly lead to a purchasing agent business? The newly opened stall selling fried instant noodles previously dealt in fried pancakes and noodles. In his view, the value of fried instant noodles is far inferior to what he offered before. However, nowadays, children generally favor junk food, eagerly indulging in instant noodles. How delicious could this fare be? Yet it brings in money. If you enjoy fried instant noodles, then I shall fry them for you. A box of loose noodle cakes, isn't expensive, and the fresh vegetables from the morning market are a delight. The ham sausages are from an unknown brand. They're bright red, packaging devoid of any labels. If you sell yours for 13, then I'll sell mine for 10. At 10 yuan, the cost of fried instant noodles, excluding labor, is just over 1 yuan. The vendor, observing students ambling towards him, wore a cheerful smile. Would you like some fried instant noodles? A student hesitated before responding. I'll have a portion. All right. The vendor began heating oil in the pan. With this student as the first tester, the others adopted a watchful stance, waiting to see if it was worth their while. As the vendor prepared the dish, he noticed the other students lingering without making a purchase, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Before long, a serving of fried instant noodles was ready. The vendor ladled it into a trendy paper bowl and handed over chopsticks. The surrounding students suddenly became animated. Hey, hurry up and taste it. Yes, if it's good, I'll buy some too. Hearing this, the vendor confidently proclaimed, I've been selling fried noodles and pancakes at the school gate for over 3 years. If it's not delicious, I won't charge you. He spoke with utmost conviction. The boy holding the fried instant noodles felt a surge of anticipation. He swiftly lifted the lid, extracted the chopsticks, and began to eat. However, just a glance made his expectations plummet. The fried instant noodle from the yellow duck vendor appeared less greasy, while this batch was evidently oily. He used his chopsticks to stir the noodles, and the thick, oily broth flowed to the bottom of the bowl, instantly diminishing his appetite. Yet, having already purchased it, he reluctantly took a strand and placed it in his mouth. All eyes were on him. As he chewed, his brow furrowed deeper. After a few bites, he closed the lid and, with a look of subdued disappointment, addressed the vendor. Boss, this is no different from the fried instant noodles at school. Didn't you say if it's not good, I could get my money back? Can I have a refund for my 10 yuan? The vendor was taken aback. How could it not be good? You can't possibly be related to the vendor over there, can you? They're all instant noodles, all fried the same way. How could there be a difference? The boy, feeling frustrated, retorted, I'm not related to the vendor. They can vouch for that. Don't you believe me? He scanned the surrounding classmates. Is there anyone else who wants to try? The students exchanged glances. A few boys stepped forward, took a strand with their chopsticks, and tasted it. They shook their heads. It wasn't that the fried instant noodles from the school or this vendor were unpalatable. It was simply that Cheng Yan's cooking was so exceptional that it elevated the taste of fried instant noodles to an entirely different level. This serving of fried instant noodles was, like those from school, rather ordinary. Occasionally enjoyable, yet if consumed too frequently, it would become tiresome. Let us go. It's just like at school. Oh, I thought I'd find something better here. Initially, I believed that as long as the taste was somewhat similar to that of the yellow duck vendor, it would suffice, but I didn't expect such a disparity. Boss, if it's not delicious, will you refund my money? The vendor's expression darkened considerably. The slowly dissipating crowd felt like disappearing wads of cash. He glanced over at Cheng Yan, who was still cleaning up, and his dissatisfaction began to swell. It was all due to this individual. Initially, everyone was doing well here. Though they weren't making much, they were earning something. Since this person arrived, students flocked to buy from him, leaving the other vendors with troubled faces, sighing in despair. The foot traffic was limited. How could he monopolize it all? As the students strolled toward the school gate, one suddenly had a bright idea. Hey, what if we buy the vegetables and other ingredients from this fried instant noodle stall and have a yellow duck vendor cook them? Wow, genius. Quickly, just as the vendor was about to settle down, he saw the group of students rushing back towards him, and a smile instantly brightened his face. I told you, how could fried instant noodles be so different? However, the situation unfolded differently. Boss, do you sell the ingredients? I'll buy a portion for 3 yuan. Boss, how many do you have? If you're selling, I want 3 portions. I want 5 portions. The vendor was taken aback. Isn't this insulting? He maintained a stern demeanor. I'm not selling. Boss, why refuse business? Think bigger. Exactly. Selling for 3 yuan a portion is a guaranteed profit. Open your mind, boss. Otherwise, you'll only be selling fried instant noodles. The vendor grew increasingly uncomfortable with their relentless banter and waved them away. Go away. I said I'm not selling. Damn it, tomorrow I'll stick to selling fried noodles and pancakes. I'll never touch fried instant noodles again. What a disgrace. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan had already left with Zhao Hui on the food cart. Even if there were ingredients available, there was no one to find. Students who missed out on the fried instant noodles either headed to the school cafeteria or bought other food to make do. During the midday break, everyone was suddenly added to a group chat. Group name: Yellow Duck Vendor Fried Instant Noodles Purchasing Agency. Upon entering, an announcement popped up in the chat. This group is established for purchasing fried instant noodles from the Yellow Duck Vendor. Each serving is 13 yuan, with a 2 yuan service fee per order. For orders exceeding 5 portions, the fee is 5 yuan per serving. If you need to order, please contact the administrator directly. No advance payments will be made. We operate on trust. Please make payments proactively after the delivery, and the administrator will choose the payment method. Be sure to transfer. No red envelopes allowed. Limited time offer. For every 5 people you invite to join the group, the service fee for one order will be reduced by 0.5 yuan. Invite 20 people, and the service fee is waived. This is only valid for today and tomorrow. This group prohibits all forms of advertisements, including links to illegal activities such as gambling, drugs, etc. Violators will be immediately expelled. Everyone stared at the group announcement, bewildered. Kai Wenji, wait, how did this purchasing agency come about? Lao Sibu Daiji, damn. This is the first time I've seen such close purchasing services. Hu Tutu, why is that? Wang Fuge. It's actually quite good, providing an opportunity for those who don't have time to queue. I want to get rich. Group owner. How do I join the team? I have hardly any classes and want to earn some extra cash. Click avatar to private message me. Sister is lonely. Brother, click my avatar to join the group and see something interesting. Wu Yinzu Jiang Shida Fenzu. Why is there a chicken joining in? Kick it out. Sakura, I'm my wife. Click avatar to private message me. Sister, can you play basketball? Yellow Duck Vendor #1 fan. You little hater. You've revealed your true colors. After finishing her meal and returning to the teacher's dormitory, Suyu set her phone down. Shen Jingshu was still looking for a chef. Otherwise, the two would have arranged to go buy fried instant noodles together today. Sitting on the sofa, Suyu retrieved her incessantly ringing phone from her bag. She initially thought it was a work group with tasks. Opening it, she found an unexpected surprise. What is this? A purchasing agency for fried instant noodles from the Yellow Duck Vendor? Chapter 17. Reporting I suspect that he has added something to the instant noodles. Upon inspection, it was a message from the students of the classes she taught. The group chat was buzzing incessantly, prompting the administrator to mute everyone. Suyu found herself both amused and exasperated. Just a stall selling instant noodles had spawned an entire industry of purchasing agents. It was truly remarkable. The owner of the Little Yellow Duck stall was undoubtedly a pioneer in the field. She took a screenshot of the group announcement and sent it to her best friend. Suyu, Jingshu, if you ask me, you should simply hire the owner of the Little Yellow Duck at a high salary to make instant noodles at your shop. Suyu, image, Su, look, there are purchasing agents appearing around our school. I predict it 1 TB long before scalpers emerge too. Shun Jingshu, stop joking. Shun Jingshu. However, the owner of the instant noodle stall is indeed quite impressive. Shun Jingshu, I had just 1 serving and I'm still thinking about that flavor. Suyu, how about we go buy some instant noodles this afternoon? Shun Jingshu, let us save it for another day. I've been out and about lately, scouting for chefs in other places. Shun Jingshu, at this rate, we might as well sell the family restaurant. Suyu replied a couple more times, but noticing her friend's lukewarm responses, she decisively ended the conversation. After freshening up, she lay down in her bedroom. In her dreams, she imagined returning home to find the owner of the instant noodle stall cooking in her kitchen, the delightful aroma wafting throughout the house. Hee, instant noodles. Dudis instant noodle est my favorite instant noodle. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan was at Aunt Lee's house signing a contract. It must be said that the residents here know precisely who might be renting their homes. Just within the morning, Aunt Lee had already found Cheng Yan another courtyard, located less than 50 meters from her home. Little Cheng, I truly apologize for the trouble my family affairs have caused you, Aunt Lee said, displaying her understanding of the situation. Old Hu's son has taken them to Haichang to live, so this place has been vacant. I spoke with him, and he is offering you 900 yuan a month. The courtyard is similar to mine, with 3 rooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a shower. The air conditioning and refrigerator inside are all functional. As she spoke, Aunt Lee transferred the 600 yuan for the rent and another 600 yuan for the deposit that Cheng Yan had given her. Little Cheng, this is your rent and deposit from my side. You must accept it. If you don't, Auntie will stop talking to you. Cheng Yan reluctantly accepted the money. Auntie, could you still help me with groceries and buns when you have time? I'll give you 80 a day. If you don't want it, I'll just return the money to you. Initially, it was 50, but now it had risen to 100. Aunt Lee was reluctant, but with one less income from rent, Cheng Yan added 30 to sweeten the deal. Aunt Lee chuckled. You're such a good child. I wonder who will marry you in the future. They'll be living the good life. Zhao Hui laughed. Indeed, you can endure hardship and earn money. And you're handsome too. If I were 5 years younger, I do want to marry you. Cheng Yan's face flushed from their compliments. They resolved to prepare lunch together. Cheng Yan didn't take a break. He first went to the new courtyard to check it out. The layout was identical to Aunt Lee's since they were in the same alley. Aunt Lee and Zhao Hui came with brooms to help clean. Once everything was tidy, the three of them moved Cheng Yan's belongings. Fortunately, he and T stayed at Aunt Lee's for long, so he didn't have many items to transport, and a few trips with a small tricycle sufficed. After finishing, Cheng Yan lay on his bed while Aunt Lee and Zhao Hui returned home to prepare mung bean soup. He glanced at his points in his mind, noting that his lottery chances had increased from 3 to 5. He had sold over 200 servings at noon. The matter of upgrading to a larger food cart could not wait. He would go check it out tomorrow. Today, he decided to rest before getting back to preparing ingredients. He had considered having someone deliver additional ingredients, but after some thought, he deemed it unnecessary, as his daily schedule was already tightly packed. Moreover, if supplies were consistently available, would everyone still be so eager to queue? Frankly speaking, his current popularity was partly due to a strategy of scarcity marketing. Overthinking was futile, so Cheng Yan quickly fell asleep. When evening arrived and he set up his stall, Cheng Yan noticed something peculiar. Some individuals in line were purchasing dozens of servings. Sparks flew from his spatula as he worked tirelessly without a moment's pause. After sending off one customer, he cheerfully remarked, I don't know what is going on today. Why are some people buying so many servings? The students behind replied through gritted teeth, Boss, did you know you have a purchasing group now? Each purchase adds 2 yuan. If you come late, you really won get any. Cheng Yan was taken aback, both amused and bewildered. What on earth? A purchasing group had emerged. They were certainly adept at making money. However, this could also be mutually beneficial for him, as long as scalpers didn't disrupt the ecosystem. As the line continued to grow, a new customer chimed in, Boss, don't just set up your stall here at Jiang University. We students from Jiang University are hungry too. The Jiang University students behind them became incensed. You Jiang University folks can buy, but how dare you try to take the little yellow duck owner away? How outrageous! We stand in solidarity to reject your attempts. The afternoon's temporary vendor selling instant noodles had returned, resuming his sales of fried noodles and pancakes. Observing the bustling crowd at Cheng Yan's stall, he grumbled, I can't fathom what's so special about instant noodles. I wouldn't eat them even if they were free. Beside him, the elderly man selling pancakes chuckled. In my day, it was all about cold skin, flat noodles, and marinated goods. A day without them felt unbearable. Those in the know are aware that poppy husks are added. It's not a large quantity, but it's enough to hook you. The fried noodles vendor, gazing at the long line of customers, murmured, no wonder these students seem addicted. They simply must have those instant noodles. What if there really are poppy husks in them? The elderly pancake vendor laughed. I didn't say that. No way. The fried pancake vendor contemplated, we can't let him wreak havoc on our street. Ever since he came, our business has plummeted. I need to report this to the police. Saying this, he picked up his phone and dialed 110. Hello, I'd like to report something. On the street at the west gate of Jiangxing Normal University, there's a little yellow duck food cart selling instant noodles. And there are always long lines. These students seem addicted. I suspect the owner has added some poppy husks. I don't have proof, but I'm merely suspicious. These students are the flowers of our nation. We can't let him harm them. Please come and investigate. After hanging up, he snorted. Just wait. The police will likely arrive soon. ISNT this the local precinct? Chapter 18. Malicious competition at 5 o'clock in the evening. Cheng Yan was joyfully flipping noodles in his stall. Suddenly, a police car pulled up, startling the queue of students who began to murmur among themselves. Wait, are the police really here to buy fried instant noodles? Could there be a criminal hidden among us? Don't scare me. Let us assess the situation. From the police vehicle emerged a middle-aged officer accompanied by a young female officer, whose stature was comparable to Cheng Yan's. The female officer, tall and sporting a neat shoulder-length bob, wore a furrowed brow and sharp eyes that scrutinized the food stall. Her police cap sat perfectly atop her head, with a national emblem lending her an air of solemnity. The fitted uniform accentuated her figure in a rather striking manner. She was a senior student intern from the police academy, on her first field assignment under her mentor, having received reports from the public regarding potential food safety issues at this stall. Having harbored a deep-seated aversion to wrongdoing since childhood, she had aspired to become a police officer, and today she was determined to uphold justice. Shaolin? Huh? Lin Tingwan snapped back to attention upon hearing her mentor call her name. What is it, mentor? Today marks your inaugural duty. There is no need for excessive words. Observe closely and learn well. Do you understand? Understood. The middle-aged officer approached Cheng Yan's stall amidst the throng of students. The tantalizing aroma wafting from the frying pan made him acutely aware of his hunger. The scent was simply irresistible. Good day, he announced, displaying his credentials. I am an officer from the Pingan Street precinct. We have received reports from the public claiming there are food safety concerns regarding your fried instant noodles. Please cease operations and accompany us to the precinct to provide samples for inspection. Cheng Yan was taken aback. Food safety concerns? His food cart was spotless. The ingredients freshly sourced from a reputable market that very morning. The ham sausages were from a renowned brand. How could there be any issue? Zhao Ri, who was selling mung bean soup nearby, stood up nervously. Officer, you must have made a mistake. All of Cheng Yan's materials were processed under my supervision. I can vouch for the freshness of everything, including the instant noodles, which were purchased from a reputable brand, not some off-brand to cut costs. Cheng Yan smiled at Zhao Hui to reassure her, then turned to the officer. Are you sure you've got the right person? Or who made this report? I wish to confront them. The middle-aged officer chuckled gently. This is not merely a hygiene issue. It pertains to food safety. I kindly ask for your cooperation. He glanced around the food stall area, noting that despite the various stalls, Cheng Yan's little yellow duck cart was indeed the cleanest. Moreover, the chef was wearing both a hat and a mask. Had it not been for the report, he would have found it hard to believe that such a conscientious proprietor would tamper with their food. They had encountered such cases before, often involving stall owners who, in a bid to boost sales and attract repeat customers, would add substances in non-addictive quantities. The students began to voice their protests. Officer, you must be mistaken. The Little Yellow Duck's owner maintains the highest standards of cleanliness. Food safety issues? I've eaten here for 3 days straight without a single problem. No stomach aches or anything. Exactly. We're all looking forward to buying fried instant noodles. Hearing the students' comments, the middle-aged officer furrowed his brow. Eating for 3 consecutive days? That did align with certain symptoms. He reiterated, please accompany us to the precinct to assist with the investigation. Cheng Yan glanced at his fellow vendors, chuckling in disbelief. So when you can't compete, you resort to such tactics, huh? But they are merely executing their duty. There is no need to make it difficult for them. All right, I'll ride along with you on my cart, he said, turning to the queue with a cheerful tone. Apologies, everyone, but I must close early today. You all have a group chat, right? Once the test results come in, I'll ensure they're shared there. Hygiene and food safety have always been my priorities. I would never let anyone consume unhealthy food. Great. I knew the owner wouldn't have any issues. I trust him. Boss, we'll be waiting for your results. Cheng Yan quickly tidied up. As he prepared to leave, Zhao Hui insisted, I'll accompany you to the precinct. With no other option, they hopped onto the tricycle, following closely behind the police vehicle. The police car moved slowly to prevent any sudden escape attempts. Upon reaching the precinct, the officers on duty smiled at the sight. Old Zhao, what brings you here? The middle-aged officer inquired with a grin. The officer replied, we receive a report claiming there are food safety issues. So I brought him in for inspection. The food in his cart hasn't been touched during the trip. All right, have someone collect samples of the ingredients, seasonings, noodle cakes. And boiling water for testing, the officer instructed. Understood. The duty officer went to summon assistance. While they waited, Cheng Yan and Zhao Hui settled into chairs, and Lin Tingwan poured them glasses of water. Don't worry. Once the results come in, the truth will be revealed, Lin Tingwan reassured them gently. Thank you, Cheng Yan replied with a smile. Meanwhile, the middle-aged officer in the office was indulging in some snacks, yet his thoughts lingered on the enticing aroma of the fried noodles. He chuckled to himself. This is quite absurd. Here I am, munching on this while my mind is still fixated on that fried noodle aroma. Is it truly that delectable? After 10 minutes, Cheng Yan stood up and turned to Lin Tingwan. Hello, my companion and I are a bit hungry. May I retrieve some items from my cart to prepare a meal? Since I can no longer run my stall, it would be prudent to have lunch first. Lin Tingwan contemplated for a moment. There was no basis for suspicion, especially since samples had already been taken, and he was merely preparing food for himself, so she nodded. Go ahead. Cheng Yan expressed his gratitude and inquired, would you like some? I can whip up a few extra portions. Lin Tingwan, convinced of Cheng Yan's integrity, suspected that the report was likely an act of malicious competition from rival vendors. Imagining the delightful scent of fried noodles, she smiled and said, Please prepare 2 portions for me as well. I'll reimburse you. Chapter 19. Let the aroma of fried instant noodles waft everywhere. In the small yard in front of the police station's hall, Cheng Yan swiftly tossed the spatula, flames leaping from the pan. With remarkable precision, he ladled the seasoning into the pot and tossed it again. The fluidity of his movements resembled an exhilarating scene from an animated culinary epic. Lin Tingwan watched Cheng Yan with curiosity. The focused expression of this boy, who was around her age, was quite charming, and his culinary skills at such a young age were truly exceptional. Her father was a chef, so she understood that tossing the ingredients was an art. It required not only strength, but also a keen angle to ensure even heating. What seemed challenging in appearance was, in reality, far from simple. Many people merely lifted the ingredients, clumping them together and flipping them in the pan, which resulted in uneven cooking and a lack of flavor. Such ineffective efforts in tossing were less effective than simply using a spatula to stir the ingredients a few more times. Does a chef of this caliber truly need to add seasoning? With his skill alone, he could easily outshine other stalls. Lin Tingwan formed a subjective judgment. Cheng Yan was being sabotaged by the proprietors of other stalls. Such malicious competition was not uncommon. Officer, would you like some scallions? Cheng Yan asked, glancing over at the beautiful police officer who stood watching, lost in thought. Yes, please. Lin Tingwan nodded eagerly. A deluxe version with extra portions was soon prepared. Just as Cheng Yan was about to tidy up his utensils, 2 on-duty officers rushed out, drawn by the lingering aroma. Even though they had just eaten, they felt hunger pangs. Boss Cheng, could you fry me a portion? One of them asked. I want one too. At that moment, Zhao, who had just finished his meal, emerged and frowned upon hearing his colleague's request for fried instant noodles. What are you all doing? The food safety inspection results aren't out yet. Aren't you worried about testing positive tomorrow? The police force underwent regular drug testing to prevent internal theft. Yet, the usually sensible Lin Tingwan took a bite of the fried noodles. Boss Cheng, these fried noodles are really delicious. So fragrant. The 2 on-duty officers exchanged glances. Boss Cheng, hurry and fry me a portion. I've sent the money. And mine too. Hearing the notifications of payments, Cheng Yan reluctantly set aside his own fried noodles and prepared a serving for each of the officers. Zhao Hui, witnessing the sale of 3 cups of iced mung bean soup at the police station, could only laugh in disbelief. What on earth is happening here? A few minutes later, the enticing aroma of fried noodles wafting through the police station made Zhao feel that his earlier meal was far less appealing. What is going on? Just eat if you want. I'm worried about what will happen if the results come back with issues. Lin Tingwan whispered, Master, one is presumed innocent until proven guilty. You're letting your personal emotions influence your judgment. The other officers teased exactly. Zhao, you are less professional than your apprentice. Why don't you have a portion too, Zhao? Honestly, this fried noodle is quite addictive. Not in a bad way, but simply delightful. Boss, do you set up your stall at Jiangshimen all the time? Cheng Yan, while eating his fried noodles, nodded. Yes, from 10:30 in the morning until 4:30 in the evening. All right, I'll queue up to buy from you when I have time. one officer remarked. Lin Tingwan laughed. You better go early, Sue. The crowd in front of Boss Cheng's stall is like a long line today. You'll see. Cheng Yan chuckled, attributing the success to the system and his customers. He was merely a facilitator. Zhao, feeling speechless from their banter, stepped outside to smoke under the shade of a tree. Samples sent for testing at the precinct would take an hour for results to emerge. In reality, expedited results could be ready in just a few minutes. But with the busy testing facility, even expedited requests took at least an hour. Just after 6 o'clock in the evening, with the sky still bright, Cheng Yan sat on a chair, reviewing his system panel. He had sold just over 50 portions that evening. While the instant noodle cakes could be stored, the bok choy purchased would wilt by the next evening. With the weather so hot, Cheng Yan sighed and turned to Zhao Hui. Sister Hui, I'm sorry for the inconvenience caused by my situation. Zhao Hui, having just finished a call with Aunt Li regarding the situation, offered Cheng Yan a gentle smile. What are you saying? Without you, I would have made so much today. This is nothing. Cheng Yan smiled back. Suddenly, an on-duty officer laughed. The online test results are in. I printed 3 copies. Boss Cheng, here's one for you. All right, Cheng Yan replied, knowing full well whether he had added seasoning or not. He merely wanted the document to reassure customers about his business after the police visit raised concerns. Zhao approached and glanced at the report. I apologize, Boss Cheng. We're just doing our job, and it has delayed your business. How about this? I'll issue a certificate using the police station's report to confirm your food is safe, and you can share in your group. It'll be our way of expressing regret. Cheng Yan smiled. Thank you. I understand your duties. If there were an issue, it would jeopardize the customer's safety. Zhao gave him a thumbs up. If only everyone thought like you. The police station issued the certificate, and Cheng Yan prepared to leave with Zhao Hui. Noticing the ingredients in the car, Zhao expressed concern. Cheng Yan, what will we do? They'll wilt by tomorrow and affect the taste. Cheng Yan checked the time. It was just past 6, and those dining late were still looking for food. Shall we set up a stall at Jiangshimen again? This is prime time for making money. Sure, Zhao agreed, having already eaten at the police station. Staying out a little late didn't matter. It was far better than those who set up stalls until 9 or 10. Hearing their conversation, Zhao felt guilty and said, Boss Cheng, let me buy a few portions. He turned to Lin Tingwan. Shaolin, count how many of us are working today. I'll treat everyone to a portion of fried noodles. Cheng Yan waved his hands. No need. I can set up my stall at Jiangshimen. Nonsense. Just listen to me. Once Lin Tingwan counted the heads and reported the number, Zhao promptly transferred the money to Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan, though helpless, added an extra 2 hot dogs to each portion. It was a small token of appreciation. Respect was always mutual. Chapter 20. Shun Jingshu. So it was him. At 6:30, Cheng Yan and Zhao Hui once again arrived at the entrance of Zhang's establishment. Suddenly, Cheng Yan pondered whether he should create a group of his own, for without it, he had no means to inform his loyal customers about his stall's location or whether he would be operating that day. Although Jiang had established a purchasing group, it would be inappropriate for him, as a proprietor, to join that collective. Thus, he decided to set up a QQ group, jotting the group number on a small whiteboard. Group announcement. This group is solely for notifying stall operating times and locations, and will remain in a state of mute for all members. Daily updates regarding the time and place of operations will be posted to prevent any wasted trips. It was a simple announcement, and Cheng Yan dared not lift the mute ban, as there were too many seasoned veterans and keyboard warriors about. Students who were on their way out to seek food glanced at the messages sent within the group, initially fearing they might miss out on fried instant noodles. However, upon exiting the West Gate, they were greeted with a delightful surprise. The moment they approached Cheng Yan's stall, one of them placed an order and, with a grin, inquired, Boss, I heard you were taken away by the police. Is everything all right? As he cooked, Cheng Yan replied, Everything's fine. It was merely a food safety inspection, and here I am now. By the way, there's a QQ group I've set up, and you can join it to help spread the word. I'll be posting the location and time of my stall there. The young man chuckled. You should have created this group a long time ago. Otherwise, how could we band together in the purchasing group? He pulled out his phone, joined the group, and immediately shared the QR code in various Zhang-related groups. The little yellow duck boss has come out of the police station. I told you there was nothing to worry about. If there was, Could the little yellow duck boss have emerged? He must have been locked up by now. Haha. I always believed that the little yellow duck boss would be fine, and now I feel even more reassured. Officially certified, completely problem-free. I can't believe it. If customers want to eat, let them eat. Some people are just jealous and report others. Exactly, with that time spent reporting, why not improve your cooking skills? Above Wisdom Tooth Building, everyone eagerly scanned the QR code to join the group. Through this incident, many felt the treachery that lurks within society. It isn't enough to simply abide by the rules. Some individuals harbor envy, and your compliance doesn't guarantee theirs. If everyone were truly law-abiding, the world would have been at peace long ago. Upon joining the group chat, they read the announcement and reviewed the inspection certificate Cheng Yan had shared, confirming the absence of poppy seeds, along with the official document from the police station. Official validation had been established. It was not mere luck, but solid capability. The purchasing group became more active, lifting the mute ban for all members. Certificate issued to the little yellow duck boss by the police station. Group owner, please contact the admin promptly if you need any purchasing services. Brothers, let us go. Time for fried instant noodles. Those still operating stalls on the street observed a throng of students rushing out, their hearts filled with envy. Without needing to look further, they knew the students were headed straight for the little yellow duck food cart. Cheng Yan had not anticipated such a large turnout of students so soon after arriving. A long queue quickly formed before his stall. Boss, do you know how I spend my evening? Feuillet instant noodle. I can't live without you. Feuillet instant noodle. Will you take me away? Boss, keep it up. The more competitors report you, the more we will support you. Exactly, now that it's officially certified. If my mom scolds me, I'll just show her the certificate from the police station. Having visited the police station once wasn't tea without its benefits. Those who previously believed that consuming instant noodles repeatedly was unhealthy now felt vindicated. Cheng Yan chuckled to himself, bemused by how people could concoct excuses. One might think the authorities had issued him a health certificate. Eat up, eat up. Meanwhile, other stall owners were growing increasingly uneasy. Damn it, who among my competitors maliciously reported him? Now, those students are looking at us with strange expressions. Poor rapport with passers-by was particularly detrimental for those operating stalls. How despicable. A single rotten apple spoils the barrel. Who could it be? Cheng Yan once again stirred the pan, sending sparks flying. Zhao Hui, beaming with delight, served the students chilled mung bean soup. Meanwhile, the vendor who reported Cheng Yan's fried noodle stall gritted his teeth and muttered, even if there are no poppy seeds. Eating fried instant noodles all the time isn't healthy. The elderly man nearby chuckled silently. As evening approached and the clock neared 8, Cheng Yan's side dishes had run out, and Zhao Hui's chilled mung bean soup had long since sold out. Following their customary routine, the two tidied up and prepared to head home. However, this incident sparked a wave of discussion throughout Zhang's campus. In the purchasing group, Suyu had also joined Cheng Yan's group. Upon seeing the discussions unfolding in other groups, she felt incensed. What kind of people are these? Reporting someone just because they can't compete with them? Suyu frowned. It's truly infuriating. The world is filled with malice. She reached out to her friend to vent her frustrations. Suyu, Jingshu, did you know? The boss of the little yellow duck stall was reported to the police by a competitor. Suyu, why do people act this way? Shun Jingshu, there will always be envious individuals. Shun Jingshu, just look at the current state of my family's restaurant. Suyu, but the little yellow duck boss proved himself through his skills. Suyu, now, no one can tarnish his reputation. Shun Jingshu, you seem quite concerned about this little yellow duck boss. Suyu, what? I'm merely addressing the matter. Suyu, besides, the little yellow duck boss is quite handsome, and he possesses excellent culinary skills. It wouldn't be bad to marry him. Suyu, by the way, you still haven't met the little yellow duck boss, have you? I've been waiting for a picture in the group. I'll send it to you. In a hotel in Haicheng, Shun Jingshu reclined comfortably against the headboard. The cool air from the central air conditioning filled the room, creating a refreshing atmosphere. She tugged the blanket to cover her belly, her long legs peeking out from her nightgown, resting on the pristine white sheets with delicate pink-tinted feet, faint veins visible. The 10 toes, painted with cherry red polish, looked utterly charming. Upon receiving the photo sent by her close friend, Shun Jingshu smiled and clicked to open it. only to be taken aback the next moment. Enlarging the image, she noticed a man clad in a white apron, donning a black duckbill cap and a transparent anti-splash mask, skillfully stirring at the back of the little yellow duck food cart. His arms, while not overly muscular, were notably toned. More strikingly, the half-exposed face revealed thick eyebrows like swords, eyes clear and bright, exuding an aura of cleanliness and warmth. The man in the photo bore an uncanny resemblance to the one she had encountered at the hotel. Memories long faded flooded back into her mind. Shen Jingshu's cool visage flushed crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably. How could it be him? No wonder. The figure I caught a glimpse of by the little yellow duck food cart felt so familiar. It turns out to be him. Chapter 21. Not a parent-teacher meeting, but a bun gathering, contemplating. Shen Jingshu tightened her 10 adorable toes around the bed sheets, her legs instinctively drawing together, and her brow slightly furrowed. She recalled the scene from the following noon when she awoke. The other person appeared somewhat dazed, their gaze toward her filled with uncertainty, suggesting they were not of a more experienced nature. Perhaps they, like herself, were also embarking on their first encounter. Nonetheless, Shen Jingshu hesitated to affirm this. For many individuals today, revel in fleeting romances within the confines of bars. Why am I even pondering such matters? She rubbed her forehead, reminding herself that the issues surrounding her family's restaurant remained unresolved. Such thoughts were unwarranted. She had previously resolved to act as if she were a stranger once she stepped outside, acknowledging that Cheng Yan had no bearing on her life, save for the instant noodles. In Jiangcheng, upon returning to his small courtyard, Cheng Yan had no time to rest. He needed to prepare the fillings for the buns he would sell the next morning. With the exhaustion elimination card at his disposal, he felt invigorated despite foregoing rest. His phone incessantly chimed. Upon opening it, he found that out of 500 members in his group, 473 had already joined. He was momentarily taken aback. How could it have filled up so swiftly? He had set it so that anyone could join, and with everyone muted, the messages of new members continued to flood in. Should the numbers swell further, he would need to upgrade to a premium subscription to accommodate 2,000 members. With the group muted, no one was conversing. Only the notifications of new entries persisted. Setting his alerts to do not disturb, Cheng Yan resumed, selecting ingredients. After arriving home, Cheng Yan sent a message in the group. Cheng Yan, tomorrow at 10:30, we will set up our stall on the street by the west gate of Jiangxing Normal University. After dispatching the message, he began to chop vegetables and prepare the filling for the soup dumplings. From his experience that morning, he noted a greater preference for pork and scallion as well as tofu fillings, as the taste of chives and eggs was less appealing, likely discouraging purchases. Thus, he decided to prepare more of the former two and reduce the chive quantity, exhibiting flexibility in his offerings. He would contemplate new fillings in the future. For now, he would stick to these three. By the time he finished the filling, it was nearing 11 at night. He quickly washed up and lay down on the bed of his new home. He had already amassed 789 points. After selling the buns in the morning, he anticipated surpassing 1,000 points, at which point he would be able to make a tenfold draw. I refuse to believe I cannot obtain a top-tier culinary treasure chest. With this thought, Cheng Yan's heart raced with excitement and anticipation. The following day, at 6:50 in the morning, Cheng Yan met Zhao Hui and rode their small yellow duck food cart towards the entrance of Jiangcheng's second primary school. Most parents would not arrive until after 7, and those who came early merely sought to secure a spot. Cheng Yan remained unhurried. However, after riding for a while, impatience settled in. In a narrow alley, two cars faced each other, and neither driver yielded, resulting in a cacophony of honking. Residents on electric scooters became irritable, squeezing through the gaps, while those like Cheng Yan on tricycles found themselves in a predicament, unable to pass. Zhao Hui, bewildered, suggested, "Shall we take the main road instead?" Cheng Yan glanced back at the throngs of parents on their tricycles. It was impossible to turn around amidst the congestion. The elderly men behind them were numerous, persistently urging the drivers to yield, as some parents needed to deliver their children to school. "How can there be a blockage here?" Cheng Yan lamented. At the school entrance, a multitude of parents had gathered, exchanging glances. "Hey, where's that vendor selling soup dumplings? Is he not setting up today?" "Zhang Xingxing's father. Are you waiting for that soup dumpling vendor too?" Indeed, Hu Linyu's mother, are you waiting as well? Isn't that Zhuang's mother over there? All the parents lingered outside the school, leaving the security guards speechless. The stall owners at the entrance were equally perplexed. What is this? Why are parents lingering after dropping off their children, waiting for soup dumplings? Are they truly that delectable? As the crowd of parents continued to swell, some began to inquire, "Excuse me, is there a parent-teacher meeting at the school today?" "What? No. We are all here waiting for the vendor selling soup dumplings. They're simply delicious. Indeed, thin skin, generous filling. My child returned home crying yesterday, wanting soup dumplings, and I cried too because I wanted some as well. It seems he only sets up in the morning, right?" "Absolutely. Last night, I drove around searching for him, but could not find the vendor." You are unaware. This vendor sells fried noodles at the entrance of Jiangxing Normal University during lunch and dinner." "What? Fried noodles can't possibly compare to dumplings." "Indeed, he sells fried noodles. Yesterday, I was on a video call with my eldest son, and he mentioned a place near his school with delicious fried noodles. And I said there's a vendor selling delicious soup dumplings at my younger son's school. We soon realized it was the same person. How intriguing. That vendor is quite talented. Hey, is that him?" As the question arose, the parents turned to see Cheng Yan approaching on his food cart. They quickly formed a queue. "Everyone, form an orderly line." Nowadays, some online critics claim our community lacks manners. Yes, let us line up and set a good example for the children. As Cheng Yan approached, he noticed the diverse array of parents of varying ages waiting in line, and he felt a moment of confusion. Once he came to a stop, the long line swiftly turned towards him. "Boss, why are you so late today? Have you lost your passion for business?" "Indeed, we've been waiting for you. My wife doesn't enjoy breakfast, so I could easily treat her to a couple of baskets of soup dumplings. My child wanted some too, but since you were late, I had to send him off to school first, fearing he would be tardy. As a father, I felt heavy-hearted and resolved the issue. Ha ha ha. I'll also treat my little one to a couple of baskets." As Cheng Yan listened to the parents' banter, he noted how, despite their serious demeanor in front of their children, they exhibited a playful side when gathered together. After all, beyond their identities as parents, they remained individuals. "Today, I was stuck in the alley until the traffic police arrived to clear the way. I apologize for the delay. There are so many people today. I can produce 16 baskets of buns in 8 minutes. So if you cannot wait, please hurry off to work and do not let your jobs be affected." One parent laughed heartily. "No worries, I can wait. I'm a full-time caregiver." "What a coincidence, so am I." "Oh, I'm a boss. No one minds if I am late. My employees just want me to be absent all day." "Excuse me, sir, may I add you on WeChat? I'm a single mother and have a few questions I would like to ask you." Cheng Yan. Once he arranged the food cart, the steaming buns finally revealed themselves to the eager crowd. The enticing aromas of the 3 fillings wafted through the air, leaving several parents wide-eyed. "Boss, I'll take 1 basket of each filling." "Boss, I want 2 baskets each of tofu and pork. Make it 3 baskets of the vegetarian option for me." Chapter 22. The Forgotten Little Steamed Buns Boss. How dare you sell steamed buns behind our backs? Exactly. Why didn't you share the news about selling steamed buns in the group? Hey, Sister Hui is here too. Is there something going on between you two? How come you're always setting up stalls together? Zhao Hui's cheeks flushed at the remarks. Cheng Yan was busy preparing the steamed buns. Today, there seemed to be quite a crowd, and as he rolled the dough and filled the buns, he was quite occupied. Fortunately, his exceptional culinary skills allowed him to manage all the steps with remarkable finesse, capable of performing them with his eyes closed. Otherwise, maintaining both speed and quality would indeed be a challenge. Upon hearing the commotion, Cheng Yan looked up and noticed several university students on their bicycles. Having parked and lined up, he called out, "I figured you university students have trouble waking up in the morning." "What? We study diligently at school. We get up at 6:30 sharp to exercise before heading to classes." "Exactly. Boss, I advise you not to slander us. I'm absolutely determined to have your steamed buns." Some parents were astonished. "Are you from Jiangxing Normal University? Waking up at 6:30? Truly disciplined students." "Boss, hurry up and wrap them. We can't let the children go hungry. Your technique is impressive. You wrap so quickly and manage to keep the dough perfectly round, thin-skinned with generous filling." The university students felt their faces flush at the parents' comments. In truth, they had learned that the owner of the Little Yellow Duck would be selling steamed buns at the entrance of Jiangxing No. 2 Primary School. and they had specifically gotten up early to indulge before returning to bed. A steady stream of customers continued to arrive. As the clock approached 7:40, the familiar Maybach appeared once more, drawing everyone's attention. Today, Hao Hao's mother, elegantly dressed in a flesh-colored bodycon skirt, white slippers, and a white satin blouse, adjusted her hair and held a designer handbag. When Hao Hao got out of the back seat and saw the crowd, he was dismayed. "Mom, I want to eat steamed buns." Hao Hao's mother crouched down to meet his gaze and gently said, "With so many people in line, we'll be late if we wait for you to buy. Couldn't you have woken up earlier? You little rascal." She shot him a playful glare. "I'm so tired. What is wrong with sleeping a little longer?" Hao Hao, feeling defeated, knew that his habitual tardiness was often due to his mother oversleeping. Today, he had even urged her to leave the house earlier for the sake of the buns. When he took a bun to class yesterday and shared it with Hulin Yu, she insisted on trading him a jianbing guozi in return. The sense of accomplishment filled him with pride, but now, not being able to buy one made his eyes well up with tears. Hao Hao's mother warned, "Lin Hao Hao, if you dare cry, you'll have to let the maid take you to school next time." He stifled his tears as his mother led him into the school. The walk to class felt burdensome, as if an eternity had passed. Once seated, Hulin Yu leaned over and whispered, "Hao Hao, did you get the steamed buns?" Hao Hao shook his head. Hulin Yu sighed. "There are just too many people, and my mom wouldn't buy any for me either." Other children began to chime in, lamenting their own situations. "My dad said he would eat them for me and told me to hurry to school. My mom wouldn't buy me any, but I saw her join the queue after dropping me off. Me too. I want to be an adult and eat steamed buns. When my dad gets older, I'll buy my own and not share with him." Meanwhile, parents outside were oblivious to their children's complaints. A university student posted Cheng Yan's stall in their group chat. "Come quick. The steamed buns from the Little Yellow Duck are incredibly delicious." Selling buns behind our backs? Brothers, rise and shine. If you need someone to buy for you, contact the admin. More and more university students joined the queue. A passing parent paused, surprised, "Is this a new high school? Why are there so many people?" Cheng Yan felt utterly helpless. Hao Hao's mother stood tall and graceful in line. A father in front turned to her and asked, "Which child do you belong to? Would you like to exchange contact information to discuss educational matters?" Hao Hao's mother cheerfully replied, "Does your wife know about this?" The father promptly turned away, thinking she is not someone to be trifled with. As 8:30 approached, Hao Hao's mother finally reached the front of the line. She sighed, "Boss, it's truly not easy to buy your steamed buns today. I didn't expect such a crowd." A thought crossed her mind, and she smiled. "How about working at my home? I'll pay you 100,000 a month if you just make steamed buns for me every day." "No, no, no." Cheng Yan, taken aback by her alluring demeanor, quickly declined. "I'm quite content running my own stall." The playful banter from the students behind brought laughter. "Boss, seize the opportunity with the rich lady." "Exactly, boss. Don't let this chance slip away." "Sister, do you think I'm suitable? I might not know how to make steamed buns, but I can eat a lot." The students nearly called her mother out. They had seen her step out of the Maybach. Hao Hao's mother, undeterred, continued to gaze at Cheng Yan, teasingly asking, "Boss, did you hear that? Are you considering it?" Cheng Yan felt shy and dared not respond, focusing intently on the dough. Zhao Hui burst into laughter. Hao Hao's mother seems to be enjoying this. As she received her buns from Cheng Yan, she waved goodbye and turned to leave. He let out a sigh of relief. That lady truly is something. Thankfully, I possess a will of steel. At 8:40, Cheng Yan completed wrapping the final batch of filling and announced, "There are only 16 trays left. Those at the back. Please don't queue any longer." "How frustrating, boss. Can't you prepare more filling? You can endure the cold, the heat, the fatigue. But please don't make us suffer." "Boss, if I could have your steamed buns, I'd gladly eat 2 bowls of fried noodles." "Whoa, how come you're taking both eating and carrying?" As the parents departed, the university students began to relax. Cheng Yan found their banter amusing. 10 minutes later, he sent off the last wave of customers, finally able to take a break. Upon checking his mental tally, he was astonished to find he had sold 264 trays of buns that morning, accumulating over 1,000 points. Time for a 10 draw. Cheng Yan hastened to pack up, his heart aflame with anticipation. Chapter 23, A Fortuitous Streak. After tidying up her belongings, Cheng Yan and Zhao Hui headed home. This morning, while setting up her stall, Cheng Yan had transferred money to Aunt Li, requesting her assistance in procuring the necessary ingredients for their midday sales. Upon reaching the entrance, Cheng Yan bid farewell to Zhao Hui, saying, "Sister Hui, I will be waiting for you at the door around 10 o'clock." Zhao Hui responded with a cheerful smile. Today, Cheng Yan had an abundance of customers, particularly for her mung bean soup, selling over 160 cups and earning nearly 700 yuan. She felt quite elated, realizing that had she known operating a stall could be so lucrative, she would have ventured into it much earlier. However, Zhao Hui remained grounded, understanding that the influx of customers was primarily due to Cheng Yan's efforts. If she were to sell mung bean soup alone, the turnout would certainly not have been as impressive. Their collaboration was indeed complementary. After parting ways, Cheng Yan returned home. Aunt Li held a spare key, so upon entering the house, she was greeted by neatly arranged vegetables, including bok choy and scallions. Cheng Yan checked the storage room where she kept her ham and eggs, then called the delivery person to request more eggs, ham, and flatbreads. As a significant client, her daily consumption was substantial, and she had placed considerable orders. To maintain her patronage, the vendor had even reduced prices, making her instant noodle costs progressively lower. Hanging up the phone, Cheng Yan hurriedly accessed the system panel. The lottery page seemed to radiate a golden glow. With a silent incantation, she committed all 10 of her lottery chances to the spinning wheel. The pointer whirled rapidly. "Congratulations! You have received 10 cleaning liquids. Congratulations! You have received 10 fatigue elimination cards. Congratulations! You have received a top-tier cooking skills treasure chest. Random. Congratulations! You have received 10 preservation cards. Congratulations! You have received a top-tier cooking skills treasure chest. Random. Congratulations! You have received 1 freezer. Congratulations! You have received 10 cleaning liquids. Congratulations! You have received 1 gas canister. Congratulations! You have received 1 white apron. Congratulations! You have received 1 food cart to be constructed." The prizes burst forth in her mind, and 2 top-tier cooking treasure chests were particularly exciting. Cheng Yan noted that the probabilities for the cleaning liquids and fatigue elimination cards were the highest, and today unveiled several new items. She promptly examined her system backpack. Preservation card, a system preservation card that allows dishes to be prepared in advance, maintaining optimal taste for 24 hours. This was incredibly useful. Typically, she had to prepare buns on the spot to ensure taste, but now she could prepare them ahead of time and sell them later. Freezer, a system freezer with both freezing and refrigeration functions, energy efficient and capable of keeping ingredients in prime condition. White apron, a system apron that repels grease and soot, providing comfort in both winter and summer. Gas canister, a compact and flexible system gas canister, reportedly usable for a month, 30 days. Food cart, to be constructed, a large electric tricycle food cart that the host can design in their mind. How marvelous! Upon seeing the food cart, Cheng Yan's eyes sparkled. She had been lamenting the lack of a larger cart to accommodate more food. The other items, such as the freezer, apron, and gas canister, were also excellent for enhancing her stall operations. Truly, the food stall system produced exceptional items, facilitating her efficiency, convenience, and cost-saving measures. Cheng Yan mused that if only the system could provide an automatic cooking pot, it would simplify her work immensely. System, I might as well just give you the money. Yet, Cheng Yan understood the improbability of such an option. Even if it existed, she wouldn't dare use it, fearing that the sight of a pot cooking by itself would terrify the waiting customers. With those thoughts set aside, she decided to open the treasure chests. She directly opened both top-tier cooking skill chests, and the system's announcement echoed in her mind. Congratulations! You have acquired top-tier dry-fried beef ho fun cooking skills. Congratulations! You have acquired top-tier snow mochi cooking skills. Simultaneously, all skills associated with these dishes flooded Cheng Yan's mind, seamlessly integrating. Dry-fried beef ho fun, the same as the one featured in the popular show Floral Bloom, she thought with a smile. Having watched the series, she knew that dry-fried beef ho fun was a hallmark of Cantonese cuisine, demanding exceptional fundamental skills. To her astonishment, she had now mastered it, and at the highest level. As for the snow mochi, it needed no further elaboration. This delightful dessert, when prepared in summer and chilled in the refrigerator for an hour or two, provided a refreshing respite from the heat. Many confused snow mochi with daifuku, but the distinction lay in their ingredients, though the two had become increasingly similar over time. However, in upscale restaurants, the differentiation remained crucial. Next, Cheng Yan retrieved the system freezer. Instantly, a freezer over 2 meters long and more than 1 meter high materialized in the room. She examined it. The center featured a divider, separating refrigeration from freezing zones. The interior was impeccably clean and devoid of unnecessary compartments, exuding simplicity. After a cursory glance, Cheng Yan moved on to the apron. The white apron, thin and indistinguishable from ordinary ones, felt refreshingly cool upon wearing, dispelling the heat of the day. After removing the apron, Cheng Yan began constructing the food cart in her mind. A 3D food cart materialized in her imagination, appearing almost tangible. For optimal functionality, she decided that 4 burners would be ideal. With a mere thought, 4 stovetops materialized side by side. She envisioned a clean storage compartment for keeping items like water buckets, trash bins, ingredients, and gas canisters separate, ensuring the protection of drinking water. The countertop needed to be clean and easy to maintain, with ample space for food placement. She visualized a sturdy cart design, akin to the previous one, but more robust. As for decoration, she had been dubbed the Little Yellow Duck Baos, and the Little Yellow Duck had become her signature. Thus, she decided to retain that theme. After about 10 minutes of meticulous planning, she clicked extract. A large electric tricycle food cart, shaped like a little yellow duck, was complete. The cart was twice the size of her previous one, measuring nearly 5 meters in length. And the cargo area was spacious enough to accommodate 2 additional burners without feeling cramped. It appeared grander and more impressive, with a designated glass window on the side for displaying prices in vibrant marker. Cheng Yan hopped onto the cart, noting the ample battery capacity, sufficient for a week's use even with a heavy load. The system had provided her with all necessary documents, including a registration certificate for the best electric tricycle brand, awaiting her to register it. With no further delay, Cheng Yan rode to the Hai's vehicle dealership. Upon seeing the cart, Wu Duhai was taken aback. "Boss Cheng, this cart is fantastic." Cheng Yan smiled. "I had it custom-made, but they couldn't register it on their end. Can you assist me with that? I have all the documents ready." Wu Duhai smiled and said, "No problem, but there is a fee of 100 for individual registration. I will give you a discount and only charge you 50. "All right." Cheng Yan will promptly transfer the 50. Wu Duhai informed him that the registration would not be completed until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which meant they would not make it for the midday market. However, that was of no concern. It would not be too late to use it in the afternoon. Chapter 24. The reunion of Cheng Yan and Shun Jingzhu at 10:30 in the morning. Cheng Yan and Zhao Hui set up their stall, as usual on the street by the west gate of Jiang University. Even before their arrival, Cheng Yan noticed a long queue forming at the entrance. Ever since the fame of his stir-fried instant noodles spread, numerous individuals, not limited to Jiang University students, had taken to riding their shared bicycles to join the line. Cheng Yan's business was flourishing day by day. Upon reaching the location, he promptly set up the food cart. Gazing at the little yellow duck cart that had accompanied him since the beginning, Cheng Yan felt a sense of nostalgia, realizing that this would be its final duty. By evening, a larger cart would replace it, tying on the apron provided by the system. A refreshing breeze seemed to shield him from the early summer heat of Jiang City. "Boss, we strongly request that you include soup dumplings during your midday and evening stalls." One student exclaimed. "Indeed, I had a steamer of soup dumplings this morning. They were delicious." Another chimed in. "What? The little yellow duck boss also sells soup dumplings? Where can we get them?" "At the entrance of Jiang City number 2 primary school. They're sold in the morning. Just head north along this road, take a turn, and cross a traffic light to reach it." "Boss, you lack martial ethics, sneaking around selling soup dumplings behind our backs." Cheng Yan chuckled. "I plan to switch to a larger cart this afternoon. This one is a bit cramped. There will be a wider variety of food then. And in the evening, there will also be snow melon cakes available, though they might be a tad pricier, so do prepare yourselves mentally. Will you also be making desserts? Support the change to a larger cart. This one is far too small. I'm looking forward to it. I might buy 2 to try this afternoon." Snow melon cakes? Are they like daifuku? Close enough. They are wonderfully refreshing when chilled in summer. With everything prepared, Cheng Yan ignited the stove and officially opened for business. The stall was bustling with activity. As the enticing aroma of stir-fried noodles wafted through the air, competitors had already grown accustomed to the fact that whenever Cheng Yan arrived, their stalls would suffer a downturn. At 11 o'clock, a police car pulled up. Accompanying Lin Tingwan was another middle-aged man with a serious demeanor, reflecting Lin Tingwan's own troubled expression. Students were immediately puzzled. What is going on? Why are they back? Didn't they say the little yellow duck boss's food was fine? It seems they're headed toward that braised food stall. Oh no! I sometimes enjoy some braised snacks while watching videos. Cheng Yan noticed the police station's movements and kept a watchful eye. He observed Lin Tingwan approach the braised food stall, where the owner attempted to flee but was swiftly restrained by the middle-aged officer. Lin Tingwan proceeded to collect samples of the braised meat using a test tube, carefully selecting items for examination. Cheng Yan called out, "Officer Lin, what is happening?" After collecting the samples, Lin Tingwan walked over, letting out a sigh. This morning's urine tests at Ping and Street Police Station showed no issues with those who ate your stir-fried noodles, except for my master, whose test came back positive. My master recalled having eaten at that braised food stall yesterday. We suspect that the stall has been using poppy shells in their dishes. Cheng Yan was taken aback. Is it possible? In 2024, someone would still dare to use such things? Indeed, Lin Tingwan replied solemnly. Unscrupulous vendors will do anything for profit. Thankfully, someone reported them. Otherwise, that stall would have continued operating without consequences. Cheng Yan remained silent, realizing his words had not been well chosen. Lin Tingwan quickly clarified. Not that I meant it that way. I just didn't expect that someone would still dare to commit such acts in broad daylight. She sighed, initially intending to buy a serving of stir-fried noodles, but was now preoccupied with the situation. Students in the queue suggested, "Why don't you just buy a portion? We wouldn't mind if you cut in line." Others echoed their sentiments, understanding the need to accommodate the police officers. Lin Tingwan shook her head, replying earnestly, "This is a personal matter. I cannot inconvenience the public. If I wish to eat, I will wait in line like everyone else. Thank you, everyone." With that, she bid farewell to Cheng Yan, stating, "I must be off now. Boss Cheng, carry on with your work, and remember to take care of yourself." Cheng Yan nodded in acknowledgement. At the west gate, Su Yu and Xin Jingzhu were walking towards the stall, coincidentally witnessing the exchange between Cheng Yan and Lin Tingwan. Su Yu raised an eyebrow. Didn't the police station confirm that the little yellow duck boss's food was fine? Why is she talking to him today? Could it be that he has been reported by a competitor? What a despicable lot these vendors are. There's pity in their plight, yet they can be quite loathsome. Xin Jingzhu's gaze remained fixed on Cheng Yan, her emotions not as tranquil. Ever since discovering that the popular little yellow duck boss was the same man who had taken her innocence that night, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. It was neither affection nor concern, merely curiosity about the true nature of this individual. After Su Yu's tirade, she wrapped her arms around Xin Jingzhu, urging, "Let us hurry and join the line. The police officer has left, which means the little yellow duck boss is in the clear." The two beautiful women positioned themselves at the end of the queue, each strikingly attractive in their own right. Su Yu was playful and vivacious, while Xin Jingzhu exuded an air of cool elegance, causing the male students ahead to perk up at the sight of them. One boy turned around with a smile. "Ladies, would you like to cut in line? Please go ahead of me." Xin Jingzhu raised her eyes and replied, "What is the difference between standing last and standing third from last?" The boy fell silent, awkwardly turning away. "Goodness, this woman is quite fierce." Leaning closer to Xin Jingzhu, "Look, you've scared him off." Xin Jingzhu huffed softly. She found such boys rather dull, perpetually eager to flirt. Today, witnessing him approach both her and Su Yu, she could only imagine him doing the same with other women. Just a fleeting attraction. At 11:30, Cheng Yan had portioned the stir-fried noodles for his customers. Lifting his gaze, he was met with the sight of two stunning beauties, particularly the one beside Su Yu Xin Jingzhu. Today, she wore a blue shirt that revealed one shoulder, tucked in a high-waisted jeans that accentuated her slender waist and long, elastic legs. However, What captivated him most were her enchanting peach blossom eyes, alluring yet filled with a certain grace. Unfortunately, Shun Jingzhu's demeanor was somewhat cold, lending her an air of icy beauty. Cheng Yan quickly averted his gaze, reminding himself to maintain his anonymity. He asked as usual, "How many portions would you like, beauties?" Suyu smiled brightly. "I want to indulge today." "I'll have two." "I'll take one," Shun Jingzhu stated, a person of considerable restraint. After a moment of hesitation, she inquired, "Is the competition still bothering you? I noticed more officers arriving at the police station." Cheng Yan smiled. "No, that was just Officer Lin. We're acquainted. She merely stopped by for a chat." "Really?" Suyu asked, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Cheng Yan and Shun Jingzhu. "You two know each other?" Cheng Yan replied. "Not really," Shun Jingzhu affirmed. Suyu, perplexed, exclaimed, "Wait, are you acquainted or not?" Chapter 25. Suyu, upon hearing his name, "Why do you blush after just one meeting? It's rather awkward." Even Zhao Hui, who was sitting nearby, looked over, eagerly munching on her snacks. The girl in the denim jeans was truly beautiful. However, Cheng Yan was not lacking either, having achieved more at a young age than many others through hard work. Suyu, feeling exasperated, questioned her best friend, "Do you know him or not?" Shun Jingshu softly replied, "I do." Suyu, intrigued, asked, "How did you two meet? Is there something going on behind my back?" Little did she know, Shun Jingshu was merely teasing. To her surprise, both Cheng Yan and Shun Jingshu suddenly froze, their cheeks quickly turning crimson. Suyu was nearly beside herself. Surely, she knew her best friend well enough. Even if a man were to run naked in front of Shun Jingshu, she would remain unfazed, continuing with her business. Yet today, just because of a playful jest, both of them blushed. "I was merely jesting, and you both are taking it seriously. Ladies, if you've made your purchases, please queue up to collect your meals, allowing others a chance." "Indeed, we are all queuing. We can chat with the boss later." Students at the back began to urge them on. Shun Jingshu nodded at Cheng Yan and joined Suyu at the end of the food collection line. Once in line, Suyu placed her hands on her hips, interrogating her best friend. "Shun Jingshu, honestly confess, how did you meet the boss of the Little Yellow Duck? Is there something about which I am unaware?" We just met once." Shun Jingshu recalled that night, her cheeks flushing anew. "Just one meeting? For an entire night? That counts as one meeting, right? But you blushed the moment I mentioned the Little Yellow Duck boss, which does not seem like the reaction of someone who has merely met once." Suyu insisted. "It was indeed just once," Shun Jingshu maintained. Suyu ceased her inquiries, but her curiosity was piqued. How on earth did these two come to know each other? As Suyu waited for her meal, she noticed that when Cheng Yan handed it to her friend, their eyes met, evoking an indescribable tension. It was clear that their relationship was not merely that of two people who had met once. This was driving her mad. It was hopeless. She wouldn't be able to nap now. At 12:40, Cheng Yan called out, prompting students in the back to wail. The morning market hours had come to an end. Zhao Hui adeptly approached, handing Cheng Yan a wet wipe, smiling as she asked, "Your relationship with that tall girl in the denim jeans seems rather special, doesn't it?" Cheng Yan chuckled awkwardly. "Sister Hui, please don't tease me. Girls like that are pursued everywhere. How could I possibly have a connection with her? That is not quite right." Zhao Hui countered while sweeping the ground. "You're not too shabby yourself. You're sunny, steady, and skilled. Isn't that enough? How many others your age can earn 2,000 a day?" Zhao Hui's estimate of 2,000 was a rough approximation. She could sell nearly 300 cups of mung bean soup daily, profiting over 4 yuan per cup, totaling more than 1,000. Yet, Cheng Yan certainly earned more than her. Little did Zhao Hui know, Cheng Yan's profit from a single market outing exceeded 2,000. Cheng Yan chuckled at her remark. Shun Jingshu surely had no feelings for him. As for him, honestly, who could resist a breathtaking beauty like Shun Jingshu? Even when watching anime, he felt drawn to charming characters. How could he claim indifference towards a stunning reality such as her? It would be disingenuous to say otherwise. Everyone is somewhat swayed by appearances. After tidying up, Cheng Yan and Zhao Hui rode the food cart home. The remaining vendors were unsettled. Another vendor had been taken away by the authorities today. This particular food stall was second only to Cheng Yan's in terms of business. The vendors exchanged glances. Who had reported whom this time? How could such individuals still profit? They were the rotten apples affecting everyone's business. A student mentioned that some were beginning to resist them, claiming their culinary skills were inferior and resorting to underhanded tactics. In such circumstances, everyone felt uneasy. Who knew whether their stalls would thrive in the future? What if, at the height of their success, the authorities showed up? The thought was nauseating. An older gentleman glanced cheerfully at the fried pancake vendor, who seemed uneasy, whispering, "Brother, you can't sell me out. It was you who suggested I report." The older man chuckled heartily. "I merely recounted a childhood story. Did I instruct you to report? Did I ever press you to make that call?" After saying this, he distanced himself from the fried pancake vendor. The vendor felt a lump in his throat, unable to express his frustration. Damn it, this old man is truly sneaky. Had he not mentioned the poppy seed issue, would I have even thought to report? Indeed, he hadn't explicitly told me. But his insinuations made it seem like he wanted me to feel that the fried noodles were tainted. Other vendors glanced at the older man, then at the fried pancake vendor. Their expressions varied. Could it be that this vendor was the informant? It was entirely plausible. He had previously switched to selling fried noodles, never having sold theirs, making retaliation a distinct possibility. Moreover, he had consistently ridiculed the fried noodle vendor behind his back. The fried pancake vendor felt increasingly uncomfortable under their scrutiny and asked, "What are you all staring at? Why not tend to your own business?" The other vendors exchanged glances, nearly certain that the fried pancake vendor was the culprit. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan had returned home. After a brief tidy-up, Zhao Hui called him over for dinner. Recently, Aunt Li had been preparing meals for him. With Zhao Hui recovering, Aunt Li remembered Cheng Yan's kindness. After dinner, Cheng Yan did not rest, but headed to the market to procure glutinous rice flour, cornstarch, butter, milk, cream, and other essential ingredients required for making wu meinyang. He also bought matcha powder, cocoa powder, and some mangoes, planning to create 3 fillings: matcha strawberry, cocoa Oreo crumble, and plain mango. These were 3 classic flavors. Along the way, he ordered a large batch of dessert boxes from the supplier where he had previously purchased meal containers, requesting delivery to his home. These boxes were standard for snow meinyang, capable of holding 2, with a round, plump, transparent lid, and the boxes were black and shallow. Finally, he gathered all necessary tools. By the time he returned home, it was already 1 o'clock. Aunt Li had taken full charge of the side dishes, and Cheng Yan had increased her payment from 80 to 100, allowing her to prepare even more. Upon returning home, the delivery truck from the supermarket arrived simultaneously. The driver and Cheng Yan carried the items into the yard. Cheng Yan placed the large mixing bowl used for kneading dough onto the countertop, opening the bags of glutinous rice flour and other ingredients. Snow meinyang, let the preparations begin. Chapter 26. The new sweet rice cake. First, the glutinous rice flour, cornstarch, and granulated sugar are proportionally combined. Cheng Yan skillfully pours an appropriate amount of milk into the mixture. He then retrieves the newly purchased mixer and begins to blend the ingredients. Fortunately, the model he chose is large and of good quality. Otherwise, this step might have caused the mixer to smoke. Once the mixture reaches a thick consistency, Cheng Yan takes another bowl and sets up a fine sieve to filter the contents. Struggling a bit with the heavy bowl, he chuckles to himself, making it seem as though he were mixing cement. After filtering, he seals it with plastic wrap, punctures a few small holes, and places it over heat to steam. During this brief interlude, Cheng Yan wipes the sweat from his brow and checks the time, realizing that his little yellow duck food cart should be ready. He steps outside and, upon entering the car dealership, spots an impressively large food cart parked in the yard, complete with all the necessary equipment and adorned with little yellow duck decorations. Undoubtedly his own. Wu Dahai emerges, smiling, and says, "Boss Cheng, you made me work quite hard for this vehicle." Typically, such carts are photographed first, then registered and modified, yet you brought me a complete food cart straight away. Fortunately, I had a similar model in stock. Otherwise, acquiring that registration would have been quite a task. Cheng Yan chuckles, explaining that the system does not permit the original model to be removed, which complicates construction. After expressing his gratitude, he recalls his old cart, which he had barely used, and inquires, "Do you accept trade-ins for my hardly used food cart?" Wu Dahai replies heartily, "Of course. Bring it over another day, and I'll give you an estimate. Just be prepared. Even if it's new, it's still a second-hand cart that has served as a food cart, so it might not be as valuable as you hope. Cheng Yan nods in understanding, thinking that if he can get 1,000, that is a bonus. I'll ride over another day then. Thank you for your assistance, Boss Wu. No problem. Wu Dehai laughs heartily. He has heard of the little yellow duck owner's successes. He purchased the cart from Wu and feels a sense of pride in its achievements. Many people are eager to start their own stalls, but he knows that blindly following trends can lead to failure. Riding back on his food cart, Cheng Yan notices that while the System S cart looks the same as others on the outside, both its power and comfort have been significantly upgraded. Upon returning home, he finds the sweet rice cake mixture is nearly ready. Lifting the lid of the steamer, a wave of steam carrying the aroma of glutinous rice wafts into the air. Removing the plastic wrap, he quickly adds some butter while it's still hot, using a spoon to swirl and spread it, though the next steps prove to be somewhat hot to handle. Donning a cotton glove and layering on 2 disposable gloves, he begins to knead the dough, ensuring the butter is thoroughly incorporated into the glutinous rice flour. He stretches and pulls the mixture until it resembles dough, then toasts some additional glutinous rice flour to sprinkle on top. The next steps are akin to making dumplings, cutting, flattening, and rolling out the dough with a pin. He begins with the mango flavor, squeezing a layer of whipped cream, adding mango chunks, covering them with more cream, sealing it, and shaping it into the familiar form of sweet rice cakes. Once the first one is complete, he continues to replicate the process. This task is labor-intensive. Previously, he thought the price of 10 yuan for 2 was exorbitant, but now he understands that the cost reflects the effort involved. He manages to create 103 mango-flavored sweet rice cakes, tasting one for himself before packaging the rest into 51 boxes. Next, he prepares the matcha strawberry and cocoa Oreo flavors. Following the same method as the mango, but incorporating matcha powder and cocoa powder into the dough and cream for a cohesive flavor experience. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Cheng Yan retrieves the packaged sweet rice cakes from the refrigerator. After only an hour of chilling, thanks to the system-provided freezer, they appear quite appealing. The outer layer is cool, and the filling is refreshingly chilled. He sets aside 2 boxes of each flavor to gift to Aunt Li and Zhao Hui, planning to sell the remainder. Regrettably, the time spent on such labor-intensive desserts was too rushed. He has 51 boxes of mango, 50 of matcha strawberry, and 45 of cocoa Oreo. Initially, he intended to make buns as well, but that will have to wait until evening. Pondering this, Cheng Yan pulls out his phone to take a picture. Little yellow duck owner, today I've introduced a new dessert, sweet rice cakes, available in matcha strawberry, original mango, and cocoa Oreo flavors, priced at 20 yuan for a box of 2. Due to the labor-intensive process, quantities are limited, and each person may purchase a maximum of 3 boxes. Please consume responsibly. Since the group chat is muted, Cheng Yan doesn't need to wait for feedback and can proceed directly. At 4:30 in the afternoon, he meets Zhao Hui at the entrance while riding the large food cart. Zhao Hui pauses, surprised. Cheng Yan, you've changed food carts? Yes. Cheng Yan replies with a smile. The previous cart was too small. I couldn't sell noodles and buns simultaneously. From now on, I plan to offer both to earn more money, right? Indeed, Zhao Hui agrees, following Cheng Yan. With your skills, everyone will be clamoring to buy whatever you make. I can't fathom how you developed such talent. As Cheng Yan rides his upgraded food cart towards the west gate of Jiangxing Normal University, he notices a group of students eagerly searching for him. Upon spotting the familiar little yellow duck cart, the students appear momentarily stunned. Has the little yellow duck owner's cart grown so large? As Cheng Yan approaches, they recognize him, erupting in cheers. It really is the little yellow duck owner. The equipment has been upgraded. Didn't you say you were introducing sweet rice cakes? I want to try. Curse you, little yellow duck owner. All my living expenses are going to you. Don't even mention it. My living expenses are about to run dry. I'm preparing to find a part-time job. You're just working to pay the little yellow duck owner. Why not just ask him if he needs temporary staff? You could exchange your wages for delicious food. Great idea. Little yellow duck owner. Are you hiring part-timers? Cheng Yan chuckles, shaking his head. As he sets up the food cart, he explains, I'm not hiring. I can manage on my own. Besides, you gluttons surely want to dine for free. Ha ha ha. How did you know? Cheng Yan deftly avoids the question, smiling as he adds. The stir-fried noodles are the same as before, but regarding the sweet rice cakes, I must remind everyone, there's a limit of 3 boxes per person. Each box contains 2 handmade cakes. The purchase limit is necessary to ensure that more people can enjoy them, so please be understanding. Chapter 27. Jing Shu. Your paramour is truly proficient in culinary arts understanding. Certainly understanding. I have long wished for the boss to impose a purchase limit. This is nothing short of a blessing for those students who lack the time to queue or, due to various circumstances, can never find themselves at the front of the line. With that said, the stall commenced its business. Cheng Yan's fried instant noodles and soup dumplings are truly exceptional. A subjective trust has formed among the patrons regarding Cheng Yan. It is understood that anything crafted by Cheng Yan is guaranteed to be delectable. The leading student proudly declared, "Boss, I'll have 3 servings of fried noodles and 1 of each flavor of snow mousse. I've transferred 99 to you." University students are both financially constrained and affluent. 99 for a meal? A mere trifle. A monthly membership for 20 yuan? Why not go seize it? Cheng Yan gestured towards the array of boxes to her left. The white boxes contained original mango flavor, the green ones were matcha, and the black ones were filled with crushed Oreo. Those who could not wait helped themselves. The leading boy, upon hearing this, eagerly took 3 boxes for himself. With a cheerful demeanor, he joined the queue for food, turning to those behind him. "I'll sample this for you first." He took a bite of the Oreo-flavored mousse. With the first bite, the glutinous rice was incredibly soft, yet not at all sticky. The aroma of cocoa powder mingled with the sweet, non-cloying animal cream, and the Oreo blended beautifully with the white cream, creating a delightful taste. "Wow!" the boy exclaimed, finishing off the remaining half with enthusiasm. "Boss, your snow mousse is absolutely fantastic, even better than the desserts I buy from those chain stores. Soft, sweet, cool, and fragrant, simply exquisite." Hearing this, the people behind him grew anxious. "Boss, I'll start with a box of original mango." "Boss, I want 1 of each flavor." "Boss, I'll have the matcha strawberry." The delightful sound of payment notifications filled the air. Someone shared this in the group chat. "Quick, the little yellow duck boss made amazing snow mousse today, and there's a purchase limit. Everyone has a chance." Wow, it's incredibly delicious. Missing this would be a lifelong regret. Suddenly, I feel that dessert shops are not professional at all. Hurry, this is limited, and I can't buy it on behalf of anyone. In the group chat, Suyu saw the flurry of messages and quickly contacted Jing Shu. Jing Shu, Suyu, do you want to eat snow mousse? I'm about to queue. Jing Shu, Suyu, your paramour has launched a new dessert, and the students are raving about it. Jing Shu, what paramour? Suyu, I advise you to speak properly. Suyu, I can't chat now. I'm going to queue. Wait for me. It might really be gone. Suyu put down her phone and dashed towards the school entrance. Along the way, she observed students sprinting ahead of her, regretting her lack of exercise. How vexing. From now on, she must run 2 kilometers daily. At the West Gate, Cheng Yan arrived at 4:30, and by just past 5, the snow mousse had nearly sold out. Students have limited finances, often choosing between fried noodles and snow mousse. Moreover, since the snow mousse was a new offering and required no waiting, many opted for it. Not everyone could easily spend dozens on a meal without a second thought. Most students chose to spend 20 yuan for a flavor of their liking. Some even shared a portion, as there are 2 in a serving, allowing each to enjoy 1, while saving enough for a serving of fried noodles. Zhao Hui looked at Cheng Yan with genuine envy. Unfortunately, she had no special skills of her own and could only rely on Cheng Yan as customer flow to sell her mung bean soup. Yet, this income was already satisfactory for her. One must be content. Suyu stood in line. When it was her turn, she greeted Cheng Yan with a smile. "Hello there." Cheng Yan glanced behind Suyu and, noticing her smile, Suyu said, "No need to look. Jing Shu isn't here. There's an issue at her family's restaurant, and she's busy. I'm buying some snow mousse to bring to her." "So, her name is Jing Shu." Cheng Yan murmured to herself, nodding. The matcha flavor had sold out, leaving only mango and Oreo. Suyu said, visibly upset. "Jing Shu loves matcha the most, and I wanted to get some for her." "Never mind, I'll take 2 boxes of mango and 1 box of Oreo." She completed the payment with a scan. "All right, Just grab them yourself, Cheng Yan instructed. I'm off then. Bye. Bidding farewell to Cheng Yan, Suyu felt elated as she carried the snow mousse, hailing a taxi on her phone, and headed straight to Shun Jingshu's Jiangqing Bistro. At that moment, Shun Jingshu sat in the bistro, gazing at the sparse crowd, her expression filled with worry. She wore black trousers paired with black high heels, her legs crossed with the toes pointed, revealing the red soles. The few scattered diners looked her way, not for the food, but merely to gawk. Having heard that the bistro's proprietress was particularly beautiful, ordering a dish and lingering for an hour over it. Jingshu. Suddenly, a playful voice rang out. The diners looked on, surprised at the arrival of another stunning beauty. Suyu, carrying the snow mousse, sat beside Shun Jingshu, excitedly opening the bag. Jingshu, you must try this. I went through great lengths to buy it for you. Unfortunately, I had arrived late, and the matcha flavor sold out, so I got mango and Oreo instead. This is the mango flavor. Suyu opened the box, took a small fork, and pushed it towards her best friend. Go on, try it. The students say it's delicious. Shun Jingshu gazed at the round snow mousse, looking at her friend with gratitude. Ever since the incident at her family's restaurant, her best friend had been finding ways to make her feel better. Yeah, thank you. Suyu waved her hand dismissively. What are you thanking me for? Just taste it. In front of Suyu, Shun Jingshu picked up the small fork and took a gentle bite of the snow mousse. The flavor was as delightful as ever, even with desserts. That man had a way of mastering them. She eagerly took another bite, savoring the mango bits and animal cream, and smiled. The ingredients are of high quality. The cream is animal-based. The mango is clearly fresh. His establishment has always maintained a standard with the ingredients. Soft, sweet, fragrant yet not cloying. One bite can uplift one's spirits. Shun Jingshu smiled gently, though she lamented the time. The snow mousse had lost some of its chill, which would have made it even better. Cheng Yan was powerless in this regard. The preservation box could maintain freshness but not temperature. Otherwise, it would be extraordinary. Seeing her friend's mood brighten, Suyu triumphantly remarked, "See, I knew it would be delicious. Your little yellow duck friend is indeed quite skilled in the kitchen. By the way, Jingshu, why don't you let him come here to help out?" Shun Jingshu replied helplessly, "I'm not as familiar with him as you think. Besides, what would I have him do? Make fried noodles or snow mousse?" "True." Suyu chuckled heartily. Chapter 28. Cheng Yan's ambition at 7 in the evening. Cheng Yan was preparing to close up his stall. A few stall owners approached him, causing both Cheng Yan and Zhao Hui, along with the students present, to be taken aback. The group consisted of both men and women, their demeanor intimidating. Cheng Yan thought to himself, is this a complaint that has escalated into a physical confrontation? Zhao Hui nervously stepped closer, casting a worried glance at Cheng Yan. What should we do? Some students, unable to tolerate the situation, stood up defiantly. What do you want? Protect the little yellow duck owner. Are you looking for a fight? Do you think you outnumber us? Upon hearing this, the stall owners exchanged glances and chuckled wryly. We merely came to inform you that the individual who reported you has been identified. It was the man selling fried pancakes. This has nothing to do with us. Cheng Yan reflected for a moment and immediately recognized who they were referring to. He recalled that the owner had tried to sell fried instant noodles, but had failed to attract any customers and reverted to selling fried pancakes instead. He glanced over at the man selling fried pancakes, their eyes meeting from a distance. One of the students couldn't help but comment. So, it was him. His fried instant noodles were terrible. What does that have to do with the little yellow duck owner? Let's all agree not to buy fried pancakes from him in the future. Yes, let's expose him on the wall. Cheng Yan felt a headache coming on. It was not that he was overly compassionate. He realized that mishandling the situation could lead to him inadvertently collaborating with the students to cyberbully the pancake vendor. It would be a shame to start with the moral high ground only to become part of an organized harassment. Cheng Yan smiled and said, "Everyone, let us remain rational. I appreciate your willingness to stand up for me. But if we proceed this way, won't we be just like him? He certainly won't report me again. And I will continue to develop more delicious food. Let us just enjoy our meals here together without attracting trouble." The stall owners who had come to report were taken aback by Cheng Yan's generosity and each gave him a thumbs up. His attitude was commendable, returning kindness for grievances. Had they chosen to retaliate against the pancake vendor, it would have been a mistake. After some persuasion, Cheng Yan managed to convince the students to return to school. However, he knew that even though he had prevented an escalation, word of mouth among students would likely hurt the pancake vendor's business. Zhao Hui smiled and remarked, "Cheng Yan, you have a good heart." Cheng Yan chuckled lightly. Handling the situation this way was indeed beneficial for all. Losing goodwill would be the greatest loss. The two rode their bikes home, stopping by Aunt Lee's for dinner and bringing back some snow cream desserts she had saved for them. They couldn't rely on her generosity every day. Upon returning home, Cheng Yan planned to prepare all the snow cream desserts for the following day. As he busied himself with the dough and filling, he realized that staying occupied revealed the potential in anyone to master time management. Around 11 o'clock that night, Cheng Yan lay in bed, reviewing the day's earnings. He had sold 264 baskets of buns in the morning, earning over 2,300. The fried instant noodles had also performed decently, bringing in about 2,100. With the addition of snow cream desserts in the evening, his earnings increased significantly. The fried instant noodles fetched around 2,200, and he had made 146 boxes of snow cream desserts, giving Aunt Lee and Zhao Hui 6 boxes each. The cost of each box, excluding labor, was roughly 3 yuan, yielding a profit of 17 yuan per box, totaling over 2,300. He noted everything down and concluded that he had earned over 9,000 in just one day. The potential profit was astonishing, given that he had only sold snow cream desserts for one evening. If he expanded to morning and afternoon sales, the profits could skyrocket. Even selling just 300 boxes a day would yield over 10,000 in profit. With a monthly profit exceeding 300,000, Cheng Yan, who had never seen such wealth, felt a bit dizzy. The casual longing he once expressed for a luxury car had turned into a tangible ambition. Additionally, with the average property price in Jiangcheng hovering around 20,000, he was now in a position to purchase a 100 square meter apartment within a year. Saving a bit more, a villa could also become a reality. Cheng Yan felt a surge of excitement as he began contemplating when to sell fried beef rice noodles. He didn't intend to price them cheaply, given that they contained beef and the cooking method required a frying pan, which limited the yield to 2 servings per batch. Perhaps 100 yuan per serving? He mused. However, he questioned whether students would be willing to pay that much. Fried instant noodles seemed more within their budget, while fried beef rice noodles felt extravagant. If he were to sell fried beef rice noodles, he would need to head to the night market. With the weather warming up, the night market would attract more adults with better purchasing power. However, this meant he couldn't operate at Jiangshi's West Gate in the afternoons anymore and would need to leave by 5 o'clock. He envisioned 4 burners, one for boiling water and the other 3 at full heat. He was exceedingly busy. After finishing his tasks, it was just past 11. After washing up, he lay down at 11:30, knowing he had to rise at 5 the next morning, leaving him with only 5 or 6 hours of sleep. He realized that while earning money was important, he didn't want to compromise his health. It was crucial to restructure his schedule. Cheng Yan, a man of decisive action, promptly pulled out his notebook to record his new plan. He decided to set out at 7 in the morning, allowing an extra half hour for the buns to be made quickly, aiming to finish by 8:30. Upon returning home, he would prepare the midday ingredients and wouldn't need to leave at 10:30. 11 would suffice, wrapping up by 1 in the afternoon. If he prepared the snow cream desserts in advance, he could afford a 1-hour nap before waking at 3 o'clock. If he were to sell at Jiangshi's Gate, he would leave by 4 o'clock and finish by 6 in the evening, allowing time to gather ingredients upon returning home. This time-saving strategy would enable him to sleep half an hour earlier at night and wake up half an hour later in the morning, ensuring adequate rest. Should he opt for the night market at Longjiang Square, he would leave around 6 in the evening, preparing some items in the afternoon, which would make his return easier. Cheng Yan reconsidered his options and found them feasible. After accumulating 5 chances for a lottery draw during the day, 2 points for every 2 snow cream desserts, he anticipated that his culinary skills would continue to improve. It was essential to prioritize and maximize profits. Setting up stalls was merely a necessary formality. Earning money was the core objective, a principle Cheng Yan was resolute in maintaining. Moreover, he wished to take a day off on Monday. If he worked tirelessly without enjoyment, what was the point of earning so much? Having come to this conclusion, Cheng Yan set aside his notebook and fell into a deep, sweet slumber. He dreamed of a woman named Jing Shu, dressed in a form-fitting black dress and nude high heels. She entered his room, crossing her arms, her cool demeanor strikingly captivating as she gazed directly at him. Then, she sat down on the edge of his bed. It was a pleasant dream. He indeed had a penchant for the serene. Chapter 29. Parents, if you misbehave, I will. The next day, Cheng Yan, who set up a stall with Zhao Hui at Jiangxing No. 2 Primary School, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a black Maybach. He quickly checked his phone. Fortunately, it was only 6:56, not yet 7:40. Hao's mother must not have slept in today. As the car came to a halt, a group of parents, each leading their children, promptly formed a queue in eager anticipation. The parents appeared vibrant and full of energy, their faces aglow with excitement, while the children, still rubbing the sleep from their eyes, resembled little old folks. For a fleeting moment, it was difficult to discern who the actual parents were. What has become of this society? Boss, you finally arrived. Hao's mother stood at the front of the line, exuding an aura that deterred anyone from approaching her. Cheng Yan smiled and suggested, everyone can join a group. I will post the stall's times and locations daily. A group? Hao's mother glanced at the food truck's window, where a penguin group number was inscribed in blue fluorescent marker. She took out her phone to search and join. Over 1,000 people already. Boss, you were the first one to set up a stall here. The other parents, hearing this, eagerly joined, even more fervently than they did in the parents' group. Hao tugged at his mother's hand, urging, Mom, I want buns with tofu and pork filling. All right, she sighed. Boss, I'll take 2 baskets of each filling, please. Oh, is that daifuku? She pointed at the spot where the snow mochi was displayed, her manicured fingers shimmering. Cheng Yan swiftly filled the orders, smiling as he said, Would you like to try the snow mochi? Students behind them began to cheer. You absolutely must. The little yellow duck's snow mochi is delicious. Are you foolish? If you shout it out, others will buy it all. Exactly. Don't buy it. The little yellow duck's snow mochi is sickening. Even dogs won't eat it. Cheng Yan responded. All right. So this is how we play it, is it? Hao's mother and the other parents burst into laughter at the antics of the college students. With a grand gesture, she declared, Give me 10 boxes of each flavor. My refrigerator is spacious, a double door, I'll save it to enjoy slowly. Cheng Yan chuckled. I have a limit of 3 boxes per person, and if you choose one flavor, it's limited to 2. A limit. Hao's mother was taken aback, her gentle face reflecting disbelief. It's just that making these is quite labor-intensive, Cheng Yan sighed. I could produce about 300 boxes a day, so... I understand. Hao's mother had a sudden idea. Then my son can count as one person too, so I'll take 2 boxes of each flavor. Hao exclaimed. What do you mean by I count as a person? He shouted to Cheng Yan, Uncle, sell them to my mom. Otherwise, I 1T count as a person. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Cheng Yan efficiently prepared the order for Hao's mother, saying, Here you go, all packed up. Great, she replied, still the warm and easygoing Hao's mother, stepping aside with her items. She opened a box of matcha snow mochi and took a bite. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. This is truly delicious, even better than what I've had at those upscale dessert shops. How do you achieve this? Selling this box for 20 is quite a bargain. If served at a high-end restaurant, this dessert could easily fetch 100 or 200. Other parents, overhearing, eagerly sought to include their children's share as well. The college students in line gritted their teeth, feeling slighted. Are they taking advantage of those without children? Desperate for kids, are we? Who wouldn't want children? Sell me 5 minutes, and once I get my snow mochi, I'll toss them aside. The children, sensing the impending doom, began to protest. One child choked out, Mom. Don't sell me. I promise to listen to you from now on and 1T sneak ice cream at night again. Me too, Dad. I 1T roll on the ground anymore. Mom, I 1T drag my feet on homework anymore. The parents, grinning, pointed at the college students in line, teasing, If you misbehave in the future, we'll sell you to these big brothers and sisters. Once they finish buying snow mochi, they 1T sell you anymore. Zhao Hui laughed heartily from aside. What is this? How can buying a dessert also serve as a means to scare the children? Meanwhile, Hao's mother watched the lively scene, happily munching on her snow mochi. Hao tugged at his mother's skirt. Say, Mom, I want to eat too. Hao Hao's mother handed him the last box of matcha snow mochi. But didn't I buy 3 boxes? He protested. With a gentle smile, she replied, children shouldn't eat too many sweets. If you don't eat, this one will be gone too. Hao Hao clenched his teeth, silently accepting this reality. Checking the time. His mother, still smiling, said goodbye, boss. Cheng Yan replied amidst his busy work. Thankfully, he was managing 4 stoves and over 30 steamer baskets. Otherwise, he would indeed be overwhelmed. In the queue, he noticed 2 unfamiliar girls. One lively girl exclaimed, boss, we rode our bikes for 6 hours from the neighboring Qingcheng just to buy your dumplings. Cheng Yan was astonished. Wow, that has quite a distance. Please be careful on the road. The girl nodded. Don't worry, we came together. I saw someone say your dumplings are a delicacy, and I was craving them all night. My friend and I immediately decided to ride over. Cheng Yan chuckled. The college students appeared like zombies during the day, but at night, they transformed into valiant warriors, ready for action. He handed the dumplings to the 2 girls, reminding them to be safe on their way back. At that moment, Cheng Yan was merely impressed by the girls' determination, completely unaware of what awaited him in the future. After selling for another half hour, and before 8 o'clock struck, all the dumplings and snow mochi had been sold out, with the numerous steamer baskets and the extra dumplings he had prepared earlier. The efficiency of the day had significantly increased. Upon checking the score in his mind, he was astonished to find that in just an hour and a half, he had sold a whopping 300 baskets of dumplings and 100 boxes of snow mochi. The profits were abundant. As the customer flow increased for Cheng Yan, Zhao Hui was also selling swiftly. Her offerings were ready to grab and go. By 8 o'clock, she had sold out as well. Both were in high spirits on their way home. Cheng Yan contemplating making more dumplings when he returned, planning to set up 2 stoves for dumplings and 2 for fried noodles the next day, along with the snow mochi. Profits would surely double. Amidst his busyness, a short video was circulating online, gaining traction. From 11 at night to 7 in the morning, I biked 600 kilometers to Jiangxing 2 primary school to buy the little yellow duck's dumplings. When I finally tasted the dumplings, I can truly say this flavor was worth every mile of the ride with my friends. Now, off to explore Jiangxing before taking the high-speed train back. Youth has no price. Our bikes took us straight to Jiangxing. Chapter 30. A crowd? How many could there be? Youth bears no price. And bicycles swiftly reach Jiangxing. This video struck a chord with college students who found themselves at a loss for how to spend their evening. It was rapidly shared by numerous official news accounts, causing its popularity to soar. Such determination. This is what youth should embody. Those soup dumplings look absolutely delectable. Students from Jiang University are highly recommending the dishes made by the owner of Little Yellow Duck, be it soup dumplings or fried noodles. The snow cream is exceptionally delicious. It's true, the food made by the Little Yellow Duck owner is genuinely scrumptious. Anyone planning to go? Just hop on a shared bike tonight, grab breakfast tomorrow, and take the high-speed train back to Qingcheng in the afternoon. Count me in. Which university are you from? Groups began to form, coordinating times and locations for their collective journey to Jiangxing, ensuring companionship along the way. The Jiangxing government also took notice of the comments surrounding the video. An official with a square face stated earnestly, regardless of whether they actually come, we must be prepared to accommodate this influx of visitors. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau, provide me with a plan by 9 o'clock tonight. The Traffic Management Bureau must dispatch personnel to patrol along the route to prevent accidents, and report immediately if the crowd becomes too large. Thus, a series of directives were issued, and the relevant departments in Jiangxing sprang into action. They could scarcely imagine that they would mobilize in response to a mere street vendor. Having just finished his morning shift, Cheng Yan was counting his earnings. In just over 2 hours, he had sold out of 100 boxes of snow cream, along with 201 servings of fried noodles and 158 baskets of dumplings, netting over 5,000. With the additional 5,000 earned in the morning, his total income for the day had already surpassed 10,000 before even starting his afternoon shift. What mattered even more to Cheng Yan was the chance to win prizes. 12 opportunities. He eagerly entered the draw. Congratulations! You have won 10 bottles of cleaning solution. Congratulations! You have won 10 bottles of cleaning solution. Congratulations! You have won 10 preservation cards. Congratulations! You have won 10 fatigue elimination cards. Congratulations. You have won a top-tier culinary treasure chest. Random. Congratulations. You have won. A flurry of notifications cascaded in under 10 seconds. Cheng Yan assessed his spoils for the day, noting that he had only secured one top-tier culinary treasure chest. Aside from acquiring 2 gas canisters with a month's worth of usage, there were no tangible rewards like a freezer or apron. He could not help but chuckle at his misfortune. Why am I so unlucky? I drew at this very moment last time. Yet, he consoled himself that the various effect cards were not without value. The fatigue, elimination, and preservation cards were almost inexhaustible, and he had a plethora of cleaning solutions in the system's inventory. Once he finished a bottle, he simply extracted another. These items, designed to appear inconspicuous, bore no distinction from the leading brands available on the market. Just a few days prior, Zhao Hui had complained, questioning why Cheng Yan's cleaning products seemed to work wonders while hers required considerable effort to yield results. Cheng Yan dared not respond, merely offering a nervous laugh. Zhao Hui concocted her own theory, believing that Cheng Yan's food truck was thoroughly cleaned after each shift, hence the ease of maintenance. She, however, lacked such diligence, especially since selling mung bean paste did not entail much mess. He decided to open the top-tier culinary treasure chest. Congratulations! You have acquired the skill of preparing top-tier braised pork. Another impressive dish. Cheng Yan felt no hesitation. The mere thought of braised pork conjured a myriad of cooking methods and details, as if he had performed them countless times before. The system's capabilities were indeed remarkable. Not only did it teach him, but also allowed him to grasp everything holistically, even bypassing the practical applications. Braised pork Cheng Yan pondered while lying in bed. This dish certainly could not be prepared on site. It needed to be cooked in advance and kept warm, as time would be insufficient otherwise. Thankfully, with the preservation card, he could prepare an entire pot and maintain its warmth, ensuring the texture and flavor remained optimal. Initially, when he sold fried noodles and snow cream, he had thought the preservation card was of little use, finding it only beneficial for dumplings. However, he was increasingly recognizing the immense value of the preservation card. Sleep, sleep. This precious rest time was hard-won. Cheng Yan closed his eyes and fell asleep almost instantly. Upon waking, he prepared the snow cream he intended to sell the following day. Time was of the essence. He could not manage 3 flavors, so he focused on creating the cocoa Oreo crumble. The rest, along with the dumplings, would have to wait until he returned in the evening. At 4 in the afternoon, Cheng Yan was ready to head out. Suddenly, an unfamiliar number called, a landline. Huh, trying to scam me. He hung up immediately. Who still uses landlines these days? Other than scammers? Yet, before he could start his food truck, a local Jiangxing number rang through. Cheng Yan felt puzzled and answered. A man's voice, sounding to be in his 30s, greeted him before saying earnestly, Mr. Cheng, that video circulating online has gained considerable traction. Our department estimates that many people will arrive in Jiangxing tomorrow morning. Therefore, we kindly request that you refrain from setting up your stall at Jiangxing No. 2 Elementary School. We will allocate a space for you at Longjiang Square. Cheng Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had been so busy that he hadn't even checked Douyin. How many people could possibly come to Jiangxing? The more, the merrier. After all, he could sell as much as there was demand. He had been concerned about not surpassing 20,000 in income. Nevertheless, since they advised against a stall at Jiangxing No. 2, he wouldn't go there. He could simply head to Longjiang Square instead. However, given that this call came from a government department, he decided to do a quick online search, only to be startled by the results. The most popular video had amassed over 1 million likes and tens of thousands of comments. Some viewers expressed intentions to seek him out for soup dumplings, while others simply wished to spend a day in Jiangxing. Cheng Yan contemplated this and resolved to prepare extra dumpling filling and dough when he returned that evening, as he anticipated a significant influx of customers the following morning. He knew he couldn't manage such a large quantity on his own. If the department's estimate proved inaccurate, who would buy the excess dumplings? That loss would fall squarely on him. Cheng Yan made a mental note of this matter just as Zhao Hui's voice echoed from outside. Responding to her call, he mounted his food truck, locked the door, and set off towards Jiang University's entrance. Upon arrival, students informed him of the situation. Boss, your soup dumplings have gone viral. My high school classmate studies at Cheng Yan University. He mentioned they formed a group of over 500 people planning to storm Jiangchang tonight. How outrageous. Even people from neighboring cities want to come here and compete with us. I'll leave at 6 tomorrow morning. I refuse to believe that, as a local, I can't secure a prime spot. Exactly. We'll get there even earlier. First come, first serve for the soup dumplings. Chapter 31. Shun Jingshu's imagination. He is deeply adored. The student's chatter cascaded into Cheng Yan's ears. Even Zhao Hui remarked, I must prepare more mung bean soup. Tomorrow I'll take advantage of the little yellow duck boss's customer flow. The students burst into laughter. They were fully aware of the relationship between the little yellow duck boss and the mung bean soup lady. Having learned the whole story from the mung bean soup lady, this group of university students had developed an almost fervent admiration for Cheng Yan. Goodness, he deliberately left the beverage market vacant, allowing those in need to benefit. Such magnanimity is not something everyone can achieve, especially considering that Cheng Yan's stall attracted the highest foot traffic. Even if he procured some cola or Sprite from the wholesale market, he could easily earn a few hundred more each day. They felt that a boss with such a heart truly deserved to prosper. Cheng Yan clapped his hands, and once the crowd quieted, he announced, to avoid blocking the entrance of Jiangxi No. 2 Elementary School tomorrow, I will set up my stall at Longjiang Square. The group chat will notify everyone. Please inform each other to avoid a wasted trip. All right, the elementary students cried, some lamenting the loss of their legitimate excuse for being late, laughter echoing around. Cheng Yan nodded, signaling the commencement of business. The snowmain and Baozi were quickly prepared. Since they were prepped in advance and kept fresh, he merely needed to steam them, effortless. However, did this count as pre-packaged food? Cheng Yan thought humorously. Today, a familiar face appeared. Lin Tingwan, unexpectedly free, joined the queue. Upon reaching her turn, she raised an elegant eyebrow and shot Cheng in a playful glare, chiding, Boss Cheng, your stall is quite profitable. The officers at the police station and traffic management bureau are swamped, all in preparation for the potential influx tomorrow. If I had tea arrived recently and had no tasks, I wouldn't have gotten to taste your baozi today. I'll take 5 baskets of each filling, 5 portions of fried instant noodles, and 1 box of each flavor of snow mignon. Dressed in her police uniform, Lin Tingwan radiated confidence, yet when speaking to Cheng Yan, her feminine charm captivated the students nearby. One student, overhearing, exclaimed, Officer, are you really eating that much? Leave some for us, please. Lin Tingwan turned, bemused. This is for my colleagues. What are you thinking? You all buy from Boss Cheng constantly. I've seen so many familiar faces. Laughter ensued as everyone shyly chuckled. It was a light-hearted moment, and the presence of a beautiful officer in uniform warranted some conversation. After preparing her order, Cheng Yan handed it to Lin Tingwan. Thank you for your hard work. Serving the people. She winked, leaving to tackle a night shift. Cheng Yan waved her off. After a few more customers, another stunning beauty approached the stall. Su Yu, the counselor from Jiang University. Today, she wore light makeup, with a hint of pink blush on her cheeks, exuding a youthful charm. Little yellow duck boss, it seems you have a way with the ladies. I hear you boys fancy uniforms, nurses, office ladies. Did that police officer catch your eye? Teacher Su, you mustn't slander me. Cheng Yan replied with a smile. All who come to my stall are my esteemed customers, and I treat each one well. So you clicked her tongue. That's more like it. If you hurt Jingshu, I won't let you off easily. Cheng Yan was bewildered. What do you mean by that? Besides knowing each other well, we hardly have a relationship, having exchanged only a few words. Who would believe that? Just mentioning your name makes Jingshu blush. She is like a 1,000-year-old iron tree. It's her first time blooming at your stall. Cheng Yan was taken aback. He had no idea about her feelings. Redirecting the conversation, he urged, you should decide what you want. The people behind you are glaring. So you glanced at the snow mignon, frowning. Is there no matcha flavor left? Fine, I'll take 2 boxes of mango, 1 box of Oreo, and 2 baskets each of the tofu and pork baozi. Cheng Yan nodded. Su Yu rarely indulged in fried instant noodles, citing her desire to maintain her figure. The remaining items were quickly packed, and, as she watched, Cheng Yan discreetly handed her a box of matcha-flavored snow mignon. Covering her mouth, she looked around, ensuring no one noticed, and gleefully carried the bag away. Men, claiming there's nothing between you two. As soon as Jingshu expressed her fondness for matcha, you reserved a box for her, regardless of whether she comes or not. Hypocrisy at its finest. She hummed as she departed. Indeed, Cheng Yan had reserved it for Shun Jingshu. He felt a certain closeness towards her, especially since they had shared a moment before. It was a mix of fondness, but not quite love, as they had not truly gotten to know one another. However, since Shun Jingshu had once given him 1,000 as hush money, he considered it sold to her. Business continued, and the variety of food diminished rapidly. Shun Jingshu was not at a restaurant, Jiangcheng Xiaoguan, today. Instead, she was nestled in her own 3-bedroom apartment. The restaurant's business had dwindled, loyal customers had vanished, and the new chef failed to attract new ones, leaving her in a predicament. Ever since she took over the eatery, her parents had been traveling across the country. This 3-bedroom apartment was a gift from her parents for her coming of age, symbolizing independence and self-sufficiency. So you often stayed over. She knocked on the door and, upon hearing a response, typed in a password to enter. Inside, she found Shun Jingshu curled up on a large sofa, her long legs tucked beneath her. A decanter sat on the coffee table, filled with dark red wine, reminiscent of blood. Dressed in a nightgown, her fair legs drew attention. With cherry red nail polish resembling red plums blooming amidst the snow. Seeing Shun Jingshu drinking, so you approached, raising an eyebrow. How come you're drinking again? Shun Jingshu was usually quite restrained. She drank only a glass or two to ease her emotions. She would never get drunk, especially after the harsh lesson from her only experience with intoxication. So you plopped down on the sofa, bending to unpack her bag and revealing disposable chopsticks. Here, I brought you your favorite matcha, Snow Mignon. Have a taste first. If it lifts your spirits, you can have some Baosi too. The little yellow duck boss's food is quite comforting. After having a Baosi, so you continued. This matcha flavor was carefully set aside for you by the little yellow duck boss. When he brought it out, he looked like a thief, afraid of being spotted by customers. Shun Jingshu paused, her gaze fixed on the Snow Mignon dusted with matcha powder. Imagining the scenario of him hiding it amidst the crowd, she couldn't help but smile. That boy must have felt quite awkward. With that thought, she set down her wine glass, extended her long legs, and bent to pick up the Snow Mignon, slowly bringing it to her mouth with a small fork. The aroma of matcha and glutinous rice delighted her palate. With each bite, the rich matcha cream harmonized perfectly with the sweet tart strawberries, enhancing each other's flavors. It is truly delectable. No wonder it is his creation. I can feel my spirits lifting. For the first time, Shun Jingshu experienced a sensation known as being cherished. Observing her desire for a second serving, Suyu was momentarily taken aback, hastily setting down her chopsticks to intervene. Shun Jingshu, you dare to desire a second one? How outrageous! Aren't you leaving any for me? Shun Jingshu gracefully sidestepped, effortlessly evading Suyu's advance. She extended her right leg, playfully using her toes to block Suyu's approach, and with a cheerful smile declared, "This was specially reserved for me by him. It has nothing to do with you. You may enjoy your own soup dumplings." Chapter 32. The inauguration of the street vendor realm, that detestable Shun Jingshu, forsaking friendship for the sake of fleeting affection. Our little vessel of camaraderie has surely capsized. Suyu grumbled in a tone of mock reproach. Shun Jingshu, however, merely smiled, savoring the last delectable matcha-flavored snow cake, utterly oblivious to her friend's playful lament. Their bond was not akin to that of ordinary girls. They had weathered storms before. And whether it was Shun Jingshu or Suyu who bowed in apology, their friendship remained resilient. Even the current spat would not sever their ties, especially not over a delightful snow cake. As expected, Suyu, indulging in her soup dumplings, leaned closer and continued, "Jingshu, did you hear? Your little yellow duck vendor has become quite the sensation. A substantial wave of patrons online is talking about descending upon Jiangcheng tonight for those soup dumplings." Really? Is it that popular? Shun Jingshu mused, contemplating a visit the following day, though she feigned indifference. "What do you mean, my family? He and I are hardly connected." So you clicked her tongue. "Keep pretending. Just hand over my matcha snow cake." Meanwhile, Cheng Yan returned home and swiftly attended to his evening meal. A new wave of busyness awaited him. The online buzz had invigorated his usual business significantly. By evening, he had earned over 5,000, bringing his daily total to a gratifying 15,000. No wonder people extol the virtues of street vending. With such profits, one could purchase cars, houses, or even fund a child's education abroad. He mused that he wouldn't trade this for a job with an annual salary of 300,000. Moreover, he still had his secret weapons, stir-fried beef rice noodles and roasted meat, yet to be unveiled. Reflecting on a call from the government, he had prepared extra quantities today. He produced 500 boxes of snow cakes and enough dumplings for over 400 steamer baskets, doubling his usual output. Any more would be impractical. Not only would he struggle to display them, but he also risked incurring losses from unsold goods. By the time he finished, it was already past midnight, and with a 6 o'clock wake-up call looming, Cheng Yan hurried to bed. However, for other departments, the work was just beginning. That day, Jiangxing's official account announced that the little yellow duck vendor would set up at Longjiang Square and not at Jiangxing No. 2 Elementary School, urging people not to go there in vain. This news spread like wildfire. A street vendor prompting government assistance in disseminating information was indeed unprecedented. At 1 o'clock that night, traffic police stationed on the thoroughfare leading from Qincheng to Jiangcheng remained vigilant in their vehicles. One young officer, struggling against drowsiness, inquired, "Master, do you really expect that many people tonight?" The older officer, equally fatigued, responded with urgency, estimated. "Oh no, get out of the car." In the rearview mirror, a swarm of university students on bicycles was rapidly approaching. They hastily exited their vehicle to maintain order, as this was the first checkpoint from Qincheng into Jiangxing. Witnessing the throng, the middle-aged officer seized his radio. "The numbers are surpassing our expectations. Prepare the following segments of the route. Clear a lane for vehicles to prevent any accidents. This deluge of foot traffic must be managed to preserve Jiangxing's dignity." With that, he donned a reflective green vest and took his place at the pre-designated boundary, whistling and directing traffic with a glowing baton. The roadway was a 6-lane thoroughfare, and they allocated a lane for the students, ensuring minimal disruption to vehicular movement on this relatively quiet night. Their goal was to facilitate the students' passage without hindering traffic while guaranteeing their unobstructed journey. One by one, the yellow bicycles navigated through the organized chaos, with some riders proudly waving flags, their spirits high. After half an hour, the traffic began to thin, and the officer stationed at this segment exhaled in relief. Thankfully, no further complications arose. Other routes also welcomed the incoming wave of cyclists, with a rough estimate indicating that over 1,000 participants joined this initial surge, with more groups trickling in. This was merely day one. As enthusiasm grew, even more would undoubtedly join the nocturnal riding brigade. On April 29th, at 6 in the morning, the eve of the Labor Day holiday, the scene at Longjiang Square was fortified with walls of armed police, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings to ensure public safety. Should individuals from other nations behold this display, they would likely be struck with fear. Yet, the Xia dynasty stands as the sole nation where the populace harbors no dread of law enforcement and instead places immense trust in their guardians. The students awaiting the arrival of the little yellow duck vendor felt a profound sense of security in the presence of uniformed officers. They instinctively formed small circles, engaging in cheerful banter. Volunteers clad in red vests provided them with seating, hot water, and even a bulk supply of portable chargers. This time, Jiangxing was destined for victory. At 6:30, another wave of yellow bicycles arrived. Students from several universities in Jiangxing chatted animatedly as they approached. "We got here early. We'll definitely be at the front of the line. Ha ha ha. Qincheng must just be entering the main urban area now. We're seizing the opportunity." But then, their laughter faltered as they beheld the throngs already amassed at Longjiang Square. Their spirits deflated. Didn't they arrive this early? Cheng Yan, having prepared his dumplings at home and ready to rest before departing, received yet another call from a local number in Jiangxing. He answered, only to hear an anxious voice on the other end. "Why haven't you set up yet? Aren't you eager to earn?" Cheng Yan was momentarily taken aback. "Well, I need to prepare some dumplings first. I always set up at 7. I just need a quick break." "No, come over now." The crowd is gathering rapidly at Longjiang Square, both locals and outsiders. If you don't arrive soon, the numbers will only swell. Remember to wear a smile while selling. It's crucial to showcase Jiangqing's hospitality and etiquette. Numerous media outlets will be covering this event, and you must not falter. Cheng Yan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of all. I'm merely a street vendor, not a performer. When things get busy, who has time to smile? The voice shifted to a more serious tone. Mr. Cheng, we sincerely appreciate your contribution to Jiangqing's visibility. All local dining and tourism sectors are on high alert, ready to leverage this opportunity to promote the growth of our tertiary sector. On behalf of the citizens of Jiangqing, I express my gratitude. If you succeed, I assure you, the Jiangqing government will honor you as an exemplary citizen and reward you with a bonus of 100,000 yuan, along with free stalls across all markets. What do you think? Cheng Yan, now beaming, replied, All right, rest assured, I will take care of it. He thought to himself, how many more could there possibly be? Even if there were more, once I sell out, I can simply leave. What happens next is beyond my concern. Chapter 33. So many people? All this for a bite of soup dumpling? Once they set out, Cheng Yan checked the items in the vehicle to ensure nothing was forgotten, then called out to Zhao Hui, and together they headed towards Longjiang Square. The distance was slightly farther than the second primary school, akin to that of Jiangqing Normal University. After a brief journey of several minutes, Cheng Yan found himself bewildered by the throngs of people. It was one thing to anticipate a crowd, but this was beyond expectations. The power of the internet in driving popularity was astonishing. More importantly, he spotted numerous little yellow duck food trucks, all displaying steamers, clearly selling soup dumplings. Some had exaggerated red banners proclaiming, For soup dumplings, trust the little yellow duck food truck. Zhao Hui, upon seeing this, expressed her disbelief to Cheng Yan. It's become so popular that everyone is trying to ride the wave to make a quick buck. Cheng Yan nodded in agreement, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He hoped that over the next few days, he wouldn't encounter any news of the little yellow duck food truck owners live, streaming online. As the two approached, they discovered that all the prime spots had been completely taken. They were left speechless and could only park at a peripheral location to set up their food truck. Among the crowd, someone was lamenting while holding a soup dumpling. Aren't the little yellow ducks soup dumplings just average? They're not as good as all the hype online suggests. Indeed, the marketing was filled with exaggeration. I wonder if the owner of the little yellow duck is the son of some official, considering even Jiangqing's authorities are promoting him. Let us head to Jiangshang for a round. This soup dumpling is such a disappointment. Cheng Yan felt a twinge of discomfort at their remarks. There were so many little yellow duck food trucks that those visiting from Qingcheng, along with the local curious diners, could hardly distinguish which was authentic. While lost in thought, a voice shouted from the crowd, You all went to the wrong place. How can they compare? The little yellow duck's owner just posted in the group that he has just set up shop, and you all bought from the counterfeit. Indeed, it was the little yellow duck's owner. Let us go quickly. The local university students were thrilled to learn that the outsiders had queued in the wrong line. Initially worried they wouldn't get to taste the soup dumplings that day, they turned to see the tourists mistakenly queuing elsewhere. A student known for frequently purchasing items from Cheng Yan approached with a cheerful demeanor, saying, Boss, I'll take 3 steamer baskets of each filling. Cheng Yan politely apologized, explaining, Today is quite busy and many out-of-towners have come, so we're limiting purchases to 1 steamer basket per filling. I'm sorry, but once this craze passes, we can lift the limit. The boy pouted but replied, All right, then I'll take a box of each flavor of the snow cream dumpling. Me too. 1 box of each, please. Me as well. Bring them on. Boss, are you confused? With so many little yellow duck food trucks, the owners are grinning from ear to ear. Boss, we support you. Cheng Yan smiled as he handed over the items, also promoting some mung bean paste to Zhao Hui. Tourists from afar looked at the rapidly forming line at the edge of the little yellow duck food truck, puzzled. Why are there so many people lining up at that little yellow duck food truck? They had heard about the little yellow duck food truck being at Longjiang Square, but they never expected it to be swarmed with them. They had no way of knowing which dumplings were truly the best. A hurried student running towards that direction overheard and explained, You all bought from the wrong place. We were searching for the little yellow duck's owner since this morning. Look, he is right over there, just set up. Everyone paused, then dashed towards Cheng Yan's stall. The news spread rapidly. Initially, There were quite a few people at some of the little yellow duck food trucks, and their owners were content. But in the blink of an eye, the line at Cheng Yan's stall grew sparse. The first customer to place an order said earnestly, "Boss, you haven't tea-packed my dumplings yet." The owner was touched. "You are truly my most loyal customer." "All right, I'll pack them for you." The customer quickly waved his hands. No, I mean if you don't pack it, I want tea-pay. Goodbye, boss." With that, he turned and ran. Cheng Yan looked at the long line and felt an immense pressure. It seemed he had not prepared enough dumplings to meet the morning demand. This was a disaster. The armed police set up barriers in a circular formation to prevent the line from spilling onto the road, which would severely disrupt traffic. Everyone formed an orderly queue. Cheng Yan also exerted himself to increase his cooking speed. It was not yet 7:30. The pre-made dumplings he had prepared at home had all been sold out. So he arranged the fillings and began to make them on site. With one hand holding the rolling pin and the other pulling at the edge of the dough, he spun it, making the edges thinner and the center thicker, allowing for more filling without breaking. This boss has got skills. Watching him roll out the dough is truly a delight. How many years of singlehood must one endure to master such speed? "Boss, hurry up. We're starving." Cheng Yan frowned at their impatience, replying, "No one will starve while in my care." With that, he quickened his pace once more. The crowd exclaimed in awe, "Wow. Impressive. Boss, the dumplings made on-site must be fresh." The pre-made dumplings were easy to identify. The fillings were a mere lump, and the dough was extremely white and soft. "You'd better speak the truth. I can hardly bear to burst your bubble." At the entrance of Jiangqing's second primary school, some food truck owners, upon arriving, were surprised to see two volunteers in red vests. "Hello, are we not allowed to set up here?" The volunteers smiled. "You can set up, but we're here to inform visitors that the Little Yellow Duck's owner is at Longjiang Square today and isn't stationed here." "Look," one of the volunteers pointed to a banner between two trees. "The Little Yellow Duck's owner is at Longjiang Square, just 400 meters north from this intersection." The stall owners were dumbfounded. How did that Little Yellow Duck's owner manage to get even the volunteers to promote his business? Not long after they left, Shun Jingshu, driving a black Mercedes-Benz E300L, stopped upon seeing the banner. The volunteer, noticing the stunning beauty in the driver's seat, hurriedly approached with a smile. "Hello? Today the Little Yellow Duck's owner is set up at Longjiang Square." Shun Jingshu was taken aback. She had come to show support after enjoying Cheng Yan's matcha snow cream dumpling yesterday, only to find that he wasn't set up here today. She thanked the volunteer and called Suyu, who confirmed she was on her way. After hanging up, Suyu video called Shun Jingshu. In the video, Suyu stood in line, surrounded by a cacophony of noise. "Jingshu, look at all the people here." She raised her phone to show the densely packed crowd. "Are there really that many?" Shun Jingshu asked. "What? I can't hear clearly without my headphones." "I'll talk later. I'll be next in line in a few minutes. Let me show you your Little Yellow Duck's owner." She switched to the rear camera and zoomed in. Shun Jingshu watched Cheng Yan, who appeared slightly despondent, and couldn't help but chuckle. Even thriving businesses come with their own set of troubles. After ending the call, she started her car and headed towards Longjiang Square. Chapter 34. The collapse of family. Cheng Yan was truly exhausted. Despite possessing a fatigue elimination card, there was still a mental toll to consider. His body was engaged in the high-intensity task of making buns. Yet his facial expression gradually transformed from a smile into a rigid mask, resembling an unfeeling bun-making automaton. A fresh batch of buns emerged from the steamer. 32 trays sold out in mere minutes. After acquiring her buns, Suyu laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Boss, have the buns been wrapped too tightly?" Cheng Yan forced a strained smile. "There are too many people. It's all right. I can hold on a little longer. The filling is running low. Once I wrap another 100 trays, we'll call it a day. Let's keep pushing." There was a considerable line of customers waiting, so Suyu refrained from chatting much with Cheng Yan. As he observed the crowd growing behind him, he shouted, "The filling is running low. Those at the back, please head to other stalls. We're nearly out." The visitors, hearing his announcement, were immediately displeased. "What is this? We've been waiting for over 10 minutes, only to be told to go elsewhere?" Knowing there were so many people, why didn't they prepare more filling? How frustrating. We came for these little steamed buns. Oh well, I'll just come back to Jiangcheng when I have time during the holidays. Meanwhile, the mayor of Jiangcheng, surrounded by other officials, furrowed his brow upon hearing the commotion. He turned to the section chief from the government office. Didn't you mention that there were a lot of people yesterday? How come so many are still without buns? The section chief sighed. I made a call to inform him. I didn't expect you wouldn't prepare more filling. The mayor pondered for a moment. Go speak with the boss. Whatever he needs, we will provide. Let us ensure every visitor leaves satisfied. Cheng Yan was busy making buns. As the filling was about to run out, he could finally see a light at the end of the tunnel, and his smile began to return. Just then, a man in black trousers and a white shirt, in his 30s, approached him and asked, Boss, what do you need to replenish the filling for the buns? Cheng Yan recognized him as the government official he had spoken with on the phone and explained, naturally fermented dough, quality pork belly, tofu, chives, eggs, and all necessary kitchenware. I make the filling myself, which is why it tastes so good. I truly have no way around this. Don't say there's no way. We will find a solution. The man hurried off to report back to his superiors. Following that, the leadership made a swift decision to requisition flour from various canteens and procure the ingredients he required from the market, while also setting up a small shelter for him, complete with all the kitchen tools needed for him to both cook and sell. Upon receiving this news, Cheng Yan was taken aback. Although he had utilized the fatigue elimination card, he felt overwhelmed by the demands placed upon him. The relevant departments acted quickly. A red canopy was swiftly erected. Meanwhile, a vehicle arrived bringing with it barrels of freshly prepared dough sourced from elsewhere. Originally, the government canteens had planned to make buns themselves, but now they found themselves without flour. Others arrived with the ingredients he needed, along with various premium seasonings. Cheng Yan was at a loss. The section chief from the government office chuckled. What else do you need now? Cheng Yan replied, what more could I possibly need? Right now, I just need a moment to rest. Zhao Hui, who had already sold out of mung bean paste, approached him. Cheng Yan, let me help you. I'll take care of this stall, and you can focus on the filling. I'll call my mother and have her come help as well. No need, came a clear, cold voice. Cheng Yan turned to see Shan Jingshu approaching, dressed in black straight-leg pants and a light purple casual shirt. She unbuttoned the cuffs of her shirt and rolled the sleeves up to her elbows, then pulled out a hair clip to secure her slightly curled hair back. Shan Jingshu smiled and said, my family owns a restaurant. I may not be an expert in making buns, but I can certainly lend a hand. Suyu smiled at Cheng Yan and said, I brought Jingshu over to help. Shan Jingshu shot Suyu a glare. Cheng Yan nodded. He can no longer manage this alone. All right, I'll settle your wages later. No need for that, Shan Jingshu replied, indifferent to the payment. With that, she sat down under the canopy, began kneading the dough, rolling it into long strips, and cutting them into pieces to prepare the wrappers. Cheng Yan dropped the pretense and retrieved a gas cylinder from beneath the cart, setting up the stove inside the canopy to begin preparing the filling. The government had equipped him with an ample array of tools, a meat grinder, a large work table, and an assortment of meats, including prepped chives. Cheng Yan first created a tofu filling, then minced pork and green onions, which he began to saute. Finally, he prepared the chive and egg filling, chopping the chives and scrambling the eggs in batches, resulting in 3 large bowls of filling. Meanwhile, Shan Jingshu was already wrapping the buns. She wore appropriate attire but seemed unfazed, methodically rolling out the dumpling wrappers, neither hurried nor slow, but indeed achieving the thinness Cheng Yan had described. Zhao Hui attended to the customers at the cart. The freshly steamed tofu and pork green onion buns that Shan Jingshu had prepared were already being served up. The cart was surrounded by a throng of eager customers. Cheng Yan, sitting across from Shan Jingshu, noticed the beads of sweat forming on her forehead and inquired, Are you tired? I can take over. Shan Jingshu wiped her brow with her flour-dusted arm and shook her head. I'm fine, not tired. What about you? You've been busy since morning. Not tired, Cheng Yan replied. Aside from feeling mentally strained, his body felt invigorated due to the fatigue elimination card he had used. With the addition of several steamers and the stove, Cheng Yan could prepare 40 to 50 trays of buns at once. He and Shan Jingshu worked in seamless harmony. He made the buns while she rolled out the wrappers, with Suyu cheering them on. It was a delightful experience. As the next batch of buns emerged, clouds of steaming vapor wafted upwards, carrying the enticing aroma of the dough and fillings. Customers clamored for their orders, the sound of coins clinking resonating in the air. Other stall owners looked on with envy. To have government officials supporting a stall like this was truly unprecedented. This quirky little duck bun vendor was genuinely remarkable. With the increased output of steamed buns, the congestion eased significantly. The sweet snowflake dessert was now exclusive to the first 30 or 40 customers. Those further back were oblivious and didn't inquire, as they were solely focused on the buns. "Delicious," they exclaimed. "This wait was worth it." The Jiangxing government is so supportive. We expressed our concerns, and they immediately provided more flour and other ingredients to the little duck vendor. We need more proactive leaders like this. As the government officials observed the delighted patrons savoring their buns, their faces lit up with satisfaction. One section chief returned with buns in hand, smiling. "Leaders, after a busy morning, come try some." As the officials took their first bites of the little steamed buns, they immediately understood the crowds that had gathered around this stall. The wrappers were thin and the fillings generous, seemingly bursting at the seams. The flavor was exquisite, surpassing any buns they had previously tasted. "The talent truly lies among the people," the mayor of Jiangxing concluded. "This stall is bustling because, firstly, the vendor possesses exceptional skills. Secondly, he does not skimp on quality ingredients that could jeopardize public health. And thirdly, the prices are reasonable. Notably, since the year before last, our policies on street vending have become considerably more lenient, allowing for the emergence of numerous talents like this little duck vendor. Only through the fortitude of our own efforts, the implementation of policies for the benefit of the people, and the harmonious interplay of various conditions, has this exquisite soup dumpling come into existence. Within this humble bun resides the wisdom of the working populace. We must learn to draw inferences from one instance and apply them to our future endeavors." With these words, other leaders nodded in agreement. In Qingcheng, the office workers felt overwhelmed. Departing at 8:30 in the morning, they were expected to commence work by 9. Yet, where was the small yellow bike at the entrance of the community? Alas, who has taken the small yellow bike I rode back yesterday? Who has cleared everything away? Chapter 35. Let us share a meal together. After a flurry of activity until past 10, Cheng Yan finally let out a sigh of relief. He had successfully seen all the guests off. The line at the stall had dwindled to just a few stragglers, and Cheng Yan asked Zhao Hui to inform them that he was heading home. Gradually, the remaining customers dispersed. Suyu had also been busy throughout the morning, running back and forth with various tasks. Cheng Yan looked at Shun Jingshu before him. She showed no signs of fatigue. Having started her work around 8 in the morning, she should have been the most exhausted. He went to other stalls to buy some water and handed it to her. "Feeling tired? Have a drink." Shun Jingshu retrieved a bottle of soda from the plastic bag, her hands trembling as she twisted off the cap. Cheng Yan chuckled, took it back, opened it for her, and then passed it back. "You've worked hard today. I truly appreciate your help." Shun Jingshu did not respond immediately, taking several large gulps of water first. After setting the bottle down, she rolled her sleeves down and unbuttoned the collar of her shirt, revealing her delicate, fair collarbone. "It's nothing. Thank you for saving me that snow cake yesterday." She felt quite content this morning. For the first time in days, she hadn't worried about the restaurant. She was fully focused on her work, and although her body ached, she felt inexplicably fulfilled and joyful. After saying that, both Cheng Yan and Shun Jingshu fell into silence, unsure of what to say next. Suyu, observing from the side, thought to herself, "While you two are enjoying your conversation, Hui Jie and I haven't seen a thing, have we? Boss, where's the water? Did you buy it just to keep it to yourself?" "Oh." Cheng Yan felt embarrassed, realizing he had been too preoccupied with Shun Jingshu to distribute the water. He handed the bag to Suyu. "You and Hui Jie can split it." Zhao Hui laughed heartily. As they prepared to leave, Cheng Yan hesitated, glancing at the small stall. It didn't belong to him, so should he pack it up? After a few moments of contemplation, he called the man who had brought the items. The man instructed him to take everything home, as more customers would arrive the following morning. Cheng Yan thought to himself, "Am I just bait for this? The growth of the tourism industry in Jiangxing relies on me. Doesn't it?" The group proceeded to dismantle the stall. Fortunately, Shun Jingshu had driven, allowing her to help transport some clean items. Otherwise, Cheng Yan would have struggled with the food cart. Once they returned home, Cheng Yan smiled and said, "Everyone, don't leave just yet. I'll cook dinner for you as a token of my gratitude for your assistance today. Shen Jingshu paused for a moment before softly responding with an Su Yu inwardly cheered, "Aha! I've caught you, woman. You never dine out with non-relatives." This was indeed true. Shen Jingshu had maintained that record until now. Zhao Hui agreed with a smile, as it seemed her relationship with Cheng Yan was improving. Once it was confirmed that everyone would stay, Cheng Yan sent a message in the vendor group. "Little Yellow Duck Boss, due to the intense work this morning, I won't be setting up the stall for lunch. I will be at the west gate of Jiangxing Normal University at 4:30 in the evening. Please inform each other. Apologies for any inconvenience caused." Su Yu and Shen Jingshu's phones buzzed. After glancing at the message, they realized how hard Cheng Yan had worked all morning. Shen Jingshu pondered, "Why don't we find a restaurant to eat instead? There's no need to cook. We've already worked hard all morning." Su Yu nodded in agreement. "Let us go to Jingshu's family restaurant." Zhao Hui looked at Cheng Yan, who shook his head and refused. "I promise to treat you all. If we go to Jingshu's family restaurant, you certainly won't let me pay." Shen Jingshu was taken aback. It was the first time Cheng Yan had called her by her name, stirring something within her. Su Yu blinked, teasingly saying, "Look at you, Boss Cheng. Even addressing Jingshu by name. Now spill it. How did you two meet?" Both Cheng Yan and Shen Jingshu flushed a deep hue. Cheng Yan quickly clarified, "We aren't as familiar as you think. I only know her name because I overheard you mention it last time. I don't even know her full surname." Su Yu was astonished. She hadn't expected such a revelation. If he didn't even know her surname, they couldn't be considered close, right? Yet, the two seemed to share an unspoken connection. Had she misjudged? Shen Jingshu spoke earnestly. "It's Shen Jingshu." "Oh, I meant to say, I'm Shen Jingshu. I'm Cheng Yan." Shen Jingshu. Cheng Yan silently repeated the name in his mind. The surname Shen was not particularly common, and paired with such a lovely name, it seemed her family had an exceptional knack for naming. His own surname was derived from the name stitched onto his clothes when he arrived at the orphanage. Cheng Yan was all he had known. He walked to the food storage area, retrieving 5 boxes each of 3 different flavors of snow cakes, placing them on the table in another room. "Wow." Su Yu's eyes widened. "Boss Cheng, you're quite generous." Cheng Yan chuckled. "Help yourselves for now. I'll go prepare dinner. When it's time for rice, count off so I can keep track." Su Yu raised her hand. "I'll only have 1 bowl." Zhao Hui considered. "Just 1 bowl each for me, and my mother will suffice." Shen Jingshu lightly laughed. "I'll have a bowl too." Cheng Yan sighed. "You all eat so little. I'll need to make 5 bowls. Thankfully, they're medium-sized." He then proceeded to the kitchen, allowing the women to converse in the living room. Cheng Yan started steaming rice, ensuring the water level was just right. Then he retrieved a prime cut of pork belly from the fridge. After cutting a large piece, he diced it into small cubes and boiled water, adding scallions, ginger, cooking wine, and the pork belly for blanching. His culinary skills for preparing top-notch braised pork would come in handy. Covering the pot, he took tomatoes and eggs from the fridge. After prepping the ingredients, he planned to stir-fry when the pork was nearly done. Otherwise, the sauté dishes would cool down. Counting him and Aunt Lee, there would be 5 people in total, so cooking 4 dishes and 1 soup would be ample. He decided on 1 dish of pork belly, 1 of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and intended to make a twice-cooked pork dish, which would require blanching the pork belly as well. With 2 meat dishes and 1 egg dish planned, he retrieved potatoes to prepare a sweet and sour shredded potato dish to balance the richness. Finally, he would make a seaweed egg drop soup. Perfect. As Cheng Yan busied himself in the kitchen, a new wave of excitement surged online. One of the cycling brigade, Little Yellow Duck Boss's soup dumplings are truly delicious. Today, Little Yellow Duck Boss wanted to pack up, but the government said, "No way. Bring out the ingredients." Laughing so hard, it's true. Little Yellow Duck Boss looked expressionless. With police escorting us all the way, we arrived to hot water and power banks. Jiangcheng is truly impressive. Not only that, but we also visited other places in Jiangcheng today. Most tourist attractions are free with a student ID. Speaking of which, am I the only one who noticed Little Yellow Duck Boss didn't smile at all while selling buns? Isn't he running a business? That is not right. There are numerous counterfeit Little Yellow Duck food carts. Everyone must be cautious. Yes, make sure to go to the stall with the barrier. The others are fakes. Did Little Yellow Duck Boss start a live broadcast? Is this real? Upstairs I watched. It's fake. Little yellow duck boss is far more handsome than that person. Chapter 36. Warmth. Are there many counterfeit little yellow duck food carts? The expression on the little yellow duck owner's face is not pleasant. The relevant departments in Jiangcheng have gathered online public opinion and submitted it for the leaders to review. The leaders, upon reading the netizens' comments, solemnly stated, "Visitors from outside are our esteemed guests, and we must address their needs and requests one by one. While we cannot impose restrictions on counterfeit little yellow duck food carts, we can provide an official certification label for the legitimate little yellow duck owner. The little yellow duck owner seems unfriendly towards tourists. We could arrange training for him. Some have expressed a desire for refreshing beverages, so we will offer sour plum drinks in the mornings to help visitors cool off. Others have complained about the overcrowding at tourist attractions. We should notify the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, emphasizing that while tourists are important, it is equally critical to protect the historical and cultural treasures of Jiangxing. We must strictly control the number of visitors according to the site's capacity and ensure adequate arrangements for those waiting outside." The attendees nodded in agreement as they took notes. In a small courtyard, Cheng Yan brought the stir-fried tomatoes and eggs to the dining table in the living room. The air conditioning hummed softly, keeping the room pleasantly cool. Shen Jingshu observed the vibrant red tomatoes mixed with large golden eggs, their colors blending into a delightful orange hue that whetted her appetite. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed such a homely dish. Suyu smiled and remarked, "Cheng, your culinary skills are impressive." "Oh, not at all. Just average," Cheng Yan replied modestly. The others scoffed. If this is average, what would be exceptional? Cheng Yan scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. He may not possess the skills of a master chef in making tomato and egg stir-fry, but his expertise in various cooking techniques, including controlling heat and flipping, was undoubtedly refined. Although he wasn't preparing instant noodles or beef chow fan, he applied his skills universally. "The kitchen has more dishes. Let me fetch them," Cheng Yan offered. Zhao Hui stood up, saying, "I'll help you." Shen Jingshu chimed in, "No, let me do it." She also rose to her feet. Zhao Hui and Su Yu exchanged glances, granting the two seemingly occupied individuals some privacy. Cheng Yan and Shen Jingshu entered the kitchen, where the heat enveloped them. Cheng Yan caught a glimpse of Shen Jingshu beside him, causing his heart to race slightly, and she felt similarly. They had shared the most intimate moments, making their reunion quite awkward. "What dishes do you need me to serve?" Shen Jingshu asked. "This one," Cheng Yan replied, retrieving a deeper plate and ladling out some braised pork from the pot, drizzling it with a rich sauce. The pork, caramelized with rock sugar, was a deep red and had been carefully selected by Cheng Yan, showcasing distinct layers of fat and lean meat. As it settled in the plate, the tender pork wobbled enticingly, igniting the appetite. After adding the concentrated sauce, he sprinkled sesame seeds and chopped green onions, creating a visual and aromatic feast. Shen Jingshu watched in awe, swallowing hard. She glanced at Cheng Yan, who was focused, thinking how this man never failed to surprise her. If the earlier dish of tomatoes and eggs was charmingly simple, this braised pork could be likened to a distinguished lady of noble birth. The aroma wafted through the kitchen, and Shen Jingshu remarked, "It smells divine, even better than the dishes made by my family's chef." Cheng Yan, intrigued, asked, "What happened with your chef?" "I heard from teacher Su that there were issues." "Oh, the chef was lured away by a new restaurant next door." She sighed, rubbing her temples. She could never afford to hire Cheng Yan. This morning, she roughly estimated that he had sold over 1,000 dumplings, nearing 2,000. With an average estimate of 10 yuan per steamer and solid ingredients costing about 1 yuan, that amounted to a profit of 13,500 yuan from 1,500 steamers. Moreover, all the ingredients were provided by the government, making his venture highly profitable. How could she expect to hire a vendor earning over 10,000 a day? Ridiculous. A monthly salary of 300,000 was beyond her reach. Clearly, Shen Jingshu did not wish to discuss this further, so Cheng Yan refrained from pressing the matter. He carried the braised pork into the living room, hearing Su Yu exclaim in delight as he began preparing stir-fried pork belly. Though it appeared complex, it was quite simple, blanching, slicing thick pieces, rendering the fat, tossing in garlic sprouts and seasonings, and serving. As he finished, Shen Jingshu entered, silently taking the plate without uttering a word. Cheng Yan then prepared the final dish. Vinegar stir-fried shredded potatoes, which required a bit of skill, but was a breeze for him. Once all 4 dishes were ready, he retrieved a large soup bowl filled with seaweed and egg flour soup, placing a spoon inside before carrying it to the living room. Here, the soup. If anyone is thirsty, feel free to have some. The soup contains seaweed, small shrimp, chopped green onions, cilantro, and diamond-shaped cucumber slices, finished with a swirl of beaten eggs. After letting it steam for 3 minutes, the flavor was fragrant and not greasy, with the egg flours light and fluffy. A splash of soy sauce, sesame oil, and vinegar elevated the taste further. When it came to rice, everyone insisted on serving themselves, refusing Cheng Yan's offer. Zhao Hui mentioned she would call Aunt Li to join them and serve herself later. At precisely 11:40, they began their meal. In the cozy living room, 5 people gathered around the dining table. When Aunt Li arrived and saw the 2 beautiful women, she couldn't help but exclaim every few seconds about their stunning looks. Suyu beamed with joy, while Shun Jingshu felt shy. Being praised by an elder felt entirely different, as her family members seldom offered compliments. Elders typically pointed out flaws first. Look how plump he is, or has she scored over 60 this year? Their remarks often left one disinclined to converse. Cheng Yan took a bite of rice, urging, enough chatting, let us eat. I'm exhausted and famished. Shun Jingshu, casting a glance at him, said with concern, if you're not going to the stall this afternoon, make sure to rest a bit. Ooh, look at you, showing concern. Suyu teased, and Aunt Li chimed in. I think Shun and Cheng make a lovely couple. You're both single. Why not spend some time together? Cheng Yan, aware of Shun Jingshu's personality, noticed her embarrassment and quickly waved his hands. No, Aunt Li, please don't play matchmaker. We've only just met. If you say that, she might not want to talk to me next time. Laughter erupted among the group. Chapter 37. Laughter. Does it matter? In the small courtyard, bursts of laughter echoed. Shun Jingshu was swept up in the joyful atmosphere, unable to suppress her own laughter. Cheng Yan gazed at the individuals seated around the dining table and felt a pang of nostalgia. He realized he had never experienced such warmth in all his years. Everyone gathered around one table, sharing meals, casual conversations, and dreams for the future. His heart felt slightly heavy. Suyu suggested they indulge in some beer, and Cheng Yan promptly opened the refrigerator. He often enjoyed a small drink before bed and had a stock of craft beer on hand. Initially, he would settle for canned varieties, but now that he was more affluent, he indulged in the luxurious taste of Taishan craft beer. Even Aunt Li wished to have a glass. The 750 milliliters of craft beer quickly disappeared. Cheng Yan raised his glass, wishing everyone happiness and prosperity, to which they all responded with cheerful cheers. The clinking of glasses rang out brightly. Some drank it all in one go, while others sipped leisurely. After all, they were family, and there were no strict rules. Drink if you wish, and no one would mind if you chose not to. It felt liberating. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. The group turned to Cheng Yan, who was equally puzzled. I have no idea who it could be. The only friends I know are you all. Please continue eating. I'll check. With that, he stood up and dashed towards the door. Aunt Li watched his retreating figure with a sigh. So you blinked and asked, Aunt Li, why the sigh? Let us keep the spirits high. Aunt Li replied, this boy Cheng is wonderful in every way, but he is far too independent. If he hadn't stayed at my house for a while, I fear he wouldn't have a single friend, living and dining alone. Shun Jingshu listened intently to Aunt Li recounting Cheng Yan's past. Suyu, ever curious and unreserved, inquired, does Cheng Yan have no friends? He seems quite amiable and sunny to me. Aunt Li chuckled. He grew up in an orphanage, and his college tuition was covered by scholarships and part-time jobs. He hardly had any friends. Shun Jingshu was taken aback. No wonder she'd never heard Cheng Yan mention his parents. It all made sense. But why had he gone to the bar that day? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she stood up and announced, you all eat. I'll go check. Suyu chuckled. See? I told you they have something going on. Zhao Hui chimed in. If those two end up together, at least Cheng Yan will have someone close to him. Otherwise, he would feel so lonely in this world. Aunt Li nodded in agreement. Outside the courtyard, Cheng Yan stood before Lin Tingwan and old Zhao bewildered. How did you find me? Lin Tingwan playfully scolded. You know all rentals are registered, right? With the internet. It's quite easy to find out where you live. It's your fault, she continued. I was home sleeping when I got tasked to come find you. Cheng Yan felt a wave of dread. Tasked? To find him? What had he done wrong now? Old Zhao explained with a grin. Originally, this was supposed to be handled by the city management, but I blurted out that our officer Lin has a good relationship with you, so it fell into our hands. Some tourists online mentioned that your expression was stiff while you were setting up your stall this morning. Higher-ups sent me to train you to greet visitors with a smile. Cheng Yan exclaimed, Seriously? This is something you handle? Lin Tingwan could barely contain her laughter. When I heard about the task, I was stunned. It's the first time I've been assigned a mission for a smile. Cheng, remember to smile. Let us take a picture to document this mission. Cheng Yan forced a smile, which was more of a grimace. Click. Lin Tingwan captured the moment on her phone. All right, make sure you pay attention to this. Tomorrow is the May Day holiday, and all departments in Jiangsheng are working hard to manage this influx of visitors. It's a great opportunity for foot traffic, more effective than any official promotion, and our leaders are quite serious about it. Don't lag behind. Cheng Yan replied dryly, Sure. Lin Tingwan yawned, Okay. Just send the photo to city management. I need to catch up on sleep. You should rest well too. Remember to smile. Cheng Yan groaned, This is so annoying. After bidding farewell to the two, Cheng Yan turned around, only to find Shun Jingshu leaning against the doorframe, surprised. Why aren't you eating inside? That policewoman was quite pretty, Shun Jingshu remarked, not directly answering his question. Cheng Yan hesitated, clarifying, I was taken away by the police station earlier. Yes, Officer Lin. Someone I know, but not well. Ah, Shun Jingshu said softly, I wanted to talk to you. Cheng Yan understood it was about that night at the bar and nodded, gesturing towards the door. Shall we step outside to chat? Sure. Shun Jingshu followed him as they found a spot beneath a tree to sit. Cheng Yan nervously fiddled with a piece of grass, asking, What do you want to discuss? Shun Jingshu raised an eyebrow. That day, why were you at the bar? Cheng Yan realized this was the topic at hand. I was feeling a bit lost after losing my job and had no friends, so I went to the bar alone for a drink and unexpectedly ran into you. The two found the situation quite surreal. Neither of them were typically inclined towards such encounters, yet there they were. They both reflected on how that decision had unfolded, still feeling puzzled by it. But rest assured, it was my first time at a bar and my first time with someone, Cheng Yan said awkwardly. I assure you, I'm free of any ailments, so you needn't worry. Shun Jingshu shook her head. No, I'm just curious. After discussing this, a silence enveloped them. Cheng Yan twisted the grass into a small rabbit shape and presented it to Shun Jingshu. Here for you. Thank you, she replied, admiring his handiwork, finding it quite charming. Shall we head back to eat? We shouldn't keep them waiting. Yes. Shun Jingshu, unsure where to place the little rabbit, carefully tucked it into her pocket. Upon returning inside, Suyu asked Cheng Yan who had come to visit. When she heard it was the police station sending someone to teach him how to smile, laughter erupted around the room. As they chatted and drank, the clock struck 1. They all helped clean up a bit. Aunt Li decided to take a nap, and Zhao Hui assisted her home. This left Suyu and Shun Jingshu behind. Cheng Yan escorted them to the door, glancing at the sleek black Mercedes E300L parked outside. He advised, since we've been drinking, even if it was just a little, it's south best not to drive. Let's call a ride. All right, Shun Jingshu agreed, pulling out her phone to summon a ride. As they waited for the driver to arrive, Cheng Yan reminded, I've created a small group chat with you, Teacher Su, and Sister Hui. Please let us know you've arrived home safely. Shun Jingshu nodded, okay. Then she added, You. Take care and rest early. I will, and you should too. Suyu felt enveloped by a sweet, romantic atmosphere and let out a soft sound of surprise. See you next time. See you next time. Chapter 38. The Dumpling Dilemma. After bidding farewell to the guests, Cheng Yan reclined on his bed, cherishing this hard-earned respite. A simple hour of midday slumber rejuvenated him, and upon rising, Aunt Li had already delivered the prepared ingredients. As for making dumplings, Cheng Yan declared, having wrapped them all morning, he truly lacked the desire to do so again in the evening. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, as Cheng Yan accompanied Zhao Hui to the west gate of Jiang University, he was struck by the sight of students hauling their luggage. It dawned on him that the 5-day May Day holiday had arrived. Those in line noticed him and teased, Hey, little yellow duck, why aren't you selling dumplings today? Boss, I want 3 baskets of soup dumplings. You become quite popular. Did you tire yourself out making dumplings this morning? Cheng Yan could only reply, I truly cannot wrap, even a single one now. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Having not set up a stall at noon, he found himself quite affluent. By 6 in the evening, both the snow beauty cakes and the ingredients for fried noodles were completely sold out. Today had been prosperous. He had earned nearly 20,000 yuan from selling dumplings in the morning, and with the evening's profits, his total was comfortably around 25,000. More importantly, he had amassed 25 chances for a draw. These opportunities accumulated at an impressive rate. Upon returning home, Cheng Yan eagerly utilized all 25 chances. It turned out that his previous 10 consecutive draws yielding 2 top-tier culinary treasure chests had been a stroke of luck, as this time, even with 25 draws, he only obtained 2 top-tier culinary treasure chests. The remainder consisted of various special effect cards and physical items, including gas canisters. Notably this time, in addition to the common fatigue relief cards, freshness cards, and cleaning solutions, he also acquired several new items. Proofing Card X10, a system card that allows for instant dough proofing without waiting, ensuring optimal texture. Foot Traffic Forecast Card X10, a system-generated map predicting foot traffic, aiding vendors in gaining the upper hand. Massage Chair, a system massage chair that alleviates fatigue and relaxes muscles when reclined. Cheng Yan realized that the various cards from the system's roulette were updated according to his current top-tier culinary skills. For instance, the proofing card would be of little use had he not mastered the art of crafting premier dumplings. The foot traffic forecast card was something every vendor dreamed of, as foot traffic dictated market size. As for the massage chair, he promptly moved it to the living room of his south-facing room, plugged it in, and reclined. He had to admit, the quality of the system's products was exceptional. He could easily profit from selling such a massage chair. However, since this was not a consumable item, the system likely only provided one. Otherwise, how could he have failed to draw a second food card? Reclining in the massage chair, Cheng Yan comfortably opened the 2 top-tier culinary treasure chests. Congratulations! You have acquired the top-tier stinky tofu culinary skill. Congratulations! You have acquired the top-tier twice-cooked pork culinary skill. Once again, he had obtained 2 popular street food items. Yet, he found himself exceedingly busy. The braised pork and dry-fried beef ho fun skills he had recently acquired remained unused. Nonetheless, possessing numerous skills was never a burden. He would simply decide later on what to focus on. If he continued to sell only one type of food, no matter how delicious, customers would eventually grow weary. With the proofing card in hand, Cheng Yan could prepare the filling and, when time allowed, knead the dough, ultimately utilizing the proofing card to expedite the process. After placing 300 boxes of snow beauty cakes into the freezer, he glanced at the clock. It was only 10:30 in the evening. He could enjoy a good night's sleep. After freshening up, he lay in bed. In a small group he had just created earlier that day, only Su Yu remained active. Su Yu, Boss Chung, could you save me a few baskets of soup dumplings and some snow beauty cakes for tomorrow? Su Yu, why is everyone silent? What is the point of creating this group if no one speaks? Su Yu, Shun Jingshu, what are you doing? Why haven't you responded to my messages? Shun Jingshu, busy. Su Due? Zhao Hui, you should get some sleep. Tomorrow morning will be hectic. With the May Day holiday, the crowd will only increase. Shun Jingshu, Cheng Yan, I'll come help tomorrow morning. Su Yu, aren't you busy anymore? Shin Jingshu ignored Su Yu's question. Aunt Li, Link, to maintain good health, one must pay attention to these matters from a young age. Cheng Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Cheng Yan, I can't let everyone help me for free. How about this? I'll provide breakfast for everyone for a month. Su Due, Di. Shun Jingshu, sure. Cheng Yan, time for bed. Good night, everyone. Shin Jingshu, good night. Su Due? You can say good night to Cheng Yan in the group, but you can't even glance at the message I sent you privately. Shun Jingshu, going to sleep. Cheng Yan plugged in his phone to charge and suddenly saw a friend request. He opened his phone to discover it was from Shun Jingshu. After accepting, he directly inquired, Cheng Yan, what is up? Shun Jingshu, what time are we heading out tomorrow? Cheng Yan, around 5:30. Shun Jingshu, okay. Remember to wait for me. Cheng Yan, thank you. Shun Jingshu, no problem. I just need something to occupy my mind. After exchanging goodnights, Their conversation came to an end. From Su Yu's words, it seemed Shen Jingshu was still worried about her family's restaurant. However, since she had confided in him, there was no need for him to pry into her matters. Time to sleep, for tomorrow would be another demanding day. The next day, as the rooster crowed, the neighbor's dog began to bark, triggering a chorus of barking from other dogs. Cheng Yan opened his eyes to find it was just past 5. After freshening up, he prepared to set out. He no longer made dumplings at home. Instead, he would set up his small tent upon arrival. Just after washing up and before 5:30, a knock sounded at the door. Cheng Yan hurriedly opened it to find Shen Jingshu, her hair tied up in a bun, standing at the threshold. She wore practical workout pants and a loose short-sleeve top, all to ensure comfort while working. A morning breeze blew, causing her clothes to cling to one side of her body, accentuating her graceful curves. She tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. Good morning. Good morning. Whenever they were alone, Cheng Yan found himself recalling memories best left unthought of. Feeling a bit bashful and awkward, he stepped aside, coming quickly. Shen Jingshu nodded and entered. Cheng Yan cheerfully remarked, I'm steaming some soup dumplings for breakfast. Have you eaten? How many would you like? Okay. Shen Jingshu spoke little. They sat together, and Cheng Yan placed the steamer on the dining table, offering her a pair of chopsticks along with a dish of vinegar. Shen Jingshu gracefully picked up a soup dumpling, savoring it at a leisurely pace. After a few moments of watching her, Cheng Yan couldn't help but chuckle and joined in the meal. Before leaving, Cheng Yan glanced at the apron provided by the system and, after a moment's thought, handed it to Shen Jingshu. You should wear this apron today. I'll use something else. He possessed a fatigue relief card, but she did not, so it was only fitting to give her the apron. Shen Jingshu nodded, accepting the apron. Before long, Zhao Hui arrived, and the three of them loaded the tent and other necessary equipment into the vehicle. Let us set off. Chapter 39. The Backlash of Popularity. As the clock approached 6, Cheng Yan arrived at Longjiang Square, only to be struck by the overwhelming crowd, rendering him momentarily speechless. How long would it take to prepare these buns? Shen Jingshu chuckled at the sight. Zhao Hui teased, Boss Cheng, today you're just another relentless bun-making machine. Upon his arrival, numerous individuals who had seen his food cart online flocked to him, eagerly surrounding the iconic red canopy, which was now set up with all necessary tools. People instinctively formed a queue as Cheng Yan began to knead the dough and cut it into strips. With no buns ready yet, Zhao Hui had no need to attend to customers. The three of them swiftly steamed a batch of buns. 8 minutes later, the buns were ready for sale, and the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Cheng Yan's hands moved with lightning speed, reminiscent of a factory assembly line. Shen Jingshu, adorned in an apron, found it peculiar that despite wearing it, she felt neither hot nor stifled. Her spirits were notably lifted. By 7 in the morning, Cheng Yan had sold a considerable number of buns. The influx of online traffic had filled his coffers, but it also attracted a swarm of internet celebrities eager to capitalize on his newfound fame. Many scantily clad influencers hovered around his cart, while some independent media sought to interview him. Yet, Cheng Yan had no time for such distractions. A throng of customers and 2 or 3 dozen influencers created an impenetrable wall around him. Can I take a photo with you, little yellow duck boss? One exclaimed. Hello, everyone. Today I'm at the bustling Longjiang Square in Jiangsheng, live streaming with the little yellow duck boss. Don't forget to follow me. The sheer number of people was staggering. Can I interview you for a moment? We're street photographers, and this could amplify your fame. Cheng Yan remained silent, overwhelmed by the chaotic interference from various influencers. Customers began to grow impatient. If you're not buying, could you please step aside? Another voiced. Just line up to buy. Or move away. Someone else added. Stop filming me. I don't want to be on camera. Cheng Yan sighed. Shen Jingshu earnestly remarked. There have been instances where fame attracted negative consequences. Cheng Yan, you truly need to contemplate how to navigate this situation. Cheng Yan, with a solemn expression, felt lost on how to respond. At that moment, a man from the government office approached, holding a Q-version Blue Dragon figurine, which he cheerfully placed on Cheng Yan's cart. From now on, everyone will recognize the little yellow duck food cart by the Jiangsheng mascot, he declared. This figurine was a promotional gift for distinguished guests visiting Jiangsheng. Not available for purchase online, serving as an excellent identifier for his cart. He then pointed at Cheng Yan, grinning. "Boss, remember to keep smiling." Cheng Yan turned his face away, eliciting laughter from the crowd. "Looks like the boss is out of patience." "Hilarious. Forced to smile by the government. Who said the boss has a bad expression online? Come out. Let him have a word with you." Another chimed in. "Boss, keep smiling, or I'll report you." Cheng Yan felt overwhelmed. "All right, I'll endure it," he thought. Su Yu, attending to customers alongside Zhao Hui, burst into laughter. Shen Jingshu couldn't contain herself, either. "You're laughing at me," Cheng Yan remarked. "It's quite entertaining." She retorted. "Your suffering is our amusement." Despite the onslaught of influencers, by 10 in the morning, Cheng Yan had successfully sold out all his buns. Contemplating the substantial profits, he felt less fatigued. A glance at the customers revealed that apart from a few familiar faces from local universities, the rest were strangers. The influx of new patrons, particularly during the May Day holiday, was evident. Yet, as customers departed, the influencers remained, snapping photos with increasing fervor. Cheng Yan, eyeing the littered ground, resignedly took out a broom to clean up, only to have the influencers follow him with their cameras. Frustrated, he raised his voice. "Jiangqing boasts many popular spots. There's no need to fixate on me. I'm merely a vendor." Their incessant presence severely disrupted his business. One influencer replied, "Boss, our live streaming here helps promote your business. I have over 10,000 followers on Douyin." "Exactly," another influencer added. "Don't enjoy the benefits of online fame while complaining about the disruptions. Others are still striving for that." Cheng Yan found himself at a loss for words. Standing at the eye of the storm, he knew that any ambiguous statement could be twisted and lead to online backlash. Silently tidying up, he and Shen Jingshu decided to head home when he noticed an influencer trailing behind them, curious about his residence. Cheng Yan halted his vehicle and told Zhao Hui, "We cannot continue selling. Otherwise, our peace will be disrupted. I propose we take a break during the May Day holiday to let this frenzy die down. We'll resume our stall after the holiday." Zhao Hui nodded in agreement, recognizing the backlash of online traffic. Many visitors to Jiangqing were not solely drawn by Cheng Yan's buns. They were also following trends. At this moment, his presence had little impact on the development of Jiangqing's tourism industry. With a decision made, Cheng Yan hastened home, leaving the influencers behind, finally finding solace. Subsequently, he posted a message online. "Little Yellow Duck Boss, thank you all for your support. Faced with overwhelming traffic, I felt lost and realized I cannot shoulder such attention. Therefore, I have decided to take a few days off. I hope for your understanding." In a bold retreat at the peak of his popularity, various marketing accounts seized the opportunity to create new content. Opinions varied widely. Some criticized Cheng Yan for failing to grasp the fleeting wealth, while others praised him for staying true to his principles. These discussions, however, were mere afterthoughts. After a strenuous morning, Cheng Yan prepared a lavish meal to reward his companions. As he contemplated the menu, Shen Jingshu entered the kitchen with a worried expression. "I apologize, Cheng Yan, but I must return home. There's an issue at my family's restaurant." Without further explanation, she hurriedly departed. Cheng Yan was taken aback. Su Yu approached, explaining, "The restaurant that poached Jingshu's chef is being quite unscrupulous. They put up a sign claiming our chef was hired by them and organized events to lure customers. This is standard business practice, but the owner is currently at Jingshu's restaurant, having ordered food and insisting on acquiring it during the May Day holiday." Chapter 40. Taking Action. Assisting Shen Jingshu in her predicament. The audacity of poaching the head chef from someone else's restaurant while remaining obstinately in their establishment, even attempting to take over the entire eatery, was undeniably an act of bullying. Su Yu was in a state of distress. She exclaimed in frustration, "In truth, the chef Jingshu has recruited possesses commendable culinary skills. However, the neighboring restaurant has been incessantly meddling. Otherwise, we would have already welcomed a new influx of returning customers. Their intent is transparent. They wish to see Jingshu's restaurant falter." Cheng Yan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Don't fret. Perhaps I could lend a hand?" Su Yu's face brightened at the prospect. "That's splendid. I had previously urged Jingshu to seek your assistance, but you know her temperament, especially with your recent busyness. She was even less inclined to reach out." Cheng Yan understood now. He exited the kitchen and said to Zhao Hui, Sister Hui, let's not dine at home today. Instead, we shall go to Jingshu's restaurant for a meal. We can invite Aunt Li along. Zhao Hui nodded in agreement. Very well, please provide me with the address. And my mother and I shall arrive shortly. Suyu shared the address in their group chat, and soon after, the two of them hailed a cab. As Cheng Yan waited, he realized the necessity of acquiring his own vehicle. Otherwise, securing transportation during peak hours proved to be quite the challenge. After a brief wait of over 3 minutes, the taxi finally arrived, and the duo hurriedly boarded, en route to Jiangxing restaurant. Meanwhile, Shun Jingshu, having returned early to the restaurant, wore a stern expression. She had not changed from her casual attire from earlier that day when she assisted Cheng Yan. The owner of the neighboring restaurant, upon seeing her, chuckled and remarked, Boss Shun, why not lend a hand to the owner of Little Yellow Duck? Your establishment seems rather vacant. Why not hand it over to me? I could easily take over. Shun Jingshu responded with a cold smile. If it weren't for your constant underhanded tactics, would my customers really be dwindling? This man stood at the entrance daily, shouting to any new patrons that her chef had already been poached. Unfortunately, this was indeed the truth. Shun Jingshu found herself at a loss for words. Unable to counter the insult, the middle-aged man grinned. It's merely standard business competition. You could stand at my entrance and shout to divert my customers. The key is having the capability to do so. Shun Jingshu furrowed her brow in frustration. Most diners researched their dining options, especially in an area saturated with restaurants, all offering dishes at a premium. The clientele was limited. Those who sought exquisite flavors did not mind the price, but upon seeing her restaurant sparsely populated, they were even less inclined to enter. This created a vicious cycle. Just as Shun Jingshu was about to retort, a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. She turned to see Cheng Yan and Suyu. Suyu, brimming with indignation, declared, Jingshu, I brought the boss Cheng to help you vent your frustrations. Cheng Yan smiled at Shun Jingshu and said, Fear not. Simply heed my advice. Go outside and attract customers, proclaiming that you've hired a top-tier chef, with specialties in braised pork, twice-cooked pork, and dry-fried beef ho fun. If it's not delicious, they pay nothing. The more extravagant your claims, the better. The middle-aged owner of the neighboring restaurant chuckled. I recognize you. You're the owner of Little Yellow Duck, who has recently gained popularity online. I advise you to stick to your stalls and refrain from meddling in the affairs of mid-range dining establishments. You can't possibly think that your stall success compares to the expertise of our esteemed chefs, can you? Cheng Yan disregarded the man, confident in the superior culinary skills he was bringing to the table. Trust me, focus on promotion without concern for exaggeration. As long as customers arrive, I can ensure their attention. He refrained from publicly endorsing Shun Jingshu in the group chat, as the ambience and decor of her establishment would not significantly benefit from his followers dining there. Moreover, his current popularity could inadvertently harm Shun Jingshu's restaurant. Cheng Yan gazed intently into Shun Jingshu's eyes. Standing at 6 feet tall, before her petite frame of 5'7", he exuded a comforting presence. Shun Jingshu found herself swayed by his calm demeanor. She had tasted his braised pork the previous day, which was delightful, while his twice-cooked pork had been average. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt inclined to trust this gentle and composed young man. Very well, Shun Jingshu acquiesced, turning towards the front desk. Someone accompany me to the advertising agency to create banners and menus. Today, we shall make a concerted effort to turn things around. The middle-aged owner of the adjacent restaurant burst into laughter. One dares to boast, while the other dares to believe. Boss Shun, if your restaurant revives during the May Day holiday, I shall sell my establishment to you at a bargain. With that, he swaggered away, eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle. Yet, he was not entirely unprepared. The middle-aged owner swiftly made his way to the kitchen, where he encountered the head chef, Lin Tianxiang. Smiling, he recounted the recent events. Chef Lin laughed heartily. Rest assured, boss, the novice from the stall, buoyed by a throng of diners who cannot afford fine dining, believes that culinary skills are so easily attained. With me here, he won't stand a chance. Isn't he attempting braised pork and twice-cooked pork? Boss, let's swap our signature dishes. We shall do the same, and I will demonstrate to that young punk what it truly means to be a chef. Chef Lin, sharing the same sentiment, chuckled. The middle-aged man departed, intent on defeating Cheng Yan in his area of expertise, hoping to strip Shu of her last lifeline, ultimately compelling her to relinquish Jiangcheng restaurant to him. In the kitchen of Jiangcheng restaurant, Chef Jiang Tao was taken aback. What? Boss Shun has entrusted a mere young lad to take charge? Having recently joined, he had never served in a subordinate role. His anger flared as he removed his apron, demanding, either I take charge or Boss Shun must seek someone more capable. No wonder the restaurant had seen so few customers. Such disarray would tarnish even the most esteemed establishments. Cheng Yan, listening quietly, offered no response. Instead, he turned to the apprentices and instructed them, prepare high-quality pork belly and beef tenderloin. I will need them for marinating shortly. The apprentices, lacking Jiang Tao's bravado, hurried to comply. Jiang Tao, fuming, chose to remain. Taking a seat in the kitchen, he was eager to witness just how proficient this young man could be. While he acknowledged that some individuals possessed extraordinary talent, most accomplished chefs were seasoned veterans. The culinary profession required years of dedicated practice. Despite having begun his apprenticeship at 15, he had only recently reached the age of 35, boasting over 20 years of experience. As he observed Cheng Yan donning an apron, Jiang Tao thought, go ahead, make your attempts. If you do not falter, how will the boss recognize the value of my expertise? Ultimately, it would be he who would save the day. With that, Jiang Tao began strategizing how to reclaim the spotlight and emphasize his significance. Chapter 41. How to invite Hao Hao's mother for braised pork to achieve a perfect balance of richness and texture. Every detail must be meticulously controlled. Cheng Yan disregarded Jiang Tao, who was watching the spectacle from aside, and used a slotted spoon to place all the blanched pork belly pieces into warm water. Many prefer to rinse with cold water, but the contrast between hot and cold can easily compromise the meat's texture. Next, he took a large wok to saute, rendering some of the fat from the pork belly. If this step is executed well, the dish will not be greasy. Jiang Tao observed Cheng Yan skillfully gripping the wok with one hand, his movements precise and rhythmic as he used a spatula to quickly saute the pork belly, his mind racing with curiosity. The kitchen's wok was not the small frying pan typically found in homes. It was large and lacked handles, only featuring 2 ears on either side. Usually, they would use a cloth to cushion their hands while tossing and sauteing. Many culinary experts who visited the kitchen were often at a loss with such a wok, unable to fully showcase their skills. Yet, Cheng Yan handled the large wok with the ease of someone who had spent decades in the kitchen, maneuvering it as if it were an extension of his arm. This lad is truly remarkable. Could a street vendor possess such prowess? No, I must observe further. Jiang Tao suppressed his curiosity, feigning nonchalance while his gaze remained fixed on Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan, oblivious to Jiang Tao's intrigue, focused solely on stabilizing the situation for Shu. The subsequent steps, whether caramelizing sugar or combining spices, required both technique and experience. If the sugar is undercooked, the color will be unappealing. If overcooked, the braised pork will acquire a bitter taste. Cheng Yan casually scooped a spoonful of rock sugar into the wok, heating it on low flame. As the sugar transformed into a dark red, somewhat viscous syrup, he added the sauteed pork belly into the wok. With a sizzling sound, steam rose as the meat met the fat. After a few quick stirs to ensure the sugar coated the pork evenly, Cheng Yan methodically incorporated various seasonings. He then added hot water, waiting for it to boil before reducing the heat to let it simmer. Most restaurants favor pressure cookers for speed, but nothing compares to the depth of flavor achieved through slow cooking. It was still only a little past 10, and since Shu had yet to start attracting customers, he had ample time. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan began blanching the pork belly slices needed for the twice-cooked pork. The stovetop emitted a blue flame. Cheng Yan inquired of his apprentice, "Have the garlic sprouts been prepared?" "Yes," a young man hurriedly replied, bringing over the cleaned garlic sprouts. Cheng Yan inspected them and nodded approvingly. The price was justified. These sprouts were tender and fragrant, with a hint of spiciness. With all the ingredients ready, he proceeded to prepare the marinated beef. The dish, dry-fried beef ho fun, demanded precision and technique, and Cheng Yan meticulously selected seasonings to marinate the beef tenderloin. Outside the Jiangxing bistro, Shen Jingshu was giving her all. Despite her cool demeanor, she donned athletic whereas she solicited customers on the street. A banner hung on the wall of Jiangxing bistro proclaimed, "Secret recipe braised pork, twice cooked pork. Full refund, if not delicious." This audacious promise certainly drew some attention. Yet, the neighboring restaurant owner seized every opportunity to undermine her. Whenever potential customers approached, he would chuckle and say, "Isn't the chef from that bistro just a street vendor? Are you still going?" Shen Jingshu gritted her teeth in frustration. The diners in this area were not financially constrained, yet many who claimed to offer refunds often left behind a trail of disappointment. By 11:30, her initial determination began to wane. She walked into the kitchen to find Cheng Yan had everything neatly prepared, awaiting the opening. Noticing her despondent demeanor, Cheng Yan asked, "No customers?" Shen Jingshu nodded. "Yes, the owner of the neighboring restaurant has been causing disturbances." Cheng Yan pondered for a moment. Having operated his stall for quite some time, he had made acquaintances, especially among the students from Jiang University, but they could hardly afford dining here, and their limited allowances couldn't sustain such indulgences. "Ah, Hao's mother. She is quite affluent. Please hold on. I will call her over." Cheng Yan then took out his phone and located Hao's mother in a group chat, initiating a private message. As the group admin, he had the privilege of directly messaging group members. "Xiao Huang boss. Hao's mom. Are you free for lunch today?" Hao's mother responded promptly. "Hao's mom. What is up, Cheng boss? Have you decided to come cook at my place?" Cheng Yan. "Xiao Huang boss. I've newly developed 3 dishes, twice cooked pork, braised pork, and dry-fried beef ho fun. Would you like to try them?" Hao's mom. "Sure. I just dropped Hao off with my mother and am quite bored. Where are you? I'll come taste them." Cheng Yan sent her the link to Jiangxing Bistro. Hao's mom. "ISN to your chef poached by the restaurant next door?" Cheng Yan. "Currently, I am the chef here." Hao's mom. "Sound good. I'll drive over immediately and bring a few friends along." Cheng Yan. "Thank you." Hao's mother was reliable, and upon knowing the address, she understood that Cheng Yan was attempting to attract customers to the restaurant and offered to bring friends. Cheng Yan glanced at Shen Jingshu. She was a regular patron of his stall and possessed considerable means, expressing her intent to bring friends. Shen Jingshu forced a smile, grateful. The patrons brought in by friends were markedly different from those who came on their own, but at this point, there was no other option. As noon approached, the neighboring restaurant owner watched with glee as Jiangxing Bistro remained empty. Noticing Shen Jingshu waiting at the entrance, he taunted, "Shen boss, our private rooms are nearly fully booked. How is your Jiangxing Bistro faring? Is the braised pork tasty?" Shen Jingshu ignored him. Not far away, a few luxury cars pulled up, led by a dazzling Mercedes Maybach, trailed by an Audi A8 and a BMW 7 Series. The neighboring owner's eyes lit up. A major client. 5 affluent women exited the vehicles, the leader clad in a black spaghetti strap gown, draped in a gray Chanel jacket. The remaining 4 women clustered around her. The neighboring restaurant owner eagerly approached them, saying, "Ladies, Meisher Xiang is having a promotion today, featuring our signature dishes, braised pork and twice-cooked pork. Care to give them a try?" Hao's mother didn't even glance in his direction. She was there to support Cheng Yan, and no amount of flattery would sway her. The neighboring owner watched as the 5 elegantly dressed women passed him and approached Jiangxing Bistro. Shen Jingshu initially feared they might be poached, but to her surprise, Hao's mother cheerfully declared, "Boss, I was invited here by Cheng boss. Could we have a private room?" Shen Jingshu was taken aback. "Please come in." Chapter 42, a piece of red braised pork, directly capturing Chef Jiang. Hao's mom. "Is that boss Cheng you mentioned really that impressive? I've dined at this restaurant before, but regrettably, I heard their chef has been poached. Why am I thinking about red braised pork now? I'm supposed to be on a diet." As they made their way to the private room on the 2nd floor, Shen Jingshu felt a pang of discomfort listening to the chatter of several affluent women. Once, their Jiangxing Bistro was a highly sought-after dining establishment. Unfortunately, a new restaurant opened next door, named Food Fragrance, and even lured away their chef. Upon entering the private room, Shen Jingshu personally handed over the menu while the attendant noted down their orders. Hao's mom cheerfully remarked, "We must order the twice-cooked pork and red braised pork. I have always trusted Boss Cheng's culinary skills. The rest, you may decide." The affluent women took turns selecting dishes. After they finished, Shun Jingshu took the order slip to the kitchen, while the attendant brought out a fruit platter and tea to serve the guests. In the kitchen, Cheng Yan was reducing the red braised pork over a high flame, the mouth-watering aroma wafting throughout the space. Jiang Tao's nostrils flared, catching the scent of various spices, and he mused that the red braised pork smelled promising. At the very least, it appeared flavorful. The apprentices watched the pork in the pot, swallowing in unison. "It smells wonderful, Master Cheng." "The color looks enticing too," one exclaimed. Cheng Yan, with a smile, instructed, "Go fetch a small bowl. I'll serve you a couple of pieces." The apprentices exchanged glances and hurriedly produced a bowl. Cheng Yan ladled out 7 or 8 pieces of red braised pork without garnishing it with sesame seeds or other embellishments. The apprentices gathered around the bowl eagerly. "Quick, try it. 1 piece each." One apprentice picked up chopsticks and gently prodded the skin of the red braised pork. It nearly broke apart at the slightest touch, the meat tender and the collagen from the skin having been thoroughly rendered. The red meat was marbled with fat, exhibiting distinct layers. The lean meat gleamed with a dark red sheen, while the fatty portions appeared plump and relaxed, their surface glistening with oil. Jiang Tao's eyes darted toward the bowl, and he felt a strong desire to have a taste himself. The color was indeed inviting. This young chef possesses true skill. The flavors were rich yet not greasy, surpassing any red braised pork I have ever tasted. Absolutely exceptional. I once thought Master Lin's version was outstanding, but now, upon comparison, it seems merely average. Master Cheng's is far superior. The harmonious balance of fat and lean meat, the delightful aroma, and the exquisite taste made me believe I was almost ready to graduate as a chef, only to realize I remained significantly distant from the true mastery of a seasoned chef, surrounded by the enthusiastic praises of the apprentices, particularly those who smacked their lips in delight. Jiang Tao could no longer contain himself. "Step aside, let me have a taste." The apprentices, upon seeing Jiang Tao, instinctively saved the last piece of meat in the bowl for him. Jiang Tao, undeterred by their used chopsticks, grasped the red braised pork. The piece, dark red in hue, trembled as he held it, reminiscent of a quivering jelly. To achieve such tenderness without disintegration is a testament to his command over the cooking process. Jiang Tao realized he had underestimated Cheng Yan. Bringing the morsel to his nose, he inhaled deeply, the aroma of the red braised pork intoxicating him. It truly smelled divine. Once in his mouth, he gently pressed it with his tongue, the fatty portion disintegrating and mingling with the firm texture of the lean meat, all meticulously balanced with spices that tantalized his palate. Jiang Tao silently set down the chopsticks and approached Cheng Yan with a solemn expression. The apprentices hurried to intercept him. "Master Jiang, please don't act impulsively." "Yes, let's remain composed. We are merely here to work." Cheng Yan, too, had not done anything wrong, they insisted. However, the next moment, Jiang Tao stood before Cheng Yan, inhaling deeply. "Master Cheng, I apologize. After so many years as a chef, having tasted dishes from numerous culinary experts, this red braised pork evokes a sense of unattainable excellence in me. An outsider may see the spectacle, but an insider recognizes the nuances. My culinary skills, as evidenced by this dish, indicate that I am indeed far from your level. I owe you an apology." Cheng Yan chuckled softly. Master Jiang is refreshingly straightforward. He doesn't tease, sulk, or hesitate when he feels defeated. Cheng Yan replied with a smile, "There's no need for concern. I am indeed younger, and I can only claim mastery over 3 dishes, twice-cooked pork, red braised pork, and dry-fried rice noodles. I cannot compare with your extensive repertoire, Master Jiang." Jiang Tao's expression softened, yet he believed Cheng Yan was merely being gracious. This only deepened his discomfort, as he recognized his earlier behavior had been unreasonable. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, feeling a wave of humility wash over him. "May I inquire about your method for preparing red braised pork?" He hesitated, feeling somewhat forward. Such signature dishes typically require a formal apprenticeship to earn the chef's favor before any knowledge is shared, especially after their earlier disagreement. Cheng Yan smiled warmly. "Of course, let's discuss and learn from each other." Even if he were to teach Jiang Tao directly, it wouldn't diminish his own skills. as the system had endowed him with unparalleled culinary expertise. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao felt a profound sense of inadequacy in comparing himself to Cheng Yan. The latter's vision and generosity were truly admirable. It was no wonder he possessed such remarkable culinary prowess at such a young age. As Shen Jingshu entered the kitchen, carrying the order slip, she was immediately enveloped by an enticing aroma that made her stomach rumble. Laughter echoed around her as she parted the curtain to enter. She found Cheng Yan and Jiang Tao engaged in light-hearted conversation. But then Cheng Yan pointed to the pot and spoke a few words, causing Jiang Tao's demeanor to shift to one of solemnity, taking on an expression of eager receptiveness. Shen Jingshu was taken aback. What happened? Just a moment ago, these two weren't even speaking to each other. Chef Jiang wore a sour expression. She had intended to mediate their earlier discord, but had been preoccupied with the guests. How much time had passed for such a transformation? It was astonishing to see Cheng Yan in a teaching role, and Jiang Tao, a chef in his 40s, behaving like an eager student. Shaking her head, Shen Jingshu felt fatigued. This world had truly gone mad. Cheng Yan spotted her and cheerfully inquired, "Have the guests arrived?" "Yes." Shen Jingshu handed him the order slip. "Your friend brought 4 companions. This is the menu. Please prepare accordingly." Cheng Yan glanced at it, noting that Hao Hua's mother and the others had not ordered dry-fried rice noodles. But red braised pork and twice-cooked pork would certainly suffice. He passed the slip to Jiang Tao. "Brother Jiang, for the other dishes, I defer to your expertise. I will handle the twice-cooked pork and red braised pork, but the rest is yours." Jiang Tao thought Cheng Yan was merely trying to elevate him, offering him a favor, and laughed heartily. "Leave it to me. Let's ensure we make a stunning comeback." Chapter 43. What can a box of snowy delights do? In the quaint Jiangqing bistro, Cheng Yan efficiently finished preparing the twice-cooked pork and then placed the already stewed braised pork, preserved with a freshness card, onto a serving platter. After sprinkling sesame seeds and garnishing with cilantro, the dish was complete. The waiter carried the 2 signature dishes upstairs to the private room. Hao Hao's mother, invited by Cheng Yan, would surely have a few words with her as she accompanied the waiter. As the door to the private room swung open, Cheng Yan beheld a gathering of elegant ladies. Among them, Hao Hao's mother stood out, her beauty and grace shining brightly. "Boss Cheng," Hao Hao's mother exclaimed upon seeing Cheng Yan, rising with a smile. "Ladies, this is the Boss Cheng I mentioned, the one who has me hooked on his soup dumplings every morning." With a laugh, she continued, "Boss Cheng, your business is thriving. Isn't it? The line is so long every day that even if I want to buy, I couldn't." Cheng Yan chuckled. "Once this wave passes, I plan to return to my stall at Erxiao. Ladies, please enjoy our signature dishes, braised pork and twice-cooked pork. Feel free to share any feedback." As Hao Hao's mother gazed at the fragrant dishes, her taste buds awakened. She eagerly picked up a piece of braised pork and exclaimed, "Delicious. Boss Cheng, your soup dumplings are exceptional, but I never expected your braised pork to be this good. After tasting this, I may never order it from another restaurant again." The other ladies exchanged puzzled glances. Was Hao Hao's mother overly effusive? They knew she was acquainted with him, but her praise seemed exaggerated. However, having spent considerable time together, they felt obliged to support her enthusiasm. Let me try." Several ladies reached for their chopsticks. Cheng Yan observed them quietly, undeterred. If the unparalleled culinary skills bestowed upon him by the system could not impress these distinguished women, he would dare say no chef in the world could. Indeed, as the braised pork melted in their mouths, the perfectly balanced textures ensnared all the ladies. The blend of seasonings and the tender, slow-cooked meat were utterly delightful, rich yet not greasy, firm yet not falling apart. Their praises echoed throughout the room. "My goodness, Hao Hao's mother. I thought you were exaggerating to flatter Boss Cheng. This braised pork is phenomenal. Boss Cheng, would you consider becoming the chef at my hotel? You can set your own terms. Delicate yet firm, rich but not overwhelming. Better than anything I've had at those high-end hotels." Hao Hao's mother, you've been stingy. With such a remarkable chef in your circle, why have you only now brought us to taste this? As Cheng Yan basked in the compliments from the ladies, a glow of pride illuminated Hao Hao's mother's face. "Sometimes I can't even snag a bite for myself, yet I bring you all along." Just don't blame me if you end up waiting in line and miss out. Not a chance. We don't mind the wait. We just fear that it won't be worth it. We have all the time in the world. Once they finished their remarks, Cheng Yan turned to retrieve 5 boxes of snowy delights from the platter, ready to treat the guest Hao's mother had brought. These 5 boxes of snowy delights are my own creation. Please enjoy them. I must return to the kitchen now. Cheng Yan's words honored Hao's mother, who beamed upon seeing the snowy delights. Wow, what a rare treat. These are limited edition. Boss Cheng truly knows how to treat me. I'll share a post on my social media right away. Her circle consisted mainly of affluent individuals, particularly wealthy housewives with ample leisure time. After tasting the braised pork, the ladies were astonished at the sight of the snowy delights. Can this actually be a limited edition item? We must try them. Hey, Mrs. Jiang, are you sneaking a taste? Delicious. Better than anything I've ever bought from a dessert shop. Save me a piece. Why is the matcha one gone so quickly? Our friendship boat is about to capsize. Boss, can I also post about this? Could you spare another box of snowy delights? 5 boxes won't be enough for us. Of course. Cheng Yan found the idea agreeable. Once you post, just call the waiter to distribute the snowy delights. After nodding to Hao's mother, he exited the private room. In the corridor, Shen Jingshu, dressed in casual attire, stood with her hands resting gently on her abdomen, waiting for Cheng Yan. Thank you, Cheng Yan. She understood the effort that went into making the snowy delights. This was a loss for him. Cheng Yan noticed the serene and composed aura around Shen Jingshu today. Why are you so formal? Weren't you the one who helped me set up my stall? They descended the stairs together, their shoulders occasionally brushing against each other. The familiar scent from her eased Cheng Yan's tension. By the way, I mentioned to them that anyone who shares a post on social media will receive a box of randomly flavored snowy delights. You can use the snowy delights made by the Duck Boss for promotion, but please don't mention that I'm in the kitchen. You know my current popularity. I fear it might harm the restaurant. Understood. But you must specify that there are only 300 boxes available. That's all I have left. Cheng Yan chuckled as he fished out a key from his pocket. Here's my house key. You can simply grab them from the freezer in the west-facing room. A string of keys dangled from Cheng Yan's fingers. Shen Jingshu smiled and asked, Aren't you afraid I'll take everything from your house? Not all. Cheng Yan replied casually. I trust you. You're not that kind of person. Shen Jingshu turned to gaze at Cheng Yan's gentle and handsome face, suddenly feeling a sense of reassurance and reliance. This young man, 3 years her junior, always exuded a comforting aura. She took the key, feeling its coldness imbued with Cheng Yan's profound trust. Upon reaching the first floor, Cheng Yan headed to the kitchen while Shen Jingshu drove to his home to retrieve all the snowy delights. Before leaving, she instructed an employee to write on the banner at the entrance. Diners who share on social media may receive a box of snowy delights made by the Duck Boss, flavors random. Limited to 300, first come, first served. As Shen Jingshu drove away, a neighboring restaurant owner observed the staff writing on the banner and chuckled. What is this? It's like a dessert shop. This is a restaurant. They need to rely on their dishes to attract customers. Do they really think a box of snowy delights will draw people in? And asking for social media shares. What a laugh. They're too young to understand what customers truly desire. Chapter 44. The collapse of the restaurant owner next door. Come on. It's merely a box of snow cakes. Just a box of snow cakes. And they think they can attract customers. How amusing. The owner of the neighboring restaurant lounged leisurely at the entrance of his establishment, exuding an air of contentment. During the May Day holiday, a multitude of tourists flocked to the area, eager to visit various spots and capture photographs. As the saying goes, a poor family may travel far, and these tourists were willing to spend a little extra to savor delicious food, believing that one should not skimp on oneself while traveling. A couple strolled down the street, the girl clad in traditional Hanfu, pointing at the facade of Jiangchang restaurant with a smile, exclaiming, Darling, this restaurant has such an exquisite decor. The Jiangchang restaurant featured an antique style, with intricately carved eaves, resembling a quaint courtyard nestled within a modern metropolis. Many passers-by would stop, indifferent to dining, merely to take photographs. The boy glanced at the restaurant and agreed. Indeed, the decor is quite retro. Shall we take a picture? The girl eagerly awaited his suggestion. She positioned herself against a wall, ready for her boyfriend to capture the moment. Click. Several photos were taken. The girl rushed over to review the shots, beaming, "Not bad at all. Your photography skills are improving. It's no wonder, considering I'm the one who taught you." The boy blushed. They could not post the photos just yet, but after editing, they would undoubtedly turn out splendidly. The girl opened Douyin and strongly recommended the Jiangxing restaurant, stating, "I don't know about the food, but the photo opportunities are exceptional." After choosing to publish the post, the couple peered inside, noticing the restaurant was relatively empty, and decided to venture to another trendy eatery. The owner of the neighboring restaurant, Meisher Xiang, observed the couple with a knowing glance, remaining silent. It was evident they would not dine at his establishment. After all, they specialized in private dining rooms. What would two people do in such a setting? A few minutes later, the girl's phone buzzed incessantly. She opened it to find notifications from Douyin, chuckling, "It seems everyone agrees with my sentiments." However, as she scrolled, her expression turned to shock. A netizen had captured and enlarged a screenshot from her video. "Wait, are they eating at this place?" and posting about the snow cakes from the Little Yellow Duck owner? How infuriating. The Little Yellow Duck owner deceived us. He promised limited availability. Don't even mention it. I haven't been able to queue for 2 days and have missed out on the Little Yellow Duck owner's snow cakes. Condemnation. Yes, condemnation. Smart people are already on their way. Hey, save me a portion. The girl was taken aback, realizing that while no one commented on her check-in, the casual mention of the snow cakes had gone viral. "Darling, are the snow cakes from the Little Yellow Duck owner really that delectable?" The boy pondered, recalling that the owner had previously sold soup dumplings. It must be the same person. Shall we go there to see for ourselves? Let us hurry. The girl pulled her boyfriend's hand, turning to leave. The owner of Meisher Xiang watched the couple return, bewildered. What made them turn back? This won't do. The neighboring owner contemplated that he could not allow Jiangchang restaurant to gain an advantage, as it could jeopardize his expansion plans. He hurried over to the couple, smiling. "You might not know, but the chef from that restaurant is actually working at mine. If you want to enjoy a good meal, you should come to my place. We're even running a May Day promotion. Would you like to try?" The boy glanced at the owner, ignoring him. The girl, however, asked a server at Jiangxing restaurant, "Are you really giving away the Little Yellow Duck owner's snow cakes?" The server nodded, confirming, "Yes, we are." The neighboring owner clicked his tongue. "Hey, handsome lady, come dine at Meisher Xiang." "No, thank you. We're here for the Little Yellow Duck owner's snow cakes, and you don't have them. Please, no more." The owner was left dumbfounded. Wait, are people genuinely coming here just for a box of snow cakes? The couple was welcomed into the restaurant. Not long after, Shun Jingshu returned in her car, ignoring the neighboring owner as she instructed several staff members to store the snow cakes in the refrigerator. As time passed, at precisely 12:10, the neighboring owner noticed groups of people arriving on yellow bikes. "Is this the Jiangxing restaurant?" "Yes. Look, the banner is still up. Hurry, hurry. If we're late, the snow cakes will be gone." A throng rushed into the restaurant. The neighboring owner felt a sense of dread. Goodness, is it really just a box of snow cakes that is causing all this commotion? He too decided to offer a giveaway. He quickly gathered his staff, instructing them to find a large cardboard sign, which read, "All diners at Meisher Xiang will receive a complimentary box of snow cakes. No need to post on social media." Want to post on social media? Mine doesn't require it. A direct hit against you. As the sign was prepared, he promptly transferred funds to his employees to procure as many snow cakes as possible from various dessert shops. His staff hesitated. "Boss, they're using the Little Yellow Duck owner's snow cakes. What is wrong with that?" The owner scoffed. "It's just a snow cake. What difference does it make? Once prepared, they all taste the same. Is his version significantly better than the dessert shops? Hurry up." With a sigh, the staff member drove off in the van. Inside Jiangchang restaurant, Shun Jingshu leaned over the front desk, her voluptuous figure accentuated against the table. With her arms crossed, she observed the bustling scene in the restaurant. Since losing their chef, Jiangxing restaurant had not experienced such liveliness in quite some time. Most of the patrons were students, some arriving in groups, while others came alone. Upon reviewing the menu, they were taken aback. Sweet and sour pork was 52. Peking-style shredded pork exceeded 60. These home-style dishes seemed a tad pricey. However, they devised a plan to share. "Let us find 2 more people to share a table. We can order 2 dishes for 3 people and still have enough to eat. plus the little yellow duck owner snow cakes are only 20, making it cheaper for each of us. Many tourists echoed their sentiments. Let us share tables. Upon hearing this, the server glanced at Shun Jingshu, who nodded in approval. Clearing her throat, she cheerfully announced, "Today, all dishes are 30 off for orders exceeding 100. This prime location, along with carefully selected ingredients, allowed them to price their dishes closely to cost. The crowd erupted in approval. Sharing tables alleviated any pressure. Spending just over 100 for 3 people was manageable. Boxes of snow cakes were distributed, leading to a flurry of social media posts. Jiangxing Restaurant on Linen Street. Everyone come. It's made by the little yellow duck owner. Come quickly. The owner is exceptionally beautiful, and she even organized a 100-30 promotion. Though the dishes are a bit pricey, we can share tables. Each person can post on social media, and with the snow cakes at 20, it's practically a free meal for everyone." Chapter 45. Shun Jingshu begins to imagine. Is it love? Have you heard? The owner of the little yellow duck is giving away free snow cream at a restaurant. I heard. My friend got some. The dishes there are a bit pricey, so I'm planning to share a table. Let's go together. If we wait too long, there won't be any left. Should I order some peanuts to share? 1 plate of peanuts for a box of snow cream is like getting the snow cream for free with the peanuts. Genius. You're here. Is anyone forming a group? We've already got 2. All girls. Girls, join me. Forming a group. We need 1 more. Both boys and girls welcome. In the group chat, university students from various campuses began to gather their forces. A series of little yellow bikes set off, racing towards Jiangxing Restaurant. The kitchen of Jiangxing Restaurant became bustling with activity. Cheng Yan, not daring to be careless, exclusively prepared braised pork and twice-cooked pork. While Jiang Tao believed Cheng Yan was intentionally deferring to him, the spatula flying with agility. Most of the students ordered home-style dishes. A plate of shredded pork and garlic sauce accompanied by a serving of stir-fried potatoes ensured a hearty lunch. Jiang Tao divided the potato shreds into 5 portions, while the apprentice hurriedly placed the dishes at the pass, awaiting the waitstaff to serve. "Master Chef, it's been over a week since we arrived here, and now we're truly busy. Our culinary skills can finally shine," Cheng Yan thought as he stirred the hot pot meat. The 2 stood at the stove, each engrossed in their tasks, engaging in lively conversation. With several top-tier culinary skills under his belt, Cheng Yan observed the frenzied Jiang Tao during his moments of respite. These culinary techniques, when combined with other advanced skills, enabled him to learn through observation. He realized that his previous cooking had been too crude. Restaurant dishes were not merely the result of complete condiments, but also due to the superior skills of the chefs. Mastery over heat and the doneness of dishes were critical. Some chefs preferred to cook dishes thoroughly, while others leaned toward a lighter touch. And the varying use of soy sauce along with the skill gap resulted in each chef's unique style and flavor. Noticing Cheng Yan watching him, Jiang Tao immediately put forth all his skills, his heart racing with anxiety, fearing he might lose face before Cheng Yan. Outside the restaurant on Linen Street, a cluster of little yellow bikes arrived. The owner from next door hurried over, shouting, "We have snow cream too, and our offerings are even better than those at Jiangxing Restaurant." Some students paused to inquire, "Is it the little yellow duck's snow cream?" The neighboring owner replied, "I can't lie about this. The packaging is different. They bought their snow cream from a dessert shop. Not the same. They're all sourced from a well-known dessert shop. Then we won't eat it." Exactly. There are only 2 kinds of snow cream in this world. One from the little yellow duck and the other from elsewhere. We only eat the little yellow ducks. A throng of students promptly parked their bikes and dashed into Jiangxing Restaurant. The neighboring owner exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" A bunch of foolish students, rejecting the snow cream from the dessert shop for that street vendors. The dining area on the first floor was filled to capacity, and Shun Jingshu, noticing the vacant private room on the second floor, decided to convert a crowded table into a private dining space. Everyone was more than willing. Wealthy students even treated their peers here. When the waitstaff brought out the braised pork and twice-cooked pork, it drew a circle of admirers. "Wow, that braised pork looks delicious. The twice-cooked pork too. How much is this?" The menu lists the braised pork at 98 and the twice-cooked pork at 78. "Damn, 100 minus 30, right? Indulging a bit. Boss, I'll take one serving of braised pork and a serving of stir-fried potatoes. I want a serving of twice-cooked pork and another of shredded pork and garlic sauce. How can you all eat so well? I want both the twice-cooked and braised pork. I'm treating today. Noticing the staff becoming overwhelmed, Shun Jingshu donned an apron, grabbed a small ordering device akin to a smartphone, and began assisting. Wow, is that the boss lady? She is truly beautiful. I know her. This stunning boss lady has been helping out at the Little Yellow Ducks for the past few days. Is the Little Yellow Ducks owner dating such a gorgeous girlfriend? If it's not love, how could he provide so many snow creams? Shun Jingshu, overhearing, felt a pause in her thoughts. Love? She contemplated that Cheng Yan had indeed helped her considerably without expecting anything in return. Was it because of that night? But that was a mutual agreement between them, devoid of any emotional ties. Could it be that Cheng Yan truly had feelings for her? Shun Jingshu's heart raced, a hint of panic rising. Had she been too aloof? Cheng Yan had always assisted her, yet she had reciprocated with indifference. Would he think her a woman ungrateful and unworthy of pursuit? At that moment, Shun Jingshu began to indulge in her own imaginative musings. Business at Jiangcheng restaurant flourished, and while Jiang Tao's culinary skills were commendable, he had long struggled due to a lack of patrons. Now, with an influx of customers, the potential for return visitors was brightening. As they busied themselves, two black Mercedes-Benz cars approached. The middle-aged men driving glanced at the sudden surge of little yellow bikes, puzzled. The two cars synchronously found a nearby parking spot. Stepping out, they stood with their families at the entrance of Jiangcheng restaurant, inhaling the enticing aromas. Old Zhao, let us head to Jiangcheng restaurant. Old Li, you don't know this yet? Chef Lin from Jiangcheng restaurant is now at Meisher Xiang. I advise you to dine here instead. Old Li scrutinized the bustling Jiangcheng restaurant, frowning. It had been a while since he last dined here, and he anticipated such a transformation. Did Old Shen know? The neighboring owner approached with a smile, saying, the chef next door is indeed working at our restaurant. Gentlemen, there are still vacant private rooms upstairs. Shall I reserve one for you? Old Zhao chuckled. Let us go. I miss Chef Lin's exquisite twice-cooked pork. Old Li sighed, noticing both establishments boasting banners for twice-cooked pork and braised pork, realizing the rivalry was intensifying. However, he had a connection with Old Shun from Jiangcheng restaurant. Forget it. I'll lend a hand for Old Shun's daughter. He waved his hand. I just prefer the layout of Jiangcheng restaurant. Besides, with a new chef, I must try it. Who knows, there might be a delightful surprise. He led his family towards Jiangcheng restaurant. Old Zhao remarked to the neighboring owner, look at Old Li. He won tea heat advice. Let him be. I'll pack a portion of twice-cooked pork for him to take home. He'll know the difference then. Sound good? The neighboring owner shared this sentiment. Comparing a street vendor to a master chef, it was a perfect opportunity for customers to taste and judge for themselves. Chapter 46. I want to meet the chef who created such flavors. Old Li had just arrived at the Jiangcheng restaurant with his family when he was taken aback by the sight of the patrons. Was the establishment struggling? Old Shen's daughter certainly possessed remarkable skills. Shun Jingshu hurried over upon seeing him. Uncle, Annie, what brings you here? There are private rooms upstairs. Let me show you the way. Old Li couldn't help but admire how charming Old Shen's daughter had become, then pointed toward the entrance, frowning. I heard Chef Lin was poached. Indeed. Shun Jingshu replied with a bittersweet smile, but she refrained from lamenting too much. In situations where others cannot assist, one's grievances merely become trivial gossip over meals. Ultimately, one must focus on their own responsibilities. However, the restaurant has improved significantly. Today, I have secured a renowned chef who specializes in braised pork, twice-cooked pork, and dry-fried beef ho fun. You simply must taste them, or you will regret it. Really? Old Li's interest was piqued. He turned to his spouse. Weren't you just saying that Chef Lin's twice-cooked pork was the best in Jiangcheng? Why not try the new chef's culinary skills today? Old Li's wife smiled and replied, all right, since we are here, we must sample the signature dishes. Shun Jingshu led Old Li and his wife, along with their relatives, to a private room. After ordering, Old Li watched as Shun Jingshu exited the room. He sighed, reflecting on how gracefully Old Shen's daughter had matured. What a pity we have no son. Otherwise, I would certainly encourage him to pursue her. Oh, please. Old Li's wife shot him a look. Jingshu hasn't had a boyfriend in all these years. It's clear her heart isn't in that direction. Besides, you know her personality, so cold. Who could stand it? Old Lee's cousin chimed in. Brother, I have a son. Why don't you help introduce him to your niece? Sure. Old Lee laughed heartily, though he thought to himself that even if he facilitated an introduction, his son would likely be unable to win over Shen Jingshu. The four of them laughed and chatted comfortably in the private room. Before long, Shen Jingshu personally brought out the braised pork and twice-cooked pork, with servers following behind her, carrying 2 plates of appetizers. Although there are typically no strict rules regarding the order of serving cold and hot dishes, it largely depends on the speed of service. Uncle Lee, would you like to try? Old Lee gazed at the braised pork on the table, its vibrant color enticing him, and the steam wafting with an irresistible aroma made his appetite surge. He picked up his chopsticks, first serving a piece to his wife. Then, with a smile, he remarked, I saw a banner at the entrance stating that if it isn't delicious, the meal is free. If this doesn't taste good, I certainly won't pay. He took a piece with a perfect balance of fat and lean meat. The moment it touched his tongue, the rich flavor of the braised pork spread throughout his mouth, leaving him momentarily speechless. He quickly grabbed another piece. Delicious, 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 he exclaimed thrice, pointing at the braised pork. Whose culinary prowess is behind this? It surpasses Chef Lin by a wide margin. No, just judging by this braised pork alone, Chef Lin is far from comparable. This is a case of losing something in the East only to gain something in the West. Let me try the twice-cooked pork and see how it fares. Without waiting to serve his wife again, he directly picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and placed it in his mouth. It was savory and appropriately seasoned, with a hint of spiciness and a subtle sweetness, complemented by the garlic chives, making it rich yet not greasy. The flavors burst forth, dry yet tender. Old Lee savored each bite, his eyes fixed on the remaining pieces of twice-cooked pork. Each slice glistened with a hint of red oil from the Pechin bean paste. The contrast between the fatty and lean parts clearly defined, and he could even catch a whiff of the aromatic garlic chives. Excellent, excellent, excellent. He repeated the praise thrice once more. Some individuals, upon acquiring wealth, pursue aesthetics. Others indulge in travel. Still, others revel in leisurely fishing. Yet Old Lee solely sought out exquisite culinary experiences. He enjoyed feasting while exploring the magnificent landscapes of the homeland, savoring the culinary delights of the great summer. Old Lee earnestly remarked, You've struck gold this time. This twice-cooked pork utterly trounces Chef Lin S. Just wait until old Zhao hears about this. He has missed out on this earthly delight. The first part was directed at Shen Jingshu, while the latter was aimed at his wife. As Old Lee indulged in his tasting, the others also partook in the feast, their praises ringing out. Standing by the table, Shen Jingshu felt a swell of pride as she heard them extolling Chef Cheng Yan's culinary skills, as if the compliments were directed at her. May I meet the chef soon? Old Lee asked eagerly. It was the thrill of the meal that drove his desire to see the master behind such exceptional dishes. Shen Jingshu chuckled. You can, but not just yet. You'll have to wait a bit. P.S. swamped in the kitchen, with the increasing number of patrons. Even if Cheng Yan prepared just 2 dishes, he would be overwhelmed, and Jiang Tao was no exception. Old Lee waved dismissively. That S of no concern. Someone with such skills must be a standout in the industry. I wouldn't feel the slightest fatigue waiting for him. Then I'll leave you to it. Enjoy your meal. Uncle Lee, Shen Jingshu said before stepping out of the private room. As she descended the stairs, a server smiled and remarked, Thanks to Chef Cheng. Our restaurant would have been at a loss otherwise. She was one of the long-standing employees, with the generous benefits at Jiangxing Restaurant. She was reluctant to leave if the establishment showed any signs of improvement. Indeed, we owe him a great deal, Shen Jingshu reflected, gazing towards the kitchen with soft eyes, as if she could see Cheng Yan diligently at work. Once this rush subsides, I must express my gratitude properly. As time passed, many satisfied diners departed from Jiangxing Restaurant, discussing their meals as they stepped onto the street. The best dish today has to be the braised pork. It's rich yet not greasy. I've never tasted braised pork this delectable before. In the past, I could only manage 2 pieces, but if you hadn't been vying with me for them, I could have polished off an entire plate. I think the twice-cooked pork is the real star. Braised pork is primarily stewed, but perfecting the stir-frying of twice-cooked pork to achieve a dry yet tender texture is a skill in itself. Come on, you two, stop talking about food. You're making me hungry. Meanwhile, the owner of the restaurant, observing from the entrance, furrowed his brow. Could it truly be as delicious as they claimed? Perhaps he was overthinking it, but he knew that most chefs in this street, and indeed much of Jiangcheng, could not measure up to Chef Lin. Yet, as he listened more, doubt began to creep in. Xiaohu, he summoned a server and whispered, I'll transfer you some money. Change it to a different outfit and go next door to buy a portion of twice-cooked pork and a portion of braised pork. Bring them back. But remember to use the back door to avoid being seen. Chapter 47. The employee next door, can I get a snow mein yen if I post on my moments? As a newly opened restaurant, Meisher Xiang had only been in business for a little over a month, and all the employees were new, especially this young who had only been hired last week due to the restaurant's booming business. The owner of Meisher Xiang was confident that the staff at Jiangchang Xiaoguan would recognize who amidst the bustling crowd, which is why he assigned him to go there. Upon hearing his boss's words, Hu felt quite perplexed. How could they be so self-assured while considering purchasing dishes from the neighboring restaurant? However, with an oblivious boss who had more money than sense, it didn't seem like a significant issue. After all, the unattended snow mein yen was still sitting in the freezer. He acknowledged his boss's instruction and headed to the staff room to change into his uniform. Then took the back door to the street and entered Jiangcheng Xiaoguan. As soon as he stepped inside, the front desk attendant recognized him immediately. Aren't you an employee from Meisher Xiang? What are you doing here? Whose face turned crimson with embarrassment. He couldn't help but think how foolish his boss was. How could they not recognize their own staff amidst such blatant competition? Yet he wasn't too surprised. After all, a boss who had been in the game for too long might think even a 2 yuan boiled egg was a great bargain. Feeling awkward, Hu said, I'd like to take away some braised pork and twice-cooked pork. You can't have any. Just leave. The front desk girl retorted angrily. They harbored an inherent animosity towards Meisher Xiang. If it weren't for the neighboring restaurant poaching their chef, they wouldn't be facing unemployment risks. Seeing the commotion, Shun Jingshu approached and softly inquired, What is going on? Boss, this person is from a neighboring restaurant and wants to buy twice-cooked pork and braised pork. Shun Jingshu scrutinized Hu, who suddenly felt the weight of her icy gaze. She had never seen her smile before, and now, being recognized as an employee from the rival establishment only added to his discomfort. Well, if it's really not possible, then never mind. No need. Shun Jingshu replied with a smile, turning to the front desk. Take his order and give him everything according to our restaurant's promotion today. With that, she turned and returned to her duties. She had confidence in Cheng Yan's culinary skills and felt no need to conceal them. One must first instill fear in the enemy before hiding their own strengths. Otherwise, they would be perceived as a soft target. Hu wiped the sweat from his forehead and reiterated his order. He then noticed the snow mein yen on a table in the dining area, feeling somewhat tempted. Having heard of the famous snow mein yen from the owner of the Little Yellow Duck, he hesitantly asked, if I share a post on my moments, can I get a snow mein yen? The front desk attendant glanced at him, initially intending to refuse, but then thought that having an enemy's subordinate promote them might serve as a greater blow. Fine, you're lucky. There are only 5 boxes left. Post it and show me. All right, whose face lit up with joy. He quickly drafted a message for the front desk to review, and after receiving approval, he blocked his boss and colleagues and clicked post. Success. Ecstatic, Hu opened a box of snow mein yen and, unable to contain himself, began to eat using the small fork provided. Delicious. The icy treat was perfectly refreshing, infused with the fragrance of glutinous rice, and the cream was not overly rich, while the mango bits were incredibly fresh. Just as he relished his first bite, the server placed his packed meals on the front desk. The attendant handed it over, urging him to leave quickly before his boss noticed, who grabbed the bag and hurried back to Meisher Xiang, first stowing the snow mein yen in the staff room before heading to the first floor to find his boss. I got it. Good, you can get back to work. The owner of Meisher Xiang looked at the boxes containing the braised pork and twice-cooked pork, opening them. The aroma wafted into the air. He picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks and sampled a piece of the twice-cooked pork, only to find himself utterly stunned. While Lin's chef's cooking was exquisite, it was never this good. This twice-cooked pork was exceptional, giving him the impression that nothing else could surpass this dish. Not willing to give up, he tried a piece of the braised pork. The owner of Meisher Xiang felt despair wash over him. This was that he feared he could not compete with the neighboring restaurant. With these two signature dishes, they were bound to attract customers, especially with the crowd today. Word of mouth would surely revive them. But he was merely a street vendor. Is being a chef not a step up from street vending? If he possessed such skills, why not work in a five-star hotel? What was he doing in this small establishment? Frustration welled up within the owner. Just then a customer entered, drawn by the enticing aroma, and exclaimed, "Boss, where did you get this braised pork? It smells amazing. Can I try a piece?" The owner of Meisher Xiang felt as though he had swallowed a fly. Damn it, he was digging his own grave by eating at the front desk. He certainly couldn't admit it was from his own restaurant. Which owner would eat from a takeout box in their own establishment? Sharp-eyed, the customer noticed the bag emblazoned with Jiangsheng Xiaowan's name and remarked to a friend, "This meat smells fantastic. Shall we switch places and dine at Jiangsheng Xiaowan today?" "Absolutely. Let us go. Thankfully, we forgot to reserve a private room today. The aroma is making me so hungry." Several customers immediately turn around. The owner of Meisher Xiang covered the boxes, fearing the enticing scent would lure his customers away. He could not promote his rival's restaurant. Clutching the boxes, he made his way to the kitchen. Lin Tianxiang was busy at work, and when he had a moment, he asked, "Boss, what brings you to the kitchen?" The owner of Meisher Xiang placed the takeout box on the counter, saying, "Want to try this?" Lin Tianxiang laughed, eagerly picking up a pair of chopsticks. "From a neighbor? Ha ha ha. How good could a street vendor possibly be? If it were truly delicious, he would have become a chef, not a food stall owner." But the next second, Lin Tianxiang froze. The taste and texture instantly reminded him of his mentor, who was among the industry's elite, having retired only because he could no longer wield a pot. Yet this was even better than what his mentor made. Such skill. He grasped the owner of Meisher Xiang's arm, urgently asking, "Who made this?" Lin Tianxiang could not fathom that a street vendor could possess such talent. He assumed the owner had procured it from elsewhere. The owner of Meisher Xiang smiled bitterly. "We've been deceived by that street vendor. This young man, despite his age, has already refined his culinary skills to perfection." Lin Tianxiang struggled to accept this revelation. Impossible. A young person in their 20s? Even if they had been practicing since birth, well, if someone was born with exceptional talent and trained from such a young age, they might possess such skills. But who could possibly train from birth? Only someone who has immersed themselves in this industry for over 20 years could achieve such culinary prowess. The owner of Meisher Xiang patted Lin Tianxiang on the shoulder. "Let's focus on our own work. They might not be able to hold their ground over there. We will do our best, and when the opportunity arises, we shall expand." With that, he walked away in solitude. Lin Tianxiang gazed at the two dishes remaining on the counter, wide-eyed. With Lin around, why is there a little yellow duck owner? Chapter 48. Is Hao Hao's mother beautiful? As the owner of Meisher Xiang and chef Lin Tianxiang lamented their own misfortunes, the diligent Xiao Hu hurried into the storage room after completing his task. Inside, a colleague was resting and pointed to the box of snow cakes Xiao Hu had placed on the shelf. "Xiao Hu, you didn't?" Xiao Hu froze in panic. If his colleagues discovered that he had advertised for Jiangchang restaurant in exchange for a box of snow cakes, he would surely be in trouble. The colleague nodded, picked up the box, and said, "It's not yours. I asked around, and it's not anyone else's." "So, can I eat it?" "Xiao replied, "No. I mean, this isn't mine. Someone from my family went to Jiangcheng restaurant and brought it to me." "Oh, I see." Xiao Hu quickly took back the snow cakes, fearing his colleague might eat them. The colleague chuckled, opening another box of snow cakes from the cupboard, adding, "Actually, this one was also sent by my family. Let's share." Xiao Hu was taken aback. "No way." They exchanged knowing smiles, realizing they were not alone in their indulgence. Humans are peculiar creatures. One may feel anxious, but with two, laughter ensues. It's akin to being called out by a teacher and standing in front of the class. Alone, one might feel awkward, but with a friend, they become brothers in jest. While they were enjoying their treat, a young woman entered. Both paused. Just as they were about to explain, the female colleague approached the cupboard, retrieving the last remaining snow cake, and sighed in relief. "Wait, how did everyone end up with the box?" she asked, smiling awkwardly. "This one is from my boyfriend," she explained. Understanding dawned, and Xiaohu laughed. We all receive these from family. They all tacitly agreed to shield their boss from their little advertisement for the neighboring restaurant. The camaraderie within the team seemed to deepen, perhaps thanks to that single box of snow cakes. The owner of Maishuk Siang ought to thank Cheng Yan. Meanwhile, at Jiangcheng restaurant, Hao Hao's mother had just finished her meal and was chatting with friends when they descended the stairs. Upon seeing the bustling first floor, she exclaimed when we arrived. The place was empty, but now it's packed. Truly, Boss Cheng has a knack for attracting customers. If I had known the food here was so delicious, I would have come every day. Exactly. Now that we know, we must visit more often. Hao Hao's mother, shall we arrange another outing soon? Several affluent ladies chimed in as they chatted while walking down. Seeing this, Shun Jingshu approached with a smile, asking, "Did you enjoy your meal?" "Absolutely." Hao Hao's mother laughed heartily. Boss Cheng's dishes are consistently delectable. You must seize the opportunity and win him over. Who could compare to your restaurant in Jiangcheng? Indeed, if I had married early, I would certainly pursue Boss Cheng myself. What nonsense! The child is already in middle school. And what's wrong with that? Youngsters today often prefer older partners. Shun Jingshu, overhearing, felt a surge of protectiveness. She realized that many admired Cheng Yan, and even these married women were eyeing him. No. Noticing Shun Jingshu's anxious expression, Hao Hao's mother laughed and said, "Don't mind her. Can't you see Shun's cautious demeanor? Come on, we're just joking. Besides, who among us can compare to Boss Shun? With her figure and looks, I find myself captivated." Shun Jingshu blushed, her cheeks tinged with a charming hue, radiating femininity. "No, I believe you all are the ones in your prime." "Haha, Boss Shun is too humble," one of the wealthy ladies teased, adding, "You better hurry." Hao Hao's mother is now a charming widow. Just look at those eyes, they're so inviting. Be careful, or Hao Hao's mother might steal you away. As they chatted and exited Jiangcheng restaurant, Shun Jingshu watched the affluent ladies drive off before returning to the kitchen. Remembering that Hao Hao's mother was invited by Cheng Yan, she strolled to the back. Finding Cheng Yan resting, she initially intended to inform him that Hao Hao's mother had left, but was struck by the earlier conversation. "What brings you to the kitchen?" Cheng Yan asked gently, turning to offer her a peeled apple. "Care for an apple?" Shun Jingshu accepted it, saying, "Hao Hao's mother and her friends just departed." "Ah." Cheng Yan took an apple for himself, adding, "I really must thank Hao Hao's mother. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of this social media strategy." Shun Jingshu glanced at Cheng Yan, feeling a twinge of jealousy as she asked, "Is Hao Hao's mother beautiful?" "Quite lovely," Cheng Yan replied honestly. In her 30s, she was affluent, attractive, and a charming widow raising a child, embodying allure. "Then you should admire her more," Shun Jingshu said indifferently. Turning to leave the kitchen, Cheng Yan found her behavior puzzling. The busy apprentice stifled laughter. Cheng Yan asked Jiang Tao, "What is going on with her?" "Hao Hao's mother is indeed attractive." Jiang Tao sighed in exasperation. "How can you compliment other women in front of girl? I think our boss might be jealous." "Jealous?" Cheng Yan was taken aback. He indeed had feelings for Shun Jingshu, but he thought she regarded him merely as a friend. Jiang Tao continued, "Just enjoy it, will you? With Boss Shun's looks and figure, it's a miracle she even notices you. Marrying her would save on electricity," an apprentice joked. Cheng Yan and Jiang Tao exchanged confused glances. The apprentice explained, "She looks so cold. You wouldn't need a fridge at home, and in summer, no need for air conditioning, though winter might be chilly." Laughter erupted, leaving Cheng Yan pondering. Jealous? Could it be? But Hao Hao's mother is indeed beautiful. Did I say she was prettier than Shun Jingshu? Why would she be upset? Cheng Yan mused, deciding to smooth things over. He pulled out his phone, locating Shun Jingshu as profile, and opening the chat. "Cheng Yan, you are more beautiful than Hao Hao's mother." On the first floor, Shun Jingshu rubbed her temples, feeling out of sorts. She realized she was experiencing a sense of possessiveness towards Cheng Yan. "No, I should show my displeasure. Cheng Yan was only trying to help me." Taking a deep breath, she opened the chat with Cheng Yan. Just then, a message popped up. "You are more beautiful than Hao Hao's mother." Reading the message, her mood lifted, and her earlier emotions settled into joy. A subtle smile graced her lips. In a playful yet proud manner, Shun Jingshu replied, "Shun Jingshu, yes, I know." Chapter 49. Oldly. Did you start cooking in your mother's womb? Shen Jingshu. Yes, I know. Cheng Yan's head was adorned with 3 question marks. Do you know why you just got angry? However, Shen Jingshu appeared rather prideful, her exterior cold as ice. Yet in reality, she was a proud girl, creating quite a contrast. Jiang Tao wielded a spatula. Master Cheng, hurry up. Don't forget to stir-fry the dishes. On the second floor of Jiangqing restaurant. After finishing their meal, Old Li's family gazed at the empty plates, especially those that had contained the braised pork and twice-cooked pork, feeling an endless aftertaste. He sighed. It's a pity I couldn't try the new chef's dry-fried beef rice noodles. Otherwise, I would have certainly given it a taste. As one ages, one eats less. Enough. Old Li's wife shot him a look. You only think about eating. Don't turn your health into a high-risk situation. We can come back another day. All right, then. Old Li stood up. You all wait here. I must see what kind of chef can create such flavors, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. Come on. Watching the chef while eating? You've truly outdone yourself. Old Li's wife understood his nature, exclaiming playfully without real reproach. After exiting, Old Li set off in search of Shen Jingshu's figure. At that moment, Shen Jingshu was seeing off Zhao Hui and her daughter. Su Yu in a huff said, We agreed to have a meal together, yet you and Baos Cheng got so busy that we couldn't even catch a glimpse of you. Remember, we expect a rain check. Aunt Li laughed. I didn't expect Xiao Cheng to possess such skills. I had previously made braised pork for him, and now thinking back, my face feels quite flushed. I can only imagine him chuckling to himself. Mom, Cheng Yan isn't that kind of person. Zhao Hui, supporting Aunt Li, smiled at Shen Jingshu. We're leaving now. You and Cheng Yan remember to take a break. Today, I truly apologize. Shen Jingshu forced a smile. When Aunt Li and Zhao Hui arrived, the restaurant had just started to get busy. She merely exchanged greetings, and the 3 were ushered to a private room by Su Yu. After a flurry of activity, she even forgot she had friends there. After bidding farewell to Su Yu and the others, Shen Jingshu turned around, only to bump into Old Li, who had come looking for her. Uncle Li, did you enjoy your meal? Yes, indeed. Old Li, in high spirits after a delicious meal, beamed. Jingshu, you mentioned being able to introduce me to that chef. Oh, Shen Jingshu suddenly realized, chuckling. You mean that? Sure, I could take you to the kitchen now. But do not be surprised when you see him. Old Li waved his hand dismissively. How could I be surprised? They're all just humans. Can he grow 3 heads and 6 arms? The 2 laughed as they made their way to the kitchen. As afternoon approached, many customers had departed, and the kitchen was less hectic. Shen Jingshu nodded at the apprentices greeting her and led Old Li over. As they turned a corner, a delightful aroma wafted towards them. Old Li saw the older and younger chefs engaging in conversation and hurried over. Are you the chef who made the braised pork and twice-cooked pork? Indeed, it seems your culinary skills are remarkable. Only someone with years of experience in this field could create such delicious dishes. Shen Jingshu stifled a laugh. Jiang Tao, somewhat bewildered, glanced at Cheng Yan. Master Cheng, are they looking for you? Old Li waved his hand. No, I wouldn't seek an apprentice. I'm looking for you. Ever since I tasted your braised pork and twice-cooked pork, I've been eager to visit. Jiang Tao laughed. Well, you've got the wrong person. It was Timmy who made those dishes, but Master Cheng. He nudged Cheng Yan. Master Cheng, stop enjoying the show and stand up. This gentleman specifically came to see you. Old Li was stunned. This. Shen Jingshu approached from behind. Uncle Li, this is my friend, Cheng Yan. The braised pork and twice-cooked pork you enjoyed were indeed his creations. Old Li still couldn't believe it, pointing at Shen Jingshu and laughing. You must be joking. So young. Even if he started cooking in the womb, how much experience could he have? I'm not joking. I assure you. Shen Jingshu replied helplessly. You know me. Evolved deist. Old Li glanced at Cheng Yan. Is it true? Jiang Tao laughed. Indeed. I was also quite shocked when I first met Master Cheng. Cheng Yan smiled. Hello, Uncle Li, I am Cheng Yan. Old Li blinked, then nodded slowly, processing the information. I can hardly believe it. Young man, you possess such culinary skills at such a young age. If you stay in this industry for a few more years, you might just become a culinary god. I dare not claim such a title. Cheng Yan replied hastily, though he mused that if the system rewarded him adequately, mastering world cuisines would not be beyond him. Still, he believed humility was paramount. Pride could lead to decline. Jingshu, you've truly opened my eyes today, Oldly marveled. Having lived for over 50 years, now nearing 60, this is the first time I've tasted such exquisite braised pork and twice-cooked pork. It's also the first time I've met such a young chef. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. Jiang Tao nodded in agreement, deeply moved. Who would think that someone so young could possess such exceptional culinary talent? He is truly a prodigy, no, a genius. In the realm of culinary arts, he resembles a phenomenon, akin to the sage who is born with knowledge. Cheng Yan might not be famous now, but Oldly believed that one day, Cheng Yan would leave his mark in the annals of culinary history, both in Great Xia and the world. In Jiangcheng, Dongjiang province, a young man with innate culinary talents dazzled all, crafting exquisite dishes that were unmatched. I am increasingly eager to try that dry-fried beef rice noodles. It's such a pity I didn't tea-order any rice noodles today. Oldly shook his head in disappointment, patting his now round belly, lamenting that he could not fit another serving of dry-fried beef rice noodles. Jingshu, quickly pack me a portion of twice-cooked pork and braised pork to take to old Zhao. I want him to know what it means to have a hero emerge from a youth. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingshu raised an eyebrow at Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan smiled, igniting the stove and beginning to stir-fry the twice-cooked pork. With various seasonings and prepped slices of pork belly, he executed the dish flawlessly. Within a minute, the fragrant aroma wafted from the pan. The flames erupted in a dazzling display, reminiscent of a stunning acrobatic performance. At this moment, Oldly was genuinely convinced of the young man's culinary skills. A truly exceptional chef could make even cooking a visual delight. The braised pork continued to simmer. Cheng Yan packed the two meat dishes into a takeout box, even using a freshness card on the twice-cooked pork, sealing it up and handing it to Oldly. Holding the lunchbox, Oldly was elated, picturing old Zhao's astonished expression and the look of regret on his face upon tasting these dishes. His spirits soared as he strode out of the kitchen, laughing heartily. What a splendid day this has been. Chapter 50. Old Zhao's audacity after indulging in a delightful meal. Old Zhao and his companions leisurely strolled about. They noticed the owner of Meisher Xiang, who sat at the front desk with a sullen expression. Old Zhao greeted him, "Boss, is my takeout of twice-cooked pork ready?" Upon hearing this, the owner's face blanched. When old Zhao had arrived, he had insisted on packing a portion of the twice-cooked pork for Oldly, proclaiming that it was far superior to anything else. Initially, the owner had been filled with optimism, believing Chef Lin's culinary prowess would overshadow that of the street vendor, thus luring the esteemed patron, Old Li, to his establishment. Now, however, the owner felt as though he had shot himself in the foot. The quicker he had promised, the faster he found himself in a predicament. If he claimed it was unavailable, he would offend old Zhao, who might never return. Yet, if he fulfilled the request, and old Zhao presented the dish to Old Li, it would surely lead to old Zhao losing face. He could not comply. The owner gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Zhao, but today we are rather—" "Ah, Mr. Zhao." A sudden voice interrupted his words. It was Xiao who rushed over with the takeout. "I couldn't find you in the private room, so I figured you might be downstairs. Here is your twice-cooked pork. Please take it." Xiao, who cast a glance at the owner, pleased with his performance in catering to the client's needs. The owner felt his face twitch in despair. This unfortunate server. Old Zhao cheerfully took the bag of twice-cooked pork, remarking, "I must give Oldie a lesson. By the way, what were you just saying, boss?" At this point, the owner had no recourse. He managed to pull a strained smile. "No, I wish you a delightful meal, Mr. Zhao. Please do come again." "Certainly," old Zhao replied. Departing with his friends, the owner watched their retreating figures, internally pleading, "You must keep your word, old Zhao." Meanwhile, Xiao Hu stood beside him, puffing out his chest in self-congratulation. "Have you completed your tasks? Why are you still lingering here?" Xiao Hu hesitated. "It's just a coincidence." As old Zhao exited, Old Li was preparing to get into his car. Upon spotting Old Li, old Zhao waved frantically. "Wait, Old Li, don't leave. I'm not going anywhere." Old Li replied, proudly holding his lunchbox. "I was just about to find you for something." "Let me go first," old Zhao declared, lifting the lunchbox. "I brought you some twice-cooked pork. You refused to come here, so I thought of you after all. This is it. Chef Lin's twice-cooked pork is the best." Old Zhao gave a thumbs up and smiled at Old Li. Old Li chuckled, finally understanding why his son favored light-hearted stories. There was something exhilarating about knowing one's opponent stood no chance, yet still witnessing their relentless bravado. I must disagree with you there. Chef Cheng from Jiangcheng Xiaoguan is the real deal. Old Li insisted, also giving a thumbs up. Old Zhao laughed. Old Li, I know you're stubborn, but please don't be obstinate. I'm not mocking you. Who is being obstinate? Old Li retorted, angrily lifting the lid of the lunchbox, attempting to shove the twice-cooked pork and braised pork into Old Zhao's mouth. Let us settle this. You serve your twice-cooked pork to my friends, and I'll serve mine to yours. Let them compare and see whose is superior. Their companions, waiting behind them, erupted in laughter. These two were fiercely competitive. Indeed, my Old Li is quite tenacious when it comes to food. If only he could channel that energy into the evening. Someone quipped. Don't forget Old Zhao as well. Another chimed in. The two groups prepared to indulge. However, given that they were carrying food from rival restaurants, it seemed inappropriate to dine in each other's establishments. Old Li pointed to a nearby tea house. Let us head to the tea house. We often enjoy tea here. The owner can serve as our impartial judge. Old Zhao equally incensed. Agreed, let us go. The tea house owner, who had been resting at the front desk, noticed the two groups marching towards him with determination and quickly stood up. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as familiar faces. The tea house owner smiled. What is going on? You both look ready to brawl. How about some tea? Today, it's on me. No tea, right? No tea. We're here for braised pork and twice-cooked pork. The tea house owner was taken aback. Excuse me? Is this a joke? Someone explained the situation to him, and he burst into laughter. Very well, I shall act as the referee. The tea house owner promptly guided them to a spacious private room. To ensure fairness, he added a few rules. To prevent any misunderstandings, I'll serve the 2 portions of twice-cooked pork in separate blue and green bowls. After you've tasted them, you'll vote, and I will tally the results. In the end, I will reveal which bowl belongs to which restaurant. The one with the most votes wins. Old Li nodded. Sounds fair. Old Zhao concurred, relieved that this arrangement would prevent Old Li from fabricating claims for the sake of pride, especially since he had one more person on his side. Old Li looked puzzled. Huh. The tea house owner quickly intervened. What are you two bickering about? Just wait for the results. After saying this, he exited the private room to begin unboxing the meals. The packaging bore the logos of the respective restaurants, so there was no risk of confusion. Nonetheless, the tea house owner took precautions and noted down the details. The green bowl contained the twice-cooked pork from Meisher Xiang, while the blue bowl held that from Jiangcheng Xiaoguan. To further obscure their identities, the tea house owner used serving chopsticks to extract only the meat slices before bringing the bowls inside. As the bowls were placed on the table, both Old Li and Old Zhao felt a surge of anticipation, though discerning the chef's identity from the meat alone proved challenging. Nevertheless, Old Zhao mused that he could certainly recognize Chef Lin's distinctive flavor. The tea house owner cheerfully encouraged, everyone, please take turns tasting. I know which bowl belongs to whom, so I want tea sample myself. With the new format in place, both Old Zhao and Old Li were eager to participate. Old Li first picked up a piece from the blue bowl. Upon tasting it, his eyes lit up. That's it. No need to try the next bowl. Yet, he decided to mislead Old Zhao. He selected the smallest piece from the green bowl. After tasting it, he declared, I'm voting for the blue bowl. Old Zhao stepped forward, sampling the green bowl first. Nodding, he confirmed, yes, this is the flavor. It's definitely Chef Lin's. He then tasted from the blue bowl. Wait, this flavor is clearly superior to the green one. No, I must have misremembered. The green bowl must be from Jiangcheng Xiaoguan, while the blue bowl is undoubtedly the twice-cooked pork made by Chef Lin from Meisher Xiang. In the old city of Jiangcheng, he would say there was no equal to Chef Lin's twice-cooked pork. Yet, it seemed Chef Lin's skills had further improved. Old Zhao triumphantly set down his chopsticks. Old Li, you chose to vote for the blue bowl. Perfect. I shall cast my vote for the blue bowl as well. When the results are announced, prepare yourself for my laughter. Chapter 51. Shun Jingshu wiped sweat from Cheng Yan. A few minutes passed, and the diners on both sides began to savor the 2 servings of twice-cooked pork. When it came to the last 2 participants, the blue bowl still held some meat, while the green bowl was empty. They could only take a bite from the blue bowl and then stop. Old Zhao chuckled. Not only is it delicious, but it's also quite economical. Old Li, how will you argue against that? Old Li smiled silently, as this was precisely what he wished to convey. Due to the rules, those who hadn't tasted both servings could not make a comparison, leaving them only with a fleeting taste and an invalid vote. The chorus of "I vote for the blue bowl" echoed throughout, indicating that all the valid votes had gone to the blue bowl. As the last person finished, the two of them eagerly urged the tea house owner, "Please reveal the results." The tea house owner glanced at Old Zhao, puzzled by his excitement, and said with a smile, "You all total 11 people. Since one person from Zhao's side and one from Li's side didn't taste both servings, the valid votes amount to 9. All cast for the twice-cooked pork in the blue bowl. Therefore, I announce that the blue bowl is the winner." "Oh my!" Old Zhao exclaimed. "We all know the blue bowl won, but please tell us whose blue bowl it is." The tea house owner chuckled lightly. "I understand your impatience. Please hold on. The twice-cooked pork in a blue bowl was brought here by Old Li from Jiangcheng Restaurant." Upon hearing this, Old Li let out a smug hum. Old Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. How can that be? In the old district of Jiangcheng, is there really anyone who can make twice-cooked pork more authentic than Chef Lin's? Apart from Old Li and his acquaintances, Old Zhao's side was equally stunned. They had been praising this dish while dining at the restaurant, and now they were told they had voted for Jiangcheng Restaurant. "Why is that impossible?" Old Li replied with a grin. "There are always people beyond those we know. If Meisher Xiang can lure Chef Lin away, why can't Jiangcheng Restaurant recruit even more skilled chefs?" "Old Zhao, do you still refuse to concede?" Old Zhao's expression darkened as he earnestly asked, "Are you certain there is no mistake? This really is Jiangcheng Restaurant's twice-cooked pork in the blue bowl?" "Indeed," the tea house owner replied. "I anticipated your skepticism. Here." He handed over his phone, displaying a video that clearly captured the logos of both restaurants and the process of placing the dish into the bowl. At this point, even if Old Zhao remained doubtful, he had no choice but to accept. He chuckled ruefully. "When I first tasted it, I thought it was even better than what I had at the restaurant. I briefly suspected that Chef Lin's skills had improved. Unexpectedly, I ended up casting a vote for Jiangcheng Restaurant." "Ah, you two are just too serious," the tea house owner remarked with a laugh. "As for the two restaurants, whoever cooks better should simply be favored, rather than taking it so seriously and losing the essence of culinary enjoyment." Old Li, seeing the opportunity, added that that's true. "I want to be so blindly confident next time. I must try Jiangcheng Restaurant when I get the chance." Old Zhao sighed. "This time I was too insistent. By the way, Old Li, didn't you pack some braised pork for me? Can I have a taste?" Old Li's expression hardened. "Not a chance. I'll heat up when I get home tonight, just to get back at you for being so arrogant today." Old Zhao, however, was insistent. With the twice-cooked pork being so delicious, the braised pork must be equally remarkable. He smiled. "Old Li, was my fault. How about this? Next time we visit Jiangcheng Restaurant, it's on me." "No need," Old Li replied cheerfully. "I just wanted to see you anxious." He thought to himself that Old Zhao would surely make a trip to Jiangcheng Restaurant, and wouldn't he bring anything for Shinjingshu. Running a restaurant requires a steady flow of customers. They accumulate over time. The victorious Old Li felt that today was even more splendid. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. After spending so much time at the tea house, Old Li prepared to return with his friends and, before leaving, waved the box of braised pork in front of Old Zhao to irritate him further. Inside the tea house, Old Zhao handed his car keys to a relative. "You drive everyone for a day out. I must have that braised pork." With that, he stormed off towards Jiangcheng Restaurant. At 2:15 p.m., Jiangcheng Restaurant had ceased accepting guests. Only the staff remained at the front desk, chatting idly, while waiting for the last two tables to leave before they finished their shifts. Cheng Yan and Jiang Tao emerged from the kitchen. Jiang Tao laughed. Today was truly enjoyable, thanks to Master Cheng's exquisite braised pork and twice-cooked pork. "No." Cheng Yan waved his hand. "If the other dishes hadn't been up to par, it wouldn't matter how many signature dishes I made. Today, customers have been raving about your fish-flavored shredded pork, Master Jiang. I overheard them praising it in the kitchen." Jiang Tao burst into laughter. This Master Cheng, with such exceptional culinary skills at a young age, remains so modest. If he doesn't achieve something in the future, he should change his surname to Hu. Seated at the front desk, Shun Jingshu glanced back. her ears catching Jiang Tao's hearty laughter. She stood up and looked at Cheng Yan. "You've worked hard." "It's nothing," Cheng Yan replied warmly. "I used the fatigue-reducing card. The truly tired one is Jiang Tao. How about you? Are you tired?" Shen Jingshu shook her head, her face breaking into a rare, radiant smile. This was her most triumphant day since Lin Tianxiang had been poached. Seeing the two young people speaking softly to each other, Jiang Tao chuckled and decided to leave work early, not wanting to interrupt their romantic exchange. However, he mused to himself that they were a perfect match, one wealthy and handsome, the other skilled and charming. It would be a shame if they didn't end up together, considering how complementary the roles of restaurant owner and chef were. Inside the restaurant, Shen Jingshu, having fetched a wet wipe from the front desk, looked at Cheng Yan, who was glistening with sweat, feeling a pang of sympathy. She stepped closer and raised her hand. Cheng Yan gazed at Shen Jingshu's delicate face, realizing she must have been busy. Being the owner also meant acting as a server. And her forehead was slick with beads of sweat, causing her loose hair to cling to her skin. A waft of fragrance brushed past Cheng Yan's nose. He swallowed hard as Shen Jingshu approached him closer. His heart raced. What was she intending to do? As the cool, wet wipe touched his forehead, Cheng Yan swallowed again, his gaze fixed on Shen Jingshu, who was utterly serious, her eyes reflecting his image. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, her toes gently lifted, and her full, red lips were mere inches from his. How had he failed to truly appreciate this extraordinary woman that night? Shen Jingshu's face flushed red. This was her first, or perhaps second, time being so intimate with this man. She focused intently on Cheng Yan's forehead, catching a glimpse of his gaze on her. Shen Jingshu lightly bit her lip, wondering what he was thinking. Was it about that night? Time seemed to freeze under the weight of a charged atmosphere. Even the waitstaff, wiping down tables, moved with careful caution. Wow, the boss and Master Chong. Boss, I'd like a serving of braised pork. I want to eat here. An untimely voice suddenly broke the moment. Shen Jingshu quickly stepped back. Cheng Yan, parched, took the wet wipe from Shen Jingshu's hand. Forcing a laugh, I can manage it myself. Shen Jingshu nodded, turning to face the oblivious customer. I'm sorry, but Jiangxing restaurant has closed for the day, and we've run out of ingredients for the braised pork. Please visit us again. We look forward to your next visit. Old Zhao. The sky has fallen. Chapter 52. Returning home, with Shen Jingshu, Old Zhao left in frustration, and the restaurant once again fell into a serene silence. Cheng Yan held the wet wipes Shen Jingshu had handed him, feeling a bit awkward, yet experiencing a sweet sensation in his heart. Shen Jingshu lowered her head, her cool, delicate face blushing visibly. Noticing this, Cheng Yan pulled a wet wipe from the front desk and asked, Are you feeling hot? You should wipe your forehead. It's all sweaty. Shen Jingshu's voice was soft. After taking the tissue, she gently dabbed her forehead a few times, relieved that she hadn't applied any makeup today. Otherwise, it would have smudged. She then folded the wet wipe and tilted her graceful neck to wipe away the beads of sweat. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Cheng Yan, standing there awkwardly, unsure of what to do. She chuckled lightly. Is it really that nerve-wracking to talk to me? We were so natural when we were selling goods together. Perhaps I genuinely enjoy the market. Cheng Yan, she continued. What is it? He replied. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jingshu asked, Are you hungry? Let me treat you to lunch today as a thank you for helping me out. I will calculate your pay based on today's earnings. Cheng Yan waved his hand dismissively. You didn't charge me when I helped you with the buns, so let us forget about it. Consider it a repayment for that favor. I'm fine with lunch. It's just that the restaurant is probably closing soon. Shall we get fast food? No. Shen Jingshu shook her head, her movements gentle as she tossed the wet wipe into the trash. There are still some ingredients left in the kitchen. Today, I'll take you to my place for a meal. All right. Cheng Yan readily agreed. As Shen Jingshu instructed the waiter at the last table, Cheng Yan pondered whether his points had increased. They had not. The food stall system required both a stall and food. It seemed only items sold from the stall counted towards his points. He murmured to himself, It looks like only what I sell counts. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He could accumulate enough points for a 10 draw in a day. The more he drew, the more unlucky he seemed to become. He couldn't use all those experience cards anyway. Let us go. While Cheng Yan was lost in thought, Shen Jingshu jingled the car keys on her index finger, walking leisurely. He followed her outside, where he climbed into a sleek black Mercedes. The E-Class design, with its classic and appealing interior, caught Cheng Yan's eye, and he found himself quite fond of it. "Are you considering buying a car?" she suddenly asked. "Not at the moment," he replied, shaking his head. "I don't have much money on hand. I plan to save up a bit more. When I do buy a vehicle, it will likely be a larger food truck. I'm expanding my offerings, and this three-wheeled cart is becoming inadequate. I recall you just upgraded your cart not long ago, right?" Shen Jingshu teased, her tone playful. "Mr. Cheng, your business must be thriving." "Not really. Just scraping by," Cheng Yan admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Shen Jingshu rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that if he was earning only a meager living, the other stall owners must be earning even less. She estimated that Cheng Yan's daily profit could reach 10,000. The joy of working a stall was undeniable. Without rent, he could go wherever customers were plentiful. If he had to rent a store, he wouldn't be making nearly as much. The cost of running a small restaurant in Jiangcheng was a burden. Shen Jingshu's home was not far from the restaurant. After a 20-minute walk, they entered the underground garage of a residential complex. Once the car was parked, they fell into silence, with Cheng Yan following Shen Jingshu as she swiped her card to enter the elevator, heading straight for the 6th floor. The elevator ride brought a sense of weightlessness. Cheng Yan glanced at Shen Jingshu, who had crossed her arms and appeared cool and aloof once more. No wonder the apprentices in the kitchen said that being in a relationship with her meant never needing an air conditioner. She was naturally that refreshing in summer. "Is there something on me?" Shen Jingshu asked, feeling uneasy under his gaze. Cheng Yan, caught off guard, quickly averted his eyes and chuckled awkwardly. "No, I just thought it was rather cool in the elevator." "Cool?" Shen Jingshu paused, pondering this. The weather outside Jiangcheng was already 35 degrees, coupled with the humidity from the river, making it quite stifling. The elevator was merely slightly cooler. Why was he cold? Did he have some health issue? He seemed vigorous enough. How odd. Was he implying she was too cold? Shen Jingshu inwardly mused, casting a reproachful glare at Cheng Yan. She had become quite comfortable with him, more so than with other men. Should she perhaps become even closer? Ding! The elevator reached the 6th floor. Cheng Yan had intended to decide which way to turn upon exiting, but he was met with a large shoe cabinet. The shoes were arranged meticulously within it, a row of sneakers at the bottom and 3 tiers of various high heels above. He instinctively looked down and noted that Shen Jingshu was wearing a pair of gray sneakers today. Shen Jingshu retrieved a brand new pair of blue men's slippers from a nearby cabinet, unwrapped them, and handed them to Cheng Yan. "These are size 43 to 44. Make do with them." Cheng Yan pointed to the closed door. "Is it just you on this floor? What are you thinking?" Shen Jingshu perched on the low cabinet for changing shoes, which was wrapped in a soft brown material. Looking up, she replied playfully, "This building has 1 unit per floor. The elevator I brought you up is for the east entrance. There's another elevator for the west side." Cheng Yan looked down as Shen Jingshu removed her gray and white sneakers, revealing delicate feet clad in white ankle socks. The skin on her ankles is soft, rosy hue. The opening of her socks exposed a smooth expanse of foot, faint blue veins visible beneath the surface. But wouldn't that mean anyone using the elevator could see everything in your foyer? There's a chance of someone stealing something, right? Cheng Yan questioned. Shen Jingshu removed her socks and turned to reach for a pair of beige slippers on the top shelf of the cabinet. She stretched and realized she couldn't quite reach them. "Could you help me grab that pair of white slippers?" Once he handed them to her, Shen Jingshu slipped her bare feet into the slippers. Cheng Yan noticed that she seemed to take great care in her appearance. Her toenails were painted a cherry red, accentuating the fairness of her feet. Shen Jingshu stood up, making space for Cheng Yan, and explained, "The card only grants access to this floor, and one person must finish before the next can use it. So privacy is preserved, and since this building has only 8 floors with 8 units, we want to feel crowded." Cheng Yan sat down on the spot Shen Jingshu had just vacated, quickly removing his shoes. He initially felt shy about taking them off, worrying that she might think his feet smelled, but seeing her demeanor, he relaxed. After all, he wore clean socks daily. Shen Jingshu's insights into the world of the affluent left Cheng Yan pondering. The realm of the wealthy was indeed beyond imagination. You're being too modest, Mr. Cheng. I see you as one of the wealthy. You simply lack the accumulation process. Who knows, you might eventually look down on such houses. Chapter 53. The Joy of Wealth. As Cheng Yan entered Shen Jingzhu's spacious flat, he was immediately struck by the seamless operation of the air conditioning, lights, and electric curtains, all controlled by Mi Jia, which made for a truly convenient environment. A glance around revealed that the decor was characterized by a minimalist white aesthetic, with warm beige wooden floors and an array of black and white furnishings. The ambience was tidy yet somewhat cold, mirroring Shen Jingzhu's own demeanor. Please, take a seat on the sofa. What would you like to drink? Juice? A soft drink? Or perhaps, just warm water will suffice, Cheng Yan replied. While beverages were delightful, nothing quenched thirst quite like warm water. Nodding in agreement, Shen Jingzhu placed a glass of water on the coffee table before gesturing towards the kitchen. There isn't much food at home, but it's simple enough to whip something up. It's already past 3. Would you like me to make some noodles? I'm fine with anything, Cheng Yan assured her, not particularly picky about food. In a few moments, he heard the sound of Shen Jingzhu igniting the stove in the kitchen. The semi-open kitchen allowed him to observe her as she donned an apron, her long hair cascading as she meticulously washed vegetables. The sight was warm and homely, a stark contrast to her usually composed demeanor. Noticing his gaze, Shen Jingzhu turned her head slightly and flashed him a smile, causing Cheng Yan to awkwardly avert his eyes. Cradling the glass of warm water, Cheng Yan began to absent-mindedly examine the decor in front of him. Directly opposite was a large television, atop which sat a family photo that appeared to include Shen Jingzhu and her parents. In the picture, she wore a faint smile, dressed in a school uniform, suggesting it was taken during her middle or high school years. So, she has always been like this since childhood. Cheng Yan mused. In a certain sense, a woman like Shen Jingzhu could evoke a man's desire to conquer, as evidenced by the abundance of male-centric novels featuring the archetype of the icy female CEO. However, after several days of interaction, Cheng Yan understood that Shen Jingzhu was not so aloof or frigid. She simply seemed reticent, perhaps a bit too proper. It felt as if she carried an idol's burden, never allowing herself to be truly carefree. The one night she had let loose had resulted in impulsive repercussions, and now she appeared even more restrained. Once bitten, twice shy, he thought, grimacing slightly. How could he liken himself to a snake? Seated on the sofa, Cheng Yan let his thoughts wander while Shen Jingzhu diligently prepared the meal. A few minutes passed, and she soon placed a bowl of soup noodles on the dining table adjacent to the kitchen. Cheng Yan, it's time to eat, she called, waving him over. Coming, he replied, rising to join her. The way she beckoned him to the table was quite charming. Shen Jingzhu then returned with her own meal, and they sat down, facing each other. Cheng Yan gazed into the bowl before him, which contained delicate dragonbeard noodles topped with bright green bok choy and a perfectly cooked poached egg, sprinkled with finely chopped scallions and cilantro, and adorned with tiny droplets of fragrant sesame oil. The dish was visually appealing and aromatic. A hint of vinegar and a splash of light soy sauce completed the simple yet satisfying soup. This is perfect for a chilly winter day, Cheng Yan thought, relishing the warmth it promised. Shen Jingzhu, somewhat shyly, remarked, I noticed you enjoyed scallions and cilantro before, so I added some for you. If you need more vinegar, feel free to add it yourself. In the presence of a master chef like you, I am but an amateur. I hope you don't find it lacking. With that, she playfully winked. Seeing her playful side was a rare delight, and Cheng Yan found himself momentarily mesmerized. After regaining his composure, he smiled back, eager to demonstrate that he had no complaints. He took a bite of the noodles, which were cooked to perfection, with just the right balance of softness. The combination of the broth's flavors, tangy yet aromatic, complemented by the freshness of the scallions and cilantro, was exquisite. As he bit into the poached egg, the golden yolk oozed out, its rich flavor devoid of any unpleasant egginess. Another sip of the broth followed, its lightness belied by the complex flavors lingering on his palate. Shen, you've outdone yourself, he complimented. To receive praise from a culinary expert like you is truly an honor, Shun Jingzhu replied with a smile. Hurry and eat. If it sits too long, the noodles will become mushy. Nodding, Cheng Yan picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, the generous bowl ensuring he would be satiated. After finishing, he leaned back in his chair, exclaiming, "This bowl of noodles has dispelled all my fatigue." Shun Jingzhu, who had finished her meal earlier, chuckled at his words. When I was in middle school, my mother would always prepare a bowl of soup noodles for me after evening classes. After eating, all my worries seemed to vanish, and I would sleep soundly. It was wonderful to have a mother like that. Cheng Yan chuckled lightly. Shun Jingzhu paused, aware of his background, and asked directly, "Have you ever thought about searching for your mother? With your current fame, it would be easy for her to find you online if she wanted." "I thought about it once, but not anymore," Cheng Yan replied, recalling a child from the orphanage who had desperately sought his mother, only to discover she had moved on and started a new family. When she visited him, she brought gifts, clothes, and toys, but never offered to take him home. Not every mother loves her child. Without expectations, one cannot be disappointed. Contentment brings joy. Shun Jingzhu fell silent. Cheng Yan, wishing to change the subject, stretched and began to clear the table. "Hey, you can't clear the dishes after eating at my home," Shun Jingzhu exclaimed, stopping him. "It's fine. I have nothing else to do, and I'm not going out this afternoon," he insisted, continuing to tidy up. Their hands brushed against each other as they worked together, and for a fleeting moment, Cheng Yan's hand rested on Shun Jingzhu's, only to withdraw immediately. "I'll take care of it," Shun Jingzhu said with a smile. How maddening, he thought. In the past, accidental touches had never felt like this. Now, it was a tingling warmth, an indescribable sensation. Cheng Yan rubbed his hands together and chuckled awkwardly. "Why don't you take a break after cleaning up? I can head back on my own." "No need. You should sit on the sofa for a while," Shun Jingzhu insisted. "I'll finish clearing up and then drive you home. It would be so slow for you to go back alone." "All right then," he conceded. Chapter 54. The end. I forgot my underwear. The gentle sound of water flowing in the kitchen filled the air. Shun Jingzhu diligently cleaned all the kitchen utensils, and as she wiped her hands and stepped into the living room, she was surprised to find Cheng Yan asleep on the sofa. She glanced at the central air conditioning temperature and adjusted it to a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius. Afterward, she fetched a light blanket from the bedroom and covered Cheng Yan with it. Observing his peaceful sleeping face brought a smile to her own. After a long morning spent at the market, where a group of influencers had tirelessly engaged with her, and an equally exhausting afternoon of soliciting customers, even the sturdiest of bodies would feel fatigued. The thought tugged at her heartstrings. How could she not be touched by such a dedicated young man helping her tirelessly? After watching Cheng Yan for a few more seconds, she turned and headed back to the master bedroom, intending to take a shower, as she was drenched in sweat. In his dreams, Cheng Yan caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance, sweet lily of the valley mingled with subtle lavender. He tightened the light blanket around him and continued to sleep. His body was not weary, but he was undeniably tired. It was a level of exhaustion not easily borne by ordinary individuals. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Cheng Yan awoke, surveying the elegantly simple ceiling. It dawned on him that he was in Shun Jingzhu's home. Hadn't they agreed to take him back? As he peeled the blanket away, he understood why he had detected such a pleasant aroma. Just then, Shun Jingzhu emerged from the master bedroom. She had changed into sleepwear, cream-colored pajamas adorned with black floral patterns, exuding an air of understated elegance. Her slightly curled, long hair cascaded down her chest and back. In this relaxed attire, Shun Jingzhu appeared warmer, shedding her usual cool demeanor. "Awake?" she inquired. "Yes," Cheng Yan scratched his head. "Why didn't you wake me?" Shun Jingzhu adjusted her hair with her fingers and then gathered it into a bun with a clip. Perching herself on the adjacent single sofa, she crossed her legs gracefully. Her toes, painted a charming cherry red, peeked out from her slippers. "You look so peaceful while sleeping that I didn't want to disturb you. Do you want to take a shower? The restaurant opens at 4:30, so there's plenty of time. Is it convenient?" Cheng Yan asked. The notion of a solitary male bathing in the home of a female companion was a rather delicate topic. "It's perfectly fine. The secondary master bedroom has its own bathroom, and it offers a bit more privacy. Everything you need is there. I'll head downstairs for a bit and return shortly." All right. Since she was so at ease, He felt no need for hesitation. Shen Jingshu promptly went to change clothes, while Cheng Yan pushed open the door to the secondary master bedroom. The two master bedrooms were separated by a living room and both basked in the southern sunlight. Cheng Yan mused that the term secondary master bedroom was new to him. What a luxury it was to have such a designation. Shen Jingshu quickly selected a casual outfit, donning a cap and heading to the nearby supermarket. She made a beeline for the household goods section. Upon arrival, she scrutinized a row of men's boxer briefs. Is this cotton? She frowned, noting the numerous small holes in the crotch area. Is that acceptable? Should she feel the fabric to examine it? After confirming that no one was around, Shen Jingshu extended her slender fingers towards the fabric, but just then, a sales attendant appeared out of nowhere. Mung. This brand of men's underwear features a pure cotton exterior with a modal cotton crotch that allows for effective ventilation and keeps the area dry. It's very comfortable to wear. Shen Jingshu withdrew her hand as if shocked, her cheeks flushing. Do you have anything better? She feigned composure. Better options? The attendant smiled and guided her to the center display, pointing to a pair of underwear. Originally priced at $200, it's now $150 during the promotion. Though it shared the same cotton and modal design, Shen Jingshu found herself exasperated. I'll take this one. Just give me a pair. Heavens! She truly did not wish to engage in a conversation about men's underwear. The attendant grinned. What color would you like? Does your gentleman prefer patterns? How would I know? Shen Jingshu muttered to herself, racking her brain for the color of the underwear Cheng Yan wore that night, only to find herself contemplating thoughts better left unthought of. Her face burned, and she knew it was crimson. The attendant, perceptive and experienced, noted her embarrassment. Why not opt for gray or solid black? They're simple yet elegant. Black will do. Purchasing 2 pairs would earn her a third for free. She thought black, gray, navy blue. A few minutes later, Shen Jingshu hurriedly exited the supermarket, having spent less than 10 minutes inside. Upon entering her home, she approached the secondary master bedroom, knocked on the door, and called out, Cheng Yan, are you done yet? Almost done, just drying off. I bought you some underwear and a short-sleeve shirt and shorts. Remember to change. They're hanging on the doorknob for you to collect. Cheng Yan in the bathroom thought, why does this feel both considerate and embarrassing? He had planned to wear his old clothes, yet Shen Jingshu had ventured out to procure new ones for him. After drying off, he opened the door slightly to grab the bag, pulling it inside. Upon opening it, he discovered the receipt inside. 300 yuan for underwear, and I got 100 off, plus a buy 2 get 1 free offer. Is this underwear made of gold? Do I even deserve to wear this? He selected a pair of black underwear to wear. In contrast, the short-sleeve shirt was simple, pure white and loose-fitting. Shen Jingshu had wisely chosen a larger size to avoid any snug fit, and the black shorts were also a large size. As Cheng Yan stepped out, Shen Jingshu glanced at him and thought he looked particularly radiant. Thank you. About my dirty clothes, I'll toss them in the washing machine for you. I can handle them myself, he replied. Why are you being so polite? Shen Jingshu frowned, her delicate brows knitting together. It's not like I'm washing them by hand. Do you think I lack the time to press a washing machine button? Cheng Yan thought to himself. What a domineering sister-in-love. It's as if I've been cast in a script. Is this how the pampered wives of CEOs behave? Enjoying the best treatment while hearing the harshest words? Let it go, I'll wash it for you. He conceded, no longer hesitating. After a brief exchange, as the clock approached 4:30, Shen Jingshu drove Cheng Yan to Jiangcheng restaurant. The absence of the influencer, Xuan Manian, had diminished the foot traffic, yet many had already shared their experiences online, boosting the restaurant's reputation, particularly among affluent patrons. They were all eagerly awaiting the afternoon opening. As the waitstaff completed their pre-opening tasks, groups of customers began to stream in. Shen Jingshu observed as each private room was reserved, her spirits lifting at the promising start. At 10 o'clock in the evening, they closed the doors. This time, Shen Jingshu genuinely returned Cheng Yan to his small courtyard. Upon arriving home, Cheng Yan instinctively considered organizing the items he had used for the market. But a glance at his phone revealed that his online popularity was still soaring, and he decided against it. He would wait until the excitement subsided before addressing it. Only then would he find a sustainable solution. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Oh no, he exclaimed. Earlier, when he had heard the washing machine running, he had forgotten to change out of his previous underwear. What a disaster. Chapter 55. Shun Jingshu's eyes widened. Upon returning home, she felt a bit fatigued. However, Cheng Yan's clothes had yet to be placed in the washing machine, so she pushed open the door to the secondary bedroom. The short sleeves and shorts she had changed out were neatly hung on the bathroom rack, and besides them lay a pair of underwear. Shun Jingshu stared at the black underwear, her eyes widening in disbelief. What should she do? She pressed her forehead, realizing that undergarments should not be washed in a machine. After pondering for a moment, she decided to toss Cheng Yan's clothes into the washing machine, quickly changed into a lighter outfit, rolled up her sleeves, and began to wash the underwear. Good heavens! She never imagined she would one day wash a man's underwear. This was an intimate item, after all. The more she washed, the hotter she felt. After hanging them on the balcony, she hurried off to take a shower. The next day, when Cheng Yan saw Shun Jingshu at the Jiangxing restaurant, he felt somewhat awkward. I wash your underwear. Cheng Yan washed it. Yes. Shun Jingshu's expression was calm. Cheng Yan was ready to give her a thumbs up. What remarkable composure she possessed. He, a grown man, felt embarrassed, while Shun Jingshu remained unfazed, as if someone had merely called her boss. Thank you. Cheng Yan reciprocated. Follow me. Shun Jingshu led the way. Upon reaching the office on the first floor, she picked up a bag and handed it to Cheng Yan. Here, take a look. These are your clothes. I'll take them away shortly. Cheng Yan took the bag and glanced inside. It contained his clothes and 2 pairs of underwear that Shun Jingshu had bought for him. May 4th, the last day of the May Day holiday. Cheng Yan noticed that the buzz surrounding him, the so-called little yellow duck boss, was dwindling online. Initially, everyone marveled at the little yellow duck boss's culinary prowess, but eventually, he gracefully withdrew from the spotlight. His decisions reflected great wisdom, allowing Jiangxing to become a place one must visit at least once in a lifetime. To capture this wave of attention, he had indeed put in great effort. This was also the outcome of discussions Cheng Yan had with government officials, who initially expressed urgency about his stall. After negotiations, the narrative shifted. If entertainment platforms could stir public opinion, one could only imagine the government's influence. At noon, Cheng Yan picked up a piece of braised pork from the pot and tasted it, furrowing his brow. Jiang Tao, in his 40s, was sweating profusely. After becoming a renowned chef, he had not felt this nervous in many years. It was reminiscent of his apprentice days when his master would taste his dishes. Seeing Cheng Yan frown made Jiang Tao's heart sink. Master Cheng, did I make a mistake? No. Cheng Yan swallowed the meat. Without his top-tier culinary skills, even with one-on-one guidance, Jiang Tao could not replicate the level of braised pork Cheng Yan produced. However, it was already much better. He picked up another piece of twice-cooked pork, and the same held true. Compared to the neighboring food stall, it was quite delicious. As he continued to set up his stall, Shun Jingshu's establishment would not revert to its former state simply due to his absence. As for the stir-fried rice noodles, even if Cheng Yan wished to teach, Jiang Tao would not learn it in a short time. Every chef has their own specialty. While home-cooked dishes like braised pork and twice-cooked pork are manageable, the intricacies of stir-fried rice noodles, laden with Cantonese culinary heritage, demand a strong foundational skill that Jiang Tao would find difficult to master. It was better to focus on this signature dish. Many claimed that by teaching his culinary skills to others, Cheng Yan would lose business or earn less. Others speculated that if he made the same dishes, he would compete with Jiangxing's restaurant. However, this was a misconception. Cheng Yan's skills were exceptional. He would never lack customers. And the positioning of Jiangxing's restaurant did not overlap significantly with the audience of his stall. Thus, the two would hardly affect one another. If there were any conflicts, they were unavoidable. Perfection is a rarity in this world. In the evening, Old Zhao and Old Li agreed to dine at Jiangxing restaurant. Passing by the neighboring food stall, the owner called out urgently, "Boss Zhao, didn't you say you would definitely visit us next time?" The disparity between past glory and current predicament was stark. As Jiangxing restaurant attracted more patrons, business dwindled for the neighboring food stall, even though Lin Tianxiang still retained some loyal customers. However, upon hearing of the superior chef next door, many were tempted to try it out. Initially, it seemed unnecessary, but now, with everyone discussing it, those who did not partake would find themselves out of touch with the latest trends among the old clientele. Old Zhao, upon hearing this, felt a pang of regret. He had merely made small talk, yet this person kept reminding him of it. Old Li chuckled. Old Zhao, where shall we eat today? Let us go to Jiangxing restaurant. Old Zhao licked his lips. Ever since he tasted the twice-cooked pork and braised pork from that place, he felt anxious if he missed a day without it. He glanced at the owner of the neighboring food stall. Next time for sure. With that, he followed Old Li into the food stall. The two ordered dishes and began to chat in the private room. Old Zhao complained. I have a client from Guangdong province who insists on eating Cantonese cuisine when in Jiangxing. I mean, why come to Jiangxing and not try the local dishes? What's the point? It's just to discuss business, right? Recently, I took him to many Cantonese restaurants, but he claimed they were not authentic, which has me quite distressed. It's really hard to cater to him. Old Li took a sip of tea, disdainful. Old Zhao, you're missing the point. ISN Tea Master Cheng S. Stir-fried rice noodles Cantonese cuisine? Why take him specifically to Cantonese restaurants? I admire your ability to be so troubled by such a misdirection. Exactly. Old Zhao slammed the table. I've been fixated on the idea that to enjoy Cantonese dishes, one must go to a Cantonese restaurant, without realizing that Master Cheng S. stir-fried rice noodles are indeed Cantonese. They had tasted the dish recently, and it had already become a must-order item. Tomorrow, I will bring him here to experience Master Cheng S. culinary skills. At that moment, there was a knock at the door of the private room. A waiter entered, apologizing. I'm sorry, gentlemen, but we no longer serve stir-fried rice noodles. We only have twice-cooked pork and braised pork. What? Old Zhao, who had just felt he had found a solution, suddenly deflated. What's going on? Why aren't we serving stir-fried rice noodles anymore? Old Li turned to the waiter. What's the reason? The waiter smiled. The chef who made that dish has left, and when he departed, he only taught Chef Jiang the recipes for braised pork and twice-cooked pork, not for stir-fried rice noodles. I see. The two men were enlightened. After the waiter left, Old Zhao sighed. ISNT, this just putting me in a bind? Old Li chuckled. Why not ask the owner to tell you where Master Cheng is staying? It's not a big deal. You were just being too hasty. Chapter 56. The stall opens. Old Zhao, neglecting his meal, urged Old Li to exit the private room with him and quickly find Shen Jingshu on the first floor. He inquired anxiously, Boss Shen, why did Master Cheng leave? Shen Jingshu replied with a smile. He came to assist, but had his own matters to attend to. Oh, I see, Old Zhao hesitated, fumbling over his words. Old Li directly conveyed Old Zhao's situation to Shen Jingshu, who nodded in understanding. Let me give him a call. Cheng Yan will be setting up a stall tomorrow night and is preparing his items this evening, which is why he couldn't come here. Old Zhao and Old Li watched as Shen Jingshu made the call. Once she hung up, Old Zhao eagerly asked, what did he say? Shen Jingshu responded, he plans to set up at the Longjiang Square night market tomorrow night, selling stir-fried beef rice noodles. If you wish to indulge, you can find him there. This left Old Zhao in a quandary. Inviting clients to dinner would undoubtedly be a formal business affair, while Jiangchang Xiaoguan offered delectable dishes in an elegant setting. Street food was a different matter entirely. Old Li chuckled. Just tell him you want him to experience the local culture of Jiangcheng and casually buy a portion while you're at it. All right, I'll give it a try. Old Zhao sighed, and the two returned to the private room. Meanwhile, at home, Cheng Yan was perspiring profusely as he organized the ingredients for tomorrow's sales. He would begin the day selling buns, switch to stir-fried instant noodles at noon, and by 5 in the afternoon, set up a stall at Longjiang Square to sell both stir-fried beef rice noodles and stir-fried instant noodles. He still had yet to employ his top-notch stinky tofu culinary skills, as it was not suitable for the current occasion. The essence of stinky tofu is lost if one resorts to purchasing inferior bases, and many vendors on the market are unscrupulous. Thus, he needed to develop his own base for stinky tofu, a process that could take anywhere from half a month to even 200 days. Cheng Yan decided to buy some aged tofu tomorrow to commence his experimentation, planning to start selling it in half a month. Additionally, he needed to prepare a large vat for the brewing process. So many tasks awaited him. Finishing early today, he wrapped up before 10:30. Cheng Yan glanced at his phone. There were only a few messages in his chat with Shen Jingshu. He had realized that she was a conversation ender. Cheng Yan, Have you eaten? Shen Jingshu, yes. Cheng Yan, were you tired today? Shen Jingshu, not really. Cheng Yan, I noticed something. Shen Jingshu, Sometimes, if he sent too many messages, she would respond with, Shen Jingshu, is there anything? Shen Jingshu, I have to get back to work. If it were any other girl, Cheng Yan would surely feel slighted. But this was Shen Jingshu. He had no doubts. This was simply her way of conversing. Just like now. Cheng Yan, I've finished my tasks and am heading to bed. Rest early. Shen Jingshu, okay, good night. Cheng Yan. The next day, Cheng Yan donned a cap and mask, riding his little yellow duck food cart. Arriving punctually at the entrance of Jiangxing No. 2 Primary School alongside Zhao Hui, who had taken a few days off. The excitement was palpable in the air. With the May Day holiday over, everything had returned to normal. Today marked the first working day after the holiday. The security guard was maintaining order at the school gate. Parents, please send your children orderly. Vehicles, please move aside. Don't block the parents on electric bikes. No parking at the school gate. His throat was hoarse from shouting. Despite his efforts, many were unresponsive, as he was merely a school security guard, not a traffic officer. Then, Cheng Yan appeared with his little yellow duck food cart, prompting an uproar. Isn't that the little yellow duck owner? Finally out with the stall. It was so hard to buy his buns during the holiday. His snow cream buns are amazing too, but he didn't set up. My wife missed out and stomped on my foot. Clear the way for the little yellow duck owner. Everyone, please line up. The security guard stared in disbelief as the previously chaotic crowd of parents and students began to form an orderly line. Even the cars blocking the road couldn't withstand the public outcry and moved aside. The scene transformed dramatically. Boss, why didn't you set up during the holiday? Where did you go? Give me 3 servings of every flavor and 3 boxes of snow cream buns. I want 3 servings of each flavor too. 3 boxes of snow cream buns. Mom, I want to eat this. If I can, I won't go to school. Not going to school? Just watch me deal with you. Wah. Mom, I want to eat too. Cheng Yan stopped his cart, surveying the crowd with a knowing smile. This was the scene he cherished. There were no influencers vying for attention or conducting interviews, nor were there any social media stars posing beside his cart. He had heard that many little yellow duck owners had their streams shut down during the holiday. All right, everyone, please line up. No rush. Take your time. Disposable chopsticks are on the right side of the cart. Help yourselves. College students who had received the news in their group chat stood at the front of the queue. Boss, without you during the holiday, life lost its flavor. I miss your food so much. Thankfully, I went home for the holiday and got my mom's love. Mom's love? More like mom's disdain. The first day home, you're the treasure. By the second day, you're just a nuisance. Laughter erupted among them. Weijia, long time no see. Where's that gorgeous lady? Why didn't she come with the little yellow duck owner? Zhao Hui smiled at the mention of herself. Her holiday had not been particularly pleasant. She had intended to return home to see her child, but her husband had shut her out. Especially after her husband and his family saw the video of her setting up a stall with Cheng Yan online, they insisted she hand over all her earnings, threatening to prevent her from seeing her child if she refused. She was too afraid to return home, fearing she would be locked inside. Instead, she disguised herself at the neighborhood gate, stealing a glance at her daughter. After all, the child was part of her husband's family. Though her husband was unkind, her in-laws were quite fond of the child, which gave her some solace. From 7 to 8:30 in the morning, the 300 servings of soup dumplings and 100 boxes of snow cream buns Cheng Yan had prepared were entirely sold out. Zhao Hui's mung bean paste was once again packed up before Cheng Yan finished selling out. On their way back, Zhao Hui said quietly, Cheng Yan, for the next few days, I'll just accompany you in the morning. Don't call me for anything else. What's wrong? Cheng Yan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Zhao Hui sighed, I'm planning to get a divorce. My mother is right. In this environment, the child won't thrive. I've thought about it for a long time. I've decided to go through with it. Cheng Yan nodded. He couldn't say whether he supported or opposed her decision. It was her life. He would certainly assist her as much as he could, but he wouldn't overstep. To be overly instructive is a transgression. If you need anything, just let me know. Thank you. What are you being polite for? Chapter 57. The same style as Bao, stir-fried rice noodles. During lunchtime, Cheng Yan set up his stall alone, engaging in light-hearted banter with a group of people. Upon returning home in the afternoon, he sent a message to the group. announcing that he would be at the night market near Longjiang Square at 5 o'clock that evening, introducing a new dish, stir-fried rice noodles. He had yet to utilize the free night market stall space promised by the city, which was essentially just a piece of paper stamped by the municipal office, recognized by the administrators everywhere. Additionally, the promised 100,000 yuan was reduced to 20,000 since Cheng Yan had not set up a stall daily. Nonetheless, one may not complain about a gift. After a short nap, he prepared the rice noodles and beef required for the stir-fry, and sliced some tofu, placing it in a bamboo basket to ferment. At 5 o'clock, Cheng Yan arrived punctually at his stall. Those who had received the news were already waiting, eagerly calling out for orders. However, upon learning that a portion of stir-fried rice noodles cost 100 yuan, many were taken aback. 100 yuan per serving seemed excessive, especially since stir-fried noodles at school only cost a few dozen yuan, even with the addition of beef. Consequently, most opted for instant noodles and snow cream instead. At 6 o'clock, Shen Jingshu saw the message in the group and promptly informed Lao Li to relay it to Lao Zhao, letting him know that Cheng Yan had set up his stall. When Lao Zhao received the news, he was accompanying a client for tea. Wang, once we're done with this tea, I'll take you to enjoy absolutely authentic Cantonese cuisine. Wang, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, took a sip of tea, pondering where one could find authentic Cantonese cuisine in Jiangxing. Yet, to avoid offending Lao Zhao, he nodded in agreement. I look forward to it. Lao Zhao smiled. It's definitely worth the price. Wang, surprised by his conviction, thought, could it really exist? When Lao Zhao directed the driver to Longjiang Square, Wang's expression faltered. Stepping out of the car, a wave of hot air greeted him, mingling with the aromas of various stalls. He immediately felt uncomfortably warm. Lao Zhao, you're not suggesting that these stalls serve authentic Cantonese cuisine, are you? Nothing escaped Wang's keen observation. He chuckled in disbelief. If that's the case, I must excuse myself. No need for you to see me off. I'll just take a taxi back to my hotel. Lao Zhao grasped Wang's arm. No, you must try it. Lao Zhao's insistence ignited Wang's irritation. Lao Zhao, I respect you as my business partner, but this is rather dismissive. If even the well-known Cantonese restaurants in Jiangxing can't serve authentic dishes, how could I be expected to eat from these stalls? Please don't mislead me. I might easily associate your attitude with our collaboration. Lao Zhao, perspiring profusely, felt the pressure. However, he held unwavering confidence in Cheng Yan's stir-fried rice noodles and proposed. How about this, Wang? If this dish isn't authentic, we can forego our discussion. I'll let you have 2 points off the project. If it is authentic, we can discuss another business opportunity. How does that sound? Wang inwardly scoffed, thinking 2 points? During our previous negotiations, we couldn't even agree on one. Fine, I'll eat. Then I eagerly await your culinary experience, Lao Zhao declared, walking with purpose. Cheng Yan's small yellow cart stood out among the stalls, coupled with a long queue, making it easy to locate. Upon noticing the wait, Wang felt that Lao Zhao had not adequately attended to him. Previously, at Cantonese restaurants he frequented, even without a reservation, Lao Zhao had managed to secure a table for him. Now, having to wait in line for street food felt beneath him. The noise of the bustling crowd grew tiresome. 10 minutes later, beads of sticky sweat began to form on his body, causing his shirt to cling uncomfortably, and the white collar dampened. He unbuttoned one button and loosened the cuffs. Hands on hips. Lao Zhao, the crowd is overwhelming. Indeed, I didn't expect so many people. I wonder if there will be any stir-fried rice noodles left when we reach the front. Wang asked, perplexed. Wait, are you implying we might not be able to buy any? Perhaps we should leave and return another time. We've come this far. Let us wait a bit longer. Another 10 minutes passed. Cheng Yan, observing Lao Zhao with a middle-aged man clearly from Guangdong province standing at a stall, greeted them with a smile. Gentlemen, what would you like to order? Lao Zhao immediately replied, 2 portions of stir-fried rice noodles. Coming right up. Cheng Yan prepared the noodles and began cooking. Wang glanced at the price, stunned. 100 yuan for a portion of stir-fried rice noodles? Why not just rob a bank? Despite his wealth, he understood the price of goods. One could feast for 100 yuan at a night market. Here, he could only afford a single portion. Your stir-fried rice noodles are rather pricey, he remarked in a thick Cantonese accent. Cheng Yan continued working diligently, explaining the preparation is intricate, which justifies the price. As a renowned chef in Blossom stated, stir-fried rice noodles must be oily to taste good. But the ultimate standard is that the plate should be left with no trace of oil. Wang observed as Cheng Yan switched from a traditional wok to a flat-bottom pan. He nodded, recognizing that while a wok heats quickly, it is challenging to achieve a balance of richness without greasiness when using a flat pan. When Cheng Yan produced the mung bean sprouts, Wang was momentarily taken aback. The meticulous preparation of the sprouts was a labor of skill, already worth 30 yuan just by appearance. Cheng Yan looked up and said, "Ah, you know your stuff?" Wang replied proudly, "I was born in Guangdong and have a passion for Cantonese cuisine. This stir-fried rice noodles dish was often prepared by my mother during my childhood. As an adult, I always order at restaurants, and I've even spent my own money to learn from various Cantonese chefs. So, I'm quite knowledgeable about the basics." Lao Zhao wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing, no wonder they say Jiangchang's Cantonese restaurants aren't authentic. It turns out he is an expert. Cheng Yan grinned. "Once you taste it, you'll know whether this stir-fried rice noodles is worth the price." Wang nodded. "I'm looking forward to it." Their exchange caught the attention of many onlookers, curious to see how the small yellow duck owner's stir-fried rice noodles would fare. Under the gaze of the crowd, Cheng Yan swiftly stir-fried the ingredients, adding the garnishes, and finally incorporating the chives to achieve the perfect texture. When the 2 portions of stir-fried rice noodles were served in disposable paper bowls, he handed over a pair of disposable chopsticks. Wang noticed that they weren't packaged and chuckled. "Ah, I see, stir-fried rice noodles must be enjoyed immediately after cooking. Otherwise, they lose their flavor." Chapter 58, A Challenge. Indeed, the stir-fried rice noodles must be enjoyed while they are hot and fresh. Mr. Wang unwrapped a pair of disposable chopsticks. He first inhaled the rich aroma of oil and seasoning wafting toward him, then deftly picked up a piece of rice noodle. Its red and yellow hues were a testament to the perfect fusion of oil and spices, glistening on the noodles and giving them a plump appearance, further enhanced by the delightful fragrance that tickled his nose. Unable to contain his excitement, Mr. Wang promptly lifted a mouthful to his lips. The intense flavors exploded, saturating his taste buds. He nodded in approval. The noodles were rich yet not greasy, the beef tender, and the chives perfectly cooked. To his surprise, the most authentic Cantonese meal he had savored in Jiangcheng was from a humble street vendor. Cheng Yan smiled and remarked, "I'm glad you enjoyed it." Seeing Mr. Wang's satisfaction, Old Zhao couldn't resist taking a bite himself. He had dined here with Old Li before, but it never ceased to amaze him. He proudly exclaimed, "Mr. Wang, what do you think? I told you this place serves the most authentic Cantonese cuisine." It seemed he had misjudged Zhao the owner before. "Mr. Wang requested another serving and inquired, 'Sir, is your hometown in Guangdong province?' No. Did you live in Guangdong as a child? Not at all. Do you have relatives from Guangdong?" Cheng Yan chuckled wryly. "I have no relatives from Guangdong, and I must confess, I have never set foot in Guangdong my entire life." "What?" Mr. Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the nearly empty bowl of stir-fried rice noodles, exclaiming, "You've never been to Guangdong. Yet you create a dish that surpasses those found in Guangdong restaurants. This is impossible. Sir, I recommend you check your background and family history with the police. You must have ties to Guangdong." Old Zhao face-palmed, saying, "Mr. Wang, Cheng is indeed a true Jiangcheng local. Please don't put him on the spot." "Mr." Wang realized his faux pas and quickly apologized. He then mused, "I find it hard to believe that the best stir-fried rice noodles I've ever tasted come from a street stall." Just then, another serving of stir-fried rice noodles emerged. "Mr." Wang eagerly dug in. The onlookers in line watched in bewilderment. These two seemed unfamiliar with each other, yet their conversation felt staged. The popular Blossoms had gained immense attention by the end of last year, with many indulging in its myriad of delectable dishes, among which the stir-fried rice noodles that Bao had made with a backdoor deal for over 2,000 yuan stood out as the most iconic. However, they wondered, could it be that the dish was so greasy that one could finish it without a drop of oil left at the bottom of the bowl? A nearby customer craned their neck to peek at Mr. Wang's bowl, and to their astonishment, the bottom was indeed devoid of oil. 100 yuan for a serving is a bit steep. Should we split one? Consider it a treat for payday. Many entertained this thought, voicing it aloud. Cheng Yan cheerfully announced, "Stir-fried rice noodles are 100 each. with only 50 servings available. The cost of a single plate was approximately 10 yuan. Yet such a dish demanded the chef's fundamental skills. In Mr. Wang's words, just the precision in handling the ingredients was worth 30 yuan. To ensure the best taste, Cheng Yan employed a Western-style frying pan, which could only yield 2 servings at a time. Customers who got a taste at first launched into enthusiastic praise, igniting envy among those still waiting. "Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. My flowers are wilting." The aroma was indeed irresistible. Truly, the little yellow duck owner is worth every bit of that 100 yuan. "If I eat this, can I become Bao?" "No, but you can become Cheng." Cheng Yan, overhearing their banter, couldn't help but smile. Running a stall had its perks, earning money while providing entertainment. After finishing his stir-fried rice noodles, Mr. Wang surveyed the bustling night market, his eyes sparkling with realization. He had underestimated the situation. Who said that street food must be inferior to that of restaurants? Despite not finding satisfactory cuisine in Jiangqing's upscale establishments, he had encountered an unforgettable dish in the night market. Truly, there are hidden talents among the street vendors. With this thought, Mr. Wang quickened his pace. Old Zhao discarded the empty box into a nearby trash can and, noticing Mr. Wang's newfound enthusiasm for street food, cheerfully offered, "I'll cover the bill today." "No need," Mr. Wang replied, ordering a serving of grilled cold noodles. After just one bite, he shook his head. "It pales in comparison to the stir-fried rice noodles." The vendor was taken aback. "How can you say that to my face?" After visiting 4 stalls, Mr. Wang remarked, "I must have had unrealistic expectations for the night market, thinking every vendor possessed Cheng's culinary prowess. I overestimated. These dishes are not even close to the ones I've had in restaurants." The vendors overheard him, displeased, and glanced at the long line forming nearby. "Stir-fried rice noodles? Isn't that just stir-fried rice noodles? Anyone can do that. I can stir-fry rice vermicelli too. I need to taste what makes those stir-fried rice noodles so exceptional that everyone keeps talking about them." A little over 10 minutes later, several vendors stood speechless at their stalls, glaring at Cheng Yan. "We let you set up a stall, not to raise the standards of our industry." With Mr. Wang's encouragement, all 50 servings of stir-fried rice noodles sold out. The profit of 4,500 yuan clearly illustrated the returns of such a high-priced dish. That evening, sales of fried instant noodles also thrived, totaling around 200 servings and netting an additional 2,000 yuan, along with 100 boxes of snow cream. By the end of the night, Cheng Yan had amassed over 8,000 yuan in profit. Adding the earnings from the morning and afternoon, he felt elated. What does it mean to earn over 10,000 a day? He aimed higher. He wanted to earn over 50,000. One must have dreams. After returning home, Cheng Yan wasn't in a hurry to prepare for the next day's sales. Instead, he examined the foot traffic map from the morning. The system's card had yet to be utilized, so he wanted to see its effectiveness. The crowd density maps for morning, noon, and evening have been retrieved for you. The system's voice startled Cheng Yan. Suddenly, a map of Jiangcheng appeared in his mind, marked with 3 indicators for morning, noon, and evening, allowing for easy switching. However, it wasn't guaranteed to be entirely accurate. The system had stated that it was based on various data analyses and could only provide a high probability. He narrowed the focus to the Old Town area of Jiangcheng. First, he examined the morning data. The crowds were concentrated in parks, office buildings, subway entrances, and school gates. Setting up his stall at Jiangcheng No. 2 Primary School, the next morning appeared promising. As the foot traffic, there was substantial. At noon, people generally gathered around office buildings, while school gates also saw a spike in activity. However, office workers had already ordered takeout before their lunch break, and aside for the university, the primary and middle school entrances were only lively for a brief period. It would be best to set up at Jiangshi Gate. In the evening, the park once again emerged as a bustling area. To his surprise, the cultural square rivaled the foot traffic at Longjiang Square. It was worth noting that Longjiang Square boasted an officially recognized night market, with a greater number of vendors and a more picturesque park setting. Could the system's predictions be incorrect? Cheng Yan scratched his head, deciding to go there the following day to test the waters. Moreover, he is not inclined to deliberately promote himself within the group any longer. One cannot relentlessly exploit a flock of sheep. They must be allowed to retreat. If it is not permissible, I shall abandon this card next time, as it proves to be quite futile. Consequently, I shall redeem all the accumulated points. Chapter 59. Mastering the Art of Crafting Exquisite Crawfish. As Cheng Yan gazed at the list of rewards in his mind, he pondered the inclusion of charm and health values. Such mystical concepts. Would possessing these traits truly enhance his allure and vitality? The system provided no elucidation, its effects manifesting directly upon Cheng Yan's being. He hurried to the living room, peered into the mirror, yet felt no discernible increase in charm or health. Such matters felt trivial. The primary treasure was, after all, the superior culinary chest. With excitement coursing through him, he declared, "Open. Congratulations. You have acquired the mastery of crafting exquisite crawfish." The mere thought of crawfish ignited a fervor within Cheng Yan. Numerous methods exist for preparing this delicacy, but the most renowned are the spicy and garlic-infused varieties. On a hot summer day, indulging in a couple of pounds of spicy crawfish paired with cold beer is nothing short of bliss. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was just past 8 in the evening. A spark of inspiration struck him. He would ride out, though perhaps an electric bike would be prudent. After all, relying on a food cart for errands was less than ideal. He made his way to the nearby fresh produce market. The owner recognized him and greeted him with a warm smile. "Ah, Boss Cheng back for supplies?" Cheng Yan shook his head. "Not this time. Do you have any crawfish? I'd like to purchase a few pounds." "Of course. Today they're 24 per pound, but for you, Boss Cheng, I can offer them at 20. As a valued customer, even complimentary offerings were welcome." "Sounds good. That price is quite reasonable. I'll take 5 pounds. While the owner busied himself with packing, Cheng Yan selected various accompaniments and ultimately added a few cans of beer to his purchase. After completing the payment, he could hardly contain his eagerness to return home. Memories of his initial acquisition of the supreme instant noodle cooking skill flooded back to him. This time, however, it was not mere excitement, but a genuine anticipation of relishing crawfish alongside beer. Upon arriving home, Cheng Yan poured the darkened red crawfish into a large basin for cleaning. Subsequently, he decided to prepare the filling for tomorrow's dumplings and the snow cream dessert first. This endeavor consumed him until nearly 11 o'clock at night. After completing his tasks, drenched in sweat, Cheng Yan's excitement grew as he heated oil in a pan. He gazed at the basin of crawfish, all seemingly in slumber. With a flick of his flashlight, he roused them into action. First, he fried the crawfish until they transformed into a vibrant red, then set them aside. In a separate pot, he utilized the shrimp oil, sought ing ginger, garlic, and scallions until fragrant. Following the system's recipe, he added various seasonings and tossed in the crawfish for a lively stir-fry. A minute later, he introduced beer to enhance the flavor and eliminate any fishiness. The first batch of spicy crawfish emerged triumphantly. Next came the garlic-infused variety. 2 bowls of resplendent red crawfish were arranged on a small table in the courtyard. The warm glow of the incandescent bulb under the eaves illuminated the courtyard and the delightful feast, while tiny insects danced around the light. With a satisfying pop, Cheng Yan opened a bottle of beer. What a delight! He knew that renting such a quaint courtyard, despite its inconveniences for commuting, was far more enjoyable than residing in an apartment complex. Without gloves, he seized a spicy crawfish, its heat causing him to wince. Yet, the sight of the succulent red crawfish glistening with sauce, emanating a tantalizing aroma, quickly dispelled any discomfort. He slurped the flavorful sauce, savoring its spiciness. Paired with a sip of chilled beer, the experience was pure ecstasy. With a swift motion, he separated the crawfish, revealing the tender, yellow-tinged meat within. He relished the flavor, then turned his attention to the garlic version. Though he believed the spicy variant offered a more exhilarating taste, under the influence of supreme culinary skills, how could the garlic version be anything less than exquisite? 2 or 3 crawfish accompanied by a sip of beer vanished in no time. Soon, the table bore witness to 3 empty cans. Cheng Yan had nearly devoured the 5 pounds of crawfish. After finishing the beer, a sense of dryness lingered, and he realized he had consumed little substantial fare. 5 pounds of crawfish may seem ample, but once the heads and shells were discarded, little remained. An idea sparked within him. He dashed into the kitchen, retrieved the leftover fresh noodles, and cooked them. Pouring the spicy broth over the white noodles transformed them into a vibrant red dish. Spicy crawfish noodles. He had long observed food bloggers enjoy this pairing. Yet financial constraints had previously denied him the opportunity. Now he finally fulfilled that desire. The sounds of slurping echoed in the quaint courtyard. 5 minutes later, Cheng Yan laid down his chopsticks, letting out a contented burp. What sheer delight! Before him sat 2 large stainless steel bowls and a substantial ceramic bowl. Cheng Yan contemplated how he might sell such a dish. Crawfish priced at 20 per pound. If he purchased in bulk, the cost could be slightly reduced, including various accompaniments. The cost of 1 pound of spicy crawfish should hover around 20. Perhaps he could sell it for 50? Any higher would diminish the joy of savoring crawfish while sipping beer. Charging more would leave customers with a sense of regret after each bite. Even at 50 per pound, he could earn a tidy profit. Moreover, this delicacy held no fixed market price. Cheng Yan had witnessed prices soar to 98 per pound, yet discerning patrons still made purchases, albeit sparingly, primarily from affluent customers. Cheaper options existed at 35 per pound, but the quality of the crawfish and their preparation remained uncertain. Determined to maintain hygiene standards, Cheng Yan resolved to uphold this commitment in the future. After jotting down his plans on a sticky note and setting an alarm for the next morning, he tidied up the remnants of his feast. It was already past midnight, and he hadn't stayed up so late in a long time. Coupled with the effects of beer, he lay in bed and fell into a deep slumber, destined for a night of sweet dreams. Chapter 60. Cheng Yan becomes more handsome. Shun Jingshu is pregnant. The following day, at 5:30, when the alarm clock roused Cheng Yan from slumber, he glanced at his phone with great reluctance to rise. The exuberance of the previous night made the morning's awakening painfully arduous. Perhaps he could forego the market today? Cheng Yan pondered. Just as he was about to drift back into sleep, he abruptly sat up. Ridiculous. He had only begun to earn a modest income from his stall. Could he simply abandon it now? Hadn't he yet fully enjoyed the recent holiday? He could arrive at Shun Jingshu's place by 10 and still get to bed before midnight. How could he entertain such laziness? His savings remained scant, and it was hardly a time for rest. With this thought, Cheng Yan's enthusiasm reignited. Fortunately, the dumpling filling had been prepared the night before, and the dough could easily be awakened with a quick knead. When it came time to wrap the dumplings, Zhao Hui and Aunt Li came to assist. When the topic of divorce arose, Zhao Hui's eyes reddened, but she said little. Cheng Yan refrained from probing further. After all, he understood the importance of respecting boundaries. At 6:40, Cheng Yan and Zhao Hui set off to sell dumplings and snow cream at the entrance of Jiangxing No. 2 Elementary School. Due to the May Day holiday, this week was a make-up week, and the children were to attend classes for 6 consecutive days. After a grueling day yesterday, the children awoke to the realization they had 5 more days ahead, feeling as though the sky was falling. However, upon reaching the entrance and catching the aroma of the steamed buns, the children thought that perhaps attending school wasn't so bad after all. They could indulge in a dumpling first. Parents soon joined the growing line. Before long, familiar faces were increasingly spotted. "Boss Cheng, you seem to have become more handsome," exclaimed one. Zhuang's mom. "Your second child is already in 2nd grade, and you're still thinking about him? Are you out of your mind?" Another chimed in. "Honestly, Boss Cheng does seem a bit more handsome today." Ever since Cheng Yan gained a bit of fame online, everyone knew that the little yellow duck boss was surnamed Cheng, affectionately calling him Boss Cheng. Upon hearing the remarks, Zhao Hui turned to glance at Cheng Yan. To be fair, it does seem true. He is still the same person, sporting the same hairstyle, and his smile remains as bright and clean as ever. Yet somehow, he appears more attractive. Cheng Yan offered a shy smile, wiping the sweat from his brow, wondering if he had not been handsome before. How vexing. Being handsome is one thing, but what did that even mean? Perhaps the system's added charm value was at play. In truth, Cheng Yan's thoughts were somewhat simplistic. A person's charm is not solely determined by physical appearance, but rather by their overall demeanor and aura. Some individuals may not be conventionally attractive, yet there is an undeniable appeal about them. Wealth, too, significantly enhances one's allure. Before long, Hao Hao's mother arrived, leading him in line. Hao Hao pointed at Cheng Yan, exclaiming, "Mom, stop paying attention to other men. I want Uncle Cheng to be my dad. so I can eat dumplings and snow cream without waiting in line every day? Customers around were taken aback. Cheng Yan could only stammer, and Hao Hao's mother flushed with embarrassment. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, wearing a loose, short-sleeved top and barely visible black shorts, giving the impression she was underdressed. "Boss Cheng, please disregard his nonsense," she started, but Hao Hao interrupted, pulling her hand and seriously insisting, "I'm not joking. You often say you want to find someone younger, right? Look at Uncle Cheng. He cooks well and is so strong." The words echoed back to her, a reminder of her own playful remarks about women loving youthful men, leaving her feeling flustered. She lowered her head, smiling. "Don't make me slap you for making me happy." The crowd erupted in laughter, some even teasing. "Hao Hao's mom, you really ought to consider Boss Cheng." "Boss Cheng, what do you think of Hao Hao's mom?" someone asked. Hao Hao's mother shot them a glare, scolding, "Stop it. Boss Cheng has a girlfriend." "Really? Who is it?" another inquired. "Oh, I remember. It's that lovely girl who helped wrap dumplings with him during the holiday." Cheng Yan sighed, unsure of how to respond. By 8 in the morning, Cheng Yan concluded his market venture. As he returned home with Zhao Hui, she informed him that she would not be joining him for the afternoon and evening sales before departing. Once home, Cheng Yan washed his face and retrieved a bottle of soda from the fridge. The sound of the cap twisting off was refreshing. For some reason, carbonated drinks felt particularly invigorating in the summer heat. After a couple of sips, he wiped his lips during the past few days. Aunt Li and Zhao Hui had been busy, so he had sent some money to the fresh market to have the ingredients prepared for him. It was unnecessary to skimp on that expense. He could not earn every penny himself. Taking advantage of this brief respite, he settled down for a short nap, enjoying the cool refreshment of his drink alongside a piece of chilled snow cream, drifting off contentedly. As 9 approached, Cheng Yan received an unexpected phone call. Awakening from his reclined position, he picked up his phone to find it was Shun Jingshu. Confused, he noted that she usually texted rather than called. Upon answering, there was a prolonged silence on the other end. "Hello, is it Jingshu?" he tentatively asked. Shun Jingshu's drawn-out response carried a tremor, instantly alarming him. He sprang to his feet, urgently inquiring, "Is something wrong?" "I'm coming over now." After a 5-second pause, Shun Jingshu's voice, barely above a whisper, trembled with disbelief and anxiety. "Cheng Yan. I think I might be pregnant." "Cheng Yan." The revelation struck him like a bolt of lightning. He would refrain from asking foolish questions about the paternity of the child or whether she had been out drinking. He had begun to understand Shun Jingshu's personality. They were in an entirely unexpected situation, having done something they would never repeat. Surprisingly, he felt a surge of joy. At least Shun Jingshu had confided in him rather than making a unilateral decision to terminate the pregnancy or vanish, leaving behind a tangled web of misunderstandings. A whirlwind of emotions enveloped him, and his voice quavered. "Are you home?" Just try not to panic. I'll head over immediately, and we can go to the hospital for a checkup. Once we have the results, we can discuss it." "Okay." Shun Jingshu exhaled in relief. Cheng Yan did not let her down. Chapter 61. A visit to the clinic at home. Shun Jingshu was enveloped in a profound sense of fear. She dreaded the possibility of Cheng Yan casually asking, "Are you pregnant? Or is it mine?" Although she understood that he had every right to seek clarity given the circumstances, the mere thought filled her with dread. If Cheng Yan were to pose such questions, the likelihood of her keeping the child would diminish to nearly nothing. In fact, she contemplated the possibility of undergoing an examination and opting for an abortion. Cheng Yan mentioned he would arrive shortly, prompting Shun Jingshu to hastily dress. Had it not been for her delayed menstrual cycle, she might not have paid much attention to her situation. After leaving the hotel, she had rushed to shower and, amidst the busyness, forgot to take her medication. By the time she remembered, it was past the optimal window for intervention. A headache began to throb at her temples. She recalled an aunt in her 30s who had been trying to conceive with her husband while consuming traditional Chinese medicine, yet had not succeeded. Yet here she was, unexpectedly in such a predicament. It seemed to her that what one desires often eludes them, while that which is unwanted arrives with certainty, a sentiment that many university students could attest to. As for blood tests at the hospital, she deemed them unnecessary but decided it would be prudent to confirm, as there was a minuscule chance of error with the home pregnancy test. Before 9:30, she received a call from the property management, informing her that a man named Cheng Yan wished to visit and inquire about her knowledge of a certain matter. He also intended to bring photographs for comparison. After confirming his identity, the security guard granted him access. This only heightened her anxiety. How had their relationship escalated to this point? She had indeed considered developing a connection with Cheng Yan and felt a fondness for him. But this was not how she had envisioned things unfolding. Today, Shun Jingshu wore a black V-neck knit top paired with comfortable black wide-leg trousers. Shortly thereafter, the central control screen at home chimed again. Upon answering, Cheng Yan's voice resonated. She glanced at the screen, confirming it was indeed him, and granted him elevator access. Inside the elevator, Cheng Yan felt an overwhelming sense of tension. As an orphan, the prospect of a woman carrying his child marked the first time he had someone in the world so intimately connected to him by blood. His life suddenly felt vibrant, no longer merely a pursuit of livelihood, but intertwined with someone significant. As the elevator doors opened, Cheng Yan adeptly changed into slippers and found Shun Jingshu awaiting him at the door, her gaze fixed upon him. Their meeting intensified the palpable tension. Cheng Yan forced a smile and inquired, "Have you prepared? Shall we head to the hospital for a checkup?" "Yes," Shun Jingshu nodded. "Please come in and rest for a moment. Have some water, and then we can drive there." "All right," Cheng Yan replied, stepping into her home. He settled onto the sofa, cradling a cup of warm water. Shun Jingshu maintained a poised posture, her back straight, accentuating her graceful figure. You go first." They both began to speak simultaneously, then paused. Cheng Yan smiled at her. Shun Jingshu lowered her chin, feeling a bit embarrassed. "This is my oversight. When I returned that day, I forgot to take my medication because I was preoccupied. I never anticipated it would lead to this outcome. It was primarily my fault. I impulsively took you to the hotel that night." "No." Shun Jingshu shook her head. "I am not unreasonable. That night was mutual. Given the current situation, there was little to revisit." Cheng Yan asked, "Have you taken a pregnancy test at home?" "Yes, I tested twice." At this, Cheng Yan seemed to confirm the existence of the child. They exchanged few words, opting instead to take the elevator down to the underground parking lot. Upon spotting the familiar Mercedes-Benz, Cheng Yan pondered, "Let me drive." Shun Jingshu shot him a sidelong glance and chided, "Have you driven since obtaining your license?" "Well," Cheng Yan scratched his head, "I actually haven't. I don't even own a car yet, and my driving license needs to be renewed." "Then you should let me drive," Shun Jingshu suggested. Cheng Yan felt a twinge of fear at the thought of mishaps on the road. As they traveled, Cheng Yan occupied the passenger seat, stealing glances at Shun Jingshu. When she fell silent, her cool demeanor became magnified, making him feel as if she would not engage even if he spoke. His eyes drifted down to her abdomen. Was there truly a baby growing inside her? The realization was astounding. Cheng Yan was about to become a father? Yet suddenly, he grappled with the notion that the decision regarding this child was one they needed to make together. He could not unilaterally decide. Yet deep down, he yearned for the child. No one craved familial bonds more than he, a solitary orphan. Before leaving that morning, he informed the fresh produce market that there was no need to deliver the morning's ingredients. As for the prepped items, Cheng Yan would compensate partially, and the remaining produce could continue to be sold. He also announced in the group that he would not be setting up his stall for lunch, receiving numerous confirmations in response. Upon arriving at the hospital, Cheng Yan observed that regardless of holidays or weather conditions, the clinic was perpetually bustling with patients. The emergency department was a flurry of activity, with doctors hastily attending to individuals being wheeled in from ambulances, alongside patients in hospital gowns wandering the premises. Entering the outpatient building, Cheng Yan guided Shun Jingshu to the machine for registration. With advancements in technology, they could now register online, sparing them from the agony of long queues. After completing the registration, they followed the signs to the gynecology department, where they encountered a considerable crowd. Among those waiting were several visibly pregnant women accompanied by their families, their faces aglow with happiness as they caressed their bellies. In contrast, some young couples looked pale, clearly grappling with the consequences of their actions, concealing their situation from their families as they awaited examinations or procedures. As they surveyed the room, Cheng Yan and Shan Jingshu caught the attention of others, who scrutinized them in return. After removing his cap and mask, Cheng Yan remained largely unrecognizable. While he had gained some popularity, it had not reached the level of widespread recognition. "Let us sit down and wait," Cheng Yan suggested, pointing to some chairs. After Shan Jingshu took a seat, they waited for several minutes before an announcement called her to consultation room number 3. She immediately rose, only to find Cheng Yan steadying her arm. A smile broke on her lips. "Even if I'm pregnant, it's still early days. I'm not that fragile. Remember how we indulged in delicious food during the May Day holiday? You needn't worry," she reassured him. "Don't say that. Just thinking about it makes me anxious," Cheng Yan exclaimed, causing Shan Jingshu to chuckle softly. Perhaps being anxious and feeling valued was, in its own way, a form of happiness. Chapter 62. Shan Jingshu. "So I was the one who brought this upon myself?" Upon entering, no elaborate diagnosis was required. One merely needed to express their concerns to the physician and mention the results of the morning test. Apart from a handful of seasoned, traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, contemporary doctors typically direct patients to undergo tests before proceeding with further discussions. A blood test order was issued for Shan Jingshu. Cheng Yan accompanied her to the blood collection room downstairs. As they exited, they encountered a young couple, whose order slips bore resemblance to their own. The couple appeared pale, especially the young man, whose lips were ashen and body trembled involuntarily. Cheng Yan exchanged a glance with Shan Jingshu. "Let us go," he murmured. "All right," Shan Jingshu nodded. They descended the stairs side by side, the young couple trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the blood collection room, Shan Jingshu requested Cheng Yan to hold her bag, subsequently seating herself at the window. On this sweltering summer day, she wore a knitted short-sleeved top beneath a light jacket. As she rolled the sleeves up, a delicate, fair arm emerged. The nurse secured a tourniquet around her arm. Upon seeing the silver needle, Shan Jingshu's brow twitched slightly, and she quickly turned her head away. Cheng Yan inquired, "Are you afraid of needles?" Shan Jingshu shook her head. "Not afraid, but I always feel that watching the needle pierce my skin will hurt." She uttered with a soft hum. Just then, taking advantage of her distraction, the nurse commenced drawing blood. Once the needle was in place, the tourniquet was released. She tilted her head aside and shot Cheng Yan a glare. Cheng Yan chuckled awkwardly. "I was trying to divert your attention by talking to you since I saw you turn your head after they finished the blood draw." The couple in the adjacent area appeared to be concluding their procedure as well. The nurse advised them to use the QR code on their order slips to check and print their reports from the self-service machine on the 3rd floor half an hour later. Cheng Yan and Shan Jingshu expressed their gratitude and stood up. Shan Jingshu pressed a cotton swab against the inner joint of her left arm with her right hand. Cheng Yan surveyed the surroundings and spotted a vending machine. "Would you like something to drink? I can get you some water," he offered. "Water will do," she replied. Cheng Yan jogged over, first checking the selection and discovering electrolyte water. He took 2 bottles flavored with lychee, as it was particularly pleasant. As he turned around, he noticed the young man from the couple behind him. Cheng Yan paused momentarily and glanced at Shan Jingshu, who stood with the young woman. The young man, presumably terrified, approached Cheng Yan and said, "Hey, are you also here for pregnancy check?" "Yes," Cheng Yan replied. "Was it an accident?" Cheng Yan frowned at his words, but remained silent. The young man took the initiative to grab some water and caught up with Cheng Yan, continuing, "I should have listened to those ridiculous things online, claiming that it's safe during the non-fertile period. And look what happened." Cheng Yan chuckled softly, remaining non-committal. The safest option was to abstain. If one chose to indulge without protection, they ought not to lament the consequences. There were always repercussions. Yet, he felt no authority to judge the young man, considering that he and Shan Jingshu had been equally reckless that night. While the young man vented to Cheng Yan, the young woman confided in Shan Jingshu. However, unlike Cheng Yan, Shan Jingshu remained aloof, offering no responses to the girl's lamentations. The young woman's voice trembled as she said, "I'm done for. I can't even bear to tell my parents. If they find out, they'll definitely come to school and kill me. If I really am pregnant, I have no idea how we'll manage living expenses or if I can even afford an abortion. If not, I'll have to borrow money. But how can I even ask anyone for that? She repeated, I hope everything is fine. I hope everything is fine, listening to the girl's sobs. Shen Jingshu felt a slight tremor in her heart. For a student on the brink of adulthood, finding oneself in such a predicament could indeed be a tremendous blow. However, she vehemently disapproved of engaging in romantic relationships and physical intimacy during school. After a moment as contemplation, she turned to the girl and said, You sister. You don't need to comfort me, the girl sniffled. I know you are here for a checkup with that guy. Your situation doesn't seem any better than mine. No need to comfort me. Shen Jingshu replied, Actually, I wanted to remind you that even if you decide to talk to your parents, don't resort to borrowing money online. An unplanned pregnancy is already distressing enough. Adding the burden of online debt for an abortion is an even heavier weight. When would a student ever repay that? The girl's expression shifted to one of melancholy. Have you been waiting long? Cheng Yan unscrewed a bottle of electrolyte water and handed it to Shen Jingshu. Drink some. Thank you, Shen Jingshu smiled lightly. She glanced at the girl being tended to by the young man, her lips curving as she sipped the slightly sweet water. She mused that unlike that girl, they had the choice to keep or not keep the child. Shen Jingshu felt a surge of pride. Cheng Yan remained unaware of her thoughts. During the ensuing half hour, the couple next door seemed to have a minor altercation. The girl slapped the boy, who glared at her in anger, yet ultimately embraced her, reconciling their differences. Cheng Yan chuckled. I reckon the guy suggested withdrawal first, and the girl consented. Despite agreeing, they must have faced the consequences, and now he's the one getting hit. Shen Jingshu scoffed. And you dare to criticize them, Cheng Yan responded. Wait a minute, Shen Jingshu, we must clarify this matter. That night, you were the one who insisted on going to the hotel. I couldn't resist your temptation, thinking I'll just cover the hotel costs. Then we reached a mutual agreement. Shen Jingshu straightened her back, her ears reddening. In disbelief, she widened her eyes and whispered, It was me who pulled you? Of course. Cheng Yan sighed. If I had dragged you, wouldn't that make me no different from someone who picks up corpses? Shen Jingshu found herself questioning her existence, so it was indeed her fault. Inserting her fingers into her long hair, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had instinctively believed that Cheng Yan booking the room indicated his initiative. It turned out it was her. How infuriating. One misstep could lead to eternal regret. Seeing her discomfort, Cheng Yan poked her arm gently. To be fair, I share some responsibility. The moment I saw you, I thought, wow, this person is incredibly beautiful. I'd never encountered someone so stunning before. And with you being so forward, I couldn't help but indulge just this once. I truly couldn't resist your allure. As he spoke, he noticed Shen Jingshu was staring at him earnestly. He quickly asked, what is wrong? Shen Jingshu, in a moment of frustration, lightly kicked Cheng Yan's calf with her foot. Honestly, how could you not resist the allure of beauty? Cheng Yan was taken aback. Then he heard Shen Jingshu's teasing laughter. It's also my fault for being too beautiful? Cheng Yan was speechless, having never realized that Shen Jingshu harbored such a vanity. Chapter 63. To keep the child? It was merely a span of 20 minutes. Shen Jingshu's phone pinged with a notification indicating that the results of her pregnancy blood test were ready. Nearby, a young couple ceased their bickering and nestled sweetly together once more. Cheng Yan glanced at the self-service machine across from him. I'll go retrieve it. Together, Shen Jingshu replied. Rising to her feet, she yearned to see the results at the earliest opportunity. The two made their way over, selected the option to collect the report, and scanned the barcode. Moments later, a notification declared that the report was being printed. In less than 10 seconds, the report emerged. As they examined the document, Cheng Yan and Shen Jingshu exchanged a glance, both reflecting confusion in each other's eyes. What does this mean? It's all just various data. None indicates whether or not she is pregnant. Shen Jingshu raised an eyebrow. Let's find a doctor upstairs. They set off immediately. 5 minutes later, Cheng Yan and Shen Jingshu exited the examination room. To ascertain pregnancy, one must evaluate the blood HCG levels. The doctor took a brief glance and confirmed that Shen Jingshu was indeed in an early stage of pregnancy. At this revelation, the lightheartedness that had just settled over them swiftly morphed into tension. They found a seat at the end of the corridor near a window and sat down. Cheng Yan lowered his head, waiting for Shun Jingshu to speak, while she remained silent. A few minutes passed before Cheng Yan could contain himself any longer. He turned to regard Shun Jingshu, whose complexion was far from rosy. Jingshu, Cheng Yan, about this child, I can take responsibility. That's not what I meant. Shun Jingshu shook her head, attempting to clarify. If you don't want this child, we can terminate the pregnancy but I want to keep it. Cheng Yan gazed deeply into Shun Jingshu's beautiful eyes, enunciating each word with intention. You. Shun Jingshu was taken aback. She looked at Cheng Yan, noting the youthful innocence still lingering in his features. She was 3 years his senior, 27 to his 24. Typically, boys at this age, especially those whose careers are on the rise, do not contemplate fatherhood. But then it struck her. Cheng Yan was an orphan, alone in the world. What did that mean for the child growing inside her? Shun Jingshu cast her gaze downward, contemplating her abdomen. Just a few days had passed. She knew it would not yet show, yet she sensed that this child was of immense significance to Cheng Yan. A discomfort stirred within her. Was it merely the child's importance? Or was it because of her that the child mattered? She felt conflicted. Cheng Yan, I'm here. If it weren't me, but someone else who was pregnant, would you still choose to keep the child? Cheng Yan furrowed his brow, contemplating her question for a few moments. If it weren't you, this child wouldn't even exist, Jingshu. There's no need to ask such a question. Moreover, Shun Jingshu was no longer young, 27, nearly 28 or 29. Terminating the pregnancy could indeed inflict considerable harm on her body. However, Cheng Yan refrained from voicing this concern, fearing that Shun Jingshu might interpret it as disdain for her age. Fine. Shun Jingshu turned her head away, displaying a hint of petulance. Reality was not a novel. She was not a flawless female protagonist. What was wrong with displaying a minor grievance? She recognized that Cheng Yan spoke the truth, yet she simply wanted to hear something more reassuring. Cheng Yan observed Shun Jingshu's demeanor, recalling the words of Jiang Tao and Aunt Li Zhaohui, who had advised him that girls appreciate kind words and affection. Yet, what he had just expressed was the reality. Had it not been for that night, this child would not exist at all. After a brief hesitation, Cheng Yan spoke again, Jingshu. Cheng Yan. Shun Jingshu turned to him, and he noticed the redness in her eyes. I apologize. I lost my composure just now. No. Cheng Yan scratched his head. What I meant was, had I not encountered you that night, I certainly would not have left with anyone else. Shun Jingshu resumed her previous position. Cheng Yan thought to himself. It was agreed that girls like to be pampered. He failed to notice the subtle smile that had crept onto Shun Jingshu's lips. When shall we get married? Huh? Cheng Yan was momentarily taken aback by Shun Jingshu's unexpected inquiry. Upon hearing this, she stood up, crossing her arms and looking down at him. Are you planning on being a single father? No, no. Cheng Yan became slightly flustered under her gaze and waved his hands. I just didn't process it. Whenever we marry is fine. My ID and household registration are both with me. All right, let's just do it today, Shun Jingshu suggested casually. My parents have been urging me to find a partner, so when they return from their trip after the new year, they'll have a grandchild. As for the future, they would discuss that later. Shun Jingshu had no intention of considering divorce. She found Cheng Yan to be quite decent. If he did not wish to part ways, they could simply live together as they were. Cheng Yan stood up. How about we follow the trend and get married on May 20th? It's already May after all. That sounds good. Shun Jingshu nodded. If they weren't planning on separating, it certainly made sense to choose an auspicious date. After deciding to keep the child, they intended to return and inquire with the doctor about whether they should undergo a prenatal checkup now. To their surprise, the doctor initially thought they were seeking an abortion, nearly causing a misunderstanding. The doctor advised that a prenatal checkup was unnecessary at this stage. They could wait until 6 to 8 weeks to monitor the embryo's development. After 12 weeks, they would need to undergo checkups every month. Cheng Yan noted all this down in his phone's memo. As they descended to the first floor, Cheng Yan nervously suggested, "Shall I come to your house this afternoon to take care of you?" Shun Jingshu replied with confusion. What do you mean take care of me? It's only been a little over 10 days. There's nothing to take care of. You should focus on your stall, and I still need to work at the restaurant. Cheng Yan felt a sense of dissonance. It didn't align with the cheerful online videos of impending fatherhood he had seen. It feels rather strange, doesn't it? How about lunch together? He proposed. It was already past 11, and he wouldn't have time to set up his stall. Besides, he had already informed his customers in the group chat. Shen Jingshu agreed. Sure, I just told Xiao Lu at the restaurant to keep an eye on things today, so I won't be going. Where shall we eat? My little courtyard? That works. The atmosphere there is lovely, she replied, quite fond of that place. Upon reaching the lobby on the first floor, the two walked toward the parking lot, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to them. Jingshu? Boss Cheng. Suyu came bounding over, clad in denim jeans and a white shirt, her hair tied back in a ponytail. After standing before Cheng Yan and Shen Jingshu, she began to pace back and forth, playfully rubbing her chin. What are you two doing here? Suyu's gaze flitted between the two of them. Chapter 64. The clever Suyu. How did I run into her? How embarrassing. Cheng Yan glanced at Shen Jingshu beside him and blinked. How to explain this? Shen Jingshu raised an eyebrow. How would I know? Suyu exclaimed, pointing at the two. Oh my. You two are exchanging glances right in front of me, yet you claim there's nothing going on. I see you've been secretly getting along behind my back. Cheng Yan and Shen Jingshu felt a little flustered. It's really not like that. We already have a child. Cheng Yan cleared his throat and asked, Teacher Su, what brings you to the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? No. Suyu was instantly distracted, pointing at the student waiting to collect medication, sighing. Today, the class monitor called me. A student suddenly had unbearable stomach pain. I just brought her here to check it out. Is there an issue? No problem. Suyu patted her chest. It's just acute gastroenteritis, likely from eating too many spicy snacks and irregular eating habits. However, Suyu smirked. You two aren't trying to change the subject on me, are you? Do you think I'm that foolish? Shen Jingshu, you really aren't smart. Cheng Yan smiled wryly. Your best friend is unwell, and aren't you supposed to be at work? When I went to Cheng Little Restaurant to find Master Jiang, I saw her and just happened to bring her here. What? Suyu suddenly tensed up. Shen Jingshu hurriedly reassured her. It's nothing. Just didn't sleep well, feeling a bit dizzy. Suyu exhaled in relief. All right. I've told you to take care of yourself. Since Suyu still needed to wait for her student, Cheng Yan and Shen Jingshu said their goodbyes and headed toward the courtyard. After walking a certain distance, Suyu suddenly chased after them. Wait, Cheng boss, you're lying to me. Cheng Yan's body stiffened. Damn, how'd you find out? Women's intuition is too sharp. Shen Jingshu clenched the strap of her bag, thinking if Suyu, the blabbermouth, found out, her parents would definitely know too. In the next moment, Suyu cheerfully said, Cheng boss, what do you mean by looking for Chef Jiang? I see you're just here to bring Jingshu some goodies, right? Still trying to deceive me? I'm too clever for that. Remember to bring more next time. I want some too. Cheng Yan and Shen Jingshu. Cheng Yan awkwardly chuckled. Teacher Su, I didn't expect you to see through that. Of course. Suyu waved her hand. You two hurry along, Cheng boss. Make sure to take good care of my Jingshu, okay? Absolutely. Cheng Yan hurriedly walked out with Shen Jingshu. Upon reaching the parking lot and finding the car, Shen Jingshu sat in the driver's seat, pressing the brake to start the car while glancing at Cheng Yan with a light laugh. Men's words are mere fabrications. What can I do? If you want you to know, I'll help hide it next time. Don't let her find out. Shen Jingshu maneuvered the steering wheel, driving the car out of the hospital, explaining, Yu is a good person, but her mouth is too fast. She has my parents on WeChat. If she finds out, she'll definitely tell them. Cheng Yan froze, wiping away a cold sweat. If Shen Jingshu's parents found out, wouldn't they beat him to a pulp? He couldn't even be sure if the marriage would happen. But eventually, the truth would come to light. They would deal with that when the time came. As Shen Jingshu drove out of the hospital, they headed towards Cheng Yan's small courtyard. After nearly half an hour, the car stopped. Cheng Yan lived alone in a spacious courtyard, so Shen Jingshu simply drove in without the need for complicated parking maneuvers in the narrow lanes. They bought some groceries at a roadside supermarket. After washing the vegetables at home, Shen Jingshu and Cheng Yan entered the kitchen together. Do you need help? No need. Cheng Yan waved his hand. With Shen Jingshu pregnant, he wouldn't dare ask her for assistance. He continued, I'll stir-fry 3 dishes, and we can get some baked pancakes to go with it. How does that sound? Shen Jingshu nodded. I'll go buy the pancakes. The one at the alley entrance is good. Cheng Yan called out quickly. This woman is so decisive. Before he could finish his sentence, she had already stepped out with long strides. After a simple lunch, Cheng Yan noticed that Shun Jing Shu showed no sign of wanting to leave. So he tidied up the table, pulled out a lounge chair from the side room, and set it up in the shade. I'll go wash the dishes. If you're bored, feel free to lie down and relax for a while. Okay. Shun Jing Shu looked at the lounge chair, and childhood memories flooded back. When she was young, her family lived in a similar courtyard, and after lunch, her grandfather would always take a nap on the lounge chair. On calm days, he would fan himself with a large palm leaf. She would sit beside him on a stool, listening to his stories from their generation. Thinking about this, Shun Jing Shu got up and walked to the lounge chair. She sat down, took off her shoes, and picked up a palm leaf fan, resting nearby. Beginning to fan herself, the lounge chair was not very long, forcing both Shun Jing Shu and Cheng Yan to curl up their legs and lie sideways. As Shun Jing Shu looked at the fan, she placed it over her head to shield herself from the sun. When Cheng Yan emerged from washing the dishes, he saw Shun Jing Shu lying sideways on the chair, wearing only socks, with the fan covering her pretty face. She appeared to be asleep. He chuckled softly and walked over to take the fan away. Cheng Yan was startled. Under the fan, Shun Jing Shu had not been asleep, but was wide awake. Aren't you going to sleep? Can't sleep. Shun Jing Shu lay straight, one leg dangling in the air, the other curled on a lounge chair, gazing blankly at Cheng Yan, whose expression was gentle. Cheng Yan, do you really want to keep this child? Cheng Yan took a stool from the side, sitting beside her. If you're unwilling, we can terminate it. We can discuss it together. Shun Jing Shu's voice was soft. She placed her hand on her abdomen, aware that the child was merely an embryo, just beginning to develop, lacking any fetal form. Yet, she felt an inexplicable connection, a tender warmth of motherhood blossoming within her. As if by touching her belly, she could feel the little one inside, causing an involuntary smile to grace her face. At that moment, Cheng Yan was peeling an apple beside her. He took his time, allowing Shun Jing Shu to ponder her choice. He enjoyed the child, but wasn't a necessity for him. The apple peels he removed curled into connected rings, falling and trailing along the ground. Here, have an apple. Let us keep it. Shun Jing Shu turned to face Cheng Yan. Let us keep the child. We can get married and experience love after marriage. Chapter 65. Is the prediction accurate? The system cannot fail, can it? Marriage before love. Cheng Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Would Shun Jing Shu really become foolish for 3 years after giving birth? Marriage before love? Is this a novel? Fine, I shall heed your words. Marriage before love. Shun Jing Shu took an apple, bit into it, and glared at Cheng Yan, saying, if you fail to satisfy me after marriage, you might as well leave everything behind. So ruthless? Indeed. After finishing the apple, Shun Jing Shu swallowed and took another hefty bite, mumbling, that's precisely how ruthless it is. In truth, Cheng Yan had not anticipated that things would escalate to this extent. He initially believed that they would first establish a friendship, and after becoming familiar, if feelings developed, it would naturally lead to romance. The arrival of a child had completely overturned all his expectations. After all, one could devise plans, but not overly ambitious ones. The only constant in the world is change. After finishing the apple, Cheng Yan instructed Shun Jing Shu to rest in the eastern room, where the bedding was newly purchased. He had initially thought that he would have no friends staying over, but it was surprising how quickly it became necessary. Once Shun Jing Shu had rested, Cheng Yan leaned against the wall of the eastern room and dozed off for a while. At 2 p.m, there was a knock at the yard's door. Cheng Yan opened it to find the owner of the fresh produce market delivering the 100 pounds of crayfish he had ordered. He quickly stepped aside to let the owner and the delivery staff bring in the order. Upon seeing the Mercedes-Benz in the courtyard, the owner was momentarily surprised but said nothing further. The quantity of goods clearly indicated their profit margins. The market owner handed Cheng Yan a small notebook, stating, as per your request, it's 19 yuan per pound, totaling 103 pounds. Please transfer me 1900. Cheng Yan squatted down to inspect the crayfish, picking one up to assess its quality. The owner smiled and reassured him. Rest assured, We have washed them with a high-pressure water gun and scrubbed them thoroughly. You are our esteemed customer. We must provide excellent service. Cheng Yan remained non-committal. The originally quoted price had been 17 yuan per pound, and he had requested them to be cleaned before delivery, incurring an additional 2 yuan per pound. Upon inspection, they appeared clean enough. He could wash them a bit more himself before use. Rising, Cheng Yan signed a small notebook to confirm receipt of the goods and promptly transfer the payment. After bidding farewell to the market owner, he turned to find Shan Jing Shu leaning against the doorframe of the eastern room, smiling at him. Awake? Yes. Shan Jing Shu rubbed her eyes and asked, "Why did you buy so many crayfish? Planning to make spicy crayfish?" Indeed. He squatted to rinse them again briefly, ensuring they were clean. As he walked into the kitchen, Cheng Yan set up a large pot and began pouring in oil. Shan Jing Shu, having followed him from the eastern room, observed his preparations and smiled. "How many delicious dishes can you make? You seem to know so much, always bringing surprises." Cheng Yan chuckled. The surprises are entirely dependent on what the system provides. After pouring in the oil, he ignited the flame, waiting for it to heat. Shan Jing Shu, feeling bored, stretched her back in the courtyard and noticed a large vat in the corner. She recalled that it had not been there during her previous visit. As she approached, a foul odor wafted towards her. Covering her nose and mouth, she stepped back, asking, "Cheng Yan, is that vat filled with ingredients? It smells rotten." To her surprise, Cheng Yan's eyes lit up as he rushed out, taking a sniff. "Indeed, it truly stinks. What a pleasant surprise." He laughed, explaining, "This is the stinky tofu I made. It's only been a few days, and it's already starting to smell. Summer really accelerates spoilage." Shan Jing Shu was already immune to Cheng Yan's sudden culinary skills. This man seemed to excel in nearly all things culinary. As the oil reached the right temperature, Cheng Yan began frying the crayfish. Time passed, and by 3:30 in the afternoon, Shan Jing Shu yawned. "I must take my leave. Jiangqing restaurant opens at 4, and I need to return home." Just before leaving, Cheng Yan scooped out some spicy crayfish from the pot, placed them in a disposable paper bowl, and handed it to Shan Jing Shu, advising, "You may eat, but not too much. Remember to take care of yourself." Receiving the spicy crayfish, Shan Jing Shu felt warmth from Cheng Yan's concern. Nodding, she assured him, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm leaving now. Are you heading to the cultural square tonight? If I have time, I'll come by to see you. Make sure to rest." "All right." Cheng Yan rushed to the door, swinging it wide open for Shan Jing Shu to drive away. That evening, he planned to set up a stall at the cultural square based on the system's predicted foot traffic. He intended to sell crayfish, stir-fried noodles, and ready-made snow cakes. He calculated that if he sold the entire 100 pounds of crayfish, he could earn over 3,000 yuan, plus the income from the stir-fried noodles and snow cakes. In total, he estimated a profit of over 7,000 yuan for the night, provided the system's prediction held true. By 6 in the evening, Cheng Yan loaded the 100 pounds of crayfish into his vehicle and rode toward the cultural square, which was just a 10-minute ride away from Longjiang Square. However, the foot traffic there was markedly different. As he approached, familiar vendors greeted him. Noticing that Cheng Yan was continuing on, some vendors expressed their curiosity. "Cheng, aren't you setting up at Longjiang Square tonight?" Cheng Yan waved dismissively. "No, I'm going to the cultural square." The vendors exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with surprise. "Then hurry along. Don't chat with us." They were eager for Cheng Yan to set up elsewhere. His presence would mean diminished profits for them. Since the incident with the stir-fried beef noodles the previous night, customers had become increasingly discerning about the quality of night market stalls. What a joke. Who can match Cheng Yan's skills? Cheng Yan had raised the bar for their industry. After Cheng Yan departed, the vendors rejoiced. Finally, he has gone. It seems he has gone to the cultural square, which is quite empty. Huh. You should stay there every day and not compete with us. Yes, we can finally make some money today. Their chatter, of course, was lost on Cheng Yan. Upon arriving at the cultural square, he looked around at the sparse crowd, filled with confusion. Is there really that little foot traffic here? What a joke. Cheng Yan's expression darkened. The system's prediction seemed wildly inaccurate. Nevertheless, having arrived, he decided to wait a while longer. Perhaps the crowd would arrive after some time. Chapter 66. Internet users analyze frame by frame. At 6:30 in the evening, Cheng Yan stood at the largest entrance of the cultural square. Observing the splendid sky, it was already mid-May, and the nights would grow increasingly late. It seemed devoid of any presence. The system's predictions were unreliable. If by 7:30 there was still no one around, I shall head to Longjiang Square. Cheng Yan resolved in her heart. With so few people around, she decided to take up her phone and chat with Shen Jingshu. Cheng Yan, are you at Jiangcheng restaurant? Shen Jingshu, yes. Cheng Yan, is it crowded today? Busy? Shen Jingshu, quite busy, so I can't chat for long. Cheng Yan thought to herself, how foolish of me to engage in conversation with such a chat-averse person. Forget it, I'll just scroll through Douyin. Meanwhile, at the cultural square, unbeknownst to Cheng Yan, a girl around 165 centimeters tall, clad in denim shorts and a fitted short-sleeve top, was conversing with her audience in a live stream. Her attire was quite revealing, showcasing her lovely belly button and a slightly plump waist, creating a captivating sight. Rest assured, my dear fans, I'm in a rather deserted spot today, so no one will discover me. Did you not see? I've even removed my mask. She was a prominent influencer on a particular platform, part of the initial wave of creators when short video platforms first emerged, known as Wuqingyu. As her popularity soared, so did her earnings, yet it came at the cost of a normal life. Wherever she went, she would be recognized. Initially, it might just be one or two individuals. But once someone called out her name, more curious onlookers would join in. Thus, she had to wear a mask whenever she stepped out. Recently, having found the cultural square relatively empty, she decided it would be delightful to host a live stream and share some joy. In the live stream, be careful. We might snipe you. Indeed, don't be too cocky. Wuqingyu chuckled. You think you can snipe me? In this place? Honestly, you wouldn't even begin to guess where I am. As she spoke, she swiftly glanced around. Did you catch that? How annoying. You barely turned. Who could discern that? If you're so confident, let us see a little longer. Honestly, it's impossible to tell. Wuqingyu let out a light hum. All right then, I'll show you one last time. She glanced around once more, this time a tad slower, yet it was merely a second or two. Nevertheless, it was enough for the online sleuths to begin their frame-by-frame analysis. Xiao Wang was one such online detective. His favorite anime was Bleach, and he adored playing murder mystery games. He had been a fan of Wuqingyu for quite some time, and even claimed to have met her in person once. When Wuqingyu asserted that they could not guess her location, Xiao Wang was determined to prove her wrong. As soon as she mentioned showing it one last time, he began recording the screen. After all, how could he analyze it without a recording? Once the recording was complete, Xiao Wang transferred the video to his computer, elongating the timeline to scrutinize the surrounding environment meticulously. Upon reaching a street scene, he felt an eerie sense of familiarity. Which street could this be? Xiao Wang pondered, shifting from sitting to squatting on his dormitory chair. He enlarged the image, hoping to decipher the name of the shop across the street and then search for it on the map. However, since the images were taken from his recording, the shop's name remained indistinct. Just then, Xiao Wang's roommate walked by, took a glance, and chuckled. Isn't that the street north of Cultural Park? Xiao Wang, taken aback, eagerly inquired, Are you sure? Absolutely, his roommate explained with a grin. My home is right over there. I often accompany my grandfather for strolls at Cultural Park. I can't be mistaken. Could you help me look at these screenshots? Sure. Moments later, Xiao Wang was ecstatic. He had confirmed that Wuqingyu was indeed at the Cultural Square. Should he inform his fellow fans in the live stream? Certainly not. He hastily donned his clothes and dashed outside the campus. After hailing a cab, 20 minutes later, Xiao Wang alighted, his heart brimming with excitement at the prospect of meeting his beloved streamer in person. As he walked briskly, he suddenly spotted a familiar Little Yellow Duck food truck. His excitement surged. Little Yellow Duck owner Cheng Yan was engrossed in Douyin, contemplating pregnancy knowledge to support Shen Jingshu, who was expecting. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Wow, Xiao Wang exclaimed, astonished that the owner had set up shop here without their knowledge. Never mind that. I'll have a portion of fried instant noodles, a matcha-flavored snow cake, and a pound each of garlic and spicy crayfish, please. Take it easy, Cheng Yan reminded while cooking. It's not the end of the month yet. Don't spend all your living expenses. Xiao Wang patted his chest. Don't worry, boss. I've earned a bit from my part-time job lately. A little indulgence is perfectly fine. Cheng Yan, hearing this, chose not to comment further. A few minutes later, she had everything packed up, and the delightful sound of payment notification chimed in her ears. "I'm off, boss," Xiao Wang called out as he grabbed his food. "All right," Cheng Yan waved him off. However, Xiao Wang did not leave. Instead, he went searching for Wu Qingyu near the north gate. During his quest, Xiao Wang began messaging in the group chat. "Brothers, the owner of Little Yellow Duck is secretly selling food at the east gate of Cultural Square. Come quickly. He has new crayfish today, both spicy and garlic flavors. It smells divine. $50 a pound. Don't be late, or you'll miss out." After sending the message, Xiao Wang switched back to the live stream. Wu Qingyu was leisurely strolling around the Cultural Square, unaware that someone had already pinpointed her location. She noticed a tall boy approaching her, carrying an abundance of food. Wu Qingyu remarked to her audience, "Fans, I'm encountering a male figure. Could it be one of you? How fierce. You managed to locate me? Not me next. Not me either. Which of you is so formidable? Just a glance, and you could locate her? Impressive." Xiao Wang chuckled at the barrage of comments in the live stream. He approached Wu Qingyu with a smile. Greeting her, "Hello." Wu Qingyu gasped, "You're really a fan? How did you manage that?" Xiao Wang's satisfaction swelled at her astonishment. "I'm just familiar with the area, so I managed to pinpoint it." Wu Qingyu pointed at the food in his hands. "Did you buy something?" "How generous." "No, I bought it for myself," Xiao Wang replied, slightly awkward, then added with a grin, "If you want to eat, I can share some with you. It's delicious. Regret will haunt you for a lifetime if you don't try it." Chapter 67. I was mistaken. I initially thought that Wu Qingyu would exchange a few pleasantries. To my surprise, she merely glanced at the matcha-flavored snow cream cake in his hand and nodded. "All right then. Thank you." Little Wang. They found a long bench to sit on. Little Wang placed his assortment of items in the middle and unwrapped the snow cream cake that Wu Qingyu had been yearning for. There were only 2 in the box, and they had agreed, 1 for each, with no excess consumption allowed. Put it down, Wu Qingyu playfully winked. To safeguard Little Wang's privacy, Wu Qingyu had consistently aimed the camera at herself, ensuring that the viewers in the live stream could not see Little Wang's face. They could only listen. The new fans were astonished to hear that they were sharing such a small dessert as the snow cream cake. The top supporter in the live stream burst into laughter. "Wait, Qingyu darling, if you want to eat snow cream cakes, I'll give you money. Just go buy 100 boxes. After saying this, the top supporter sent several rockets, as if genuinely intending to reward Wu Qingyu in order to buy more snow cream cakes. The fans began to tease. "Wow, brother, what a show of wealth. He starts with 5 rockets. Hey, the guy outside the screen should take notes. It's just a snow cream cake. Don't be so stingy." "Exactly. He is already here for a meetup. He must be a true fan. Why worry about just 2 snow cream cakes?" Little Wang was also glued to his phone, observing the viewers' comments with a hint of helplessness. "Please stop egging this on. This is the snow cream cake from the Little Yellow Duck's vendor. Limited to 300 boxes a day. My matcha flavor is limited to 100 boxes, and each person can only buy 3. It's quite hard to get, you know?" He quickly typed the message and sent it out. Wu Qingyu gasped upon seeing the notification. Is this from the Little Yellow Duck vendor? She had heard of it long ago and even donned full gear to queue up for it. But she never managed to get one as they were sold out each time. Right? Little Wang handed a fork to Wu Qingyu while he took a bite of the snow cream cake with his hands. The icy coolness combined with the sweetness of glutinous rice and cream made him feel as though time had stood still. "I truly hit the jackpot today," Wu Qingyu said earnestly. The live stream was in a state of confusion. "What is this? The Little Yellow Duck's vendor. Is her snow cream cake really that impressive? I don't get this reference. Can someone explain?" Wu Qingyu took a bite of the snow cream cake, displaying a look of satisfaction as she explained to the live stream. The Little Yellow Duck's vendor is a stall owner in Jiangqing. Although it's just a small stall, the hygiene and taste are unparalleled. Remember when I posted about not being able to queue? You all comforted me then, right? I was trying to queue for this stall, but I always arrived too late and it was sold out. I remember now. That's right. ISNT, that the Little Yellow Duck's vendor that went viral online? Exactly. That vendor saw the hype during May Day, so he pulled back, very cautious. Haha. Although he didn't cash in on this wave, he is stable. I misjudged that guy. If I can share what I bought from the Little Yellow Duck's vendor, what kind of relationship must I have? At least my parents would take half, but I haven't shared. I misjudged that guy. My apologies, bro. After finishing her snow cream cake, Wu Qingyu noticed the spicy prawns in Little Wang's bag and quietly inquired, "Are these spicy prawns also from the little yellow duck vendor?" She swallowed hard. Little Wang, seeing that Wu Qingyu was engaged in conversation, was in no hurry to leave, but the fried instant noodles were getting cold and less appetizing. The golden noodles glistened with oil, the eggs and vegetables creating a visually appealing and appetizing array of colors. Coupled with Little Wang's voracious eating, Wu Qingyu felt quite hungry. Little Wang nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. "These are the new product from the little yellow ducks vendor. I was the first customer to try them. 50 yuan per jean. If you want to buy some, I can take you there." The implication was clear. Don't eat mine. Wu Qingyu felt tempted. "Quick, let us go." But it was too late. The message Little Wang had sent earlier had caused quite the uproar in the group chat. One by one, food lovers learned that the little yellow ducks vendor had developed spicy prawns and began to mobilize. What? The little yellow ducks vendor is setting up shop at the cultural square behind our backs? What? The little yellow ducks vendor has developed new delicacies again? How infuriating. Why didn't the little yellow ducks vendor promote the spicy prawns? Everyone, filled with grievances, rushed over. Cheng Yan was scrolling through Douyin after Little Wang left. Only a couple of customers trickled in, and it wasn't busy at all. Suddenly, he put down his phone and looked out onto the main road. A swarm of little yellow bicycles was racing towards them. The men and women riding the yellow bicycles were flushed, having pedaled rapidly in the scorching heat. They were all visibly excited, as if they were coming to feast. Cheng Yan was completely stunned. Wow, there really is such a crowd. The system's predictions were spot on. Wu Qingyu, who had just been led by Little Wang, was equally astonished. She jolted upright and hurriedly asked Little Wang, "Did you post my location online?" Little Wang waved his hands. "I swear, I really didn't." Wu Qingyu sighed. Turning to the live stream, she said, "Family, I'm truly amazed by all of you. Each of you is like Sherlock Holmes. However, the fans are too wild. They're riding over on their yellow bicycles." "Huh? Don't be so conceited, my dear. Are you not embarrassed, my wife? Only one guy has come after such a long time." Wu Qingyu glanced at the comments claiming she was shameless and made an effort. Since it was already known, she might as well switch the camera to face the army of yellow bicycles. The live stream was in shock. Wow, has our Qingyu really made it big? So many fans? I mean, even some celebrities can't compare. If we're purely comparing fans, some celebrities indeed can't match internet celebrities. Wife, please be careful. Don't get overwhelmed by the fans. Wu Qingyu felt quite nervous as well. Don't worry. I will pay attention to my safety. This is the first time I've seen so many fans come to find me. It's exhilarating. Her tone held a touch of pride. Look, I'm a major internet celebrity with millions of fans. Even celebrities don't have this kind of fanfare when they go out. Little Wang looked at the yellow bicycles, feeling a sense of familiarity. Wait. They didn't seem to be rushing towards Wu Qingyu. But beside him, Wu Qingyu had already dashed out. Standing by the road, she displayed a sweet smile. Everyone, please queue up in an orderly manner. There are autographs available, and photos can be taken as well. Please don't crowd. Park your bicycles properly to avoid safety hazards. The college student leading the yellow bicycle brigade exchanged glances with his companions. Who is this? I don't recognize her. No matter. Hurry up. If we're late. There won't be any left. Little yellow ducks vendor, you've been hiding this from us. Give me 5 jean of spicy prawns, half spicy and half garlic. Boss, I want a serving of fried instant noodles. 1 box each of 3 flavors of snow cream cake. And 2 jean each of 2 flavors of prawns. And me. Wu Qingyu watched as the army of yellow bicycles stopped and brushed past her, heading straight for the little yellow duck's food truck. Her smile momentarily frozen in place. Oh, how utterly embarrassing. Just moments ago, I was speaking of taking photographs, only to realize that I had indulged in self-absorption. They do not even know me. They are all here seeking the illustrious owner of the little yellow duck. How shameful this is. Ultimately, it is I who have misallocated my affections. Chapter 68. Shun Jingshu delivers lunch. A throng of people brushed past Wu Qingyu, their voices clamoring for the delicacies from the little yellow duck vendor. Not a soul paused to acknowledge her presence. Wu Qingyu felt an acute embarrassment. The authority she had just exerted seemed to crumble before her eyes, revealing an unfortunate narcissism. In that moment, she felt overwhelmingly affluent. Not only did she possess a runway-ready figure, but she also imagined her toes could somehow afford multiple three-bedroom apartments. What on earth was happening? Grinding her teeth, Wu Qingyu pondered her predicament. Although she lacked ample curves, she prided herself on her beauty, particularly her long legs, which had garnered countless admirers online. Yet, before the little yellow duck's food cart, she found herself utterly undermined. The live stream erupted in laughter. This is hilarious. Qingyu thought these folks were her fans. Ha ha ha. You all line up for autographs and photos. This is too funny. They're not even paying attention to Qingyu. Ha ha. Feeling a bit narcissistic here. If I were there, I'd have definitely thrown some shade at Qingyu. Family, who understands? Qingyu's face just flipped. I've recorded it, and I'll edit it into a meme and post it online. Brothers, fire in the hole. Brothers, I'm just waiting. Fuming, Wu Qingyu addressed the chat. You fake fans are just haters. I can't stay here any longer. I'm logging off. With that, she truly exited in a huff. Setting her phone down, she turned to the grinning, mischievous Xiao Wang, hands on her hips, and asked, "Was that funny?" Xiao Wang replied solemnly, "We are trained professionals. Unless it's genuinely hilarious, we won't laugh easily." Haha. Wu Qingyu felt her goddess persona shatter. Yet, as a prominent internet celebrity, she knew she must have a thick skin. After all, years of trials had left her impervious to criticism. Despite the indignity she had just suffered, she was resolute. She must procure food from the little yellow duck vendor. "Let us go. Queue up," she declared. Xiaowan could only sigh. Wu Qingyu shifted into battle mode, fiercely marching toward the little yellow duck food cart. But to her astonishment, what? The line has grown this long already. Her eyes widened, but she resolved to stand in line regardless. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan, stirring instant noodles, contemplated a pressing issue. Was the system's prediction of increased foot traffic today due to his presence at the cultural square? If that were the case, his movements would invariably attract crowds, rendering the system's predictions utterly useless. Had he been duped? "Boss, I'd like 3 servings of fried noodles." "Boss, I'll have a box of Oreo-flavored snow cakes." "Boss, I want 2 pounds of spicy crayfish." The chorus of customer requests surged, leaving Cheng Yan little time to consider anything else as he focused on his tasks. The spatula danced over the flames, and steam wafted from the iron wok as the noodles and ingredients were expertly tossed and heated. Boom! Flames leapt up, adding a flare of spectacle to his cooking. "Done," Cheng Yan chuckled, using a cloth to grip the pan's edge and portioning the fried noodles into small paper bowls for distribution. Why not use plastic bowls? Because they decompose far too slowly and severely harm the environment. Some customers, enticed by the aroma, could hardly contain themselves, eagerly digging in as slurping sounds filled the air, causing those in line to curse in delight. "This is beyond fragrant. I haven't eaten all day, and it's all I could think about. For the first time, I'm in love with a serving of fried noodles. My girlfriend invited me to a hotel, but I'd rather have fried noodles than her. Dude, you just ran over my face with that wheel. I testify, I'm the wheel." The youthful crowd began their antics once more. When it was Wu Qingyu's turn, she glanced at the ingredients on the little yellow duck cart and asked, "Boss, do you still have snow cakes?" Cheng Yan took a quick look inside the cart and nodded. "We have 3 flavors left. What would you like?" Delighted, Wu Qingyu exclaimed, "I'll take 3 different flavors of snow cakes, 3 pounds of crayfish, and 5 servings of fried noodles." Those behind her were taken aback. "Wait, miss, are you really going to eat that much? Save some for the rest of us." "Miss, you're that internet celebrity, right? I've been a fan for 10 years. Leave something for your fans." Wu Qingyu gnashed her teeth and snapped. Douyin hasn't even existed for 10 years. You're a 10-year fan? Not leaving a single bite behind. Previously, when she had queued up, no one had ever saved a portion for her. Cheng Yan chuckled, curious as he observed Wu Qingyu. "You're an internet celebrity?" Xiao Wang interjected. She is a major influencer, with over 13 million followers on Douyin alone. Combine that with other platforms, and it's definitely over 20 million. Cheng Yan was astonished. So popular? What, then, is the reason for today's predicted crowd? Is it due to his stall attracting people, or because of Wu Qingyu? He struggled to untangle the connection. Yet, if Wu Qingyu were not present, Xiao Wang wouldn't have come here either. However, If only Wu Qingyu were here, she wouldn't attract such crowds. The system's prediction was a comprehensive forecast, leaving him perplexed. Hearing Xiao Wang speak of her, Wu Qingyu declared proudly, "Boss, you underestimated me. Ieme a bona fide internet sensation. How about I promote your stall? Perhaps we could arrange a discount or something?" Cheng Yan chuckled. "I could give you a massive discount." He was joking. He could hardly handle the online traffic without inviting more. Reflecting on the May Day holiday, when he had transformed into a relentless dumpling machine, he now felt the strain. Such a lifestyle was not for the faint-hearted. Wu Qingyu pouted. "If you don't want to promote, then I'll have to resort to beauty tactics." Xiao Wang gasped. "Beauty tactics? What beauty tactics?" Suddenly, a voice chimed in from the side. Everyone turned to see a woman clad in black high-waisted trousers and a purple casual shirt striding toward them. Her brow furrowed, and her strikingly beautiful yet aloof face suggested she was not one to be trifled with. Her long hair was slightly curled and secured at the back with a sharp clip, and she held a lunchbox in her hand. Cheng Yan's face lit up upon seeing her. He waved eagerly. "Jingshu, over here. I thought you were busy." Shen Jingshu smiled upon spotting Cheng Yan, her sharp gaze briefly flitting over Wu Qingyu before she replied warmly, "I was worried you hadn't eaten. I brought you some food. Are you busy now? Can you take a moment to eat?" Chapter 69. You can break my bones. Cheng Yan never anticipated that Shen Jingzhu would come seek him out, bringing along a meal. The sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. In the past, while setting up his stall on the street outside Jiang University, he would often observe other vendors receiving food from their families as mealtime approached, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Gazing at Shen Jingzhu's cool and beautiful face, Cheng Yan found her to be remarkably gentle, exhibiting a tenderness akin to that of a wife towards her husband. The joy of witnessing such a side of a strikingly aloof beauty filled him with happiness. "Thank you," he expressed. "It's nothing, it's what I should do," she replied. The evening breeze tousled her stray hair, and with a serene smile, she tucked the strands behind her ear. "I heard someone is planning to use beauty to ensnare you." As she spoke, Shen Jingzhu furrowed her brows, directing her gaze at Wu Qingyu. "Oh, she's rather attractive. Almost comparable to Ye. But does she really think she can steal her way in?" Wu Qingyu felt uneasy under Shen Jingzhu's scrutinizing gaze, especially as she stood in line with other customers at the food cart, while Shen Jingzhu and Cheng Yan appeared as a couple behind the cart. "Oh my, what a day of misfortune," she lamented. First, she was mocked by fans in the live stream, and now, in front of the boss's wife. She had jokingly suggested using beauty to entice him. It was almost comical how her luck had spiraled. She could feel the tension in her toes, as if they were pulling up imaginary 3-bedroom apartments. "I didn't know the boss was single. I was just joking," she stammered. Shen Jingzhu chuckled and turned to Cheng Yan, asking, "How much of a discount can beauty provide?" Cheng Yan replied with utmost seriousness, "It can lead you to break my bones." Shen Jingzhu burst into laughter. "Huh? You're truly amusing." She teased Cheng Yan with a playful glare. "All right, I won't banter with you any longer. How much longer will you be busy? I'll keep you company here." Cheng Yan divided a freshly stir-fried portion and handed it to her. "Apologies, let me pause for a minute." He then retrieved a foldable chair from the back of the cart, setting it up securely before sitting down to test its stability. "Please take a seat. Standing for too long can be exhausting." Nodding, Shen Jingzhu approached. As she prepared to sit, Cheng Yan, concerned for her safety, gently assisted her, guiding her onto the chair. Observing Cheng Yan's attentive demeanor, she felt a warmth blossom in her heart, savoring the sweetness of this moment. Was this the essence of love? Yet, it seemed Cheng Yan had not yet confessed his feelings. She glanced down at her abdomen, where their little baby resided. "Let us sit here for a while," Cheng Yan said softly, smiling. He produced 2 boxes of matcha-flavored snow cakes from a cart, offering one to her. "Enjoy a little when you're bored, but don't overindulge. Take care of your health." The customers in line were momentarily taken aback. How enviable. The boss's wife is so fortunate. Being with Boss Cheng means endless delicious food. One customer quipped, "Boss, you have a girlfriend now, but what about a boyfriend? Am I suitable?" Another chimed in, "Dude, that's just disgusting." "Disgusting? I'm merely adhering to the country's policy of monogamy," Cheng Yan replied with a smirk. As Shen Jingzhu sat down, she opened a box of snow cakes, using a tiny fork to take a bite. The sweetness, combined with the fragrant matcha, was delightful. Above all, the feeling of being cherished was the most exquisite of all. Watching Cheng Yan busily working, she smiled softly. This life seemed quite pleasant. Her husband was selling food while she indulged in delicious treats, keeping him company. By 8 o'clock that evening, Wu Qingyu returned home, carrying items purchased from Cheng Yan's stall, along with some drinks from the supermarket. Living alone for her short video shoots, she was accompanied only by a cat, which circled her feet, tail erect. After placing her purchases on the dining table and arranging them neatly for a photo, she called her parents to invite them over for a meal of crayfish and fried noodles, as she had intended to share this feast with them. The crayfish glistened with a fiery red hue, coated in a layer of oil and exuding a spicy aroma. The garlic crayfish, surrounded by golden garlic bits, emitted a tantalizing scent that drew her in. "Shall I taste one?" She picked up a spicy crayfish, and upon biting into it, the juices burst forth. Awakening her taste buds, she discarded the head to reveal the tender white meat within, savoring the mix of spiciness and a hint of beer. After sampling a garlic one, she realized she couldn't stop herself. While donning gloves, Wu Qingyu began to eat the crayfish, scrolling through short videos online. As many fans tagged her in various videos, she felt it prudent to check them out for future interactions during her live streams. However, upon opening one particular video that mentioned her mood plummeted. Caption: "At that moment, I thought I was being welcomed by a multitude, yet not a single person truly cared for me." The caption bore a semblance of seriousness, tinged with youthful angst, but the absurdly humorous background music shattered her composure. The video showcased her expressions of laughter and embarrassment, particularly a segment where she mistakenly thought a group was her fans, only to react in frustration moments later. The contrast was reminiscent of Wang Jingze's infamous video. To make matters worse, the comment section erupted with laughter. Some videos were even more outrageous, showing her narcissistic grin upon hearing good news, and an immediate shift to an awkward expression upon receiving bad news. "How infuriating!" Wu Qingyu replied in the comments. "I was promised to be a goddess, and yet here I am being mocked." Yet, she understood that the internet operated in such a manner. The more she resisted, the more joy it brought to her fans. Feeling defeated, Wu Qingyu decided to let it be. Little did she know that this very video would ascend the Douyin trending charts, garnering her another wave of followers. Gradually, she transitioned from being a visual goddess to embracing a comedic persona. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan observed the remaining crayfish at his stall. There is still about 2 pounds of spicy crayfish and 3 pounds of garlic. "If you want some, hurry before it's all gone." The crowd reacted with discontent. "What? That's all there is?" One exclaimed. "Boss, prepare more next time. 100 pounds would be sufficient." Another added, escalating the absurdity. Cheng Yan could only chuckle in disbelief. Shen Jingzhu glanced at the time, noting it was already 8:15. Concerned that Cheng Yan might not maintain a regular eating schedule and could face gastrointestinal issues, she called out to him. "Cheng Yan, if you find yourself less occupied, take a moment to enjoy a meal. Do not neglect your stomach's well-being." Chapter 70. Wishing to spend more time with her, Cheng Yan glanced back at Shen Jingzhu, who smiled at him. Turning around to face the long queue, he found himself in a bit of a quandary. Dining was feasible, but the crowd of customers. Just as he was mulling over this predicament, a group of patrons began to call out. "No worries, the boss lady is summoning you for a meal. Just make sure to eat quickly. Off you go. Off you go. It's evident you're under your wife's thumb. Hurry up. Don't keep the boss lady waiting, or you might end up kneeling on a washing board at home." Cheng Yan chuckled, expressing his gratitude. Shen Jingzhu had taken a seat on a folding chair in the cart, and he, without a hint of disdain, settled himself on a step. Opening the lunchbox she had brought him. "Let us see what delicious offerings you prepared for me." Shen Jingzhu, adjusting her posture from leaning back to leaning forward, supported herself on her thighs with both elbows, smiling as she replied, "Braised pork, twice-cooked pork, and a dish of vinegar-sauté shredded potatoes. At the bottom, there is a bit of white rice. Master Jiang insisted on preparing these signature dishes for you, wanting you to taste them and see if he has improved." "Excellent." Cheng Yan laughed heartily as he opened the tall lunchbox and arranged the dishes. 2 meats and 1 vegetable, each portion modest, yet sufficient to satiate his hunger. He first picked up a piece of braised pork to taste, furrowing his brow slightly, then took a piece of twice-cooked pork. Noticing his reaction, Shun Jingzhu hurriedly asked, "Is it not good?" "It's not that," Cheng Yan murmured. Master Zhang has indeed made some progress compared to before, but an outsider Wu Ti noticed the difference. However, there remains a significant gap compared to my own cooking. Cheng Yan chuckled, indulging in a moment of pride before Shun Jingzhu rolled her eyes at him, playfully stating, "If Master Jiang possessed your culinary skills, I fear my little restaurant in Jiangcheng would struggle to keep him." This was a candid truth. The prestige of a restaurant often directly correlates with the skill of its chef. One cannot expect a humble eatery to afford a top chef without incurring substantial costs. Cheng Yan hastily finished his meal, and observing his hasty manner, Shun Jingzhu gave a playful huff, retrieving tissues and wet wipes from her small bag to hand to him. "Wipe your mouth, and then clean your hands." "All right," Cheng Yan replied cheerfully. He gazed at Shun Jingzhu's small bag, always feeling that a girl's purse was a treasure trove, capable of producing any number of items. As he was about to tidy up the lunchbox, Shun Jingzhu quickly interjected, "You should hurry back to work. There's a whole crowd of hungry customers waiting. I'll handle the cleanup of the lunchbox." Cheng Yan nodded and returned to the small food cart. The customers began to tease him. "Boss, you've eaten to your heart's content while we're starving over here. I do say I'm no longer hungry. Shung boss is feasting while we're gnawing on dog food. So full we can't take it anymore. I remember the boss lady runs her own restaurant too. How enviable that she can come here during business hours to deliver meals to Chung boss. My girlfriend would rather play games upstairs with her roommates than bring me the study materials I need." Cheng Yan laughed. "I apologize. I'll start cooking now." He donned gloves and reignited the stove, the enticing aroma wafting through the air once more. It seemed someone had spread the word about Cheng Yan's stall. Customers at the night market in Longjiang Square, upon hearing that the little yellow duck vendor was at the cultural square, promptly shifted their attention. After all, whether they wandered here or there, why not go to the cultural square where they could indulge in food and enjoy a quieter atmosphere? In no time, the once quiet cultural square became bustling. A patrolling city management officer noticed. "Has it already reached Longjiang Square?" he said, patting his partner on the shoulder with a chuckle. "After over a month on the job, and you can't even tell the difference between the cultural square and Longjiang Square?" The young officer squinted. "It really is the cultural square. I instinctively thought we were at Longjiang Square given the crowd. However," he mused, "they Haven Tea set up a night market here. Aren't tea stalls prohibited?" The older officer slapped him on the back again. "Did you see that little yellow duck food cart? If the mayor doesn't tea care, why should you? Are you looking for trouble? I just forgot my glasses at the office." Suddenly, the crowd at Longjiang Square diminished significantly. Vendors exchanged glances, bewildered. Is this really happening? Can he draw people away like this? One man, observing the emptiness of his stall, lit a cigarette and grumbled. "Had I known this would happen, I'd have let him set up here. At least we have more customers to share. Now it was too late. People had left, and there would be no soup or scraps left for them." As night approached, Cheng Yan glanced at the ingredients and called out to the back. "Those at the end of the line don't queue anymore. I only have enough to fry 8 portions. Please come back another day." "I apologize." The customers at the end of the line ground their teeth in frustration. This feeling was akin to reaching the final page of a novel only to uncover a frustrating twist, or hurrying to school only to find it unexpectedly closed for a holiday, or anxiously awaiting a week for an anime release, only to receive an announcement of a hiatus. Damn it, why can't I ever get in line? However, despite their grievances, they could do nothing. Waiting in line inherently carried such risks. And Cheng Yan had already issued a warning. By 10 o'clock, the crowd in front of the food cart had dispersed. That day, Cheng Yan sold 100 jin of crayfish, over 200 servings of instant noodles, and nearly 100 boxes of snow rice cakes, netting him approximately 7,000 yuan. Combined with his morning earnings, making over 10,000 yuan in a day had become a routine accomplishment. He glanced back at Shun Jingzhu, who was seated, perusing an e-book, and asked with a smile, "Are you tired of waiting?" Shun Jingzhu put away her phone and stretched lazily. "I'm fine, what about you? Are you ready to head home?" Cheng Yan explained, "I just need to tidy up this area before I leave." Shun Jingzhu stood from her chair. "Then I'll help you." "Sure." Cheng Yan, not one to be overly formal, washed the cleaning cloth, and handed it to Shen Jingzhu. Could you wipe down the surface of the cart with this cleaner while I sweep the floor? Shen Jingzhu nodded. As the hot frying pan should not be washed with cold water, she used the cleaner to spray the cart's surface and the stove, then wiped it down. The foam and grime were swiftly removed. Oh, Shen Jingzhu furrowed her brow, inspecting the bottle, mentally noting the brand to purchase for her restaurant as kitchen later. Sensing it would be quite effective. If Cheng Yan knew her thoughts, he would surely find it amusing. Though the system's offerings appeared identical to those available on the market, their contents were entirely different. In less than 10 minutes, the ground was tidied up. Cheng Yan observed Shen Jingzhu, a sudden wave of reluctance washing over him. Are you heading home? Shen Jingzhu blinked, puzzled. What is the matter? Cheng Yan hesitated, feeling there was no need for pretense, and continued, I find myself missing you a bit, wishing to spend more time together. As soon as the words left his lips, he noticed, under the moonlight and the glow of the streetlights, Shen Jingzhu's pretty face had flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 71. Attempting to date. Shen Jingzhu, with a faint blush adorning her cheeks, appeared less composed and more enchanting. She shyly gathered her hair, attempting to alleviate her inner embarrassment. Then, playfully, she remarked, why the sudden confession? Cheng Yan scratched the back of his head, confessing that he had harbored feelings for her for quite some time, but had hesitated to express them, fearing she might think he was only interested because of that one night. Now that they both planned to raise this child together, he felt it was time to be honest. You can't tell me you're not a little swayed by my looks, Shen Jingzhu teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She was well aware of her allure, though not vain. She knew she was considered a goddess in the eyes of many men. Cheng Yan chuckled awkwardly, admitting there was some truth to it, but after spending time together, he found her to be a genuinely good person. Do you really think I lack charm? Many people speak ill of others behind their backs, unaware that those words often reach the ears of the subjects themselves. Shen Jingzhu was aware of the gossip that circulated among the staff at the Jiangcheng restaurant and her former classmates, but she preferred not to engage in rebuttals. Cheng Yan shook his head, believing that Shen Jingzhu was quite talkative around him. As for the question of charm, he thought her bringing him dinner today was quite charming indeed. They began to stroll together, momentarily forgetting any concerns about the situation. Cheng Yan secured the small yellow duck food cart in a convenient spot, and the pair set off in a leisurely manner. Neither of them had ever truly contemplated romance before. Cheng Yan was preoccupied with work, while Shen Jingzhu, having graduated, had not given it much thought either. Now, walking side by side at the cultural square, they found the experience rather peculiar. Shen Jingzhu stood just above 1.7 meters tall, and with her casual shoes, she reached nearly 1.75 meters. Walking alongside Cheng Yan, who stood at 1.85 meters, she appeared slightly shorter. Their hands hung leisurely at their sides, occasionally brushing against each other, sending Cheng Yan's heart racing each time. Shen Jingzhu observed him with amusement, wondering if all boys felt this way during their first romance, yearning to hold the girl's hand, yet lacking the courage to do so. She held no aversion to the idea of holding hands. All the boy needed was a moment of bravery. Cheng Yan, drenched in sweat from anxiety, had always been a shy child. Now, as he contemplated holding her hand for the first time, he feared she might think him overly forward, amplifying his nervousness. Thus, even when their hands did touch, they withdrew as if shocked by an electric current. Shen Jingzhu's light laughter echoed in the air, causing Cheng Yan's face to flush deeper. What is wrong? He stammered. Shen Jingzhu halted, turning to him earnestly. If you truly wish to hold my hand, just do it. Stop creating accidental touches. You seem quite flustered. With that, she took his hand. Cheng Yan was taken aback, astonished that it had happened so easily. Was this really how it felt to hold a girl's hand? Soft, long, cool, and smooth. Those who had never experienced it could hardly imagine the sensation. As they walked, Shen Jingzhu explained, we agreed to try this, so let us embrace it. We could do what other couples do. If you want to hold my hand, just take it. You've done it before. Cheng Yan smiled ruefully, noting that previous touches had been instinctive, but now that the barrier had been broken, he felt a newfound tension in their relationship. Shen Jingzhu, though slightly more composed, felt the weight of her role as an older sister figure, being 3 years a senior, and knew she should take care of her boyfriend. As she held Cheng Yan's hand, she noticed its roughness yet found comfort in its warmth. Women often feel a chill, and in this moment, her boyfriend provided warmth. After walking for a while, they both felt a slight perspiration in their palms, and Cheng Yan noted a stirring within himself. He silently scolded himself for being so easily flustered by something as simple as holding hands. Shen Jingshu pointed to a nearby bench, suggesting, "Shall we sit over there?" Cheng Yan nodded in agreement. Upon arriving, he gently assisted her to sit before taking a seat beside her. Shen Jingshu, noticing the distance he kept, playfully chided, "I won't bite you. Why sit so far away? Aren't we together now?" Cheng Yan chuckled awkwardly, gradually inching closer. The alluring scent from her was intoxicating, leaving him in a daze. Normally, he would be full of conversation, but today his mind was blank, unable to conjure a single suitable topic. Desperately racking his brain, he glanced at Shen Jingshu's flat stomach and asked, "Are you feeling any discomfort since becoming pregnant?" "Not at all," she replied, shaking her head while gently caressing her abdomen. "Perhaps it's still too early to feel any changes. If my period hadn't missed this month, I wouldn't have realized I was carrying a little one." Cheng Yan felt a pang of guilt, believing that if it weren't for him, Shen Jingshu wouldn't be in this situation and would not have decided to keep the baby. Sensing his remorse, Shen Jingshu frowned and tightened her grip on his hand. The decision to keep the child was mutual. Besides, I'm 27 now. Medically, anything over 30 is considered advanced maternal age. I believe having a child now is a blessing. She glanced down at her belly, and Cheng Yan noticed her expression soften. In that moment, she shed her usual cool demeanor, radiating maternal warmth. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "May I touch it?" Shen Jingshu paused, processing his request before smiling. "Of course. You're the father." She guided his hand to rest on her abdomen. Instantly, a tingling sensation coursed through him. Shen Jingshu's face flushed as she tried to suppress her reaction. Cheng Yan, unsure of what to feel, realized that even at just a few weeks along, there resided a child within her, connected to him by blood. And at that moment, the child's South mother sat so close, her face a portrait of shyness. Chapter 72. Why have I recently found myself at odds with the child? In the evening breeze, Cheng Yan withdrew his hand from Shen Jingshu's belly. Shen Jingshu turned her face to the side, lost in thought. A child had drawn the two of them closer, and their feelings were rapidly intensifying. After a moment, Cheng Yan glanced at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. He slowly moved his hand to Shen Jingshu's side and playfully hooked her pinky finger. "It's time to head home. You need to take care of yourself and rest, especially now that you're expecting." "It's fine, you need not worry," Shen Jingshu replied with a smile, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Looking at Cheng Yan, she added cheerfully, "I'm not that fragile. The more anxious you are, the more difficult it becomes." Cheng Yan pondered her words and realized she had a point. They both rose hand in hand, walking towards the spot where the little yellow duck cart had been placed. With just 5 minutes remaining until 10, Cheng Yan helped Shen Jingshu into the car, standing by the door as the window lowered. From the driver's seat, Shen Jingshu looked particularly gentle and charming. "Drive safely, and let me know when you get home," she instructed. "You too, be careful and keep me updated," Shen Jingshu reminded him with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the window rolled up, and the sleek black Mercedes gradually drove away. Cheng Yan watched the car disappear, feeling a profound sense of longing, stronger than before. It was only May 7th, and the date they had agreed upon to obtain their marriage certificate was still far off. He found himself growing impatient. As Shen Jingshu drove, she stole a glance in the rearview mirror. Cheng Yan appeared smaller in the reflection, yet he remained in her thoughts. She chuckled softly, feeling a warmth spread through her. Upon returning home, Cheng Yan checked his phone. Shen Jingshu had already sent a message confirming her safe arrival, to which he promptly replied. Next, he began preparing for the following day's tasks. The number of items he needed to manage had grown, and although most were delivered by shop owners, there were times he still needed to pick up and select items himself. Not having a car was quite inconvenient, especially now that Shen Jingshu was pregnant. It would be practical to have her driving him around with a large belly 9 months down the line. He needed to expedite the process of purchasing a vehicle. Cheng Yan opened his banking app to check his savings. Since the end of April, he had been operating his stall for 20 days. Though he had missed a few days after the May Day holiday, the local government had awarded him a bonus of 20,000. His savings had now reached over 170,000. Shun Jingzhu had a car, so there was no need for him to stretch his finances to buy a sedan. What he needed was ample space, so a van would be more practical. Cheng Yan contemplated this while continuing to work. Having made up his mind, he opened a car-buying app that evening before bed and began searching for vans. He ultimately settled on a model from Wuling, which seemed to cost under 70,000 with all the proper paperwork. He didn't plan on taking the van on highways. It would serve for local deliveries, and renting a place with a yard for convenient charging made an electric vehicle more economical, especially with fuel prices being what they were. Knowing that contacting the sales representative late at night would yield no response, he jotted down the details on a sticky note by his bedside, ensuring he wouldn't forget. Throughout his life, he had always been frugal. When it came to purchases, he adhered to the principle of never spending beyond his means, avoiding loans at all costs. Even if it meant renting for a lifetime or relying on public transport, he would not take out a loan to buy a car or a home. He operated within his financial limits. Despite earning over 10,000 a day, his savings were still modest. He would never consider financing a car, even if he was confident he could repay the loan. Having been poor had instilled a deep-seated fear of debt within him. Cheng Yan set his phone down and drifted off to sleep. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a commotion outside awakened him. Shortly after, there was a knock at the door, prompting him to sit up abruptly. He glanced toward the entrance, wondering who could be visiting at this hour. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zhao Hui. Cheng Yan quickly answered. Zhao Hui's voice was strained, and she choked out, Cheng Yan, I'm at your door. Please let me in. I'm out of options and had to come find you at this late hour. Cheng Yan instantly became alert. Anyone who would disturb another at such an hour must be in urgent need. He hurriedly slipped on his shoes and opened the door, discovering Zhao Hui holding a small girl in her arms, presumably the 3-year-old daughter she had mentioned before. Come in quickly, he urged. In early May, the night air still held a chill. The child mustn't catch a cold. The lights in the east room flickered on as Zhao Hui gently placed her daughter on the bed. After ensuring the child was soundly asleep, she exited the bedroom, shut the door, and settled onto the sofa in the living room. Cheng Yan poured her a glass of water, noticing the redness in her eyes. Things not going well? He inquired with concern. Not really, Zhao Hui replied, sniffling. As she rubbed her eyes, Cheng Yan noticed bruises scattered across her arms. After taking a sip of warm water, she seemed to regain some composure. I've been running around trying to finalize the divorce these past few days, but it's been challenging. My husband refuses to separate and continues to use the child as leverage against me. I secretly took her away today, knowing that Du Zai's family would be searching for her. That's why I need your help to look after her for a bit. I can't find anyone else I trust. I'm currently gathering evidence of Du Zai's domestic violence through the Women's Federation and the Neighborhood Committee, and once that's established, I plan to file for divorce. It should be settled soon, or I might not even need to wait. I know Du Zai well enough after a couple of days. I'll stop looking for her. After that, I can ask my relatives to help. Cheng Yan forced a smile, but how am I supposed to care for a child? Lately, I've been at odds with them. Zhao Hui's demeanor was heavy with despair. I have no choice. My mother is helping me with the paperwork. And besides you, I can't trust anyone else. Cheng Yan sighed. All right, I'll help look after her for a couple of days. Can I take her to the stall with me? That's not necessary. To avoid disrupting your routine, I've enrolled her in an educational class before kindergarten. She goes there at 9:30 in the morning, has lunch and playtime, then returns at 3:30 in the afternoon. You just need to drop her off and pick her up. I'll take her home once I'm done with my tasks each day. Cheng Yan considered it for a moment before nodding. Given that Zhao Hui had already made arrangements, he felt obliged to assist and also thought it would be a good opportunity to familiarize himself with childcare. All right, I'll help out for the next couple of days. But you need to prepare her for it first. Don't worry, Zhao Hui assured him, her face weary yet relieved. That night, Cheng Yan allowed Zhao Hui and her daughter to stay over, while he retreated to his own room to sleep. At 5:30 the next morning, Cheng Yan awoke and noticed the lights on in the west room. He hurried over to find Zhao Hui already awake, preparing dumpling wrappers. After exchanging brief greetings, he went to wash up. Upon returning, He heard the sound of a child calling from the east room. Zhao Hui quickly set aside her work and rushed over. Cheng Yan took the opportunity to message Shun Jingzhu, venting his frustrations. Cheng Yan, Zhao Hui can't look after a child, and now she needs me to help for a couple of days. Cheng Yan, I really couldn't refuse. She knocked on my door at 1 in the morning. What I know about taking care of kids. After venting, he prepared to close his phone, thinking Shun Jingzhu would be asleep, but to his surprise, she immediately replied, Shun Jingzhu, sounds like an urgent situation. Shun Jingzhu, if you're unsure about managing, I could come over and help for a couple of days. In my youth, I took care of my little nephew, which has granted me some experience. Shun Jingzhu remarked that the restaurant is now on the right track and does not require my constant supervision. Cheng Yan was taken aback. Shun Jingzhu, taking care of children? Now that is quite an idea. Chapter 73, a new character. Little sister Cici Shun Jingzhu mentioned she would come over to take care of the child, and Cheng Yan felt a surge of anticipation. He imagined the scene of the serene Shun Jingzhu, expressionless, facing a mischievous little one, and couldn't help but smile. However, he worried whether Sister Huey's daughter would be easy to manage. What if the child was particularly unruly and caused Shun Jingzhu distress? Having watched numerous short videos, he held a rather stereotypical view of children, believing they to be uncommunicative and overly lively. Yet, when he saw a little girl brought over by Zhao Hui at 6 o'clock, Cheng Yan fell silent. The girl bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Hui, with large, lustrous black eyes that were quite enchanting. However, at that moment, she hid behind Zhao Hui, her eyes filled with fear, cautiously surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Upon locking eyes with Cheng Yan for less than a second, she quickly lowered her head, clutching the hem of Zhao Hui's garment tightly without uttering a word. This was far removed from his expectations of children her age. Zhao Hui gently took the child's hand, positioning her in front of Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan, this is my daughter, Dusiki. You can call her Cici. As she spoke, Zhao Hui affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair. Cici, this is your Uncle Cheng. Say hello. The 3-year-old Cici, still looking down, barely whispered uncle before falling silent again. Cheng Yan sighed. Children from less than ideal backgrounds often carry various issues. Many people cling to marriage for the sake of their children, but how different are the children raised in such environments from those in single-parent households? The Cici before him was timid, fearful, and remained on high alert. Was it truly necessary to uphold such a marriage? Zhao Hui brought over Cici's favorite toy, encouraging her to play independently while she sat down to assist Cheng Yan. Cici is timid but obedient. I've assured her she will listen to you, so I appreciate your help over the next couple of days. Cheng Yan waved it off. Shortly after 6, Shun Jingzhu arrived. Since her pregnancy, she had ceased wearing high heels, opting instead for loose-fitting attire. Today, she donned a black satin slip dress paired with a white sheer cardigan. The fitted design accentuated her hourglass figure, exuding a sensual charm, complemented by white sneakers. Her calves, exposed, were fair and straight. She had her hair stylishly pinned back with a sharp clip and carried a black checkered handbag, embodying both fashion and intellect. Cheng Yan quickly rose to assist her onto the sofa and poured her a glass of warm water. Why are you here so early? Have some water. Shun Jingzhu replied, relishing Cheng Yan's attentiveness. Zhao Hui stared wide-eyed at the pair, astonished. You too? Cheng Yan chuckled. Jingzhu and I are together now. I knew it. Zhao Hui beamed. I thought you two were a perfect match. Not just me, but Teacher Su, Master Jiang, and even my mother all agree. Yet, you two were so coy about it. You should have been together long ago. Cheng Yan scratched his head, feeling shy. Shun Jingzhu shot him a glance, wondering why he had never confessed. Cheng Yan retorted, am I to blame? Whenever I spoke to you, you were either indifferent or just acknowledged me coldly. Who would dare to confess? Zhao Hui went to the bedroom to bring Cici out, introducing her to Shun Jingzhu. Cici, shy at the sight of the beautiful aunt, cast her eyes downward as Shun Jingzhu approached her, gently patting her head and speaking softly, Cici, for the next couple of days. Uncle Cheng and Annie will play with you. Is that all right? Cheng Yan was taken aback. He had never anticipated this gentle side of Shun Jingzhu, especially her ability to comfort a child. The contrast was striking. Cici glanced at Zhao Hui before nodding. At just over 3 years old, she had her own thoughts. Her mother had told her to spend these days with uncle and auntie, reassuring her that she wouldn't have to return to her father afterward. Urging her to overcome her fears, Cece pulled 2 milk candies from her pocket, avoiding Shun Jingshu's gaze and shyly offering, "Annie, here, have some candies for you and uncle." Seeing Cece's state broke Shun Jingshu's heart. Cheng Yan suggested that Shun Jingshu and Zhao Hui accompany Cece to play in the bedroom while he prepared for his stall. Given Cece's young age, having stayed up late the night before and rising early today, she would likely become tired soon, making it impractical to take her along. At 6:30 in the morning, Cheng Yan set up his stall outside Jiangxi No. 2 Primary School. Just as he was about to leave, Shun Jingshu called out to him. Turning around, he saw her jogging towards him. As she reached him, she adjusted his clothes while advising, "Don't get too caught up in your stall this morning. Remember, money is never enough, and you're just selling dumplings. Can't you have a proper breakfast? Also, there's milk in the West Room that will expire in half a month. You haven't drunk many boxes. Take some, warm it in the steamer, and pair it with your buns. Earning money is important, but so is your health." Cheng Yan was surprised to hear Shun Jingshu express such concern for him. He felt a warmth in his heart, making the thought of setting up his stall less tiring. Accepting the milk she handed him, he reminded her, "Make sure to rest while watching Cece. I suspect she will get sleepy soon. You should take a nap too. When I return from the stall, we can take Cece to school together, all right? Off you go now." Shun Jingshu playfully chided, "You're worried about me? I'm 3 years older than you, you know? By rights, you should call me sister." Cheng Yan chuckled, "I can't call you sister, but I can call you by your name to express some respect." They bid each other farewell. The entrance of Jiangxi No. 2 Primary School was bustling with people. Cheng Yan, thinking of Shun Jingshu at home, felt a sense of urgency. Fortunately, with 4 burners and 8 tiers of steamers, 32 in total, he had prepared a significant quantity of dumplings at home, saving him considerable time. Within an hour, he sold out all the dumplings and 100 boxes of snow princess cakes, successfully earning over 4,000 yuan. In the morning, some patrons inquired about the absence of his partner selling mung bean soup. Cheng Yan explained that Zhao Hui had family matters to attend to. Observing the neighboring stall owner's demeanor, it seemed she was eager to seize Zhao Hui's market share. Cheng Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Arriving home a little after 8:30, he found Shun Jingshu leaning against the door, quietly watching him. "You're back?" "Yes," he replied. The feeling of having someone waiting at home was truly different. Chapter 74. A glimpse at the car in the courtyard. Shun Jingshu assisted Cheng Yan in tidying up the dining cart. Cheng Yan gestured towards the house and whispered, "Is she asleep?" "Yes," Shun Jingshu replied softly. "While you were out, Sister Hui shared her thoughts on her marriage with me. It seems rather helpless, and such a marriage profoundly impacts the child. At this age, even shy children are quite lively. Yet Cece appears so insecure and vigilant. Sister Hui mentioned that her husband has been abusive, and on several occasions, their child witnessed it, which frightened her greatly. Furthermore, he often vents his anger on the child at home." Cheng Yan nodded in understanding. He was already aware of these circumstances. "Don't worry, we will definitely be competent parents," he assured, holding Shun Jingshu's hand tightly. They then moved inside the house, where Cheng Yan engaged Shun Jingshu in conversation for a while. At 9 in the morning, they woke Cece as she had an enrichment class at 9:30. Separated from her mother, Cece displayed heightened timidity, yet to avoid troubling her mother, she suppressed her inner fears, remaining quiet. Shun Jingshu felt heartbroken. Children are highly sensitive, often interpreting a slight frown as dislike, while kindness is readily recognized by their innocent hearts. At 9:20, Shun Jingshu drove Cheng Yan and Cece to the entrance of the enrichment class. It featured an independent courtyard, allowing children and teachers to engage in outdoor games. Such classes primarily capitalize on the pretense of intellectual development to make money, offering no formal lessons. They focus on enhancing children's verbal skills, fostering creativity, and developing practical abilities through activities like building blocks and various games to cultivate organizational and leadership skills. While some may argue their utility, they do possess some merit. Sister Zhao, constrained by finances, enrolled her child in this class, gritting her teeth to prevent Cece from falling behind. Cece, having just turned 3, would soon be 5 by the lunar calendar, and was set to start kindergarten in September. The prevailing mentality among parents is that if you don't enroll your child while others do, your child will be at a disadvantage. After escorting CC to her class, Cheng Yan observed the small group of 10 to 15 students, noting that such intimate classes certainly do not come cheap. The education industry thrives on lucrative profits. The class teacher approached Cheng Yan and Shen Jingshu with a wary demeanor. "I don't believe it was you who dropped off CC yesterday," she remarked. Cheng Yan smiled and explained, "Her mother has been occupied these past few days, so I'm the one handling drop-offs and pickups. You may contact CC's mother to confirm. My name is Cheng Yan." "Ah, I see. Please hold on a moment." The teacher took out her phone to make a call. Cheng Yan turned to Shen Jingshu and said, regardless of their teaching methods, they seemed quite responsible at first glance. Shen Jingshu nodded in agreement. Shortly after, the teacher returned with a smile. "I apologize. I was only concerned for the child's safety. I just spoke with CC on the phone." Cheng Yan expressed his understanding. And after bidding farewell to CC, he and Shen Jingshu exited the building. At noon, they headed to Jiangshi's entrance, where the primary fare consisted of fried instant noodles. Given the limited purchasing power of students, the ingredients were sourced pre-prepared from a nearby grocery store. Thus, Cheng Yan enjoyed a relatively free morning. Once in the car, Shen Jingshu turned to Cheng Yan. "Shall we head home? Do you have something to attend to?" "No," Cheng Yan replied with a smile. "If you're free, could you take me to the Auto City in the eastern suburbs? I found a van I'm interested in purchasing for deliveries." "Sure." Shen Jingshu wasted no time, obtaining a location before starting the car. While not the nearest Wuling dealership, it housed many brand showrooms, and Cheng Yan wished to explore other vehicle options. Although he was not in a position to buy now, he intended to in the future. 40 minutes later, Shen Jingshu drove into the automotive complex and parked in front of the Wuling showroom. The salesperson, having noted Cheng Yan stepping out of a luxury car, approached with a bright smile. After discussing his needs, Cheng Yan spotted the electric van he desired in the warehouse. "Would you like to take it for a test drive?" Shen Jingshu inquired playfully. Cheng Yan nodded. Despite being a utility vehicle, it was essential for it to provide a comfortable driving experience. The spaciousness of the van was appealing. The salesperson led them on a brief drive around the area before allowing Cheng Yan to take the wheel. Feeling a bit anxious on his first drive, Cheng Yan was relieved that the roads were wide and traffic was sparse. After the drive, the salesperson inquired about his impressions. Cheng Yan could not articulate much. It was his first car, and without any comparative experience, he could only conclude that it felt like a vehicle. Shen Jingshu pulled him aside and whispered, "Since it's your first time buying a car, don't act impulsively after the test drive. Take a day to reflect before making a decision. Don't let the salesperson sway you." Cheng Yan gave her a thumbs up, genuinely surprised at how practical Shen Jingshu was. Exiting the Wuling dealership, the salesperson offered to escort them to their car, but Cheng Yan expressed a desire to visit other showrooms. They decided to stroll leisurely instead of driving. Shen Jingshu glanced at the row of dealerships and asked, "Do you have a preferred brand or model in mind?" Cheng Yan scanned the options and replied, "Let us check out Volvo." He had developed a favorable impression of the brand, largely due to numerous videos highlighting its safety and reliability. Shen Jingshu acknowledged with a nod, walking alongside him. Cheng Yan felt as though something was missing. After a moment's contemplation, he realized he had forgotten to hold Shen Jingshu's hand. After their initial hand-holding, Cheng Yan felt emboldened, naturally reaching for her delicate hand once more. Shen Jingshu paused, looking up at him with a smile. Cheng Yan grinned back, appreciating the softness and smoothness of her hand. Upon entering the Volvo dealership, Cheng Yan was immediately struck by a refreshing ambience. The decor and spaciousness surpassed that of the previous showroom. A salesman in a suit approached them. "Good day, sir and madam. Have you arranged a prior appointment with a salesperson?" "No." Cheng Yan shook his head. The salesman then guided them through the car selection process. When asked about the type of vehicle he was interested in, Cheng Yan considered briefly before responding, "An SUV," since Shen Jingshu already has a sedan. Initially, the salesman suggested the XC40, but Cheng Yan found it lacking. He then examined the XC60 and XC90, ultimately favoring the XC60. It was within his budget and included all the necessary safety features associated with Volvo. "Very nice," Shen Jingshu noted, observing his interest. She nudged his arm, suggesting, "Would you like to sit inside or perhaps take it for a test drive?" "Let's skip the test drive," Cheng Yan replied, scratching his head. "Let us just sit in it for a moment, and you should check the back seat for comfort, then try the front passenger seat." The salesperson, sensing the hesitation, recognized that Cheng Yan likely wouldn't make a purchase. With no clear model preference and reluctance to test drive, it indicated he was not ready to buy. However, she maintained a professional demeanor. Chapter 75. Thank you for your hard work. Remember to return home early for dinner. Seated in the driver's seat, Cheng Yan expressed his delight to Shun Jingshu, remarking on the distinct comfort of the SUV compared to the previous van. The softness and enveloping nature of the seats in this vehicle are remarkable. "I feel completely at ease." Indeed, Shun Jingshu nodded in agreement. As someone accustomed to driving sedans, she appreciated the spaciousness of the SUV's passenger seat. Outside, a salesperson commented, "So you, a van customer, have come to explore luxury cars. Why not take a look at the nearby Chery or Geely? That would be more fitting." She sighed, noting the disparity. The open door of the dealership attracted onlookers, those intrigued yet unable to afford such vehicles. It felt like a waste of time to greet them with smiles. After spending some time in the back seat, Cheng Yan's fondness for the vehicle grew. Upon exiting, he cheerfully requested a business card, stating, "If I have any further inquiries, we can connect over the phone." The salesperson, recalling their previous conversation, felt it unnecessary. "I'm sorry, but my business cards are still in production." "Just a moment." She called out to a newcomer, "You, come here and give this customer a card." A youthful youth, seemingly just out of university, jogged over with a bright smile, presenting her card. "Hello, my name is Uxian. Here's my card." "Thank you." Cheng Yan accepted the card as they left, with Uxian enthusiastically escorting them to their vehicle, sharing insights about the XC60's features and performance. Upon reaching the Wuling parking area, Uxian noticed Cheng Yan and Shun Jingshu arriving in a Mercedes E300L, and her excitement soared. Anyone who can afford Mercedes E-Class is surely a potential customer for our Volvo. As a Mercedes drove away from the Auto City, Uxian hurried back, beaming at the earlier salesperson. "Thank you, Lu Jie," for the client. Lu Jie chuckled, cautioning, "Don't celebrate too soon. It's not as easy as it seems." "Why not?" That client seemed quite capable. "I escorted them to their car, and they drove a Mercedes E-Class," Uxian insisted, her eyes shining. Lu Yepao said, surprised. "Was it that couple, a man and a woman?" "Yes. The sister was incredibly beautiful. I couldn't help but admire her during our walk." Lu Jie felt disheartened. "We were just looking at vans. How did they end up in a Mercedes?" Such clients, even if they don't purchase now, will eventually buy something, otherwise they wouldn't be here. Lu Jie had the card with her, but had passed the client to the newcomer, believing it would be a tedious endeavor. Now she found herself in a situation reminiscent of a novel's plot twist. Sighing, Lu Jie lamented her choice. Suddenly, Uxian exclaimed, "That gentleman added me on WeChat. How should I respond?" "Mr. Cheng. Hello, regarding the top configuration of the XC60, I would like to inquire about the total cost after discounts for a full payment." She showed her phone to Lu Jie, who felt as though she might choke on her own disappointment. What else is there to do but hope for a successful sale? Meanwhile, Cheng Yan, having received the quote, expressed his surprise. "The top model costs over 280,000. How exorbitant." "Mr. Cheng is being too modest," Shun Jingshu teased. "You could easily earn 15,000 a day from your stall, right? You could have it paid off in less than a month." "I can't just spend all my money on a car," Cheng Yan responded, ever prudent. "I must reserve some funds for emergencies and save for the baby. I've looked into the maternity center in Jiangsheng. You should stay there for your confinement. That alone will cost at least 50,000. And then there are the various examinations. If it's a natural birth, I need to book an anesthetist for an epidural. If it's a cesarean, I'll need to prepare a lot of other things. Plus, as we are married, even if it's just a certificate, we still need to buy the necessary gold and your dowry. Even if we don't buy it now." Stop. Shun Jingshu interrupted, realizing Cheng Yan was indeed overthinking. "I just found out I'm pregnant. And you're already planning for labor and postpartum care?" "Yes. There's so much I need to learn. I want to be a good husband and father," Cheng Yan replied earnestly. Shun Jingshu sighed. reflecting on the impact of single-parent homes and troubled family backgrounds on children's psyche. Cheng Yan appeared normal, but his underlying insecurity about life was palpable. He felt compelled to plan for every eventuality, fearing a lack of stability in the future. While this foresight was a commendable habit, Shen Jingshu felt a pang of sympathy for him. Why had his parents abandoned such a wonderful son? Not wishing to dwell on the topic further, Shen Jingshu shifted the conversation. Did you notice how the salesperson's demeanor changed when you mentioned the comfort of the SUV seats? She seemed less enthusiastic than before. Yes, I suspected she had a car but thought I wouldn't buy anything, so she handed me off to a newcomer, Cheng Yan acknowledged, aware of the subtle shift. Still, it turned out well. The newcomer may need to consult the veterans for guidance, but her enthusiasm and service were commendable, he added. Indeed, Shen Jingshu agreed. After dropping Cheng Yan off at home, Shen Jingshu planned to take a quick look at the restaurant. Cheng Yan, on the other hand, headed out to his stall. Arriving by 11, he returned home after 1. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted the sleek black Mercedes and wondered why Shen Jingshu, a young woman, favored such a business-like vehicle. As he pushed the door open, Shen Jingshu emerged from the south room. Earlier that morning, Cheng Yan had given her a key to his home. With their upcoming marriage, they felt no need for pretense. Spotting Cheng Yan on his tricycle, she called out, "Come and eat. I brought you 4 dishes and a soup today. Try them. They were made by Chef Jiang." "Great," Cheng Yan beamed. This, perhaps, encapsulated the essence of home. When you step out, there's someone waiting for your return, no matter how exhausting the day outside. Coming home to a loved one's smiling face and a warm meal made everything worthwhile. Wary of waste, Shen Jingshu had prepared small portions. As they dined, she sat opposite Cheng Yan, resting her right elbow on the table, cradling her chin in her palm as she quietly observed him. Cheng Yan, feeling shy under her gaze, queried, "Is there something on my face?" "No," she replied with a light laugh. "I simply think that having a romance with a younger man is quite delightful." Chapter 76. Shen Jingshu, seeking praise. Yet I remained silent as Shen Jingshu needed to pick up Cece before 3:30 in the afternoon. She chose not to leave. Cheng Yan directly suggested that she rest in the East Room, which was well equipped with air conditioning, ensuring a comfortable atmosphere devoid of heat. And the eastern side was shielded from direct sunlight. Initially somewhat hesitant, Shen Jingshu pondered that both of them were soon to be wed, and thus did not decline, opting instead to take a nap. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan lay on the bed in the southern room, reviewing his points. Unlike in the past, where achieving 10 consecutive draws felt like an eternity, he could now manage one within a day or two. However, much to his dismay, after surpassing the novice protection period, his once fortunate luck seemed to have vanished. At times, even 10 consecutive draws yielded no boxes. Instead, he found himself inundated with functional cards and an abundance of gas canisters. During lunch, Shen Jingshu expressed her concerns about the numerous gas canisters piled up in the West Room, deeming it unsafe and urging him to refill them after use to minimize accumulation. Cheng Yan found himself at a loss for words, unable to explain that the system's provisions were entirely safe. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Perhaps it was best to refrain from further draws. Save up for the time being, as the current culinary skills he possessed were more than adequate. Skills like braised pork, twice-cooked pork, and dry-fried beef rice noodles were ill-suited for street vending and served merely to impress occasionally. This conundrum weighed on Cheng Yan's mind, despite possessing top-notch culinary skills. His most frequent dishes were still instant noodles, snow cake, and buns, perhaps in the future, stinky tofu, but that would have to wait until June when the base could be prepared. Upon awakening, he realized it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. After freshening up, he knocked on the door of the East Room. Shen Jingshu took several seconds to respond, inviting him in. Upon entering, he found her emerging from the West Room's living area, her slightly curled hair cascading around her. Having removed her cardigan while resting, she wore only a delicate satin long dress, which appeared slightly wrinkled. The silky straps of the dress slid gently down her fair, smooth shoulders. "Is it pleasing to the eye?" Shen Jingshu asked playfully, adjusting her shoulder strap and smiling at Cheng Yan. Caught in the act, Cheng Yan chuckled awkwardly, attempting to divert the conversation. Are you feeling unwell? It's rare to see you in such a languid state. Shen Jingshu settled onto the sofa, while Cheng Yan poured her a cup of warm water from the thermos. Shen Jingshu shook her head, assuring him that she felt no discomfort but had been unusually fatigued lately, constantly yearning for sleep. I've heard that pregnancy often induces drowsiness, she noted. Cheng Yan, sitting beside her and tilting his body to admire her graceful profile, mused that perhaps it was just the little one feeling sleepy. Pregnancy symptoms don't manifest that quickly, do they? He pondered aloud. Shen Jingshu shot him a playful glare, responding with a hint of annoyance. I believe it's merely a psychological suggestion. The algorithms seem to know I'm expecting, as they keep recommending videos about babies and expectant mothers. Many claim that after becoming pregnant, one becomes more lethargic and ravenous, which leads me to assume that fatigue is a sign of pregnancy. But I suspect it's more of a mental cue. Besides, I've simply allowed myself to indulge in rest recently. Cheng Yan reflected on the common notion that science-minded individuals lack a sense of romance. He felt equally convinced that rational minds, like Shen Jingshu's, were devoid of such inclinations. However, Suyu had mentioned that Shen Jingshu had studied liberal arts. How can you be so pragmatic? He wondered. Since being with her, he felt like a pampered spouse, while she seemed more like the boyfriend. The roles had truly reversed. Don't overthink it. If you feel tired, rest. If you wish to eat, do so. You are your own boss now, and with the restaurant stabilized. You deserve this little freedom, he encouraged. Was it really the same? Shen Jingshu shot him an exasperated glance, wanting to impart some wisdom. Yet, recalling the relationship advice she had seen in short videos, she thought better of it. In a partnership, aside from monumental issues, where do the rules truly apply? The greatest joy lay in simply being together in peace and happiness. Thus, Shen Jingshu reached for Cheng Yan's hand, lifting it palm up, and began to gently massage it with her soft fingertips. Was childhood exhausting? Your hands are calloused. In today's society, it's rare to see a young person's hands like this. Not at all, Cheng Yan replied with a smile, shaking his head. I grew up in an orphanage until I turned 18, after which I ventured out. It was challenging at first, but social welfare has improved. I relied on subsidies, studied diligently in university, and earned several scholarships. Plus, I took on part-time jobs, and by graduation, I had saved a few thousand. While Shen Jingshu continued to massage his palm, she assured him, soon, we shall have a home together. If you encounter any challenges, share them with me, and we'll tackle them together. Absolutely, Cheng Yan replied with unwavering determination. He had once believed he would never experience love or marriage due to his circumstances, without parents. He had to rely solely on himself to afford a house, a car, and a dowry. He had envisioned that by the time he saved enough, he would be significantly older. Yet, he never anticipated meeting Shen Jingshu, who accepted him without reservation, regardless of his lack of parental support or savings. His beloved truly was an exceptional person. As their conversation unfolded, the clock edged past 3 in the afternoon. Cheng Yan and Shen Jingshu prepared themselves and drove to fetch Cece from school. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a throng of parents gathered outside the campus. Cheng Yan remarked, despite the high costs of tutoring classes, parents will go to great lengths, even borrowing money, to ensure their children receive an education. The plight of parents is indeed heart-wrenching, as is that of children. I never attended tutoring classes, Shen Jingshu replied with a smirk. As a child, I would diligently practice calligraphy and study the guzheng. Upon returning home from school, I would complete my homework before eating. During winter and summer breaks, I would reinforce my knowledge with exercises and preview the upcoming semester's material. A self-disciplined person can lead a busy life even without tutoring classes. Cheng Yan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Is this even human? He had always considered himself driven by the motto, the vigorous man strives for self-improvement. Yet he realized he could not match Shen Jingshu's dedication. Moreover, she was a privileged second-generation offspring. It truly echoed the saying, those more accomplished than you are tirelessly striving. Yet, observing Shen Jingshu's proud demeanor and her beaming smile, Cheng Yan quickly grasped her intent. His girlfriend sought his praise. He raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, indeed, you are remarkable, Boss Shen. Your level of self-discipline surpasses that of 90% of people. Even without running a restaurant, you are destined for greatness. Just as it should be, Shun Jingshu replied with a satisfied huff, her spirits lifted. Chapter 77. Balancing parenting and romance. It was not yet 3:30 when the homeroom teacher led the children from the class in a line outside. At this tender age, children often cannot form an orderly queue, yet the teachers always find a way. With a class of over 10 children, the teacher held a red rope at the front, and the children eagerly reached out their right hands to grasp it, making it easier to manage the line. Any child who let go of the rope would be reported by the teacher's little assistants. Cheng Yan and Shun Jingzhu, upon seeing CC, hurried to the designated area for Class 1, waiting for the teacher to bring the children over. CC appeared to be in good spirits. Although her face still bore no smile, her energy, however, was notably more vibrant than before. Indeed, children behave differently in front of their parents compared to their peers. When CC glanced over and spotted Cheng Yan and Shun Jingzhu, a hint of disappointment crossed her face. Children always long for their parents to pick them up. Cheng Yan waved his hand, while Shun Jingzhu handed a small toy, which she had purchased earlier, to CC, asking, "Do you like it?" "Yes, thank you, Auntie," CC replied. "Such a good girl," Shun Jingzhu said, patting CC on the head, then exchanged a knowing glance with Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan approached CC's homeroom teacher and inquired, "How did CC perform today?" The teacher pondered for a moment before responding. CC is somewhat introverted. During the speech class, she hesitated to express herself and merely followed along during activities, lacking enthusiasm. However, towards the end of the day, she became more familiar with the girl in class, and they chatted quite a bit together. "By the way, I must mention something," the teacher continued. "Yes?" Cheng Yan prompted. "There is an issue with CC's eating habits." Cheng Yan was puzzled. "Is she picky?" "Not exactly picky," the teacher clarified. "It's more about her personality. She is hesitant to ask for more food or vegetables because the portion sizes differ among the children. To avoid waste, the school serves smaller portions, encouraging children to take what they need. However, after finishing her first serving, CC was too shy to request more. I noticed her reluctance and asked, but she insisted she wasn't hungry. Eventually, I had to insist she take another serving, and she finished it, proving she was indeed hungry. Mr. Chung, please reassure CC at home that the meals are complimentary, essentially included in the tuition. There's no need to save money for the school. They aren't lacking in funds. If she wants something, she should tell the teacher without feeling shy, as the teacher will not scold her." "Understood. Thank you, teacher. I will have a good talk with her," Cheng Yan replied gratefully. The homeroom teacher was indeed quite responsible, attentive to even these minor matters. After gathering all the information, Cheng Yan returned to the car, with Shun Jingzhu in the driver's seat while he sat in the back with CC. This situation further underscored the importance of being able to drive. Cheng Yan was determined to practice more after purchasing a van. CC was thoroughly enjoying the doll that Shun Jingzhu had bought her. Cheng Yan leaned in and gently asked, "CC, were you happy at school today?" "Yes," she exclaimed. "Did you make any friends?" "Uh-huh." CC opened up excitedly. "I made a good friend named Ting Ting. In the afternoon, I gave her a piece of my milk candy, and she gave me a piece of fruit candy in return." As she spoke, CC rummaged through her little backpack and pulled out a strawberry-flavored fruit candy, offering it to Cheng Yan. "Uncle Cheng, this is for you and Annie." Cheng Yan's heart swelled with joy. It was delightful when children were being so sweet. "CC, if you give one piece of fruit candy to Uncle and Annie, how should they share it?" CC's eyes widened as she pondered. Then, after a moment of thought, she determinedly retrieved another piece of milk candy from her bag. "Then I will give Uncle and Annie another piece, so that they can each have one." Cheng Yan decided to tease her a bit more. "But what if Uncle and Annie want to eat the fruit candy?" I. CC struggled to comprehend this complicated dilemma, stammering, "Then tomorrow I will trade another one with Ting Ting." Such a clever girl. Cheng Yan felt his heart melt. How wonderful it would be if he and Shun Jingzhu had a daughter. They would shower her with love, and she would surely grow up to be confident, lively, and just as thoughtful as CC. Shun Jingzhu, driving, listened to Cheng Yan amusing CC and couldn't help but smile at his silliness. How could he be so amusing, even with a child? Thankfully, he did not ask the age-old question of whether she preferred her father or mother. Yet, CC would surely favor her mother. considered her father had a tendency to vent his frustrations on his own child. By the time they arrived home, it was nearly 4 o'clock. Cheng Yan instructed Shen Jingzhu to take Cici inside to play while he made a call to the owner of the fresh produce shop, requesting the delivery of crayfish and other ingredients. The busy evening began. Shen Jingzhu observed as Cici dressed her doll in various outfits, engaging in a delightful soliloquy of role-playing. She wondered if her future children would also indulge in such imaginative play. The sounds of cooking wafted from the kitchen. Shen Jingzhu poked Cici's little hand and asked, "Would you like to see what Uncle Cheng is making?" "Yes, yes," Cici exclaimed, clutching her doll as she jumped up. The two of them made their way to the courtyard, peering into the kitchen where Cheng Yan was busy frying the crayfish in a large pot. The enticing aroma of the shrimp filled the air, and Cici wrinkled her nose in delight, exclaiming, "It smells so good." Shen Jingzhu affectionately patted her head, chuckling, "Just wait. Uncle Cheng will make the crayfish even more fragrant." Cheng Yan worked swiftly, and during a brief pause, he retrieved a square table from the storage room, setting it up with 2 small stools for a place to rest. The first batch he prepared was garlic-flavored. Once completed, he ladled a serving into a bowl and placed it on the table in the courtyard. "Here, eat up." "Wow," Cici gasped. Shen Jingzhu was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is the benefit of being in the kitchen." Memories of her childhood flooded back. During the New Year celebrations, she would hover in the kitchen while her father fried meatballs, taking bites even before dinner was served. Now, with crayfish as the main dish, she was even more delighted. Cheng Yan chuckled, advising Shen Jingzhu, "Make sure you don't eat too much. This is a cooling dish, and too much is bad for your health." Shen Jingzhu looked up, giving Cheng Yan a playful glare. "Fine, fine." She glanced down at her stomach. "Oh, baby, Mommy has sacrificed so much for you. When you arrive, your daddy must make it all up to me." Cici clumsily attempted to peel the crayfish. Shen Jingzhu took over, saying, "Let me help you." Cici smiled in agreement. As the two enjoyed their playful time together, Cheng Yan felt relieved, wiping the sweat from his brow before returning to the kitchen. By 6 o'clock, everything was prepared. Zhao Hui informed them that she would pick up Cici around 9, leaving Cheng Yan with no choice but to take the child to the market. Shen Jingzhu drove them there in advance, while Cheng Yan rode the little yellow duck food cart toward Longjiang Square. The crowd prediction system seemed unreliable, so they decided to stick to the night market instead. Chapter 78. Shen Jingzhu. The little wife when Cheng Yan arrived at the Longjiang Square night market aboard his whimsical yellow duck food cart. He had scarcely come to a halt before a throng of stall owners began to greet him. "Boss Cheng, here to set up shop today?" "Indeed. You ought to be at the night market. Why go to the cultural square where the crowd is sparse? Here, we can chat and enjoy the atmosphere. Come over here. I've saved you a spot. Come to my stall. I've reserved a place for you as well." Cheng Yan listened, bewildered. Previously, when he visited, these vendors wore stern expressions, some even mocking him, but today they were unusually warm. What could have caused this sudden change? Cheng Yan scratched the back of his head, forcing a smile in response. "Thank you all. I'm quite content here. The roadside is spacious enough. Ha ha. Wishing everyone prosperous business." Meanwhile, Shen Jingzhu, who had been accompanying Cici at Longjiang Square, spotted the familiar yellow duck cart and approached. Noticing Cheng Yan's puzzled demeanor, she whispered, "What's the matter?" Cheng Yan leaned closer to her ear and softly replied, "When I set up shop before, none of these vendors smiled. Today, they are welcoming and even reserving spots for me." His breath, warm and gentle, brushed against Shen Jingzhu's ear, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she felt a ticklish warmth. Upon hearing his words, Shen Jingzhu rolled her eyes playfully and said, "Didn't you notice yesterday? Many customers mentioned they came specifically from Longjiang Square. With more people at the cultural square, naturally, there would be fewer here. When you're around, the foot traffic increases, and they all benefit. If you were to set up elsewhere, they'd be left with little to share." Cheng Yan suddenly understood. His girlfriend was indeed astute. Shen Jingzhu had a playful disposition. She thrived on praise but would resist any form of lecturing. Cheng Yan had recognized this trait in her recently. "Boss, can you refrain from showing off your affection with the boss lady? We're all waiting to eat." "Exactly. No more lovebirds. Save it for another day. We need our fried noodles." Hearing the commotion, Shun Jingshu quickly masked her proud expression, waving her hand as she took Cece to play elsewhere. Cheng Yan felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing that a crowd had gathered in front of his stall. The customers, upon seeing Shun Jingshu with a small child, were astonished. "Boss, your child is already this big? You look so young. Who knew you had a child? Boss, can I be the godmother? Then we'd be related. And you'd cook for me, right? Don't forget me. I want to be the godfather." Cheng Yan. "Actually, this is my friend's child. She asked me to look after her for a bit. If you want to adopt a goddaughter, you'll have to speak with my friend. I can't promise you anything." Laughter erupted among the crowd. After his humorous retort, Cheng Yan began to busy himself. Compared to other vendors, he earned more and had ample time. After just an hour or two of work, he could wrap things up without lingering unnecessarily. Most other vendors arrived by 5 in the afternoon and worked tirelessly until 10:30 or even 11 at night, only to rise early for the next day's market. It was indeed a challenging endeavor. In the current economic climate, more and more people were setting up stalls. Within this night market alone, there were 4 selling grilled cold noodles and 5 selling starch sausages. It was far from the experts' claims that young men could earn a fortune from vending. Without the assistance of a system, Cheng Yan would only be making ends meet. Were these people not putting in the effort? That young pencil-drawing boy was truly infuriating. Laughter echoed from distance. Cheng Yan turned to catch a glimpse of Shun Jingshu. She had bought some snacks for Cece, who was absolutely delighted. Yet Shun Jingshu stubbornly held the treats away, insisting Cece call her aunt before taking a bite. They were enjoying themselves immensely. Some customers found this scene quite charming, especially since Shun Jingshu, a striking beauty, typically wore a stern expression, but now, with the child, she exuded warmth and tenderness. After taking a few pictures, they shared them in their group chat. They had created their own chat group, primarily because Cheng Yan's and the purchasing agents' groups were muted. They had no means to converse. Suddenly, a message exploded within the first fan group for the yellow duck owner. "Look at this photo. No way. The boss lady can smile so sweetly? Indeed, this is the essence of motherhood. Even the coldest woman radiates maternal warmth before a child. The boss lady is truly beautiful. I wonder if she's in need of a boyfriend." This photo circulated rapidly, soon reaching the second and third groups. Cheng Yan remained blissfully unaware that he had become the object of envy, among others. He continued to fry noodles, interspersing his time with small portions of crayfish and snow cream. Surprisingly, the crayfish sold out far more quickly than he anticipated. It seemed the allure of summer crayfish paired with beer far surpassed that of snow cream. By the time the snow cream was cleared out, it signified that Cheng Yan's vending journey was more than halfway through. By 8:30 in the evening, Cheng Yan handed the last few servings of fried noodles to customers. He then wiped down the cart with a cloth before sweeping the ground. Other stall owners looked on with envy, commenting, "Look how quickly they work. Just 2 hours in, and they've sold so much. Now they're heading home. It's more comfortable than a regular job. You need their skill for that." One stall owner chuckled. "The aroma of their fried noodles is irresistible, not to mention the crayfish and snow cream. Who wouldn't he be tempted? Enough chatter. It's time for us to open." Customers who haven't bought anything will start wandering around. Open up, open up. The smiles on the faces of the stall owners began to multiply. After cleaning the ground, Cheng Yan disposed of the trash, secured the food cart, and made his way to Shun Jingshu and Cece. He crouched down, gently ruffling Cece's hair, and warmly inquired, "Cece, did you enjoy coming out with your uncle and aunt today?" "Very happy," Cece replied, her cheeks flushed from the delightful playtime with Shun Jingshu. Having spent the day together, she had grown accustomed to Cheng Yan and Shun Jingshu, feeling no fear or insecurity in their presence. "Wipe off the sweat on your face." Shun Jingshu playfully scolded Cheng Yan, retrieving a pack of wet wipes from her bag. She pulled one out and handed it to him, saying, "Forget it. I'll clean it for you." Men could be so careless. Cheng Yan chuckled foolishly, watching Shun Jingshu use the wet wipe to gently clean around his eyes, then his mouth, and finally his forehead, cheeks, and neck was captivating. Shun Jingshu focused intently on her task, her movements tender and deliberate, exuding an extraordinary charm. As Cheng Yan observed her, he couldn't help but think of 3 words, little wife. Chapter 79, Don't Say Anything. What are we really looking at, you fool? Shen Jingshu noticed Cheng Yan staring at her intently, feeling a bit shy, yet her words persisted. Cece stood there, alternating her gaze between Cheng Yan and Shen Jingshu, before covering her eyes and peeking through her fingers. Wow, the affection between uncle and aunt is truly delightful. If only my parents shared such a bond. Cheng Yan, in a good mood, took Cece's small hand in one of his and held Shen Jingshu's soft hand in the other, smiling as he declared, "Today, I shall treat you. Feel free to buy and eat whatever you desire at the night market." "Yay, yay, Cece, tiret," Shen Jingshu replied with a smile. "Then I shall not hold back." The duo insisted on eating stinky tofu, which left Cheng Yan feeling a bit disgruntled since he had prepared some at home, only for them to seek out another vendors. How vexing. Once my stinky tofu is ready, I will surely show them who makes the finest. The night market offered not just food, but also simple games for children, such as balloon darts, sandbag tossing, and ring toss. Cece wandered over to the sandbag toss and stood transfixed, watching a couple at the stall throw sandbags. Shen Jingshu glanced over and asked, "Does Cece want to play too?" Cece nodded eagerly. Shen Jingshu looked towards Cheng Yan, who chuckled and directly asked the vendor for 20 yuan worth of sandbags. For 20 yuan, they received 10 sandbags. Many believed that hitting a target meant they could take that toy home, but in reality, prizes were allocated based on the number of hits. Only if all 10 were struck would a larger toy be available for selection. Hitting less than 3 would result in receiving small plastic toys, like carrot-shaped knives. The vendor handed Cheng Yan a small plastic basin filled with 10 sandbags, which he then passed to the duo. Cece, being a bit short, could not reach. So Cheng Yan lifted her up, allowing her to throw the sandbags herself. Shen Jingshu occasionally tossed one as well, mainly to entertain the child. However, the little one's strength was limited, and sometimes she could barely hit a target. After a few attempts, Cece lost interest. Shen Jingshu threw the remaining 3 sandbags and managed to hit 2. They had only scored 5 so far, mostly thanks to Shen Jingshu's efforts. The vendor announced, "With 5 hits, you can claim a premium toy. Would you like one?" He then presented a toy gun and some seemingly low-quality Barbie dolls. Cece glanced at them, clearly unimpressed. Cheng Yan asked with a smile, "How many hits for a doll?" The vendor replied, "Hitting 7 to 9 earns a small doll, 10 to 13 a medium doll, and 14 to 15 a large doll." Cheng Yan pondered. For 20 yuan, 10 sandbags were quite the investment. To secure a large doll, one would need to spend at least 30 yuan, which felt rather exploitative. At a wholesale market, one could purchase a large doll for 30 yuan. Furthermore, many would have to spend 40 to achieve such results. Watching from the sidelines, it seemed easy, but when it came time to throw, the reality was quite different. Although Cheng Yan had never had the opportunity to play such games in his youth, he recalled seeing a peer tossing tennis balls into a bucket, laughing at others' misfortunes until it was his turn, and he ended up in tears. However, today was different. Making Shen Jingshu and Cece happy was paramount. Cheng Yan handed the vendor another 20 yuan for 10 more sandbags. Cece insisted she wouldn't throw anymore. Shen Jingshu encouraged him, "You should give it a try. I believe boys are better at this." All right. Cheng Yan thought it quite novel, and indeed, at the start, there seemed to be a beginner's luck, with each throw landing successfully, but as the rounds progressed, his aim began to wane. In Shen Jingshu's presence, a sense of nervousness enveloped him. After 10 throws, he had hit 7, totaling 12, still far from a large doll. It seemed he would need to spend another 10 yuan. Shen Jingshu grasped his hand, chuckling softly to avoid hurting his pride. "Why do you need such a large doll? Cece can't even hold it. A medium one will suffice." Cheng Yan nodded in agreement. The little girl chose a strawberry bear toy, cradling it in her arms. For her, this medium-sized toy was indeed a treasure. Cece beamed as she thanked both Cheng Yan and Shen Jingshu, her sweet voice melting their hearts. On their way back, Shen Jingshu explained that the toys here were of poor quality. If they truly wanted to play, they should purchase some of better quality. This wasn't merely about saving money, but rather a matter of health. Cheng Yan gave her a thumbs up. "My girlfriend is truly remarkable and knows how to live well." Of course, Shen Jingshu replied, her pride evident. As they walked, Shen Jingshu's phone rang. Upon checking, she turned to Cheng Yan and said, "It's yeah, Teacher Sue." Cheng Yan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't seen Teacher Su in quite some time. Shun Jingshu answered the call, and the next moment, Su Yu's booming voice erupted. Even without speakerphone, Cheng Yan could hear her clearly. Shun Jingshu, goodness, you have a child with Boss Cheng behind my back. Their hearts raced at her words. Shun Jingshu covered the mouthpiece, whispering, how does she know? Did she discover something at the hospital that day? Cheng Yan shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. Immediately after, Su Yu continued, not only do you have a child, but it seems she's already 3 years old. So you met Boss Cheng right after graduating? Huh? You've hidden it well, Shun Jingshu. Just like in those novels where the academic genius elopes with the CEO, only to be lured back by delicious food. Cheng Yan. Shun Jingshu. They both realized that Su Yu was not particularly astute outside of her studies. She was a naive and carefree woman. The earlier tension dissipated instantly. Shun Jingshu smirked. Then I shall have my daughter call you Annie. She squatted down and said to Cece, there's an Annie on the phone. Can you greet her? Cece hesitated for a moment before sweetly saying, hello, Annie ah. Su Yu was beside herself with excitement. You hello. Where has your mother kept you for the past 2 years? I've never seen you before. Cece replied, Annie, I'm not Annie's daughter. My mom is Zhao Hui. Su Yue. Damn it. How could I not know that Shin Jingshu had a daughter? It was a false alarm. After chatting with Cece for a bit, Su Yu turned to Shun Jingshu in frustration. You didn't even bother to explain. You made me misunderstand for so long. I thought you and Boss Cheng really had a child together. Shun Jingshu and Cheng Yan exchanged an awkward glance. In truth, they did have one. Chapter 80. Cheng Yan. I'm truly not tired. On the phone, Su Yu was still chattering away. Upon learning that the child was not Shun Jingshu's, Su Yu let out a sigh of relief, and then cheerfully inquired, Jingshu, when did you and Boss Cheng become an item? I could see the sparks flying between you two. Shun Jingshu felt helpless. She glanced at Cheng Yan, wondering why everyone believed that they were so intimate. Yet she couldn't deny that they indeed made a suitable pair. We're already together. Upon hearing Shun Jingshu's words, Cheng Yan perked up, his cheeks slightly flushed. Was she admitting it? He had thought that their relationship would remain a secret for quite some time. So he was taken aback. What? You didn't tell me such an important thing. Shun Jingshu, how could you be so disloyal? Our sisterhood is on the brink of sinking. I'm cutting ties with you for 24 hours. Shun Jingshu responded. Fine, Su Yu exclaimed. You clearly don't care about our friendship. Shun Jingshu, my heart aches. Su Yu, stop being dramatic and just speak properly, or I'll hang up. Tell me the details of your relationship. Beep, beep, beep. Shun Jingshu abruptly hung up the phone. When she noticed Su Yu calling again, she ignored it. How shameless. Disregarding the incessant bombardment of WeChat messages. Shun Jingshu placed her phone in her bag and turned to Cheng Yan, smiling. I think we've had enough fun. Let us head home. Cheng Yan nodded in agreement. Halfway home, he asked, why aren't we hiding our relationship anymore? Shun Jingshu, puzzled, replied, why should we hide? Cheng Yan responded, oh, perhaps I was overthinking it. Shun Jingshu lightly huffed, pulling Cece along and leaving Cheng Yan behind. Just as before, Cheng Yan rode back on his little yellow duck cart, while Shun Jingshu drove Cece home. They arrived home just past 9 in the evening. The sky outside now pitch dark. Cece, feeling a bit sleepy, succumbed to her fatigue. After coaxing Cece to sleep, Shun Jingshu went to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of hot noodle soup for Cheng Yan, serving it to him. Cheng Yan felt a bit embarrassed. I could have made it myself. You didn't have to go through the trouble. Just eat. It must be tiring to run the stall, right? Not all. I don't believe you. Shun Jingshu smiled, increasingly aware of Cheng Yan's hard work every time they set up the stall together. Even if he wasn't cooking, merely lifting that iron pot for 2 hours would be exhausting. Not to mention that Cheng Yan also had to stir-fry. She felt a pang of sympathy for him. Yet, she understood that this was Cheng Yan's career. She had no right to ask a man who earned over 10,000 a day to abandon his work for her comfort. Cheng Yan realized he could not explain his exhaustion adequately. How could he elucidate the effects of his miraculous fatigue-eliminating card? Never mind. He slurped a noodle, savoring the deliciousness of the dish Shun Jingshu had prepared, which remained consistently delightful. From now on, let me handle these matters. You're expecting, and the doctor said the first 3 months are critical. You must take care of yourself and rest. Shen Jingzhu, resigned, replied, all right, I'll listen to you. However, Cheng Yan knew Shen Jingzhu was not taking it to heart. She was a workaholic, rarely engaged in anything other than work. But now, with the added responsibilities of caring for a baby and nurturing their relationship, it was quite wonderful. A boss cannot always be at the company. Otherwise, the employee's happiness would diminish. After finishing the noodles, Cheng Yan noticed Shen Jingzhu trying to help with the dishes. He hurriedly stood up to wash them in the kitchen. While washing, the doorbell rang. Zhao Hui entered, looking weary. Cheng Yan peeked out and, seeing her glum expression, said, Sister Hui, Cici was very well behaved today. Having a daughter like her is such a blessing. Zhao Hui managed a forced smile. Thank you, you and Jingzhu. Shen Jingzhu pointed toward the east room. She had a little something to eat and is now asleep in there. Zhao Hui nodded, moving even more quietly. After briefly discussing some details about Cici's enrichment class with Zhao Hui, she left with Cici. Cheng Yan wiped his hands, sensing that Sister Hui's matters were not proceeding smoothly. Shen Jingzhu frowned. With the Women's Federation and the Neighborhood Committee helping, the lawsuit should progress quickly. It must involve disputes over family assets. Cheng Yan sighed. They had not brought it up themselves, so they did not pry. This was the least they could do to maintain boundaries. By around 9:30 in the evening, Shen Jingzhu prepared to leave. Cheng Yan gave her a few safety reminders and watched as her black Mercedes drove away. After growing accustomed to having someone around in the yard, being alone felt rather lonely. He took a deep breath. They are all gone. I should get busy now. The next day, Cheng Yan went to the stall as usual. Zhao Hui brought Cici over, and Shen Jingzhu watched her play. Just like the day before, after Cheng Yan returned from the stall and rested for a while, he and Shen Jingzhu took Cici to her enrichment class before heading to Wuling to pick up the car. The configuration Cheng Yan wanted was not available at the moment, so it would take 2 or 3 days for it to be transported from elsewhere. He paid the deposit and awaited the car's arrival. Upon returning home, the owner of the fresh market had already delivered the ingredients as per Cheng Yan's request. His plan was to set up the stall early, sell everything, and then prepare lunch to deliver to Cici by noon. The little girl was shy, and the teacher couldn't take care for her every day. She needed to be well fed. Just after 10, Cheng Yan arrived at Jiang Shi's entrance. This time, he went all out, using 2 iron pots to cook, producing a large quantity and wrapping up the stall by 11:30. Upon returning home, the braised pork was already thoroughly stewed, and Shen Jingzhu had prepped the twice-cooked pork, making it ready to cook directly. A quick stir-fry of greens would round out the meal for balanced nutrition. He placed all 3 dishes into a lunchbox, while Shen Jingzhu drove him to deliver the meal. They arrived before noon. Cheng Yan had already communicated with Cc's teacher and waited outside for a while until the teacher came out to collect the lunchbox. Cheng Yan finally felt a sense of relief. Shen Jingzhu pulled out a tissue and handed it to him. Once Cheng Yan returned home, he did not rest. He hadn't even changed his clothes yet. I can already see it. When our baby arrives, I wonder how you'll spoil him or her. Cheng Yan chuckled. Cc's teacher, carrying the lunchbox, made her way to the cafeteria. As she carried the somewhat heavy lunchbox, she thought to herself, Cheng Yan is truly responsible. Just yesterday, he promised to bring lunch today. Upon reaching the dining area, the teacher found Cici's spot and placed the lunchbox down. Cici, this is your Uncle Cheng's lunch for you. Chapter 81. The children demand a new principal. Cici looked up at her teacher and then down at her delightful lunchbox. The homeroom teacher assisted her in opening it, and an enticing aroma immediately wafted into the air. Ting Ting, seated beside Cici, glanced over. The first layer of the lunchbox revealed succulent, glistening braised pork and generous portions of twice-cooked pork, both appearing irresistibly appetizing, while the accompanying vegetables seemed merely ornamental. Ting Ting's eyes widened in awe. Wow, Cici, your uncle must be incredibly generous. This looks absolutely delicious. Cici beamed with pride. She picked up her chopsticks and offered Ting Ting a piece of braised pork and a slice of twice-cooked pork. Here, have some. In return, I'll give you some fruit candy, Ting Ting exclaimed, pulling 2 pieces of candy from her pocket and handing them to Cici. Cici felt elated. When her uncle and aunt came to pick her up in the afternoon, she could share the candies with them. Ting Ting, however, was already eyeing the 2 pieces of meat with great anticipation. She clumsily popped the braised pork into her mouth. The rich, marbled meat melted away, while the lean portions were tender and delicate, devoid of any toughness. The combination of the fatty richness and the tender texture had Ting Ting's eyes widening in delight. "So tasty," she exclaimed as she indulged in the piece of twice-cooked pork that Cece had given her, in a bid to prevent the children from having upset stomachs. Cheng Yan had minimized the use of seasonings. Although it differed slightly from the usual taste, it was still exceptionally delicious. The mild spiciness combined with a hint of sweetness made it suitable for children, and its golden hue was enticing without being greasy. Ting Ting was utterly captivated. "Cece, I'll give you all my fruit candies if you share just a few more pieces with me." Cece quickly covered her lunchbox. "No way. This was made by my uncle." The friendship between them seemed to be on the verge of capsizing. Cece felt a twinge of regret for sharing the 2 pieces of meat, realizing now that she had underestimated her uncle's culinary skills. She felt that it wasn't enough to satisfy her appetite. Ting Ting, looking forlorn, pleaded, "Just one more piece, please. I promise to bring my favorite toy to share with you tomorrow." Cece shook her head, insisting, "No. If I give you more, I want to have enough for myself." Yet, not wanting to lose her newly made friend, she added, "Tomorrow, I'll ask my uncle to make extra, and then I'll share some with you." Ting Ting's face lit up, and she emptied her pocket of all her fruit candies, presenting them to Cece. "Cece, you will always be my best friend." The homeroom teacher, who had been observing Cece, felt somewhat perplexed by the exchange. It was known that children often had a low sense of sharing and a strong possessiveness over their personal belongings. Ting Ting treasured her fruit candies, claiming they were from a supermarket that couldn't be found locally, brought back by her mother from abroad. It was surprising that she would give them away for just a couple of pieces of meat. The homeroom teacher approached Cece, peering in her lunchbox. The children had chopsticks and spoons, but Cece found it easier to use a spoon to scoop up a piece of braised pork. The savory morsel wobbled slightly on the spoon, soft and chewy, before being placed in Cece's mouth. "Delicious," thought the teacher, swallowing hard as she succumbed to her own cravings. Leaning down, she asked Cece, "May I taste your braised pork and twice-cooked pork?" Cece pondered for a moment before nudging her lunchbox towards the teacher. The teacher eagerly picked up Cece's and used chopsticks and took a piece of braised pork in her mouth. "My word, is this really braised pork? How can it be this exquisite?" She couldn't resist sampling the twice-cooked pork as well. "Still so delectable." That young man possesses remarkable culinary skills. It seems even more impressive than the recent sensation at the street vendor in Jiangxing. The teacher mused about how a comparison between the 2 chefs might unfold. However, she soon realized she was overthinking. Gazing down at the enticing lunchbox, she yearned for just another bite. But seeing Cece nervously clutching her clothes, she sighed. Never mind. Children nowadays held their teachers in high regard. Even if Cece was unwilling, she would likely insist on sharing. The teacher, wishing to spare the children any psychological burdens, decided against eating more. Still, the flavors of the braised pork and twice-cooked pork lingered on her palate, leaving her yearning for more. As she departed, the other children quickly surrounded Cece. "Wow, Cece, your lunch smells amazing." "Cece, can I have a piece of meat? I'll trade you my Ultraman. I'll trade you my sketchbook. Let me have a bite, Cece. I can share my pocket money with you." Cece, feeling the pressure of the children's eager requests, grew anxious. "I don't have much, and if I share with you, I want to be full." Just then, the homeroom teacher returned to find a crowd encircling Cece. She hurried over, saying, "Everyone, please return to your seats and behave. Cece's lunch is limited, and if you eat it all, she will go hungry." "Teacher, we just want to taste Cece's food." "Teacher, we want to eat what Cece's uncle made." "Yes." "Teacher, let Cece's uncle cook for us at school." "Teacher, let Cece's uncle be our principal. Then we can have his food every day." The homeroom teacher was taken aback. Do you think the principal would agree to that? Besides, the principal doesn't even cook. Just then, the principal, who had been patrolling outside, overheard the commotion and entered. He greeted Cece's homeroom teacher, who rushed to explain the situation. The principal frowned. "What is going on? Why are you all clamoring for a new principal?" Cece's teacher chuckled. "It's just the children joking around." She briefly recounted the events to the principal, who found it amusing that the children would wish to replace him over a few pieces of meat. It seems our school lunches are not quite to the children's liking. I suppose I should speak with the kitchen staff to ensure meals are prepared with greater care. CC's teacher nodded with a smile, secretly amused, as if the kitchen staff could compare to Cece's uncle's culinary talents. That's absurd. Meanwhile, at home, Cheng Yan, who was having lunch with Shan Jingzhu, suddenly sneezed. Shan Jingzhu, concerned, asked, "What's wrong? Are you catching a cold from exhaustion?" "It's nothing." Cheng Yan waved his hand dismissively. "I just have the feeling someone is talking about me. By the way, have you mentioned our situation to your uncle and aunt?" Chapter 82. The difficulty of raising a child. Should we inform Shan Jingzhu's parents about their situation? To be honest, Cheng Yan has been pondering this question, as it is indeed a significant matter. It would be quite shocking for Shan Jingzhu's parents to return home, only to find a child waiting for them after they have already registered their marriage certificate and welcomed a baby into the world. That would be utterly terrifying. Cheng Yan believes this scenario is even more alarming than a young man presenting his father-in-law with an ultrasound report of an unexpected pregnancy. He would essentially be introducing their child as an informal gift to his in-laws. How overwhelming that would be. When Shan Jingzhu heard this, she shook her head and questioned the necessity of disclosing such matters to them. "Getting married and having a child is my affair," she asserted. "Besides, they are currently traveling. There is no need for them to rush back for this." Cheng Yan felt a slight discomfort at her words. He understood that Shan Jingzhu's concerns stemmed from her consideration for their relationship, yet he knew deep down that it was because their bond was still not solid enough. After all, who registers a marriage without holding a wedding? Noticing Cheng Yan's unease, Shan Jingzhu hastily explained, "Cheng Yan, don't overthink it, okay? If we tell them now, they would definitely want to terminate the pregnancy. After some time, when it's no longer an option, I will inform them. I never intended to keep a secret." Cheng Yan nodded, albeit with a bitter smile. Around Shan Jingzhu, he often felt like a younger brother being cared for by an older sister. That morning came to an early conclusion, leaving Cheng Yan with ample time in the afternoon, which sparked an idea in him. Perhaps he could manage his time better in the future. Finishing his tasks early would allow for relaxation, rather than perpetually rushing around without a moment to unwind. While earning money is essential, it should not come at the cost of one's well-being. Money is meant to enhance life, not to overwhelm it. Shan Jingzhu mentioned she would return home to check on things and would come back around 3 o'clock. After seeing her off, Cheng Yan fell into a deep sleep. Half an hour later, he woke up promptly to prepare for tomorrow's snow cakes and the supplies needed for his evening stall. At 3:20, Cheng Yan and Shan Jingzhu arrived at Cece's enrichment class. As school let out, they exchanged glances, marveling at Cece's presence. "Is that really Cece?" Shan Jingzhu seemed to share a similar doubt. Before they could enter the line, Cece was already surrounded by her classmates, who clamored for her attention. "Cece, please let your uncle make more meat. I'm begging you. Cece, share some meat with me tomorrow, and I'll lend you my favorite toy. I'll buy you spicy strips. I'll give you fruit candies." The commotion of the children elicited both laughter and disbelief from Cheng Yan and Shan Jingzhu. "This is all you're doing," Shan Jingzhu teased, feeling a sense of pride that her boyfriend's cooking had garnered such admiration. Cheng Yan scratched his head, realizing the children were remarkably straightforward. Cece's teacher instructed the children to line up and led them to their respective spots. After reuniting with Cece, many children bid her farewell. On the way home, Cheng Yan affectionately ruffled Cece's hair and asked, "Did you have fun at school today? I saw many kids playing with you." With a bright smile, Cece replied, "They want to eat the meat Uncle Cheng made." After Uncle Cheng delivered lunch to the cafeteria, so many kids wanted some, but there wasn't enough, so I didn't let them have any. "Oh, here," Cece exclaimed, pulling out some fruit candies from her backpack and handing them to Cheng Yan. "Now you and Annie don't have to share." Cheng Yan chuckled. This child is truly sweet, though it's unfortunate she has such a father. Hopefully, things will improve in the future. Once home, Cece had a small snack before feeling sleepy, prompting Shan Jingzhu to lull her sleep. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hui arrived to pick up Cece around 5 o'clock, appearing in good spirits, suggesting that matters were progressing favorably. This meant that Cheng Yan would have to go to the stall alone that evening, allowing Shan Jingzhu to return home and rest earlier. As evening approached, Shan Jingzhu prepared a bowl of noodles for Cheng Yan using the broth from the crayfish, insisting that he finish his dinner before heading out to the stall. Don't let your irregular eating habits upset your stomach, she cautioned. The following day, Cheng Yan brought lunch to Cece, having prepared a bit more so she could share with her classmates. He packed 4 lunch boxes, 3 filled with dishes and 1 with rice, ensuring that all the children could enjoy a taste. CC's teacher beamed at the sight of the generous offering, delighted that there would be enough for everyone. As the teacher entered the cafeteria with the lunch boxes, all the children's eyes were immediately drawn to her, particularly to the boxes she carried. "Cece, your uncle has brought you lunch," the teacher announced, opening the boxes to reveal mouth-watering dishes. The other children could no longer contain themselves and rushed over, eagerly requesting a piece of the delicious food. With their innocent, wide eyes, the children gazed at the enticing offerings. The teacher turned to Cece, asking, "Cece, it's up to you. Do you want to share with them?" After contemplating her classmates, Cece decided, "I can't finish it all, so let us share." Cheers erupted from the children. "Cece, from today on, you're my best friend." "Cece, you're my best friend too. I'll think of you first whenever I have something delicious," the teacher reminded them. Even though CC's uncle brought a lot of food, it's still not enough for everyone to have a full meal. "Each of you can have 1 piece of braised pork and 1 piece of twice-cooked pork, understood?" "Understood. Thank you, teacher. I can hardly wait, teacher. Teacher, I'm starving." "Then take your small bowls and line up. Anyone who misbehaves in line 1T get any," the teacher declared sternly. The once unruly group of children now obediently formed a line, eagerly receiving their portions. A few minutes later, every child had received their meat. After eating, they clamored for more, but the teacher reminded them that they could only have 1 piece, especially since Cece still needed hers to go with her rice. The lunch schedule was staggered. Classes 1, 2, and 3 ate from 12 to 12:20, while others followed suit at different times. Seeing this, the children from the 2nd and 3rd classes became upset, crying out to their teacher, "I want to eat too. Why didn't my uncle bring lunch for our class? I don't want to stay in class 2 anymore. I want to transfer to class 1. The teachers from classes 2 and 3 sighed. This is already a challenge to manage, and now it's become even more difficult. Chapter 83. The Principal's Dilemma in the Bustling Cafeteria. The cries of a child often evoke a chorus of concern. The principal, once more, found herself perturbed. Addressing the 2 class teachers, she said, "Do console the children. It is imperative to employ the right methods and strategies. We mustn't allow them to cry. Once the correct approach is identified, there is no child we cannot manage." The 2 teachers glanced at the lunchbox on the table of a girl named Cece and sighed. Did they not understand the importance of strategy? The principal's words seemed rather disconnected from reality. Determined to exhibit her expertise, the principal approached a young boy, gently patting his shoulder. "Sweetheart, please don't cry. Tell me, why are you upset?" The boy rubbed his eyes and lamented. "I want to eat braised pork and twice-cooked pork. It smells so good. Everyone in class 1 has it." "What?" The principal's demeanor shifted to one of indignation. She questioned one of the teachers. "Is there still a disparity in the cafeteria? Is it true that only 1 class receives these dishes?" The cafeteria staff quickly interjected. "Principal, please do not accuse us unjustly. Our menu is shared with parents every day. And today, there is neither braised pork nor twice-cooked pork." The principal, bewildered, retorted, "But there was never twice-cooked pork to begin with. Why cry for something that doesn't exist?" Nevertheless, in a bid to ensure parental and student satisfaction, she decisively instructed the cafeteria staff. "Prepare twice-cooked pork and braised pork for tomorrow. If the children desire it, we shall provide it." However, the boy protested vehemently. "No, I don't want the cafeteria as twice-cooked pork and braised pork. I want the ones from class 1. A chorus of agreement resonated from the other children. "Yes, principal. We want class 1's twice-cooked pork and braised pork." The principal was at a loss. The children, not even knowing Cece's name or the source of the dishes, only knew that class 1 had them. Perplexed, she scratched her head, her frustration mounting. Why are children so difficult to appease these days? Is this what the teachers contend with daily? Are their salaries insufficient? What if they decide to resign due to exhaustion? Surely we can lessen their workload. The principal found herself amidst a fierce internal debate. The cries of the children jolted her from her thoughts. She turned to the class teacher and inquired about the situation. The teacher approached and whispered the details into her ear. The principal was left speechless. How could she resolve this? Could she possibly hire someone to cook? After a moment of contemplation, she wondered about Cece's uncle. What was his profession? Could he be persuaded to assist? The teacher softly cautioned, "Principal, don't get your hopes up. Cece's uncle drives a Mercedes when he picks her up." The principal, skeptical yet intrigued, pondered if the uncle's twice-cooked pork and braised pork were truly as delectable as claimed. She discreetly sampled a piece of braised pork, and to her astonishment, it was indeed delicious, rich but not greasy, the perfect balance of flavors with a hint of sweetness. Determined, the principal instructed the teachers to calm the children, declaring, "I shall seek out our cafeteria's chef." With that, she hurried to the kitchen. The chefs were busy preparing meals for the next class. The principal approached the head chef. "Could you possibly refine the braised pork and twice-cooked pork? I've tasted CC's uncle's version, and it is exceptional. As chefs, can we not aspire to improve?" The head chef replied, "Principal, our team is quite capable, but I'll remind them to put in more effort next time." The principal insisted, "It is not merely about effort. It must be delicious." The children are in tears. The chef sighed. "If you seek perfection, you might consider visiting Jiangcheng restaurant. Their braised pork and twice-cooked pork are unparalleled. You could inquire with them." Irritated, the principal thought, "Why must you deflect?" Without hesitation, she programmed her GPS for Jiangcheng restaurant, eager to sample their offerings. If they were indeed superior, she would have her cafeteria chefs study the recipe. Perhaps a brief discussion with her chef would yield even greater insights. Navigating through midday traffic, she finally arrived at Jiangcheng restaurant shortly after 12:40. Upon entering, a refreshing breeze greeted her as a smiling waitress inquired, "Hello, how many in your party? Do you have a reservation?" The principal shook her head, "Just me. I've heard your braised pork and twice-cooked pork are remarkable. I wish to try them. Would you mind sitting at a communal table?" The waitress asked. "Not at all," the principal replied. The waitress guided her to a seat and handed her the menu. The principal ordered both dishes, along with a bowl of rice and a chilled sour plum drink. To keep her entertained while she waited, the waitress brought some appetizers and snacks. Within 10 minutes, the dishes arrived, accompanied by the rice. The principal sampled a piece of braised pork and found it strikingly similar to what she had tasted at her own school, though perhaps not quite as exquisite. Nonetheless, it was quite impressive. Next, she tried the twice-cooked pork. "Delicious," she exclaimed. Having never tasted the version from Cece's bowl, she now believed this was the finest twice-cooked pork she had ever encountered. Before she knew it, she had polished off a bowl of rice and a small serving of sour plum drink. Suddenly, she remembered her dieting regimen. Oh no, this meal may negate a week's worth of yoga. Yet the flavor was undeniably enticing. The cafeteria had always claimed they could not replicate this quality, and she was resolute in her belief that it was merely a matter of technique. The principal, a quintessential outsider with a managerial mindset, firmly believed that if employees did not excel, it was due to a lack of diligence in learning. She was determined to demonstrate to her cafeteria chefs that no dish was beyond their reach. After her meal, as she approached the front desk to settle her bill, she requested, "Please pack another serving of twice-cooked pork and braised pork for me. Also, may I meet your chef?" The receptionist appeared puzzled and promptly consulted with Shun Jingshu, who had just arrived. When Shin approached, she felt a sense of familiarity with this middle-aged woman, but could not place her. However, Shin recognized the request from past experiences with customers. "Please hold on a moment. Chef Jiang is currently busy and won't be available until around 1:30, Shin informed her. The principal glanced at her watch. It was now a little past 1, having arrived shortly after 12:40. "That's fine, I can wait. I have some inquiries for Chef Jiang." Chapter 84. Competing with him? I am, but his pupil, the lunch crowd, was significantly smaller than that of the evening, which naturally included business engagements aimed at leveraging a single meal into millions in deals. With several vacant seats available, Shun Jingshu instructed the waiter to find a table for the principal of the enrichment class, accompanied by a pot of lemonade and some snacks. After glancing at the snacks a few times, she averted her gaze, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where she had seen them before. After a brief period of busyness, she took a moment to rest at the front desk. Shun Jingshu did not dismiss Cheng Yan's words as mere chatter. She worked diligently, but also allowed herself reasonable breaks. By 1:30 in the afternoon, Shun Jingshu rose to check the kitchen, confirming it was indeed free. The dishes had all been served, leaving only customers who were still dining, requiring only a quick stir-fry when they needed additional dishes. Chef Jiang, someone is looking for you. Looking for me? Jiang Tao, seated in the kitchen while watching videos on his phone, looked up. What do they want? I'm just a cook. Shun Jingshu chuckled. That lady likely finds your cooking delightful and seems eager to seek your advice. Jiang Tao felt a surge of excitement. Being recognized for his delicious cooking brought a sense of accomplishment. He wiped his hands and followed Shun Jingshu out. When they approached the principal, she was still engaged in discussing the afternoon's work schedule with her team. Upon seeing the two, she put away her phone, rose, and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry to trouble you. Shun Jingshu waved her hand. Please, carry on. Jiang Tao and the principal took their seats facing each other. After a moment's hesitation, the principal inquired, Hello, chef. May I ask how to prepare braised pork and twice-cooked pork to perfection? Jiang Tao chuckled softly. The principal worried it might be an overly personal secret, so she explained, My establishment runs a preschool enrichment class, and the children are clamoring for braised pork and twice-cooked pork. Unfortunately, the cafeteria chef cannot compete with the deliciousness of a certain child's uncle named Cece, and the kids are quite upset. I heard you excel at these dishes and thought to ask if you would be willing to share some culinary secrets. I'm happy to offer compensation for your time. Jiang Tao grasped her intentions. Ma'am, cooking is not something one masters overnight. I have honed my skills over 20 years, so it is difficult to teach someone to excel immediately. The principal assumed he was reluctant to share his expertise and boldly offered, I will pay 10,000 if you could impart some unique techniques to our cafeteria chef. Jiang Tao waved his hand dismissively. It's not about the money. These skills were taught to me by Cheng Yan, and my swift learning stemmed from a solid foundation. I am well aware of the culinary abilities of those in casual dining establishments and school cafeterias. He recalled an apprentice he once trained, the least skilled among all his students, who managed to secure a position in the cafeteria, despite being the head chef at the stir-fry station. That individual would struggle to grasp the essence of cooking, perhaps due to a lack of motivation or complacency with their current state. The principal sighed, feeling disheartened, and bid farewell to Jiang Tao before preparing to leave. Jiang Tao also rose. Upon reaching the front desk, he mentioned to Shun Jingshu, that customer is the principal of the enrichment class, seeking to learn how to make delicious braised pork and twice-cooked pork. Apparently, a child's parent brought those dishes to school, causing the kids to cry for more, and the cafeteria chef could not compete. She insisted on paying for lessons. But this is something that can be taught easily, yet mastering it is another matter entirely, typical of an outsider trying to grasp the nuances of an expert. Shun Jingshu's thoughts spiraled as she realized why the woman seemed familiar. It turned out she was indeed the principal from the enrichment class, often seen patrolling the campus gates while picking up Cece. Learning to prepare braised pork and twice-cooked pork, and it had made the children cry. Shun Jingshu couldn't help but chuckle, thinking how Cheng Yan had inadvertently increased the management challenges for the school. Jiang Tao, perplexed by her laughter, asked what is so amusing. Boss, do you know something about this? Shun Jingshu looked up at Jiang Tao with a triumphant smile. That parent is Cheng Yan, and he is the one who prepared the braised pork and twice-cooked pork. Jiang Tao was taken aback. What a coincidence. As the principal approached the exit, she hesitated, calling out to Chef Jiang. Jiang Tao turned, exasperated, and said, Principal, don't bother seeking advice or lessons elsewhere. In Jiang City, or even across the nation, no one can surpass that parent's skills. Really? That parent's surname is Cheng? The principal sighed. My culinary skills were taught by him. Where will you find a chef better than he? The principal felt as though she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen, her mind blank. The renowned braised pork and twice-cooked pork from a Jiang City restaurant were indeed exceptional, but they were crafted by Cece's uncle. What was she to do now? Would her authority as principal diminish so easily? The two takeaway boxes in her hand felt almost comical. With a bittersweet smile, the principal exited the restaurant. Shun Jingshu found the situation utterly delightful. Her desire to chat amplified as she sent a message to Cheng Yan. Shun Jingshu. Cheng Yan, are you on break? Cheng Yan, preparing for a nap. Shun Jingshu. I have an amusing story to share with you. Shan Jingshu, the principal of the enrichment class, just came here for a meal, insisting on learning how to make braised pork and twice-cooked pork from Chef Jiang. Cheng Yan, huh? Why learn that? Shan Jingshu, you brought lunch for Cici, and it made all the other kids cry. Shan Jingshu, the principal had no choice but to seek culinary wisdom from a chef, only to end up with Chef Jiang. Shan Jingshu, Chef Jiang was completely taken aback. Cheng Yan, ha ha ha. Cheng Yan, you seem to be in a good mood today. Shan Jingshu, when my boyfriend's cooking can make kids cry, I'm certainly proud. Shan Jingshu, now go take a nap. Meanwhile, upon returning to school, the principal headed straight to her office. The two packed meals were stored in her trunk, awaiting warming up for dinner with her husband and child. As for the braised pork and twice-cooked pork matter, she decided to abandon it. Contemplating a new rule prohibiting parents from bringing food for their children, she felt conflicted. She knew it was unreasonable, yet she felt powerless. The cafeteria food was decent enough and filling. Indeed, every outrageous regulation has a story behind it. While the principal and the first and second grade teachers fretted, CC's homeroom teacher was elated. The difficulty of managing the children had just diminished dramatically. Chapter 85. Depart early to queue for certificates. The class teacher, Ms. CC, devised an ingenious management technique known as the braised pork and twice-cooked pork method. Whenever a child misbehaved, she would simply say, "If you continue to be naughty, there will be no braised pork or twice-cooked pork for you tomorrow." At once, the children would become obedient and compliant. This approach proved far more effective than merely threatening to inform their parents. Ms. CC's uncle was indeed a kind-hearted individual. That evening, when the principal announced a new regulation prohibiting parents from bringing meals for their children, Ms. CC felt as though the sky had fallen. Class 1 teacher, Principal, this regulation seems rather unwise, doesn't it? Class 2 teacher, I think it's quite beneficial. It seems only CC's parents have been bringing meals, right? Class 3 teacher, exactly. The school cafeteria serves perfectly delicious food. Principal, let us all try to understand one another. Principal, if we allow CC's uncle's braised and twice-cooked pork to circulate in our school, managing the children will become exceedingly difficult. Principal, today's lunchtime was a painful lesson. Principal, we cannot overtly target CC's family, hence the need for this regulation. Class 1 teacher, please, Principal, let's announce this rule the day after tomorrow. Class 1 teacher, I promised the children that they would have braised pork and twice-cooked pork tomorrow. Principal, Class 1 teacher, you must cooperate with the school. It's not about conditions, but methods. Very well, everyone, let us take a break. I apologize for taking up your time. Principal, this regulation will be shared in the parents' groups immediately. Ms. CC thought to herself, this is the end. The teachers from Class 2 and Class 3 felt a sense of satisfaction. The other teachers were puzzled, wondering what they were discussing. Due to Cheng Yan's recent assistance in caring for CC, Zhao Hui had also added him to the parents' group. Upon seeing the new regulation, he couldn't help but chuckle. What a remarkable way to enforce rules. If the children cannot learn, simply ban it. Even more amusing was the content shared by the teachers, which claimed that the prohibition on bringing food was unrelated to food safety, but rather aimed at formalizing management and reducing difficulties. Cheng Yan was at a loss for words. He had just returned from his stall, where Shan Jingshu was playing with CC at home. He recounted the situation to her, and Shan Jingshu chuckled. Well, you did make the child cry out of hunger. Now, they won't allow parents to bring food to school. Cheng Yan scratched his head and approached CC, gently saying, CC, your school won't allow food deliveries tomorrow. If you find yourself hungry, be sure to tell your teacher. She will take you to get food. All right? CC nodded. She had promised some friend she would share her food, and now, with the school's new rule, she felt a twinge of disappointment, but didn't want to trouble Cheng Yan, as her uncle and aunt were already very kind to her. The next day at noon, as the children from Class 1 saw CC at the serving window, they were taken aback. CC, isn't your uncle bringing food for you today? You promised me 2 pieces yesterday. CC listened, feeling sumevat desiartend. Ting Ting stepped forward, stating, my mom said the school doesn't allow parents to bring food. So you can't blame CC. To the children, the school's rules held the same weight as those established by their teachers. They burst into tears. Teacher, why can't CC's uncle bring food? You said if I behaved, I would get meat. Exactly. Teacher, you're a liar. Teacher, I want to eat meat. Miss CC felt overwhelmed. The principal's policy was truly exasperating. Children, please don't cry. The school's meals are quite tasty. Hey, Liang Liang, don't wipe your nose on your clothes. The teachers from classes 2 and 3 observed the scene with a sense of inexplicable glee, having just experienced a similar situation themselves. The principal, hearing the commotion from outside, hesitated but ultimately decided not to intervene. There was no way to manage this. After all, one could hardly bind CC's uncle to serve as the head chef. This generation of children is indeed challenging to handle. Time swiftly passed to May 20th. Zhao Hui's divorce proceedings had commenced, typically requiring mediation before litigation could proceed. After reaching an agreement regarding CC's custody, the Du family ceased their attempts to claim a child. Consequently, Zhao Hui took CC away, leaving her in the care of Aunt Li. Today, Cheng Yan had chosen not to work at his stall, taking a day off specifically to obtain their marriage certificate. Early in the morning at 7:30, after finishing breakfast, Cheng Yan eagerly took Shen Jingshu to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Shen Jingshu sighed. The bureau doesn't open until 8:30. Why are we going so early? You wouldn't understand, Cheng Yan replied earnestly. In Chinese, the date 520 sounds like I love you, so there will surely be a great number of couples getting their certificates today. If we arrive late, who knows how long we'll have to wait? Shen Jingshu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What is the difference between arriving an hour early and waiting in line for an hour? Cheng Yan scratched his head, exasperated. How would he explain? I'm just worried that if we arrive late, we'll be at the back of the line and might have to wait a long time. Who knows? Some might even continue queuing after lunch. All right then, Shen Jingshu conceded. As they stepped outside, Cheng Yan instinctively took the driver's seat. Having driven the Wuling van so often, he found the Mercedes to be no challenge. He had been Shen Jingshu's chauffeur lately. The Civil Affairs Bureau was not far from their old neighborhood, where various district government offices were clustered. Upon arrival at 7:47, Cheng Yan parked the car and opened the door, only to see 5 pairs of newlyweds already queuing at the glass entrance. Cheng Yan marveled. I thought I arrived early enough. I didn't expect others to be here even earlier. Shen Jingshu facepalmed. Newlyweds place great importance on such auspicious days. I think it's unnecessary. What truly matters is living a loving life together. Both are important, Cheng Yan asserted. Isn't this a hopeful anticipation for a beautiful life? You have a point. Cheng Yan extended his hand, and Shen Jingshu smiled, placing her delicate, fair hand into his rough palm. Though his hands were coarse, they brought her a sense of security. By 8:30, there were already over 20 pairs of newlyweds lined up behind Cheng Yan and Shen Jingshu. The queue was long enough that he almost felt as though he was at his stall, wishing he could whip up a few servings of instant noodles. It seemed he had developed a bit of a professional habit. He leaned closer to Shen Jingshu's ear and whispered, You see, I told you coming early was the right choice. Look at how many people are behind us. Shen Jingshu giggled as Cheng Yan tickled her ear, glancing back at the growing line. With a teasing tone, she replied, Yes, my fiancé is indeed exceptionally foresight. Isn't that so? Cheng Yan chuckled. Chapter 86. A pair of red books after paying a fee of 9 yuan, Cheng Yan and Shen Jingshu emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, hand in hand. Once inside the car, Cheng Yan took out the small red book, gazing at the photograph of himself in a crisp white shirt, nestled close to Shen Jingshu. A silly grin spread across his face. Shen Jingshu, in a cheerful mood, felt a wave of happiness at his expression, but playfully chided him, calling him a fool. Cheng Yan carefully handed the red book to her, advising, Jingshu, please take good care of this. Do not lose it or let it get crumpled. It symbolizes our love and legally confirms that we are now husband and wife. Receiving the red book, Shen Jingshu looked at him fondly, assuring, All right, I will keep it safe. She placed their marriage certificate in her bag's innermost pocket and zipped it closed. Are you satisfied now? It won't fall out, she added with a playful grin. Cheng Yan chuckled and started the car. As they drove, he asked, Jingshu, since we've just gotten our certificate, shall we treat our friends to a meal? Sure, Shen Jingshu replied thoughtfully. I don't have many friends to invite, just yeah. Then I'll call Sister Hui and Aunt Li. Cheng Yan suggested. Let us dine in your courtyard. It has a lively atmosphere. Sound good. After finalizing the plan, Cheng Yan encouraged Shun Jingshu to invite others. Upon hearing about the meal, Su Yu was naturally delighted, though she noticed the couple's mysterious demeanor when she inquired about the invitation. Aunt Li and Zhao Hui were also available today. Zhao Hui, recently divorced, was contemplating returning to teaching. Despite the lucrative earnings from her market stall, she recognized that it was not a sustainable long-term solution. At 10:30, Cheng Yan and Shun Jingshu returned home with groceries, preparing to wash the vegetables. Cheng Yan looked at the ingredients and exclaimed, "Today, let us make spicy stir-fried meat. Fish-flavored shredded pork, braised pork, twice-cooked pork, sweet and sour shredded potatoes, deep-fried mushrooms, and a vegetarian meatball soup." How does that sound? Will it fill us up? Besides the braised pork and twice-cooked pork, the other dishes were prizes Cheng Yan had won recently. Shun Jingshu, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Of course it will. Don't forget, you also had Chef Jiang prepare roast chicken and braised fish. With those 2 dishes, we already have 8 dishes and a soup." Cheng Yan, with utmost seriousness, remarked, "For a wedding feast, 8 dishes are the bare minimum. If it weren't for the small number of guests, I would have started with cold dishes, followed by hot ones, and concluded with a large pot of food." All right, Shun Jingshu said, rolling up her sleeves. "I'll help you with the vegetables. You go prepare. Just don't overexert yourself. You're carrying our little baby," he reminded her. "I know." With that, Cheng Yan entered the kitchen. He needed to prepare the braised pork ahead of time, as they had agreed to serve lunch promptly at noon, and there was just over an hour remaining. The time was sufficient for cooking the dish. As he worked, he often found himself glancing at Shun Jingshu, who sat by the wash basin, sorting vegetables. In his previous solitary life, he had never imagined such a fulfilling existence filled with love and family, and he cherished it deeply. The delightful aromas wafted through the kitchen, carried away by the exhaust fan. Cheng Yan efficiently planned the order of the dishes based on their cooling and serving times. Shun Jingshu stood at the kitchen door, watching as he carried a plate of food to the living room table. At 11:45, Su Yu arrived first, immediately darting into the kitchen. "Today's spread looks extravagant. I could smell it from outside. It's so delicious," she exclaimed, turning to link arms with Shun Jingshu, grinning. "Jingshu, I must tell you, without Cheng Yan at the market today, the students at school are in disarray. I overheard them lamenting that the little yellow duck vendor wasn't out, and I felt an inexplicable thrill at the thought of being treated to lunch by him. What's the occasion for this feast?" Shun Jingshu and Cheng Yan had already concocted a story. "Today is the 520th. It's the first one we've celebrated together. So we wanted you all to join us for a meal." "Wow, you're so generous. While others are busy planning romantic dates for 2, you're inviting your friends to feast. What a grand gesture." Sujuedimar, leaving Senhinsu momentarily speechless. At noon, when the last dish was set on the table, Cheng Yan washed his hands and sat beside Shun Jingshu, raising a glass filled with beer. "Today marks the first 520th anniversary of Jingshu and me together. We wanted to bring everyone together for a lively celebration and express our gratitude for all your support. If you can't drink, have some juice instead. Cheers! Cheers!" The clinking of glasses resonated, heralding a joyful meal. After 10 minutes of eating, as everyone's hunger subsided, conversation flowed freely. Aunt Li regarded Cheng Yan and Shun Jingshu with admiration and urged, "Cheng, don't let such a wonderful girl slip away. You must marry Jingshu soon. I'm eagerly awaiting the day to celebrate your wedding." Cheng Yan and Shun Jingshu exchanged glances, thinking, "Aren't we already celebrating?" Shun Jingshu, feeling particularly carefree today, turned to Cheng Yan with a smile, teasingly asking, "Cheng Yan, Aunt Li is giving you a nudge. When will you bring me home?" Cheng Yan laughed heartily. "As quickly as I can." Su Yu chimed in excitedly. Everyone heard that. "Cheng Yan, if you can't deliver, I'll stop paying for my purchases at your stall." Laughter erupted around the table. At 12:40, the meal concluded. Aunt Li and the others insisted on helping with the cleanup, and within 10 minutes, the room was tidied. After bidding farewell to their guests, the lively courtyard fell silent. Cheng Yan and Shun Jingshu sat in the house, neither speaking. Shun Jingshu glanced at Cheng Yan, chuckling. "If you have something to say, just tell me." We're married now, why be shy? I was thinking of taking you to buy some gold jewelry this afternoon. I have some money now, and since it's our wedding, we should honor some traditions. Sounds good, Shun Jingshu replied with a light laugh. I have no plans this afternoon either. The atmosphere grew quiet once more. Cheng Yan found himself gazing at Shun Jingshu, who sat elegantly on the sofa, her legs crossed, with her long hair casually pinned up, the soft strands framing her face in a gentle manner. Cheng Yan swallowed hard. Jingshu. Yes. I want to kiss you. Shun Jingshu paused, then relaxed, playfully chiding. Who asks a girl if they can kiss her? I may not be like other girls, but I can still feel shy. With that, Cheng Yan understood. He gently wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling them closer together, prompting Shun Jingshu to straighten her back. And at that moment, they finally kissed again. Chapter 87. Cheng Yan's ambition in a modest residence within the old town of Jiangcheng, in the southern room. The air conditioning hummed softly, rendering the atmosphere far more comfortable than the sweltering exterior. On the living room sofa, Shun Jingshu beamed, clasping Cheng Yan's hand, playfully chiding, a kiss is a kiss. But why are your hands wandering? Cheng Yan chuckled awkwardly. Oh, just a casual touch. Not now, Shun Jingshu murmured, guiding his hand to her waist. If you behave well in the future, I won't stop you. She wished to moderate the pace of their budding romance, to sustain the novelty between two individuals. It necessitated a judicious restraint. Hand-holding did not lead to kissing, and kissing did not allow for more intimate gestures. Allowing everything at once could easily extinguish the freshness of their connection. Although they had shared an impulsive moment before, intoxication and sobriety were worlds apart. Cheng Yan nodded, feeling the warmth of her voice, and leaned in for another kiss. Honestly, it was becoming somewhat addictive. The sensation of kissing was exquisite. Once experienced, the desire to kiss again was insatiable. This was the beauty of first love, filled with the thrill of exploration and the discovery of delightful moments together. As they kissed for the third time, Shun Jingshu raised her elbow against Cheng Yan's chest, her lips slightly swollen. With a rueful smile, she remarked, "That's enough, Cheng Yan. You must exercise some restraint." Cheng Yan gazed at her, noticing that her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, her lovely features devoid of any chill, radiating allure. Her full, red lips were slightly puffy, which only enhanced her charm. Earlier that morning, Shun Jingshu had donned a white shirt and high-waisted black trousers, but upon returning home, she changed into a snug white top that bared her left shoulder, complemented by nude high heels. She exuded both gentleness and seduction. Cheng Yan thought to himself, how can I possibly restrain myself like this? Taking a deep breath, Shun Jingshu asked, how about one last kiss? All right, he agreed. After the kiss, both felt invigorated. Shun Jingshu's mood seemed elevated, appearing more vibrant than before. Though she had suggested Cheng Yan exercise restraint, it was her first romantic involvement as well, and she too longed for affection. Cheng Yan smiled, suggesting, since we finally have some time off today, how about we take a break and head to the mall to buy you some jewelry? Sounds good, she nodded in agreement. Cheng Yan noticed Shun Jingshu following him towards the bedroom and questioned, aren't you going to rest? Shun Jingshu hesitated, wanting to turn and leave. But reminding herself that Cheng Yan was rather straightforward, she forced a smile. Don't you want to cuddle and sleep? Cheng Yan's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. A few moments later, Cheng Yan had his arms around Shun Jingshu's slender waist, lying face to face. Don't move your hands, she warned. Otherwise, I'll sleep in the other room. Rest assured, he replied earnestly. Shun Jingshu felt exasperated, saying, then could you keep your hands still on my waist? For the first time, they embraced and attempted to sleep in such a lucid state. Even without any movement, sleep eluded them. 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed. Shun Jingshu eventually could no longer tolerate the position, shifting from her side to lie flat, staring at the ceiling, marveling at the fact that she, Shun Jingshu, had arrived at this moment. Cheng Yan's hand, initially resting on her waist, migrated to her abdomen. Concerned about pressing down too hard, he adjusted it further up to her stomach. Cheng Yan, she said softly, your arm is too heavy. It's uncomfortable. After she spoke, she gently guided his hand to a more comfortable position. Lying flat, Shun Jingshu's slightly curled hair spread across the pillow, and the scent of her hair enveloped Cheng Yan. As time passed, they finally succumbed to sleep. When they awoke, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Shun Jingshu opened her eyes to find herself tightly wrapped in Cheng Yan's embrace, one of her legs ensnared between his, and her arm beneath her felt numb. With a slight movement, she winced, urgently nudging Cheng Yan. "Cheng Yan, wake up. You're pulling my hair, it hurts." He quickly sat up, and she pretended to rise, straightening her back as she gathered her long hair, twisting it into a bun and securing it with a hair clip. Cheng Yan suddenly recalled a news story he had read about a girl who had suffered a serious injury due to a hair clip during a fall. He said earnestly, "Jingshu, from now on, let us use hairpins instead. They're much prettier, and the clips are too dangerous." He recounted the news item. Shun Jingshu laughed. "All right, but I need to learn how to style my hair with a hairpin." She was not one to disregard advice, especially from someone who cared for her. Cheng Yan made a mental note to purchase hairpins for her and to learn how to style hair with them online. Having awakened, they need not linger in bed any longer, as neither was fond of idling. However, upon seeing Shun Jingshu's charming face, his gaze was drawn to her now less swollen, full red lips. "Jingshu." In an instant, she understood his intent, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on his lips, pulling away after a second. "We have things to do this afternoon, so let us focus on that for now, all right?" Cheng Yan nodded, getting out of bed to slip on his slippers. Noticing Shun Jingshu's nude heels beside her, he scratched his head. Since her pregnancy, she had refrained from wearing heels, opting for low-heeled shoes for their wedding. Cheng Yan pondered for a moment, then squatted down, looking up at her. "Jingshu, let me help you with your shoes. Don't bend down too much." Shun Jingshu couldn't help but smile through her bemusement at his concern. Meeting his gaze, filled with earnest care, she felt she had found the right person. "Okay," she said, sitting on the edge of the bed, letting her legs dangle. Cheng Yan was captivated by her delicate feet, his pupils dilating in awe. Her fair, pink-tinged toes were adorned with cherry red polish, the smooth arch of her foot revealing gently protruding veins. Everything about her was harmonious, genuine, and profoundly graceful. He reached out, taking hold of her left foot while grasping a high heel with his other hand. Shun Jingshu's feet were soft and warm, and as he cradled them, her toes curled adorably downwards. Chapter 88. Shun Jingshu's affection for fluffy things. The moment Shun Jingshu felt the warmth emanating from Cheng Yan's palm as he held her foot, she instinctively stiffened, her foot yearning to withdraw from his grasp, but to no avail. Soon, she relaxed her body, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Cheng Yan, feeling a bit embarrassed, sensed that prolonging this moment would lead Shun Jingshu to suspect he harbored some peculiar obsession. He slipped the nude-colored low-heeled shoes on her feet, and the slight glimpse of her toes peeking out was indeed quite charming. The nude hue exuded an air of gentle sophistication, while the black suggested a wild and direct sensuality. Cheng Yan rose to assist Shun Jingshu, but she waved him off, insisting she could manage, though she reminded him to wash his hands. Cheng Yan, recalling a humorous online anecdote, jokingly remarked, "Don't worry, I certainly won't lick my hands." Shun Jingshu responded with a puzzled look, questioning Cheng Yan's peculiar habit. Was he merely jesting? Consequently, she truly felt relieved only after seeing him wash his hands, for oftentimes, truths are veiled within humor, such as, "I like you." Cheng Yan found himself helpless. His one moment of candor had resulted in a lifetime of reticence. The process of purchasing gold ornaments was remarkably efficient. In Shun Jingshu's words, if it weren't for the necessity of buying such jewelry, she would have preferred to acquire gold bars to store in a safe, thus saving on labor costs. Cheng Yan realized she genuinely did not care for these trinkets. Yet, paradoxically, Shun Jingshu meticulously curated her daily appearance, carefully coordinating colors and accessories. After much insistence from Cheng Yan, they spent several thousand on a pair of couples' diamond rings. Setting aside the rapid depreciation of diamonds and Cheng Yan's familial background, in many respects, Shun Jingshu had reached a point where she was indifferent to concerns of value appreciation or depreciation. Due to their swift shopping spree, it was barely past 4 in the afternoon when they finished at the mall. Cheng Yan glanced at Shun Jingshu with a sigh. She tightened her grip on his hand and asked, "What else with the sigh?" He replied, I just feel like we haven't hit the right notes for our date. Not at all. Shen Jingshu earnestly stated, I'm quite happy being out with you. When it comes to shopping, I prefer to be quick about it. I only ponder over choices on rare occasions. Thus, I care not about the activities, but rather the company I keep. Cheng Yan, charmed, chuckled foolishly. It was surprising how, despite her usual cool demeanor, she had become so adept at romance. Was this a gift of the elder sister archetype? If you truly wish to know what I like, I'll take you somewhere, Shun Jingshu suddenly declared. Half an hour later, they arrived at a remarkably upscale pet store. Upon entering, Cheng Yan was greeted by the sight of small animals in cages on either side, all gazing in their direction. This pet store was indeed high-end, offering a variety of breeds of cats and dogs, even including miniature pigs, sugar gliders, rabbits, and hamsters, creatures rarely found in other establishments. The store was impeccably clean, and while a pet odor lingered, it was far less pronounced than in typical pet shops. As Shun Jingshu stood before a cage, her eyes sparkling at the sight of a small kitten, Cheng Yan inquired, Do you like cats? Not particularly, she replied, shaking her head. I adore all things fluffy. Since the zoo is closing soon, I thought I'd bring you to this pet shop instead. Cheng Yan was taken aback. It was hard to imagine Shun Jingshu's fondness for such adorable creatures, a delightful contrast to her usual demeanor, much like a rugged man's affection for pastel colors. The store owner, a woman in her 30s, greeted Shun Jingshu with a smile and fetched a bottle of water from the fridge. Cheng Yan accepted it, saying with a grin, She's feeling unwell. Please provide her with warm water. Oh my. The owner chuckled. Jingshu, is this your boyfriend? How considerate of him. Shun Jingshu clasped Cheng Yan's hand and playfully shook it, saying, Yes, Sister Morong, this is my boyfriend. Handsome, isn't? Very handsome indeed, the owner replied, blushing slightly at the mention of their couple's rings. However, the surname Morong was quite rare, the first Cheng Yan had encountered in real life. Shun Jingshu picked up a black-faced Siamese kitten from the cage, exclaiming, Have all the little ones been sold? The owner explained, she had 3 kittens in her litter. But fewer people are buying Siamese cats these days. Most prefer silver tabbies, American shorthairs, British blues, or ragdolls. The last of the kittens were sold only when they reached 4 months of age. Shun Jingshu sighed, If only I could keep them all. The owner spread her hands, jokingly saying, Well then, Miss Shun, just pay up. She continued, addressing Cheng Yan, Your girlfriend holds a 40% stake in this pet shop, receiving dividends monthly. Although I own 60%, I essentially work for her, and it's quite the chore to manage the store daily. No need for that, the owner laughed. I take care of them myself. I have ample time, and I sleep upstairs at night, so it's all quite delightful. Both women shared a love for animals. And coincidentally, they were both affluent and beautiful, leading them to open this shop together. Cheng Yan learned through their conversation that the owner's full name was Murong Xiao, who had never been interested in romantic relationships, preferring the companionship of animals. At nearly 30, she remained single, believing her life was fulfilling enough, with money sufficient for her needs. Love was merely an accessory to her life, not a necessity. If it happened, she would engage. If not, she wouldn't pursue it, content to remain single with her beloved creatures. Cheng Yan admired Murong's carefree attitude. Murong lamented, You see me as carefree, but you're unaware of the relentless pressure from family to marry. I often have to humor them with arrangements I can hardly refuse. Shun Jingshu chuckled. Spending your days with such adorable fluffballs must come at a cost. They indulged in the pet store until 5:30. Cheng Yan and Shun Jingshu prepared to dine, while Murong made no effort to keep them, preferring to stay with her furry companions. Once in the car, as Cheng Yan fastened her seatbelt, she remarked, Sister Murong seems to find great fulfillment in her pursuits. Indeed, Shun Jingshu reflected, while animals lack the interactive qualities of humans, their stable emotions and loyalty can offer emotional value over time, perhaps even surpassing that of people. Cheng Yan was taken aback, a wave of anxiety washing over her. How infuriating that her rival could be a group of adorable animals. Shun Jingshu laughed. What are you worried about? I'm just speaking whimsically. Are you afraid I might leave you? Cheng Yan clicked her tongue. Of course I'm worried. If you were to leave me, where'd I find such a wonderful wife? Shun Jingshu paused, Her cheeks suddenly flushed. Wife indeed. They were legally bound now. She was Cheng Yan's wife. Yet, the way Cheng Yan uttered the word sent delightful shivers down her spine. Chapter 89. Weight loss when it comes to deciding where to dine for dinner. Shinjing Shu never gives it much thought. It is undoubtedly at Cheng Yan's quaint little courtyard. What restaurant could possibly compare to the culinary delights prepared by her man? That would be a jest. The following day, Saturday, there was no need to rise early for the market, with elementary school students on holiday. Cheng Yan could afford to catch up on some sleep. After a brief, personal flow prediction, he hopped onto his small tricycle and made his way to the entrance of Jiangcheng Natural Park in the eastern part of the old town. This expansive natural park does not have a main entrance and is open 24 hours a day. Upon arrival, he noticed several vendors selling water and grilled sausages busily attending to their stalls. Spotting Cheng Yan's little yellow duck food cart brought smiles to their faces. The woman selling water chuckled, "Young man, you've chosen the wrong spot." Despite the crowd, the morning walkers here are all on a weight loss mission. Each of them will probably buy a bun, and if they indulge in a starchy sausage, that would be the limit. Cheng Yan replied nonchalantly, "It's all right. I'm just selling casually." The aunt sensed his youthful naivety and chose not to press the matter, knowing he would soon learn the wisdom of heeding the advice of elders. The neighboring vendor selling starchy sausages merely smiled, jesting that starchy sausages were unbeatable, truly a secret weapon. A little past 8 in the morning, Cheng Yan had lost track of how many batches had entered and exited the park. However, he noticed a distinct pattern. The first batch predominantly consisted of middle-aged and elderly individuals, while the younger crowd was in the minority. The roles had seemingly reversed. The elderly appeared vigorous, while the youth seemed lethargic. Observing the comings and goings of the patrons, Cheng Yan decided to lift the lid of his steamer and began to indulge in a bun. The fragrant steam wafted towards the noses of the park visitors. "What is that delightful aroma?" someone exclaimed. "It smells so good. After exercising, I suddenly feel famished. I skipped breakfast, thinking I would eat after working out. But now I'm hungry even before I start." Cheng Yan chuckled as he blew on the bun before taking a bite. Before long, 2 or 3 individuals had gathered at his stall, their gazes fixed on the bun in his hand. The tofu bun glistened with a layer of red oil, tinting the delicate skin an orange hue, with crumbled tofu and seasoning inside. "Boss, how much are they?" one person inquired. Cheng Yan smiled and pointed to his small chalkboard displaying the prices. After a quick glance, the customer gritted his teeth and said, "I'll take a steamer of tofu buns. I'll pay you through WeChat." With one customer, the others could no longer resist their cravings and also ordered a steamer of tofu buns, encouraging themselves internally. "Just this one steamer, and I'll run an extra kilometer today to make up for it." "Hey, why are you voicing your inner thoughts?" one teased. "Can you read minds? What you say is exactly what I'm thinking." However, once they tasted the first bun, they were utterly astonished. The phrase, "thin skin, generous filling," came to life. The soft, delicate skin somehow contained so much filling, and although the skin was tinged with orange, not a drop of oil escaped. The tender aroma of tofu combined perfectly with the spiciness of the red oil, sending shivers of delight through them. "It's divine. This is the best bun I've ever had," one exclaimed. "Goodness, thin skin, generous filling, and it's delicious." The commotion drew the attention of the water and starchy sausage vendors, who turned to see what the fuss was about, swallowing their own saliva. "Hold it together," the sausage vendor muttered, as she grilled herself a sausage. The water vendor turned her head away to save face. Meanwhile, those exiting the park to head home and those preparing to enter were drawn to the scene. "Is it really that good? You can't be a plant, can you?" Someone approached the customers, puzzled. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the crowd. "Wait, that's the little yellow duck owner." During the May Day holiday, he set up shop at Longjiang Square, and you couldn't even get a bun without waiting in line. After so many people showed up, he just gave up. Indeed, it was the famed little yellow duck food cart. Ever since the little yellow duck owner gained popularity, it seemed everyone had a little yellow duck cart, selling buns and fried noodles, though the authenticity of their flavors was questionable. This is the real little yellow duck owner. His cart is more lavish than the others, and he wears a duck-billed cap and a mask, prioritizing hygiene. It's truly him. I bought buns from his stall before. Laughter erupted as acquaintances began to line up, while the hesitant ones sought confirmation. Oh, we're queuing now? Boss, let me have a steamer of each filling. Boss, I want 2 steamers of everything except the chive and egg. Wait for me. Suddenly, Cheng Yan's stall was swarmed by a throng of eager customers, resembling a horde of zombies who had stumbled upon a survivor amidst the ruins. Cheng Yan hurriedly called out, "There's enough for everyone. Please form an orderly line. It'll make things easier for everyone." One after another, steamers of buns were sold, leaving the 2 vendors nearby in disbelief. Are you here to buy buns or to exercise? Well, before stepping out, I was committed to exercising for weight loss. But now it seems I've transformed into someone fighting for buns. A group of well-to-do professionals, dressed in casual attire for the weekend, approached the front square and paused upon seeing the long line. What are they doing? It looks like they're buying food. Guarantee they here to exercise? It's pathetic. They can't resist such temptation. How can they even talk about weight loss? Don't you think that food cart looks familiar? Familiar? It's the little yellow duck cart, the little yellow duck owner. Quick, let us hurry. If we're late, there won't be any left. What about weight loss? Forget that. I work hard to earn this little bit of meat. I won't be denied. Who said we'd be given? I won't enter hell. Who will? What began as a group outing for exercise turned into a collective quest for buns. Cheng Yan was sweating profusely, oblivious to whether his customers were losing weight. He was simply focused on his own journey. Noticing his perspiration, a customer teased, "Boss, you've got it all figured out. Setting up shop at the park entrance. While we're all gaining weight, you're getting your workout in, right?" Indeed, while others toil secretly to amaze everyone, you wear your efforts on your sleeve. Exactly. Boss, you better compensate us for the weight we didn't lose today. How about a discount on the buns? The water vendor and the sausage vendor exchanged incredulous glances. What kind of people are these? They were supposed to be losing weight. Go ahead, lose weight. Watching fellow vendors profit while I struggle is painful. Chapter 90. Not purchasing means weight loss. Ultimately no loss. It must be said that sometimes the system's crowd prediction is quite accurate. This morning, Cheng Yan's sales speed significantly increased, rivaling that of a bustling elementary school entrance, even trending toward surpassing it. Around 9:30, Cheng Yan cheerfully addressed the remaining customers. "I apologize, but everything I brought today has sold out. You can scan the code to join the group. I will notify you about the stall locations and new food items there. The group chat is muted for all, so don't be surprised." The ones at the back sighed in response. "What is this? I couldn't buy anything when I was working, and now that I'm not, I still can't buy anything. It's maddening. How can there still be people eating buns in public? Let me have a bite." They pleaded for the little yellow duck vendor to bring more ingredients next time, reminiscing about when the vendor used to be a relentless bun-making machine. Those who managed to buy buns chuckled. "Don't be disheartened. Even though you didn't get any buns, you've gained some weight loss." Exactly. Isn't that the point of coming here? In any case, it's not a loss. We devour those buns all for you. So touching. Cheng Yan was taken aback. He couldn't fathom why his customers had such lively spirits. After tidying up the area, he rode his electric tricycle home. On weekends, he set up late in the mornings. So he decided not to stall at noon, but to head out early in the afternoon around 4, returning later. If he ran out of any ingredients, he could simply have someone deliver them. Previously, time constraints made it difficult, but now that he had some leisure, it was entirely feasible. After all, who would turn their back on money? He glanced at the time and drove his recently purchased wheeling van to a fresh produce supermarket to procure some vegetables before returning home to prepare a meal. Lately, Shen Jingzhu had been visiting the store first, and then taking time to have lunch with Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan was right. If the boss was always at the company, it would severely affect everyone's job satisfaction. At noon, Shen Jingzhu entered. Cheng Yan had her key card, and she had his house key. They were both married with children, so such matters were inconsequential. As for checking phones, both held a nonchalant attitude, trusting each other. They firmly believed that if someone wanted to engage in deceitful behavior, monitoring their phone wouldn't prevent it. It wasn't about checking phones. It was a matter of character. Upon hearing the door, Cheng Yan descended the steps to the courtyard and saw Shen Jingzhu in a light purple satin blouse and black straight-leg pants, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. "You're here?" "Yes, I am." Shen Jingzhu took a deep breath, approached Cheng Yan, and embraced him. What are we having for lunch today? I've stir-fried a few dishes to accompany some steamed buns. Since Shen Jingzhu was pregnant, she couldn't have rice all the time. Rice is cold in nature, and consuming too much isn't good for either the unborn child or the stomach. In the southern regions, eating rice isn't an issue not only because it's a grain-producing area, but also due to the humid weather and frequent spicy meals. The balance of water and fire results in no troubles. The philosophical depths of summer's 5 elements are profound. The two of them enjoyed a delightful meal at a small table, Cheng Yan meticulously arranging the dishes to achieve a feast for the eyes and palate. Just gazing at the spread ignited their appetites. In a small courtyard, a few rooms, and a table set for two, with several exquisite dishes they adored. It would have been perfect if it started to rain outside. As Cheng Yan was lost in thought, the wind picked up outside, and the sky quickly darkened. Cheng Yan was taken aback. Could it be that my wish is so powerful? I should wish for winning the lottery instead. He grumbled. The weather forecast can be surprisingly accurate. I keep an eye on the weather when I'm setting in my stall. Sometimes it predicts rain, yet the whole day remains sunny. Other times, it unexpectedly rains without a forecast, and when I check my phone, I discover the weather report has changed. This morning, he saw a message indicating rain, yet when he set up his stall, the weather seemed fine, leading him to believe it wouldn't rain. However, it suddenly arrived. Cheng Yan remarked while glancing outside. In summer, if it rains accompanied by wind, it becomes much cooler. But if it merely rains, the sun can make it muggy. Especially if it rains for just 10 minutes and then stops, the ground remains dry, causing steam to rise, creating an atmosphere akin to a steamer. Jiangxing experiences such weather for a month or two each year. Clothes can't dry, and some can even grow mold. The wind swept through the bamboo curtain, bringing some dampness from the rain. It seemed Jiangxing was due for a cool down. Shen Jingzhu squinted in the light. In summer, I love it when it rains on weekends. During work, it's another story. Many office workers don't have cars, and if it rains, even with raincoats, their pant legs get soaked. Suddenly, Cheng Yan remembered something, and amidst Shen Jingzhu's puzzled gaze, he dashed outside. He had some stinky tofu in the vat outside, which requires at least 10 to 20 days to marinate, and he had almost forgotten about it. Fortunately, the lid was well sealed. Cheng Yan feared the rainwater might seep in, so he grabbed a transparent rain cover and secured it tightly over the vat. Upon returning indoors, Cheng Yan felt slightly damp. Shen Jingzhu handed him a tissue, scolding, "Even if you're in a hurry, you should take an umbrella. Although summer temperatures are high, it's still easy to get sick." Cheng Yan wiped his forehead. He had rushed out because he noticed the rain had just started and was still light. He hadn't anticipated that the raindrops would quickly grow larger as he secured the plastic cover. At noon, Cheng Yan prepared 4 dishes and a soup. If they were to cook normally, they certainly wouldn't finish, but Cheng Yan made everything in small to medium portions. It wasn't about quantity, but nutritional balance. Especially the tofu soup he made, fresh and tender, was particularly refreshing. As Shen Jingzhu busied herself, she gazed at the rain outside. "Let us leave this here for now. Since it's raining, let us not take it to the kitchen." Cheng Yan agreed, noticing the water stored inside. He grabbed a large basin to soak the dishes and set them aside. He moved the table and brought 2 lounge chairs to the back of the door. "Shall we lie down for a bit? Just finished eating, and you'll make me gain weight." Shen Jingzhu glanced at the arranged lounge chairs. The wind outside rustled through them, and dim sunlight filtered through the bamboo curtain-esque gaps, casting a pattern of light and shadow. It should be incredibly comfortable to lie down for a while, she pondered, feeling tempted. Don't worry about gaining weight. If you gain a little, you can lose it later. Enjoying the moment is what matters most. Chapter 91. Fondness for rainy days. Cheng Yan observed Shen Jingzhu as she twisted and turned for a while before finally reclining on the lounge chair, letting out a chuckle. He realized that his wife was indeed a uniquely complicated individual, although she showed indifference towards the gold and silver ornaments of other women. Her desire for social approval and her idol persona were quite pronounced. When confronted with situations, she would initially hesitate. However, when a moment called for decisiveness, Shen Jingzhu exhibited remarkable resolve. Seeing her settled, Cheng Yan feigned lying down on another lounge chair beside her. The two lounged side by side, enjoying the refreshing breeze that swept over them. bringing a sense of exquisite comfort. Shen Jingzhu turned her body slightly, gazing at Cheng Yan's profile. His facial contours were distinct, yet not overly sharp, with a hint of softness. His thick eyebrows arched like swords, tapering off delicately at the ends. The essence of one's character is often reflected in their appearance. Shen Jingzhu mused that Cheng Yan was not the aloof male lead often depicted in novels read by Su Yu. Rather, he embodied a strong, independent spirit, radiating warmth. His resilience was evident in his refusal to succumb to fate, while his gentle inclination towards life's beauty was apparent in his observations. Cheng Yan noticed Shen Jingzhu's unwavering gaze. He turned to face her. "What do you keep staring at me for?" "I find you quite handsome," she replied with a smile. "Not exceptionally so, but you align perfectly with my aesthetic. Your taste in flattery is quite abundant," Cheng Yan remarked. "I'm serious," Shen Jingzhu said, adjusting her position to gaze at the ceiling. "When I first saw you at the bar, I felt an immediate connection to your looks. Otherwise, how could you have ignited my desire for a moment of indulgence?" Cheng Yan teased. "That morning, you were so cold towards me. After exchanging a few words, you tossed some money my way and left. Luckily, I am a gentleman. Otherwise, I would have to report you for solicitation." "Solicitation?" Shen Jingzhu turned her head to look at Cheng Yan, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "You, a duck, reporting client? Aren't you afraid the police might arrest you?" "Speaking of the police, Officer Lin had been absent lately," Cheng Yan replied. "She and I are merely acquaintances. She occasionally visits my stall for a bite to eat, but there is nothing intimate between us, just ordinary friends." Shen Jingzhu shifted closer. "I've noticed you have quite the charm with women. Although Sister Hui has just gone through a divorce, she is still graceful and dignified. As for Yeya, she is often pursued for her beauty. And then there's Officer Lin, known as the flower of her precinct. Not to mention Hao Hao's mother, a high society matron. You certainly have a way with women, Cheng Yan." "None compare to you, Madame Shen, who holds me in your grasp," Cheng Yan responded, eliciting laughter from Shen Jingzhu. After lounging for about 10 minutes, Cheng Yan rose and knelt beside Shen Jingzhu. "Jingzhu, it's best you don't lie down for too long. A cool breeze is sufficient, and too much reclining may lead to a cold." "All right," Shen Jingzhu replied, assisting Cheng Yan to his feet. They transitioned from the living room to the bedroom. This wasn't Shen Jingzhu's first night sleeping in Cheng Yan's home, though she felt a bit nervous yesterday. Today the sound of rain was soothing. Feeling drowsy, Shen Jingzhu yearned to slip into bed quickly. The living room window was open, designed in such a way that rainwater wouldn't seep in, making it quite convenient. It was only when a natural breeze blew that one could appreciate the discomfort of air conditioning, which could easily induce drowsiness or lethargy. Once they lay on the bed, the rhythmic sound of rain drumming against the leaves filled the air, creating a soft patter. Some raindrops even tapped against the open glass, producing a muffled thud. The rustling of the trees and leaves was melodious. Both Cheng Yan and Shen Jingzhu cherished this white noise, finding it conducive to sleep. Shen Jingzhu nestled closer to Cheng Yan, wrapping her arms around his back. Though she stood at 1.7 meters tall, in Cheng Yan's embrace, she felt delicate and cherished. It appeared as if she had burrowed into his arms. With her eyes closed, Cheng Yan watched the light dance upon her gently fluttering eyelashes, which appeared exceptionally long and beautiful. "Sleep now," he whispered softly. "All right, good afternoon," she murmured languidly. "Good afternoon," Cheng Yan replied, tightening his arm around her waist. Drawing her closer. In the courtyard, rain cascaded from the heavens, forming elongated strands. With the recent warm temperatures, some rain evaporated almost instantly, creating a light mist that the wind soon dispersed. The awning used for washing clothes in the courtyard was pelted by the rain, while the water in the basin rippled in circles. The cemented ground was uneven, resulting in small puddles forming in certain areas. The entryway's awning directed the water along its grooves, creating a curtain of water. As high-rise buildings proliferated, many families were now crammed within a single structure. If it weren't for short videos, it would be challenging to recall the joy of childhood spent in one's hometown. Back then, children simply adored rainy days for no particular reason, just pure enjoyment. While large cities thrive in their prosperity, the tranquility of smaller towns remains irreplaceable. Everyone has the right to choose their own rhythm of life. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Cheng Yan awoke. The sound of rain outside was not as thunderous as before. Through the window, the rain fell in fine lines, almost imperceptible at a glance. After sleeping from 1 o'clock to 3, he felt refreshed after such a brief slumber. Shen Jingzhu hummed softly, inching closer to Cheng Yan, feeling something was amiss. She opened her eyes to find him half reclined against the headboard. Not sleeping anymore? She asked. If I sleep more, I want to be able to sleep tonight. What time is it? 3:03. Shen Jingzhu exclaimed. I slept for so long? Did I delay your stall opening? Not at all, Cheng Yan replied. He loved the rain, yet it posed a dilemma. He enjoyed it for the respite it provided from work, but disliked it for the same reason. Today, the rain allowed him to indulge in leisure, which was quite pleasant. Shen Jingzhu tilted her head against Cheng Yan's shoulder. You rarely take a day off. Today's rain is serendipitous, a perfect opportunity to rest. Shall we take a stroll by the river? Suddenly, Cheng Yan suggested, with the rain falling now. The park along the Jiulong River must have exceptionally fresh air. Watching the river on a rainy day is a delightful experience. Sure, Shen Jingzhu replied eagerly. But I need to change into something else. Wearing this in the wind might be a tad chilly. All right, Cheng Yan said, quickly getting out of bed. After we visit the river, I'll return to prepare stinky tofu. It should be ready by then. Really? Shen Jingzhu's eyes sparkled. Pregnancy seems to increase cravings for strong flavors. Can you smell it now? Indeed, Cheng Yan replied as he slipped on his shoes. Let me open a window for you to steady yourself. It's likely grown moldy inside, but you enjoy the fluffiness, don't you? Perfect timing. As this one's quite fuzzy. Green mold. Shen Jingzhu exclaimed, perplexed. Chapter 92. How does it taste? Outside, a gentle drizzle falls. Many who revel in rainy days might forego their raincoats and umbrellas for such light rain. This brief downpour has brought a refreshing chill to Jiangxing, with the cool breeze invigorating the senses and the air feeling particularly crisp. Could you hand that to me? Cheng Yan asked as he extended the umbrella towards Shen Jingzhu. Upon receiving it, Shen Jingzhu leaned slightly towards Cheng Yan, observing as he peeled back the plastic cover and removed the seals one by one. Suddenly, she felt a wave of nausea, bending over with a hand on Cheng Yan's back. Cheng Yan sniffed the air and nodded, recognizing the prowess of the system's top-tier culinary skills. The stinky tofu produced from this setup was a perfect amalgamation of aroma and odor. Feeling an unexpected weight on his back, Cheng Yan turned anxiously to support Shen Jingzhu. What's wrong? Is the baby causing a ruckus in your belly? Shen Jingzhu shook her head, her retching bringing tears to her eyes. No, it's not the baby. It's your stinky tofu. It's just too foul, honestly. Too foul. This whole area has been tainted by your stinky tofu. I can't take it. You can keep the umbrella. I'm going back inside. With that, she thrust the umbrella into Cheng Yan's hands and hurried back to the east room, shutting the door behind her. A delicate, pale face appeared at the window of the bedroom, intently observing Cheng Yan. Is it really that bad? He mused. Is it really so foul? He glanced at the vat, imagining the mold growing on the tofu. Ugh. He too felt queasy, struggling to comprehend how anyone could genuinely enjoy stinky tofu. Moreover, his batch was remarkably hygienic, lacking any sophisticated or intricate processes. Who in their right mind would ferment stinky tofu for days when one could simply produce a version that smelled foul yet tasted delightful with a bit of technology? Hastily, Cheng Yan sealed the container, wrapping it carefully in plastic wrap and adding a protective layer before finally draping it with a plastic cover. He then stepped into the east room. Shen Jingzhu avoided any close contact. Cheng Yan, you reek of that odor too. Let us maintain some distance. Distance enhances beauty. Cheng Yan spread his arms and took a sniff. What smell? Shen Jingzhu replied earnestly. It's there, and it's quite potent. Cheng Yan felt a flicker of joy at her words. Perhaps in time, he could sell stinky tofu. The process was simple. Once the base was prepared, it was merely a matter of frying the tofu. The frying could even result in a stir-fry noodle dish, complemented by snow cream cakes, a delightful combination that could easily yield substantial earnings. With such prospects, he could potentially earn over 20,000 in a day. Life was indeed becoming increasingly promising. However, certain delicacies were seasonal. For instance, barbecue stalls thrived in summer, but winter called for hot pot dishes and other warming foods. As for the stir-fried noodles, well, they were acceptable, but with no heating in Jiangsheng, fewer would indulge in snow cream cakes during winter. After the pungent odor dissipated from Cheng Yan, the pair drove to the riverside park. Heading east from the city center along the Longjiang River, they found a scenic boulevard ideal for enjoying the river views. At the prime viewing spots, there were long parks where people could stroll, jog, and enjoy picnics. The elongated park seemed endless as Cheng Yan drove from the westernmost point for several kilometers, still not reaching the end. Eventually, he sought out a less crowded area and parked the car. They chose not to venture to any pavilions, but simply lowered the windows slightly. The wind carried the rain inside, lifting Shun Jingzhu's long hair. Cheng Yan selected a song and adjusted his seat to a comfortable position, allowing both to recline in the vehicle. "This is quite lovely," Shun Jingzhu remarked. "Perhaps this is why young people are so eager to own cars, to spontaneously drive to picturesque locations, especially on rainy days. Enjoying the scenery and listening to music is truly delightful. This is a safe haven for us," she added with a smile. Indeed, cars hold significant importance for young people. "The first money I earned from Jiangqing's small restaurant went towards purchasing this Mercedes E300L, she reminisced. "I thought girls preferred BMW 5 Series or Volkswagen models," Cheng Yan replied. "Mercedes is popular among girls too," Shun Jingzhu retorted. "They favor the C260L, but not the black E300L. With a hint of pride, she declared, "I'm different. I adore my black E300. Before purchasing, like many others, she had researched extensively, exploring various options without concern for longevity, fuel efficiency, or performance. It was simply a matter of personal preference. After a month of indecision, she finally spotted a black Mercedes with a three-pointed star logo and was captivated. Thus, the car became hers. Cheng Yan inquired, "Is there a car you dream of owning?" Shun Jingzhu pondered briefly and replied, "The G-Wagon. I've heard that when the door closes, it sounds like a bullet being chambered, plus it's boxy and undeniably stylish." Cheng Yan responded, "I dream of owning a Maybach." Shun Jingzhu chuckled. "There's something inexplicable about boys' attachment to that car, isn't there? Rainy nights, elevated roads, and a Maybach." Cheng Yan explained, "Only a Maybach can transcend the mundane, primarily because it can obliterate all gossip and reclaim the self that was once overshadowed by insecurity. Its angelic wings can transport you to any destination, even to a girl's heart." "That's just an internet joke, isn't it?" Shun Jingzhu remarked. "Indeed," Cheng Yan replied. Gazing out at the river, where raindrops created ripples on the surface, he felt a sense of longing. But who could genuinely resist a Maybach? It was curious, he noted, that many owners of the Tank 300 G-Wagon were women, while men seemed more inclined towards Lamborghinis and Ferraris. Inside the car, the soothing music complemented the rainy ambience perfectly. Cheng Yan and Shun Jingzhu found a rare moment of tranquility amidst the bustling life of Jiangqing, allowing themselves to observe their surroundings without a care, slowing down in a world that often demanded haste. As they stood on the escalator, they observed the city dwellers moving like automatons, heads bowed, staring at their phones, expressions vacant, merely following the person ahead. At 5 in the afternoon, Cheng Yan stretched, realizing it was time to return home. "Yes, let us head back." The rainy weather was pleasant, but had only lasted a day. Cheng Yan resumed his life of selling snacks. 3 days later, on May 25th, he lifted the lid off the vat of stinky tofu. Shun Jingzhu held her nose, distancing herself from Cheng Yan, who insisted on selling stinky tofu that evening and needed her to sample it. "It's just too foul." Chapter 93. Please do not defecate in your pants. Cheng Yan's method of preparing stinky tofu distinctly diverges from the conventional black or white varieties found in the market. The mass production of those options is rather cumbersome. His approach is rather homely, allowing one to replicate it easily at home, especially if one has Wang Jia's stinky tofu on hand. He begins by cleansing the tofu from the jar, crushing it, and then incorporating seasonings along with finely chopped scallions and cilantro. For those who prefer a spicy kick, they can add chilies separately. Next, he fries the tofu until it develops a crispy exterior. He then drapes the prepared sauce over the tofu, garnishing it with various pickled accompaniments. such as sour vegetables and diced pickled radish. The crux of the dish lies in the meticulous crafting of the sauce, which has taken him 20 days to perfect, designed to enhance the aroma of the stinky tofu while eschewing technological shortcuts. With the finesse of top-tier culinary skills, Cheng Yan first prepares a small batch of sauce. Subsequently, he slices the purchased tofu and fries it in the pan until its exterior becomes crispy and its interior tender. He retrieves the tofu, nicks one side with a spoon to reveal the white interior, and generously pours the sauce over it, adding the accompanying ingredients. Do try it. Cheng Yan presents a portion of the completed stinky tofu before Shen Jingshu. Although the pungent odor has diminished post-preparation, it remains notably strong. Shen Jingshu shakes her head. Shall I call Ye over taste it? Cheng Yan responds. I will handle it myself. He relishes the ritual of the moment, taking 2 skewers to pick up a piece of stinky tofu. The well-crafted sauce envelopes the tofu, adorned with vibrant green scallions and cilantro, complemented by fragments of chili and white garlic paste. The medley of colors is tantalizing. As Cheng Yan takes a bite, the sauce seeps from the tofu, trickling down to the edge of the stinky tofu, which he slurps up, savoring both the tofu and the sauce in one go. Despite its smell, the flavor is surprisingly mild upon tasting. The essence of the sauce, the tenderness of the tofu, and the crispness of the fried exterior provide an exquisite satisfaction for both texture and taste. Observing Cheng Yan's enjoyment, Shen Jingshu swallows hard. Cheng Yan, may I give it a try? Of course. Cheng Yan encourages, it's delightful. You still doubt me? The little yellow duck's owner is bound to have a hit. Shen Jingshu gazes at the stinky tofu before her. The odor is somewhat overwhelming. Typically accustomed to the stinky tofu from Changsha, this particular style is a first for her. Overwhelmed by the smell, she hesitates to indulge too much at once, cautiously biting into a corner, tasting the crispy edge alongside a hint of tender tofu. The combination of sauce and tofu seems like a match made in heaven. Her eyes light up, and without hesitation, she pops the remainder of the stinky tofu into her mouth, chewing heartily. So delicious, isn't it? Cheng Yan beams with pride. It is not surprising, given the exceptional culinary expertise at play. A humble piece of stinky tofu is expertly crafted. If you find it agreeable, I shall confidently sell stinky tofu tonight. Shen Jingshu nods, genuinely impressed. Just place an uncrushed piece of original stinky tofu on your cart. The smell will waft through the air, and passers-by will instantly recognize you as a seller of stinky tofu. Cheng Yan inhales deeply. What a splendid idea. How had he not thought of it before? He quickly retrieves a piece of stinky tofu from a jar. However, upon turning back, he finds Shen Jingshu retreating to the bedroom of the East Room, her delicate face cold, arms crossed, watching him intently. Cheng Yan remarks, I shall prepare the sauce and the half-fried tofu, using a fresh-keeping card. With preparations nearing completion, the half-fried state of the tofu is intentional, as it is prone to spoilage during transit, which can be time-consuming. Therefore, it is more efficient to fry it partially at home and finish the frying at the destination, saving time. It is well known that many chicken legs and similar dishes benefit from a second fry, which can enhance the texture rather than detract from it. After sharing a dinner with Shen Jingshu, they set off for Jiangqing restaurant. Cheng Yan rides his electric tricycle toward the predicted areas of heavy foot traffic. Today's forecast indicates that the area near the old sports stadium in Jiangqing will be the busiest. Cheng Yan checks and discovers that a friendly match involving the national football team is drawing numerous spectators to the stadium. The match is slated to commence at 6:30 in the evening, but its conclusion remains uncertain. Upon arriving at the stadium entrance, he observes a police cordon, with armed police and security personnel maintaining order. A throng of individuals is entering, while others linger outside, seemingly unwilling to leave despite being unable to enter, opting instead to watch the live broadcast from outside. Perhaps there's a certain camaraderie in experiencing the atmosphere together. The sentiments toward the national football team are complex. Fans may berate the team daily, yet no one wishes for their failure more than they do. The frustration of unfulfilled potential is vividly expressed among football enthusiasts. Cheng Yan is keenly aware that he cannot approach the vicinity of the stadium, so he parks his stall as close as possible to the roadside, commencing his setup. By 6:20 in the evening, cheers erupt from within as attendees settle in, while those outside adopt various postures to watch the live broadcast on their phones. Cheng Yan places the stinky tofu at the forefront of his cart, apprehensive that a single piece may lack sufficient impact. He promptly grabs a small basin and tosses in 5 or 6 pieces. The evening breeze wafts through. Among the fans crouched outside, one exclaims, "What the? Who just farted? It reeks." Another quips, "That's not a fart. It's like someone crapped their pants." They grumble about the lack of decency, lamenting, "This is not a place for such behavior." The security personnel on duty exchange glances with the patrolling police, wrinkle their noses at the odor, and dispatch a representative to the small square in front of the entrance. Armed with a loudspeaker, he announces, "Dear fans, please maintain decorum. Public urination is not permitted here. If you must relieve yourselves, please walk 200 meters east and turn left. There are public restrooms available." The fans outside are quick to protest. "You're the one who should be watching your manners. Just because we don't see any mess on the ground, you think you can say that?" The security guard nods, acknowledging the truth of their words. Indeed, there's no mess visible. Thus, he continues, "Dear fans, please maintain hygiene and refrain from defecating in your pants. Public restrooms are available 200 meters east. And there's a pharmacy to the north for anyone in need of montmorillonite powder." The fans react incredulously. "What the hell? Don't defecate in our pants? And you're telling us where the restrooms are and where the pharmacy is? You got some nerve. No wonder you're security." My thought process clearly isn't as thorough as yours. Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos, Cheng Yan, gazes at the shallow basin of stinky tofu before him. Its hue a muted green. He looks back at the small square, pondering, is it really that foul? Surely it can't be that bad. Chapter 94. No technology, just natural stench. Cheng Yan gazed at the small basin placed in front of his little yellow duck food cart, pondering whether it truly reeked that much. The scent had wafted through the small square, reaching even the security guard at the entrance of the gymnasium. Should he remove it? No, he regretted not having added more. Soon enough, someone approached his stall. "Hey man, what are you selling? This cart looks new, but it smells like it hasn't been cleaned in ages. Addressing food safety issues is truly urgent." Another chimed in. "Brother, this is too pungent. Is your food spoiled?" Cheng Yan chuckled and pointed at the stinky tofu. "I'm selling stinky tofu, along with stir-fried instant noodles and snow milk cakes. The prices are clearly written on the little whiteboard on the side of the cart. Feel free to give it a try." The fans look puzzled. "Stinky tofu? No way. What kind of stinky tofu smells this bad? It can be stinky, but not excessively so. Who would dare eat something that foul? Surely, it must be laden with chemicals. Well, I just love stinky tofu, so I'll take a portion. How much is it? 10 yuan? How many pieces do I get?" An unexpected voice broke through the crowd. Everyone turned towards the source, astonished to find a rather attractive young woman clad in the team's jersey and thermal pants, with a small red flag sticker adorning her face. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, her cheeks flushed slightly as she said, "I've loved stinky tofu since I was a child. And let me clarify, the vendor's stinky tofu is clearly devoid of any artificial enhancements. You can tell it's made from regular tofu, simply fermented to produce that aroma." Cheng Yan was taken aback and raised his thumb in admiration. "You definitely know your stuff." The young woman, puffing with pride, replied, "Of course. I adore stinky tofu and have tried varieties from all over the country. I even searched online for recipes to make it myself after hearing about the science behind it, but it seemed too complicated. Buying it is far more economical. So I picked up a few tips along the way." Cheng Yan nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for dispelling the rumors. The first serving is on the house." "Such generosity," the young woman exclaimed cheerfully. As Cheng Yan prepared the fried tofu and heated the oil, he explained, "I only use high-quality oil. I replace it after every event. There's absolutely no chance of using recycled oil. If anyone doubts me, I can provide photos and receipts from the supermarket where I purchase my oil. A single person cannot consume this much oil, it's evident. Moreover, due to the intricate process involved in making black fermented stinky tofu, it's inconvenient for individuals to produce it unless they purchase in bulk. My stinky tofu differs from the typical changsha variety, primarily in the sauces and the frying technique that enhance its overall flavor and texture." He did not elaborate further. as the frying time and thickness of the tofu cubes required careful attention. If cut too thin, the result would be akin to the fried tofu enjoyed during the New Year. If too thick, the original taste of the tofu would impact the texture. Additionally, not all tofu can be transformed into stinky tofu. The choice of ingredients must be judicious. While he was explaining, Cheng Yan, empowered by his exceptional stinky tofu, noticed that the tofu was nearly ready. He used a slotted spoon to remove it, pressed one side down, and placed it in a small paper bowl. He then ladled several spoonfuls of sauce over the fried tofu, watching the fragrant, pungent sauce cascade down, enveloping the tofu completely. He garnished it with small side dishes, chopped scallions, cilantro, and minced chili, making it extraordinarily appetizing. "Here you go." "Thank you, boss," the young woman exclaimed as she took her portion, inhaling deeply. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "This smells fantastic." Using 2 skewers as chopsticks, she picked up a piece and took a gentle bite. The exterior was crispy while the inside remained soft and tender, the sauce oozing into the tofu, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. This is a culinary marvel. This recipe, if sold separately, would easily fetch over 10,000. After savoring a piece, she marveled, having eaten stinky tofu for so long. "I always thought home-cooked versions couldn't compete with the restaurant kind, but I never expected your homemade approach to be this impressive. I dare say this is the best I've ever had. Please, give me another portion. This time I'll pay." The onlookers hesitated, intrigued. Is it really that amazing? Surely, she can't be a plant? She's no plant. She's been here for a while, and I've been watching her. You letcher. Why are you staring at her? I'll have a serving too. Aren't you offering stir-fried noodles? I want a portion to taste. I'll take a snow milk cake. It's scorching out. I'll have a serving of stir-fried noodles as well. Cheng Yan listened to the enthusiastic chatter and busily prepared the orders. As each dish was served, the crowd was left in awe, since they had come to the gymnasium to hear the cheers from inside and watch the live broadcast. They opted to eat right there rather than take their food to go. With each bite, exclamations of delight erupted. "This snow milk cake is incredible. I thought street vendors couldn't compete with dessert shops, especially at such a price, but it's worth every penny. This is absolutely delicious. A friend once gifted me a snow milk cake that cost over 100 yuan a box, but this is far better. And the stir-fried noodles. You must try them. They are simply delightful. The stinky tofu is phenomenal, truly. Who claims stinky tofu is unappetizing? Today, I am a devoted fan." As they relished the stir-fried noodles and snow milk cakes, someone recalled a street food blogger on Douyin who had recommended the Little Yellow Duck food cart, exclaiming, "Wait, I remember. This is the owner of the Little Yellow Duck, the one that's become quite popular, right? Why is he here today? Isn't he usually near Jiangshi? I'm still in the group chat. Boss, didn't you say you'd notify everyone about new products? Why didn't you announce it today?" Cheng Yan smiled and explained, "Stinky tofu is a new offering, and I was afraid people might not like it, so I decided to set up shop here first. If it's well received without the Little Yellow Duck's reputation, then that would be a genuine success. Wait, so we're your guinea pigs? But it's a delightful experiment. Mom, I got to try the new item on its first outing. Boss, let me have 2 more servings of stir-fried noodles, paired with a portion of stinky tofu. Mixing them together is heavenly." Cheng Yan chuckled at their cleverness. He hadn't thought of such a combination. Suddenly, he noticed a security guard rushing towards the entrance. The fans began to murmur. "Wait, does the security guard oversee stalls here? Isn't that a bit overreaching? There's another vendor selling barbecued skewers nearby. Why aren't they being stopped? Could it be that the smell is so overpowering that the security won't allow it?" Chapter 95. Don't stand in line for excrement if you can't make money. Cheng Yan gazed at the security guard, somewhat perplexed. This shouldn't be the case. Given the current economic downturn, with employment rates plummeting and rising unemployment, Jiangxing had long encouraged street vending, self-media, and freelance writing, showing little oversight. Unless one were to set up a stall directly at the government's doorstep, there would be no intervention. Even if one were to set up next to the government office, the urban management would turn a blind eye. Moreover, it was not within the purview of a mere security guard to dictate what could or could not be done. Even the patrolling armed police had said nothing. As the security guard approached, Cheng Yan smiled and inquired, "I hope my presence here doesn't disrupt your work?" "Oh no, not at all," replied the guard. I caught a whiff of something delightful from your direction, and I'm a bit hungry. I'll have a bite while my colleague keeps watch. Cheng Yan. A nearby fan interjected, you still need a queue, you know. The guard promptly joined the end of the line. Initially, he had intended to sample a portion of fried instant noodles, but upon noticing the stinky tofu atop everyone else's noodles, he felt tempted. He glanced up and began to ponder. 13 for the noodles, 10 for the stinky tofu, 23 for a meal. Rather extravagant, yet appealing. Oh, someone is indulging in snow princess cakes. They look delectable. 21 for a box, with only 2 inside. Far too expensive. However, given the rarity of such an opportunity, should he purchase some for his wife to bring her joy? Just as he resolved internally, he heard Cheng Yan cheerfully announce, the snow princess cakes are sold out. We only have fried noodles and stinky tofu left, my apologies. Cheng Yan then marked through the snow princess cakes on his list and returned to his work. The guard. On the other side, along a road near the stadium, a couple hurried along. The girl tugged at her boyfriend's arm. Babe, slow down a bit. I can barely hold it in. The boy nodded. Shall I carry you? No, if you carry me, the pressure on my belly will make it come out. The boy sighed. I told you to use the restroom earlier. You wouldn't listen. Now we can't find a public toilet, and you're in such a hurry. What do you expect me to do? Block you while you relieve yourself on the street? The girl retorted, what kind of attitude is that? Oh dear, come on. The map shows there's a restroom that way. Reluctantly, the boy quickened his pace alongside his girlfriend toward the marked location. Upon sighting the stadium, the girl's nose twitched and her eyes welled up with tears. Babe, I smell the restroom. We're almost there. But just as we get close, I feel an overwhelming urge. They hurried on, but moments later, the girl beheld a long queue ahead, and her heart sank. This is it. There are too many people. The boy chuckled, come on. Queuing is still better than having no hope at all. The girl nodded. Now that they could see it, they turned off the navigation and followed the scent to the little yellow duck food cart. The girl, legs tightly crossed, lowered her head and fell in line, lost in her thoughts. The boy, caring for her, kept soothing her, hardly paying attention to what lay ahead. Babe, don't rush. It'll be over soon. There aren't too many people in front of us. We'll be there shortly. A fan in front turned around. Hey man, why is your girlfriend in such a hurry to eat? The boy, slightly annoyed, replied, you think you're the only one here to eat? The fan, confused, responded, I came here to eat too. Why else would anyone be in line? The boy and girl exchanged bewildered glances. Is it now fashionable to eat excrement? The boy, exasperated, said if worst comes to worst, once my girlfriend is done in the restroom, I'll treat you to a meal. Just don't eat excrement. The fan. What's with your tone? He pointed ahead. The stinky tofu from the little yellow duck may be a bit pungent, but it's delicious. How can you liken it to excrement? If you think it's excrement, why are you still in line? The girl, now on the verge of tears, exclaimed, this is not a queue for the restroom. The fan, speechless, thought, how can you not notice such a large food cart? He turned away, disinterested in further conversation. The boy reopened the navigation, realizing no wonder. The restroom is still 200 meters away. Don't worry, babe. Let's hold on a bit longer. With reddened eyes, the girl replied, okay. The couple hurried along, and soon the amusing situation spread. A couple had mistakenly believed the line was for the restroom. The little yellow duck's stinky tofu is impressive. It could rival a restroom. Next time at the comic convention, I should bring some stinky tofu and cosplay a restroom. Genius, right? I'll stand in front of you, and you could be the toilet paper. Cheng Yan. As the evening descended by 8:30, Cheng Yan announced that the fried noodles were sold out, leaving only a heap of stinky tofu. Most of the fans had already filled their stomachs, and the area had become a haven for sports enthusiasts. Cheng Yan found himself with some leisure time, attending to the occasional customer who happened to stroll by for a piece of stinky tofu. Suddenly, a throng emerged from the stadium, and the fans outside began to vent their frustrations. What a disgrace. How can we lose to such a team? We can't even beat a small country with a population under 10 million. 3-0. The national team has yet again failed. Fuming fans approached Cheng Yan's food cart. Boss, one more serving of stinky tofu, please. I swear your stinky tofu smells better than the national team's feet. In comparison to their feet, this stinky tofu was truly a minor issue. It smelled delightful by comparison. Cheng Yan was left speechless. Who would have thought that the national team's poor performance could bolster his stinky tofu sales? Some fans even pointed at the dark green, stinky tofu in the basin, exclaiming, "Sell this to me. I'll pay 100. I want them to smell this before they kick a ball." As more people emerged from the stadium and saw the crowd, they inquired about the commotion and subsequently joined the throng to buy stinky tofu. "Boss, one for me, and another for me." Some skeptics remarked, "You say yours is stinky? I don't believe it. Let me see if it rivals the national team's feet." Cheng Yan. Chapter 96. Whose stench? Cheng Yan had not anticipated that he could profit from the national football team's defeat. Customers clamored and queued in front of his food truck, with more patrons arriving steadily. Cheng Yan glanced at the dwindling ingredients in his truck's compartment. There was not much left, enough to prepare perhaps 70 more servings. A fortunate surplus he had brought along. Earlier in the afternoon, while purchasing tofu, he had accidentally bought too much, so he decided to use it all. To his surprise, by evening, everything had sold out. However, under the influence of his exceptional culinary skills, this was a common occurrence. He shouted, "Please form an orderly line. Additionally, I can only prepare 70 servings, so please gauge your position accordingly to avoid unnecessary waiting." Upon hearing this, some customers hesitated and departed, while others remained in line. Gradually, the tofu supply diminished. Observing the scene, an entertainment reporter smiled at the camera, commenting, "Although the national team faced a loss today, everyone still stays here," reflecting our shared high expectations for the team and our belief that they can improve. Next, they approached an audience member waiting in line. "I see everyone is so hungry that they're willing to eat stinky tofu and not leave." A charming yet competent female reporter approached a gentleman who was indulging in stinky tofu. "Hello, may I interview you? Could you share what motivates you to wait here? Is it hope for the national team or something else?" The gentleman glanced at the reporter, waved the stinky tofu beneath her nose, and asked casually, "Does it stink?" The reporter laughed. "Stinky tofu is certainly stinky." The gentleman retorted, "The national team's performance is even more odorous. Refund." Witnessing the situation spiral out of control, the reporter quickly signaled her cameraman to change the angle. It seems the fans here are quite passionate." After finishing the recording, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and wrinkled her nose. "Wow, this stinky tofu does smell worse than others. And it appears that what others are eating is quite different from the usual stinky tofu. It looks delicious." She joined the end of the queue, but before she could move further, Cheng Yan called out from behind the food truck, "I'm sorry, everyone. The stinky tofu is all gone for today. Please come back another day." The reporter momentarily lost her focus, but there are still vendors catering to customers. As an entertainment reporter, she often interviewed stall owners and understood the bustling market dynamics. Amidst the prevailing environment, the number of street vendors had surged. Many, lured by expert opinions, blindly entered the market, only to find several competitors selling similar delicacies at lower prices, leading to disillusionment. However, there was one individual who became an instant sensation upon entering the market, the owner of the Little Yellow Duck food truck. They single-handedly invigorated the street vendor scene in Jiangcheng, making Little Yellow Duck food trucks proliferate across the streets and alleys of the city and beyond. This also spurred growth in related industries, including electric tricycles, vehicle decorations, gas stoves, and gas canisters. That person was indeed remarkable. "Wait, this is also a Little Yellow Duck food truck. Could it be?" The reporter asked a fan, "Is this the famous Little Yellow Duck owner from Jiangcheng?" Initially reluctant to respond, the fan turned around, captivated by her sweet appearance, and explained, "That's right. I heard they used to sell soup dumplings. I never expected their stinky tofu to taste so good. What a pity. The owner's stinky tofu debuted on the first day and met with failure." The reporter was taken aback. "How so?" "It doesn't stink as much as the national team's performance." The reporter understood too well the depth of the fans' expectations and frustrations toward the national team. The team had repeatedly let down its supporters. Yet fans loved them as one would first love, deeply and passionately. Who wouldn't wish for their national football team to make it to the World Cup and hoist the championship trophy? With these thoughts, she hurried to the stall. Cheng Yan was tidying up when he noticed her approach and smiled. "I'm sorry, beautiful, but all the ingredients are used up for today. Please come back another time. If you wish to keep in touch, I can add you to a group where I announce the stall hours." The reporter glanced at the invitation and scanned the QR code to join the group. Upon entering, she realized this was the second group, a bustling community of 2,000 members. Such popularity was evident, and the fans who joined were undoubtedly loyal customers. She clicked to view the group and discovered that Cheng Yan was merely an administrator. The group leader was a woman named Jing. Curiously, she asked Baos, "Is your relationship with the group leader special?" Upon mentioning Shun Jingzhu, Cheng Yan's expression softened. "Yes, she is my beloved. We just registered our marriage a few days ago." "Wow, congratulations," the reporter exclaimed, offering her best wishes. After tidying up the area, Cheng Yan rode his electric tricycle home. Later that evening, Cheng Yan efficiently prepared the items needed for the next day's stall. He no longer felt rushed. Arriving at the elementary school gate around 7:30 a.m. was sufficient. The foot traffic dwindled by 8 a.m., allowing him to ride over to Jiang University for sales without waking up too early. Once everything was ready, Cheng Yan lay in bed. Shen Jingzhu had sent him several messages. Knowing her temperament, he understood that her silence did not imply indifference. It was simply her nature. Yet, Shen Jingzhu was making efforts to change, as she now engaged in daily conversations with him. As she preferred to sleep early, Cheng Yan glanced at the messages and sent her a good night wish. He then opened Douyin and scrolled through a few videos, stumbling upon a wildly popular clip. Does stinky tofu stink? Yes, but not as much as the national team's performance. Refund. The gentleman's remarks, especially the final line, left viewers both amused and bewildered. Stinks worse than stinky tofu. I'm dying of laughter. This gentleman is quite straightforward on camera. Every day, we criticize them online. Yet we are the ones who rush to watch the national team play. The national team is like a child struggling in school. We may scold them, but they remain our own. Is it delicious? Is stinky tofu? On site, it's incredibly tasty. A home-style version of stinky tofu, and the owner generously shared how to recreate the base sauce at home. Today's biggest gain was tasting the owner's fried noodles, snow cake, and stinky tofu. Wait, fried noodles, snow cake? Why does that sound so much like the little yellow duck owner? What sounds like? It is okay. The little yellow duck owner himself admitted that he wanted to let fans taste stinky tofu first, and if they liked it, he would share it with more fans. Fan? Chapter 97. Moving to live with Shun Jingzhu? Cheng Yan glanced at the overwhelming comments online. Inundated with accusations of his absence from Jiangxida, and quietly shut off his phone. What else could he do? Sleep, of course. The following morning, he set up his stall at the entrance of Ershao before moving to the gate of Jiangxida. A group of university students vehemently criticized him. They noted that he had only brought snow-flavored rice cakes and buns that morning, and the criticisms continued. Where's the stinky tofu, little yellow duck owner? How can we not have it after the trial operation? Cheng Yan exclaimed. Who on earth wakes up early in the morning craving stinky tofu? Just look at the lady selling pancakes next door. Her gaze says it all. And don't even think about lifting the lid off the bucket of pickled bamboo shoots from the lady selling snail noodles. They wanted to eat stinky tofu, not just savor its odor. I'll bring some at noon, Cheng Yan replied helplessly, hoping that would quell their complaints. On his way back, after setting up in the morning, he noticed Shen Jingzhu had already cut the tofu into pieces. Cheng Yan sighed, pondering who would crave stinky tofu so early in the day. Shen Jingzhu chuckled. You should thank that big brother. I laughed so hard watching the video you shared with me this morning. Ever since being with you, I feel a joy every day. You always seem to encounter amusing situations and interesting people while setting up your stall. Cheng Yan scratched his head. Perhaps I've simply seen too many people? Is that what they call nonsense literature? Shen Jingzhu rolled her eyes at him. After not seeing her from last night until this morning, he felt a surge of affection as he watched her elegantly standing before him. He hurried to wash his hands and change clothes, then embraced Shen Jingzhu and kissed her full, red lips. The thrill of kissing her had not yet faded. Shen Jingzhu's body stiffened momentarily before she relaxed, wrapping her arms around Cheng Yan's neck and emitting a soft hum. A minute later, Cheng Yan's eyes were filled with the image of Shen Jingzhu's charming and serene demeanor. I really miss you when you're away, he confessed. I miss you too, Shen Jingzhu replied, sensing her own affection for him. How about you move in with me? That way, you can see me every day. Cheng Yan considered it and thought it feasible, but it would require him to travel back and forth. Moreover, He might disturb her rest in the mornings. Perhaps not. I tend to leave early and return late, which might affect your sleep. Why are we even discussing this? We're already married. Shun Jingshu shot him a glare, and you don't wake up that early anyway. I see you send me good morning texts at 6 o'clock, and I'm usually awake by then. It's just that I can't accompany you at night. You could drive home and sleep alone. During the day, we can stay in this little courtyard together, and you can take care of the meals. Cheng Yan pondered this and realized it was indeed a viable plan. He was eager to move in with Shun Jingshu. However, considering she had already cut the tofu and he had promised customers stinky tofu for lunch, he reluctantly set it aside for the moment. He had no time to rest after returning from the stall that morning. It was just past 9, so he quickly prepared his supplies and set off at 10 o'clock. This way, he would finish around noon. He messaged the group in advance, letting them know he had just arrived and many were already waiting. Upon seeing Cheng Yan, everyone erupted in excitement. I want to see if this stinky tofu smells like the national football team's feet, one person exclaimed. Cheng Yan chuckled to himself, thinking they could enjoy their laughter now. But soon they would change their tune. He placed a bowl of stinky tofu in front of the cart. This is so foul. Are you sure this isn't a biological weapon? It's too stinky. Is it really that bad? Will it taste especially good in my mouth? Someone mused. Watch your mouth. You might provoke the food gods. Cheng Yan called out, everyone, please line up orderly. No cutting in line. The vendor next door wrinkled his nose. What on earth is that smell? It's so atrocious. Lin Tingwan, who had some free time, rushed over upon seeing the messages in the group. She hadn't been able to visit for a while due to her busy schedule. As she approached, she caught a whiff of the stench and wrinkled her pretty nose, wondering who had dumped garbage everywhere. Rushing towards Cheng Yan's cart, she arrived just as he greeted her. Officer Lin, what would you like to eat? Looking at the bowl of dark green, stinky tofu, she struggled to find the words. Cheng, we still need to maintain the image of our area. This is too pungent. Dressed in her police uniform, the students behind her misinterpreted her presence, thinking she was there to shut down the stall. Is it really stinky? I can't smell anything. It smells delightful. Seriously? Shouldn't you be questioning your own sense of smell? Lin Tingwan blushed at their remarks. Turning back, she ordered, I'll have a portion of fried instant noodles, a box of matcha snow-flavored rice cakes, and a serving of stinky tofu. After scanning the code, she added, with my meager intern salary, spending over 40 feels like I'm working for you. Cheng Yan smiled. I wouldn't dare. You're serving the people. Around 12:10, Cheng Yan had sold out of all his ingredients and packed up to head home. When he returned just after noon, Shun Jingshu had already brought back packed meals from Jiangcheng's small restaurant, waiting for him. Cheng Yan felt a wave of emotion. How wonderful it was to return home to a warm meal. However, he was even more eager to move in with Shun Jingshu that afternoon, his heart fluttering at the thought. Chapter 98. Shun Jingshu. Cheng Yan. Remember to return home. Having mentioned the move, Cheng Yan decided against taking a midday nap. Initially, he anticipated a considerable amount of packing. However, Shun Jingshu informed him that ever since his brief stay at her place, she had reserved space for his belongings. Moreover, she had bedding and other essentials already prepared, so there was little to bring along. Since Cheng Yan spent most of his days at her residence, he found himself unable to rest or change comfortably. Therefore, Shun Jingshu resolved to accompany him on a shopping spree for all new items. Short sleeves new, pants new, undergarments new, belts new. Everything was new. Within just over an hour, it was as if Shun Jingshu had taken Cheng Yan on a shopping expedition, and they spent more than 10,000 yuan in the process. The attendant responsible for delivering items to the underground parking lot stared wide-eyed at the overflowing cart filled with clothes and daily necessities. What a lavish expenditure! At 3:30 in the afternoon, Cheng Yan and Shun Jingshu arrived home, laden with their purchases. With a smile, Shun Jingshu stated, let us establish that we are in a marriage before love arrangement. Currently, we are in the post-marriage dating phase. So you shall occupy the secondary master bedroom you're already familiar with. Please sort your clothes by color, and after I wash them, I will help you organize your wardrobe, if you don't mind my entering your room. Cheng Yan replied, damn this marriage before love. Yet, he felt quite content to have such a beautiful older sister as a wife. Dating was just dating, after all. He was the one who boarded the train before purchasing the ticket. No problem. You can come into my room. I have no secrets, he assured her. In truth, he had none, nor did he follow fashion trends or have many female contacts in his phone. All right, Shun Jingshu gestured towards the heap of items on the floor. Let us start tidying up. The two began their task. Cheng Yan placed the newly bought toothbrush and cup in the bathroom, where Shun Jingshu had already left her own shower gel and shampoo, making things a bit easier. Shun Jingshu caught sight of the 4 pairs of new underwear in her bag and, after a moment's contemplation, squatted down to retrieve them. Cheng Yan rushed out of the bedroom, exclaiming, No, I'll handle it myself. Shun Jingshu, however, insisted, I've washed your underwear before. Just leave these new pairs in the guest bathroom, and I'll wash them when I have time. The rest of your clothes should go into the washing machine now. Cheng Yan, his face flushed, shyly retrieved the underwear from Shun Jingshu's hands and took them to the bathroom in his room, intending to wash them himself when he had a moment. Amused, Shun Jingshu chuckled at his bashfulness. After a brief tidy-up, Cheng Yan drank some water and prepared for the evening market. That night, his food cart was quite bountiful, featuring stir-fried instant noodles, snow cakes, crayfish, stinky tofu, and some rice noodles, as the affluent patrons at the night market had a penchant for dry-fried beef rice noodles. Leaving late in the evening meant returning home later as well. By 9 o'clock, Cheng Yan rode his beloved little yellow duck food cart back to his rented courtyard. Busy until 11, he opened his phone to find a message from Shun Jingshu, momentarily stunned. Jingshu, Cheng Yan, Jingshu, remember to come home. Cheng Yan slapped his forehead, realizing he had completely forgotten amidst the crowd that he was supposed to sleep at Shun Jingshu's place that night. He hurriedly tidied up, locked the door, and drove his cherished Wuling electric van towards her residential complex. Upon arriving at the entrance to the underground parking, the security guard rushed over to stop him, knocking on the van's window. When Cheng Yan lowered it, the guard inquired earnestly, Who are you looking for? Do you have a phone number? I'm going home, Cheng Yan replied, producing the access card for the community and the elevator card for Shun Jingshu's residence. The guard paused, scrutinizing the van with a thoughtful expression. I haven't seen this vehicle before. I just moved in this afternoon, and I haven't registered the license plate with the property management yet. You can check. 601 in Building 8 has 2 parking spaces, Cheng Yan explained. The guard made a call to the property management, confirming with Shun Jingshu, and then smiled, My apologies. We're just doing our job. Better safe than sorry, after all. The guard pressed the remote to raise the entrance barrier, allowing Cheng Yan to drive in. As he parked, he noticed Shun Jingshu's sleek black Mercedes next to him and chuckled softly. Who would have thought these 2 vehicles belonged to the same household? Taking the elevator directly to Shun Jingshu's floor, he opened the door to find her reclining on the sofa, engrossed in a book. She was casually dressed in a sleek black satin nightgown that reached her knees, complemented by a matching shawl. The ensemble exuded both a cozy home vibe and an air of elegant allure. Why are you so late returning? Shun Jingshu asked, stepping forward to embrace Cheng Yan, accepting the keys from his hand and hanging them on the hook by the entrance. Cheng Yan scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I got so busy I forgot. After finishing up at the courtyard, I saw your message and remembered I was supposed to sleep here. Shun Jingshu sighed. I knew you'd forget, which is why I sent you a message. She poured a cup of hot milk for him and placed it on the coffee table, stifling a yawn. Her graceful figure left Cheng Yan feeling parched. Remember to drink this warm milk before bed. I'm feeling a bit tired, so I'll head to sleep now. Good night. Good night, Cheng Yan waved. Shun Jingshu smiled and retreated into her bedroom. Once the door closed, Cheng Yan gazed at the warm milk, feeling a sense of comfort. The milk was still hot, so he took it with him to the secondary master bedroom. After a quick wash, he washed the underwear he had left over from the afternoon in the bathroom, donning his newly purchased pajamas before stepping out. As he entered his bedroom, he noticed the clothes from the afternoon still hanging on the balcony, undoubtedly arranged by Shun Jingshu. Settling on the edge of the bed, he spotted the now warm milk on the nightstand and smiled. The sensation of building a home together was truly delightful, far superior to living alone. Suddenly, he felt a pang of longing for Shun Jingshu. He opened the bedroom door, glancing towards the other master bedroom across the living room, wondering if she had already fallen asleep. Typically, she would return home from Jianchang restaurant by 8 in the evening and was sound asleep by 10. Tonight, however, she had stayed up past 11 waiting for him. Sleep, sleep. Cheng Yan returned to his room, drifting into a dream-filled slumber. The following day, Cheng Yan awoke at 6 o'clock. After freshening up, he ventured into the kitchen and quickly prepared breakfast using the ingredients available in Shun Jingshu's home. Chapter 99 Vision: Creating the Ultimate Gourmet Snack Street. This morning, making millet porridge was certainly out of the question. Neither he nor Shun Jingshu had any fondness for those pre-packaged buns or hand-grab pancakes. Therefore, if he wanted to prepare a meal quickly, the only option was to make sandwiches in the Western style. The toaster was prominently placed, indicating that Shun Jingshu frequently used it. Cheng Yan retrieved 4 slices of toast from the refrigerator, toasting them in 2 batches. During the intervals, he washed some lettuce and sliced a few pieces of sausage. He casually set a frying pan on the stove, knowing that frying eggs was a must. After frying 2 eggs, he quickly cooked the sausage before assembling the sandwich. He layered the toast with lettuce, fried eggs, and slices of sausage. Noticing the bottles of ketchup and salad dressing, he saw that the salad dressing was running low and guessed that Shun Jingshu would prefer salad. He squeezed some dressing over the ingredients and topped it with another slice of toast. The sandwich was complete. As Cheng Yan began to prepare the second one, he heard Shun Jingshu's voice at the kitchen door. "You're making breakfast for me so early?" Cheng Yan turned to see Shun Jingshu leaning gently against the doorframe, wearing only a black satin camisole, her fair and straight calves peeking out enticingly from beneath the hem. He smiled and replied, "I stayed up late last night, so I thought I'd take it easy this morning. I know you like salad, so I made some with dressing." Shun Jingshu was taken aback. "How did you know?" Cheng Yan replied proudly, "Just a little deduction." However, Shun Jingshu, being quite curious, pressed him further until she learned that he had observed the amount of ketchup and salad dressing to make his guess. A warm feeling spread through her. This was precisely what they referred to online as attention to detail. Cheng Yan was remarkably attentive. Before long, the two were sitting face to face at the dining table. A warm glass of milk accompanied the sandwich, providing a balanced mix of protein, vitamins, and energy. Shun Jingshu remarked, "With your culinary skills, even a breakfast stand would surely be profitable. Have you ever thought about opening a shop? I could join you." Cheng Yan shook his head. "I'm not considering that for now. Once I have a physical store, many of my advantages would be lost.